Weiruashi, hand over the bracelet you're wearing, or else you'll regret it. A group of young men, all around 20 years old, surrounded a girl covered in dirt. Never. This bracelet was left to me by my parents. The girl, dressed in clothes far too big for her, sat curled up in a corner. Her face was smudged with dust, and she held her wrist tightly, protecting the dark-patterned bracelet with a stubborn look. Stop pretending, Weiruashi. This is an orphanage. You're just like us, an abandoned orphan. The youngest boy in the group frowned impatiently. Hurry up and give us the bracelet. Weiruashi looked up at him. Xiao Liuzi, we grew up together in this orphanage. Now you're hanging out with these people. Aren't you afraid the director will find out? She's always been so kind to us. If she saw you like this, she'd be heartbroken. Xiao Liuzi hesitated. Before he could finish, a man with dyed yellow hair interrupted him. Xiao Liuzi, stop wasting time. Just grab it. Don't forget what you promised when you joined us. Brother Yu, I haven't forgotten. But this girl grew up with me. Maybe we should just let it go today and look somewhere else. Brother Yu's eyes fixed on the bracelet. No way. We're taking it today. If it were just an ordinary bracelet, he wouldn't care. But one glance told him it was valuable. Brother Yu, enough. If you don't act, my guys will, and things will get ugly for her. Xiao Liuzi looked at Weiruashi. Ruashi, just give it to him. Weiruashi glared at him fiercely. Never.
Slap.
Brother Yu struck her across the face. You stubborn girl. Hand it over now or you'll be sorry. Strangely, no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't pull the bracelet off her wrist. Weiruashi sat with her head lowered, stubbornly holding the bracelet close to her chest, refusing to speak. Yugo kicked her again, hitting her in the stomach. Hurry up. Don't make me angry, he shouted. Weiruashi bit her lower lip tightly, her small face twisted in pain, but she only curled up, clutching her stomach. Brothers, go on. Let's see if we can't handle one girl. Yugo yelled, kicking her again. The group of troublemakers around him followed, kicking her one after another. Weiruashi gritted her teeth, protecting the bracelet with all her strength, letting them hit her again and again. No one noticed that blood from a cut on her hand was slowly dripping onto the bracelet. The moment the blood touched it, the bracelet began to absorb it, turning from white to transparent until it completely disappeared. Yugo, stop. You'll hurt her too badly. Yeah, Yugo. Maybe just take the bracelet instead. She's not moving. Did she faint? Hey, Yugo, the bracelet. It's gone.
What?
Which one of you kicked it away? Forget it, let's go. Yugo cursed and waved for them to leave. The bracelet. It was gone? Weiruashi looked weakly at her wrist and saw that it had really disappeared. She wanted to cry, but no tears came. Her head buzzed, and pain spread through her body. She had never met her parents. Since she could remember, she had lived in an orphanage. The only thing her parents had left her was that bracelet. She had always believed that one day they would come back for her, that they must have had a reason for leaving her there. But now, even the bracelet was gone. The last bit of hope in her heart had vanished. Am I going to die? Weiruashi felt dizzy and weak. Maybe it was better this way. She only wished that in her next life, she wouldn't be so lonely, without family or love. Her vision darkened, and she lost consciousness completely. Ugh, my head hurts. Weiruashi's head throbbed painfully, and her whole body ached. Her mind felt hazy and confused.
Xiaoxi.
Xiaoxi is awake. Xiaohao, go call your dad, she's awake. Water. I need water, Weiruashi said weakly, her throat dry. Xiaohao, hurry and get your sister a glass of water. Okay. After drinking some water, Weiruashi drifted back into a deep sleep. When she woke again, she didn't know how much time had passed. The sky outside looked dark. It must be late. She hadn't expected to still be alive. But this room, was it a hospital? It didn't look like one. The furnishings were simple, just a bed and a table. The walls were green and white. Hospitals were usually all white, weren't they? It didn't look like the orphanage either. Thinking of the orphanage made her think of the director. She must be worried. She vaguely remembered hearing a gentle woman's voice in her dreams, but It didn't sound like the director's. Ah, Xiaoxi, you're awake. A kind-looking woman stood at the door, her expression warm and gentle, much like the orphanage director's. She called her Xiaoxi? Did they know each other? The woman turned and called out, Xiaohao, go tell your father. Your sister is awake. Xiaoxi, how do you feel? Does your body still hurt? Are you uncomfortable anywhere?
Who? Who are you?
Weiruashi's mind was still foggy. She thought she might still be dreaming, so she pinched herself. Ouch, it hurt. Not a dream. Xiaoxi, what are you saying? I'm your mother. Did you get confused from the fever? The woman reached out to touch her forehead. Mother? Weiruashi was completely lost. Yes, of course. Don't tell me you forgot how you got hurt. I remember. I was beaten. That was something she couldn't forget. Her body still ached from it. That's right. You went to the civilized district, got attacked, and then came down with a high fever. You've been in bed for days. Civilized district? High fever? What was going on? My dear daughter, you're finally awake. At the door stood a scruffy-looking man and a boy of about 13 or 14, both hurrying toward her. Weiruashi's lips twitched slightly as she said, I got hit on the head, and now I can't remember many things. Could you please help me? Before she could finish, her mother burst into tears. Oh, my poor daughter. But she was quickly interrupted by a gruff man. The woman beside him saw the man rush toward Weiruashi and immediately slapped him on the shoulder. What are you shouting for? Our daughter is fine now. Let her finish talking first. What a fierce woman. The other three people thought silently. Weiruashi continued, Could you please tell me exactly what happened? The man replied, A few days ago you went to the civilized zone and got attacked. Then you had a fever, and now you've just woken up. Weiruashi rolled her eyes. That's way too simple. She said, I mean, could you tell me more details? Like, what's my name?
Who are you?
Where is this place? What time is it now? The more details, the better. After thinking for a moment, she added, I think I really did get hit hard. My head feels dizzy, and I can't remember much. The man said, Xiaoman, let me explain. You see, our daughter doesn't understand what you're saying. Here's the situation. Your name is Weiruashi. I'm your father, she's your mother, and this is your younger brother, Wei Hao. We're in the Earth's civilian district. Across the Silver Bridge is the civilized zone. You can see the tall silver bridge right outside the door. You went there and got attacked. Now it's August 28th, in the year 3010. Earth. 3010? Oh no, did I really travel 1,000 years into the future? Weiruashi thought in shock. Cece, you should rest well. Your father and I will go out for a bit, her mother said, noticing her dazed expression. She probably hadn't heard a word they said. Wei Hao, stay here with your sister. We'll be back soon. Okay, Mom. Hey, sis. Wei Hao waved his hand in front of Weiruashi's face, but she didn't react. He nudged her gently, still no response. Wei Hao sighed and rolled his eyes. Then he used his secret trick. Sis, Yanbin is here.
Huh?
Who's here? She finally snapped out of it. Wow, sis, did you really get hit that hard? How could you forget Yanbin? Weiruashi nervously twisted the corner of her sleeve and said softly,
I'm dizzy.
I really can't remember much. Sis, do you still remember why you were beaten? Wasn't it because I went to the civilized zone? But why would going there cause that? Are people from the common zone not allowed to go to the civilized zone? Weiruashi asked curiously. Xiao Hao looked at her strangely. Sis, do you really not know why you were beaten? Strange. Wasn't it just because she went to the civilized zone without permission? Forget it. Maybe it's better that you don't know. Sis, I'm going out for a bit. You should rest and stop overthinking.
Okay.
Sigh, I can't believe I actually traveled through time, 1,000 years into the future. Weiruashi looked conflicted, but after thinking about it, she felt it might not be such a bad thing. 1,000 years ago, she had no family except the headmistress of the orphanage. Now, she had a father, mother, and younger brother. She only hoped the headmistress wouldn't be too sad after learning she was gone, and that she could be happy wherever she was. Weiruashi stretched and sighed in relief. After several days, she finally finished reading Modern History of Earth. Although it was called modern, it mainly described the great changes Earth had gone through over the past 1,000 years. She learned that Earth's population was now only about 600 million, and that there were other civilized planets in the galaxy, sometimes even at war with each other. It seemed Earth's civilization had grown through countless conflicts. From the book, Wei Ruoshi also learned that the most powerful forces now were the 8 great families, whose influence was nearly equal. They were the Yan, Lan, Zhe, Fan, Qi, Shun, Bai, and Xianyuan families. The book didn't go into much detail beyond that.
Sis, come.
Xiaohao's voice called from outside the door. Okay, I'm coming. At the mention of food, Wei Ruoshi felt like hitting her head against the wall. She really disliked the food of this civilized Earth. 3 meals a day consisted of white, tasteless, fist-sized buns, harder and blander than any she'd ever had. At least old-fashioned buns had a bit of sweetness. These were called nutrient buns, and eating just one was enough to fill you up. Wei Ruoshi knew that people in the common zone ate these, but she had no idea what people in the civilized zone ate. Xiaohao, do you actually like this stuff? Wei Ruoshi asked, watching her brother eat eagerly. It's fine.
Food is food, right?
He replied. Isn't it all just to fill our stomachs? In his eyes, food was simply something to stop hunger, nothing more, nothing less. Poor child, Wei Ruoshi thought to herself. In this era, the land had become completely hardened, so tough that nothing could be grown anymore. It was said that vegetables and fruits were now cultivated without soil, but the success rate was low, and the prices were shockingly high. As for meat, after 1,000 years of wars, animals were nearly extinct. Still, when she thought about it, having a father, a mother, and a younger brother in this world made everything worthwhile. Even if the food didn't taste good, it didn't matter. She finally had a real family. Thinking of this, Wei Ruoshi couldn't help but sit there smiling foolishly. Wei Hao glanced at her, quickly swallowed his last bite, and said to the still smiling girl, Sis, I'm off to school. Mom and Dad are at work and won't be back until tonight. You should rest well at home. He was honestly a little worried that her silliness might be contagious. By the time Wei Ruoshi came back to her senses, Wei Hao had already left. She knew he was off to school. In this era, it only took 5 years to complete what used to be all the education from elementary school to university. Before the age of 10, children were taught basic knowledge at home by their parents. At 10, they entered school to study specialized subjects such as mechanics, plant cultivation, land research, and intelligent programming. By 15, they could graduate. Wei Ruoshi was now 17, already 2 years out of school. Because her injuries hadn't fully healed, Wei Ruoshi finished eating and obediently lay back in bed to rest. She hadn't expected that the girl whose body she now inhabited was also named Wei Ruoshi, same name, even a similar face. Perhaps when that girl went to the civilized zone, she was attacked and killed, giving Wei Ruoshi the chance to take over her body. She sighed softly. Whoever had such hatred for the original Wei Ruoshi to harm her like that, she would find out one day and seek justice for her. After taking her medicine, Wei Ruoshi soon drifted off to sleep again. In her dream, she found herself in a strange place, a mysterious space about 3 acres wide. There was no sun, and the sky was covered in a soft, white mist. In the very center of the space was a pond covering several dozen square meters. In the middle of the pond grew an ancient tree so large that she couldn't wrap her arms around it. At the top of the tree hung a bright red fruit. Wei Ruoshi smacked her lips. That fruit looked so delicious. Do you want to eat it? A very old voice whispered beside her ear.
Ah!
A ghost! Wei Ruoshi sat up suddenly, startled. Heavens! What a strange dream. Why would she dream something like that?
Whose voice was that?
And what was that mysterious place in her dream? Wait, what was this? Where was she now? How did she end up in that same space again? Could she still be dreaming? She pinched her arm. Ouch. That hurt. So it wasn't a dream? But how did she get here? She remembered that she had just thought about the space, and then everything around her had changed. Could it be that she could enter it just by thinking about it? Then what if she thought about leaving? As soon as Wei Ruwashi finished the thought, the scene changed again, and she found herself sitting on her own bed. She thought about going in, whoosh, the scene changed. She thought about coming out, whoosh, it changed again. In and out, Wei Ruwashi played happily for a while. When she finally got tired, she entered the strange space again and noticed that the soil there had a reddish color. She wondered if it could still grow plants like it did 1,000 years ago. If it could, then she wouldn't have to eat those tasteless buns anymore. But it was strange. Why did she suddenly have such a space? Could it be related to the bracelet that had disappeared? Ruwashi remembered that when she was little, the bracelet had fit her perfectly. But as she grew up, it still fit just right, never feeling tight, as if it grew along with her. And no matter how many times she accidentally hit it, it never broke. Still, if the soil in this space could really grow plants, what would happen if she took them out? Would it shock the whole planet? The vegetables grown here would be very different from the ones cultivated outside. The ones grown in labs were small and pale, while the ones she could grow here would be larger and more colorful. Wei Ruwashi worried that if anyone saw them, they might want to study her like a specimen. Better not think about it for now. I'll wait until Xiaohao comes back and ask if his school has any seeds. They have a plant cultivation course, so they should have some, right? Xiaohao won't be back until the afternoon, and Mom and Dad won't return until evening. Should I tell them about my strange space? I want them to know, but I'm also afraid they'll think I'm weird. It's such a hard choice. Wei Ruwashi stayed in the space for a few more hours and noticed that her body didn't hurt as much there. Maybe it was just her imagination. When she heard the door open outside, she quickly ran out of the space. When Wei Hao walked into his sister's room, he saw her sitting there with a serious look and asked in surprise, "Sis, why aren't you resting? What are you doing here?" "Ahem, Xiaohao, do you have any seeds?" Wei Ruwashi's heart was still racing because of the space. "Seeds? Sis, what do you need seeds for? Do you want to grow plants? But you don't even have any plant nutrient solution." "It's not that. I just want to see if something can grow in the soil," Wei Ruwashi said awkwardly. She really wasn't good at lying. Her voice always gave her away. "Sis, don't be silly. The government has been studying this for hundreds of years and still hasn't figured it out. How could a teenage girl like you do it?" He didn't say the last part out loud, afraid of hurting her feelings. "Hey, Xiaohao, don't ask so much. Just give me a few seeds. I'm bored at home anyway, so let me play around with them." "Alright, wait a bit. I'll go get some for you. Xiaohao, you're the best." Wei Ruwashi hugged him and gave him a quick kiss on the cheek. Watching Xiaohao run away in embarrassment, Wei Ruwashi couldn't help but grin mischievously. Wei Hao felt that his sister had changed a lot since she lost her memory. The old her only cared about Yan Bin from one of the 8 great families, and she almost got hurt because of him. But now, she wasn't as timid as before. She smiled more and even joked with him. He really liked this new version of his sister and hoped she would never remember the painful past again. On the 108th floor, inside Dr. Chen's laboratory, the lab covered several hundred square meters and looked rather messy. In one corner stood a few metal racks filled with colorful liquids and test tubes. In another corner were several bookshelves packed with books. At the center of the room was a large workbench, about 5 meters long and 2 meters wide. Beside it stood an elderly man with graying hair and beard, peering through a handheld microscope at a faint green sprout floating in a large glass of clear liquid. Next to him stood Wei Ruwashi and Wei Hao. Wei Ruwashi quietly stretched and tugged at Wei Hao's sleeve, whispering, "Xiaohao, Dr. Chen has been staring at that cup for almost 2 hours. How much longer is he going to look at it?" Her body was still recovering, and standing for so long made her uncomfortable. Wei Hao leaned close and whispered, "Shush, sis, don't talk. Dr. Chen doesn't like people speaking when he's doing research." Oh no, how much longer would this take? Her legs were already numb, yet the old man still looked so focused on that cup. It was just a sprouted seed after all. Sure, it had grown quickly, but no matter how long he looked, it was still just a seedling. It wasn't going to bloom into a flower. She wondered if the seeds she had planted in her ink bracelet space had sprouted too. If they had, Maybe in a few days they would be ready to harvest, and she could finally have some fresh vegetables to eat. Those nutrient buns really weren't very tasty. As she thought about it, she smacked her lips unconsciously. Suddenly, she felt two sharp gazes turn toward her. Ahem, she had just drifted off for a moment. No need to stare at her like that.
So.
Is the research done? Can I go now? She was eager to explore what Earth looked like 1,000 years in the future.
No.
Two voices answered at the same time. The old man with white hair and beard walked up to her, his small, beady eyes fixed intently on her. Dr. Chen, why are you staring at me like that? Wei Ruashi touched her face. Could it be that a flower had grown on it? Did you cultivate this seed yourself? He asked, still staring at her. Sort of, she replied. In truth, she hadn't done much, just tossed the seed into the nutrient solution and added a few drops of water from her ink bracelet. The man with small eyes blinked and continued, You put the seed into the solution last night? Yes, she nodded. Why did Dr. Chen's gaze look more and more frightening, as if he wanted to devour her? And when you woke up this morning, it had already sprouted. No, Xiaohao found it first, she answered innocently. The old man's face twitched. The nutrient solution was green, wasn't it? Why is it transparent now? She looked around nervously. I don't know. The old man pressed on. Did you add something to it? Is that why the solution changed and the seed sprouted so fast? She shook her head quickly. No, I didn't add anything. Oh, Miss Ruashi, please just tell me what you added, he pleaded. He had spent his whole life developing a solution that only slightly improved seed survival, and now this young girl had casually added something that made a seed sprout overnight. How could he not be desperate to know? Wei Ruashi stared at the old man, speechless at how quickly his expression changed. Please, Miss Ruashi, have pity on an old man and tell me, he begged again. She remained silent. Wei Hao, standing nearby, looked helplessly at the two of them. Sister, just tell Dr. Chen how you cultivated the seed. Yes, Miss Ruashi, please tell me, the old man echoed.
But I really don't know, she said.
She could never reveal the secret of her ink bracelet, not even to her family. She didn't want to bring them any trouble. Dr. Chen sighed, then tried another approach. How about this, Miss Ruashi, if you tell me what you added, you can move to the civilized district. I'll even arrange a residence permit for you. You can choose any villa or mansion you like. No, she said firmly. There's really no difference between living in the civilized zone and the common area, right? A villa and her small house don't seem that different either. Living somewhere is just living, isn't it? Anyway, she didn't really care. In the future, you can eat well, dress nicely, and never have to eat those tasteless nutrition buns again, he continued to tempt her.
No.
She refused immediately. In a few days, vegetables would grow in her ink bracelet, so she didn't need that. Dr. Chen suddenly rolled his eyes, his legs stiffened, and he fainted from anger. Wei Ruashi gently nudged the unconscious Dr. Chen with her foot and looked at Wei Hao. Did the doctor faint? Yes. Because of me?
Yeah.
He'll be fine, right? She was a little worried. Shouldn't they take him to the hospital? But Wei Hao didn't seem concerned at all. It's fine. He'll wake up soon. Just leave him. Sure enough, after a while, Dr. Chen got up on his own, sat down nearby, and ignored Wei Ruashi and Wei Hao. This old man really has a childish temper, Wei Ruashi thought to herself with a smile. Doctor, this cultivation liquid is for you. Take your time studying it. My sister and I will go out for a bit, Wei Hao said. Since Dr. Chen didn't plan to talk to them, he decided to take his sister out for a walk. She had been resting at home for days and needed some fresh air. Dr. Chen grunted in response, and Wei Hao led Wei Ruashi out. Xiaohao, is it okay to leave the doctor alone there? She asked, showing her kind heart. Don't worry. Once he's awake, he'll be fine. By the way, sis, what's the deal with that cultivation liquid? Wei Ruashi hesitated. Xiaohao, I can't tell you right now. When the time is right, I'll explain, okay? Wei Hao patted his sister's shoulder. I understand. You're just worried about our safety, right?
Don't worry, sis.
No matter what happens, Mom, Dad, and I will always stand by you. We're your family. Xiaohao, you're so sweet. I love you all so much. Wei Ruoshi said, throwing her arms around him affectionately. Wei Hao took Wei Ruoshi to a nearby shopping district. Since it wasn't far from Yen Academy, they arrived after just a few minutes of walking. The area was filled with silver-white steel buildings. Although the decorations were quite luxurious, Wei Ruoshi still found the place unpleasant. There wasn't a single trace of greenery anywhere. She wished that, even in such a technologically advanced world, there could still be the lush, beautiful scenery that existed 1,000 years ago. Sis, you just recovered. Tell me what you want, and I'll buy it for you, Wei Hao said, with a look that clearly meant if you weren't hurt, I wouldn't be buying you anything. Why do I only get gifts when I'm injured? Wei Ruoshi wanted to ask. Well, then buy me a few new clothes, she said. It wasn't an unreasonable request. In her previous life, and even before her injury in this one, she had always been 157 centimeters tall. But for some reason, after recovering, she discovered she had grown to 165 centimeters. Her old clothes were now too short. She used to feel insecure about her height, but now she was quite satisfied with it. Wei Hao looked her up and down. Sis, I think you've gotten taller, he said, puzzled. How could someone grow several centimeters after being beaten? Should he try that too? Yes. You noticed too, Xiaohao? Wei Ruoshi said excitedly. Wei Hao gave her a sideways glance. You're still half a head shorter than me, shorty. Wei Ruoshi glared at him, gritting her teeth. I'm your sister? How can you talk to me like that? How did she end up with such a strange little brother? He wouldn't let anyone else tease her, yet he loved teasing her himself. It's true though. You're shorter than me, Wei Hao said with a grin. Ever since his sister woke up, she seemed like a completely different person, and he found it fun to argue with her. Seeing her frustrated face always made him happy. That's only because you're a boy. Of course you should be taller. Then you're 3 years older than me. Why don't you mention that? She turned away, deciding not to argue anymore. He was only 14, yet he acted so mature. That must have something to do with their parents. Sis, we're here, Wei Hao said, pulling her into a shop. Looking around, the space was about 300 square meters. The decoration was simple, without the usual busy or cluttered feeling of most shops. It felt comfortable and bright. The clothes here came in several styles, casual and formal. Welcome. A smiling shop assistant greeted them as they entered.
Please take your time.
The assistant didn't follow Wei Ruoshi closely, but stood about 5 meters away. Wow, even the shop assistants here looked pleasant. Sis, pick a few pieces. I'll buy them for you. Wei Ruoshi glanced at the price tags and was secretly shocked. So expensive. Even a simple t-shirt cost more than 10,000 planet coins. 10,000 planet coins were about the same as 10,000 yuan 1,000 years ago, only the name had changed. She quietly pulled Xiaohao aside and whispered, Xiaohao, aren't these clothes too expensive? Let's go somewhere else. Wei Hao rolled his eyes helplessly. Sis, do you really think that just because we live in the residential zone we're poor? His sister's thoughts were really funny. Isn't that true? She had always thought that people living in the residential zone were those who hadn't contributed much to Earth and didn't have much money. Of course not. Forget it, I don't want to argue. Just pick a few clothes so we can go. Wei Hao's eyes suddenly caught sight of a woman who made him uncomfortable, Bai Linger. She was considered his sister's good friend. Although Bai Linger always acted gentle and kind in front of others, he still found her strange. He couldn't understand why someone like her would want to be friends with his sister. Xiaoxi, are you feeling better? A gentle female voice came from behind Wei Ruoshi. Wei Ruoshi turned around and saw a stunningly beautiful woman running toward her with joy. The woman came up and hugged her tightly. Xiaoxi, are you okay? When I heard you were hurt, I was so worried. I'm sorry, it was all my fault. Wei Ruoshi gently pushed the beautiful woman away, feeling shy about being hugged in public. Miss, do we know each other? The woman looked at her in surprise for a few seconds before asking uncertainly, Xiaoxi, what's wrong? Don't you remember me?
I'm Linger.
Linger? The same Bai Linger who had grown up with Yan Bin and was said to be her close friend?
Linger, I'm sorry.
After getting hurt, I can't remember many things, Wei Ruoshi said apologetically, looking at Bai Linger. Bai Linger's eyes filled with tears as she looked at her.
Xiaoxi, I'm sorry.
It's all my fault.
I'm really sorry.
Wei Ruoshi waved her hand. It's not your fault. I went to the Yen family on my own, and that's why I got hurt. You don't need to apologize. Bai Linger hesitated for a moment before saying softly, Xiaoxi, do you really not remember? That day, I asked you to go to the Yen family to find me. But something came up, so I didn't go. I didn't expect that because of this you got hurt.
I'm so sorry.
It's all my fault. Her eyes were full of tears, and even as another woman, Wei Ruoshi couldn't help but feel a little pity for her. Wei Ruoshi frowned slightly. So that was why she went to the Yen family and got hurt. But for some reason, she felt a strange dislike toward this woman, as if Bai Linger wasn't as gentle as she appeared. It's fine. I don't blame you. Thank you, Xiaoxi. Bai Linger looked up at her softly, but for some reason, Wei Ruoshi felt a chill run down her spine. Bai Linger, since you're fine, my sister, and I will be leaving now. Wei Hao's voice suddenly cut in, unexpectedly cold. Wei Ruoshi was puzzled. Did Wei Hao not like Bai Linger? Most men would be drawn to such a beautiful woman, wouldn't they? Sis, go pick out some clothes, Wei Hao said, not sparing Bai Linger another glance, as if she were invisible. All right, Xiaohua, wait for me. Wei Ruoshi replied, ignoring Bai Linger's slightly pale face. Perhaps she was upset by Wei Hao's attitude. Wei Ruoshi pretended not to notice Bai Linger's expression. After all, Bai Linger had been the friend of the old Wei Ruoshi, not hers. She didn't care what Bai Linger thought. She simply didn't like her and had no intention of becoming friends. New writer here. Please support with recommendations, clicks, and bookmarks. Content unavailable. Content unavailable. Sis, can I come in? Wei Hao asked curiously. I don't know. Let's try it. Wei Ruoshi said as she held Wei Hao's hand and quietly chanted the words for the ink bracelet. In an instant, they disappeared. When she entered the space, she realized only she had gone in, so she quickly came back out. It doesn't work. How? It seems only non-living things can go inside. Last time I asked you for seeds, I just wanted to test if vegetables could grow in there. You mean the seeds you asked for yesterday? They're already grown today? Wei Hao looked amazed. Then the seeds that sprouted this morning, was that also because of you, sis? Feeling a little embarrassed, Wei Ruoshi said, I just added a few drops of the water from the space into the nutrient solution. I didn't expect them to sprout so fast. Wei Hao grinned. Sis, give me some of that water from your space. We can take it to school tomorrow and study it. If they could find out what kind of water it was, it might lead to big progress in plant research. Okay, I'll give you some tomorrow. Let's eat now, I'm starving. She pulled everyone to sit down. Then she suddenly asked, if people find out about my ability, will it be a problem? She's still worried that someone might want to experiment on her. Of course not. But if the government finds out, they might want to hire you. Really? That could happen? But she had no such plans. She only wanted to live peacefully with her family. If possible, she hoped to live with the person she liked in a quiet, beautiful place away from the world. She had never been ambitious. Even with this strange artifact, she never thought of using it to get rich. She just wanted her family to eat well and be happy. But thinking about it, that seemed impossible now. The earth was barren. There was hardly any green left, let alone a peaceful paradise. Ah, she was daydreaming again. The dishes, one plate of greens, one of tomatoes, and a bowl of soup, were quickly finished by the four of them. Then Wei Ruoshi made several more servings before the others were finally full. After that, they told her they didn't want to eat nutrition buns anymore. They only wanted her cooking. The food tasted so good that after eating it, they couldn't go back to those bland buns. There were only vegetables, no rice, so Wei Ruoshi thought of asking Wei how to get her some rice seeds. After all, many people in this world still ate rice. Because it was grown in a nutrient solution, the taste was not only bad, but also very expensive. A single meal in the civilized area could cost as much as a month's food in the common district. Wei Hao promised to get more vegetable and rice seeds for Wei Ruoshi the next day. Then, everyone chatted excitedly around her space bracelet for quite a while. In the middle of the night, Wei Ruashi woke up with a stomachache. Oh no, it felt like she was going to have an upset stomach, probably because she hadn't eaten this kind of food for a long time and her stomach wasn't used to it. That night, she had to go to the bathroom several times. The smell was terrible, but luckily everyone else was asleep, or she would have been so embarrassed. After that, she felt much better and more energetic. Remembering what Grandpa Ancient Tree had said about the water from the space being good for them, she replaced all the drinking water in the house with it. She finally fell asleep again near morning. When Wei Hao woke up, he saw a big glass of water and a note on the table. Xiao Hao, this is water from the space. I've replaced all the drinking water at home with it. If it's not enough, you can take more. Don't wake me up. I'm really sleepy. Also, remember to bring back more seeds.
Love you.
Your sister. There was even a little cartoon drawing of a sleepy face on the note. Wei Hao looked toward his sister's room with gentle eyes and silently promised, Sister, I'll protect you. I won't let you get hurt again. Wei Ruashi slept until noon and woke up feeling much better. Before, she always felt tired after sleeping, but now she felt full of energy. Her eyesight also seemed clearer, though she still noticed a faint gray haze in some places. When she went to wash up, she saw that her complexion looked much healthier. Her dark circles were gone, and her skin looked soft and rosy. It must have been thanks to the red fruit from Grandpa Ancient Tree. She decided that when he woke up, she would thank him properly. That evening, Wei Hao came home with several packets of seeds and a large bag of rice seeds. He said Dr. Chun had given them to her, so she could study them at home. If she needed more, she could just ask him again. Xiao Hao, does Dr. Chun know about it? No, I didn't tell him. I just said you found the water by accident. I asked him to give you more seeds, and then he took all the water away. Thinking about this morning at school, when Dr. Chin realized the seeds sprouted because of that cup of water, he stared at it as if it were something unbelievable. It scared him so much that he grabbed the seeds and ran off. For dinner, they made scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried greens, and tomato vegetable soup. The portions were large. The eggs were artificial ones that Wei Ruashi had bought that afternoon. Although the eggs didn't taste great on their own, they were quite delicious when cooked with the flavorful tomatoes. The simple meal made the whole family eat happily. After dinner, Wei Ruashi couldn't wait to go into the jade bracelet space to plant her vegetables. This time, she even brought a small shovel with her. She didn't want to get her hands covered in dirt again. Wei Hao had given her several kinds of seeds. Besides rice, she didn't recognize the others. Since there were both vegetables and rice, she divided the acre of land into two parts, vegetables on one side and rice on the other. The rice seeds were enough to plant about half an acre. The rice seeds now were different from those 1,000 years ago. Back then, rice needed to be grown from seedlings and transplanted before it could mature. But now, rice could grow directly in the soil with the help of nutrient solutions. There was no need to take care of it, it would mature on its own. She thought happily, tomorrow I'll have fresh white rice to eat. Wonderful. She worked until 1 or 2 in the morning before finally finishing. As soon as she lay down, she fell asleep. She hadn't expected it. After going to bed at 2, Wei Ruashi woke up early the next morning. That was unusual. Normally, she wouldn't get up until the sun was high, but today she was wide awake at dawn. After brushing her teeth and washing her face, she found herself with nothing to do. So, she decided to check the jade bracelet space. To her surprise, everything she had planted had already matured. Oh my goodness, she gasped. They grew in just one night? That's unbelievable. This time there were many more vegetables, cucumbers, lettuce, tomatoes, baby bok choy, and a few corn plants. There was even a small tree. She wasn't sure if it was a fruit tree, but she hoped it was so they could have fruit later. Looking at about half an acre of vegetables and another half acre of golden rice, she started to worry. How could 4 people possibly eat all that? And how were they supposed to harvest the rice? When they came out of the space bracelet, Xiao Hao was already awake. Xiao Hao, what should we do with the ripe vegetables in the space? Wei Ruashi asked, looking troubled as Wei Hao brushed his teeth. He accidentally spat out a mouthful of water in surprise. They ripen this fast? That was unbelievable. Wei Ruashi nodded. Yes, I didn't expect them to grow so quickly. I thought they'd be ready by tonight at the earliest, but they ripened overnight. She sighed. There's just too much. How can we finish it all? Is there really that much? Wei Hao asked. He hadn't expected high yields to become a problem. There's about half an acre of vegetables and half an acre of rice. And how do we even harvest the rice? We can't exactly bring a harvester into the space. It's fine. We can use a small, smart harvester. But there's still too much food. What should we do with it all? Selling it didn't feel right. Neither of them cared much about money. Then, why don't we sell the extra? Wei Ruashi suggested. We can always grow more whenever we want. Sell it? Wei Hao thought for a moment. If we sell it, I'm afraid it'll cause a sensation across the whole planet. Wei Ruashi looked puzzled. Is it really that serious? She didn't want to be followed or photographed everywhere. Of course, Wei Hao said. Your crops taste far better than anything currently grown. If people find out, it'll definitely attract attention. So what should we do? How about we sell directly to one restaurant and ask them to keep it secret? What if they don't keep the secret? Wei Ruashi asked. Wei Hao gave her a look that said she was being silly. Why wouldn't they? Once they taste your vegetables, they'll beg you to sell only to them. No one would give up such a good deal. All right then, I'll harvest the vegetables first. The rice will be a bit more troublesome. After thinking for a moment, she said, Xiao Hao, the restaurants here are usually owned by the 8 major families, right? Wei Hao nodded. Yes. Xiao Hao, I don't want to sell the vegetables to them. I'd rather find a private restaurant. She didn't want to get involved with the people from the 8 families. Just thinking of Yan Bin made her dislike them even more.
Okay.
Wei Hao understood what his sister was worried about. She disliked Yan Bin, so naturally, she disliked the 8 families too. He also didn't want his sister to have anything to do with them. Li Duohai had been feeling troubled lately. He came from a family of chefs. His father, grandfather, great-grandfather, and even earlier ancestors had all been royal chefs in ancient times. According to his father, their family's cooking skills had been passed down for thousands of years. He thought his talent would easily earn him a place in the culinary world. So, he first worked as a chef at the Yen family's top 9-star hotel, thinking his skills would be more than enough. But unexpectedly, the head chef kept suppressing him. In the end, they had a serious argument, and he was fired. After that, he opened his own restaurant called Ju Pavilion. However, business was tough. First, there was the problem of ingredients. Vegetables were now grown through liquid cultivation and were in short supply. Most were reserved by the 8 major families, leaving none for small, independent restaurants like his. The vegetables he managed to buy privately were expensive and didn't taste very good. The biggest problem, though, was the lack of customers. Whether it was because the restaurant was new or for some other reason, hardly anyone came. Even now, at noon, not a single customer was there. He had even taken out a loan to open the restaurant. If it failed, he didn't know what he would do. The Ju Pavilion was nicely decorated, elegant and tasteful, but sadly, it was empty. A few waiters leaned lazily against the tables, and Li Duohai sat gloomily by the door. Boss, may I come in to eat? A soft and pleasant female voice reached Li Duohai's ears. He looked up and saw a pretty, gentle-looking girl and a handsome boy with short black bangs standing in front of him. The girl smiled brightly at him, and for some reason, Li Duohai felt his face grow a little warm. Boss? Wei Ruashi looked at the man with a clean, delicate face who was staring blankly at her. Did she have something on her face? Yes, please come in. Li Duohai quickly came to his senses and invited Wei Ruashi and Wei Hao into the restaurant. This was actually his first pair of customers today. Wei Ruashi looked around the interior of Duo residence. It looked quite nice. Then, noticing the empty hall, she asked with a smile, Boss, why are there so few customers here? Li Duohai glanced at the cheerful girl. Why did it sound like she was happy that his restaurant was empty? Well, it's because the place just opened, so there aren't many customers yet. In truth, the restaurant had already been open for almost a month. Wei Hao nudged Wei Ruashi, reminding her not to look too happy or others might think she was being rude. She just had a naturally cheerful smile. Wei Hao led Wei Ruoshi to a seat by the window and said to Li Douhai, "Boss, please bring us one vegetable dish and one shredded pork with sauce. They just wanted to try the food here." "All right, coming right up," Li Douhai said, turning toward the kitchen. "Xiao Hao, what do you think of this boss?" Wei Ruoshi asked. She thought he looked decent and pleasant. She preferred to work with people who gave her a good impression. "I think he's fine, and his business doesn't seem great," Wei Hao replied. They were actually looking for someone whose business wasn't doing too well, someone with room to grow. Somehow, their tone made it sound like they were secretly amused. Wei Ruoshi nodded. "Yes, I think so too. He doesn't seem like a bad person." Within a few minutes, the dishes they ordered were served. After tasting them, both found the food rather ordinary, far worse than what she could cook herself. The vegetables were only salty, with no real flavor, and the meat didn't taste good either. On this planet, all meat was artificial: chicken, duck, beef, lamb. Everything was man-made. Compared to 1,000 years ago, the taste had declined greatly. From the moment the dishes were served, Li Douhai kept watching Wei Ruoshi and Wei Hao nervously, worried that they might not like his cooking. "How is the food?" he asked. Wei Hao and Wei Ruoshi exchanged a glance before Wei Hao asked, "What should we call you, boss?" "I'm Li Douhai," he replied. "What do you think of the food?" He found it strange that they wanted to know his name. "To be honest, Boss Li," Wei Hao said, "the food is quite average." Hearing that, Li Douhai's face fell. He hadn't expected that after learning from his father for so many years, his cooking would still not be good enough. Was he really not suited for this business? Would he have to watch his restaurant, Ju Pavilion, close down? If that happened, he would be ruined. He had borrowed several million planetary credits to open it. If it failed, how could he ever repay that debt? Wei Ruoshi looked at the discouraged Li Douhai and thought to herself that her brother was really something. Just one sentence from him could make someone look completely defeated. Seeing Li Douhai's hopeless expression, Wei Hao continued, "Don't misunderstand, Boss Li. I'm not saying your cooking is bad. In fact, your skills are very good. There's just one small problem." Li Douhai immediately looked up. "What problem?" he asked eagerly. He had always dreamed of having his cooking truly appreciated, of making food that people couldn't resist. "The problem is with your ingredients," Wei Hao said. "It's not your fault. The ingredients themselves aren't good." Li Douhai gave a bitter smile. "It's not that I don't want better ingredients. The high-quality ones are all controlled by the 8 great families. People like me with no status or background can't get any." Wei Hao gave a cold laugh. "Those ingredients? High quality? Compared to my sister's produce, they're nothing but trash." Li Douhai's eyes lit up. "Do you mean you have access to good ingredients, young man?" he asked. Judging by the boy's appearance, around 14 or 15 years old, calling him classmate seemed appropriate. Wei Hao smiled and said, "Of course. In fact, my vegetables are more than 10 times better than those from the 8 great families. The most important thing is that mine are completely free from pollution, 100% pure and natural." Li Douhai's eyes widened in shock.
"Impossible,"
he exclaimed. Nowadays, all vegetables were grown in nutrient solutions, which always contained some chemical components. That meant every vegetable had at least a little contamination. So when this young man claimed his vegetables were completely clean, how could he believe it? Wei Hao looked at him and said, "I didn't believe it at first either, but it's true." He and his sister had tested them at home with a vegetable scanner, and the results showed they were perfectly clean. Li Douhai muttered to himself, "That's impossible. It must be a trick." Wei Hao suddenly took out a head of green cabbage and handed it to him. "You can see for yourself." Li Douhai stared blankly as he accepted it. Was this really cabbage? He had never seen one so large and so fresh-looking. Its color was a tender, vibrant green. With trembling hands, he plucked a leaf and put it in his mouth. Instantly, a sweet, refreshing flavor spread across his tongue, something he had never tasted before. In disbelief, he cried out, "This taste! I've lived more than 20 years and never eaten anything like this." The vegetables he used to eat always had a bitter aftertaste. Now he realized that what he had eaten before was nothing compared to this. Wei Ruoxi glanced at Wei Hao and whispered softly, so only he could hear, "Xiao Hao, you had the same expression the first time too." Her face showed a mix of surprise and amusement. Wei Hao gave her a dismissive look and muttered, "I wasn't that stunned." Sure enough, Li Dohai just stood there, staring at the vegetable in a daze. Then all of a sudden he rushed inside and came back with a vegetable scanner. He placed it on the cabbage and stared at the result in shock. 100% clean. That meant the vegetable truly had no pollution at all. Li Dohai turned and shouted to his lazy-looking staff, "Everyone, take the rest of the day off. Come back tomorrow." The waiters, hearing their boss's words, quickly left. Soon, only Wei Ruoxi, Wei Hao, and Li Dohai remained in the hall. When Li Dohai saw that all the waiters had left, he looked at Wei Hao with excitement and asked, "Excuse me, classmate, may I know your name?" After all, one couldn't discuss business without knowing the other person's name. Wei Hao smiled and said, "My name is Wei Hao, and this is my sister, Wei Ruoxi. Mr. Wei, Miss Wei, may I ask if your vegetables are for sale?" He went straight to the point, too excited to hide it. He was afraid that if this was just a dream, he would wake up and lose everything. "Boss Li wants these vegetables?" Wei Hao asked with a friendly smile. What a natural businessman, thought Wei Ruoxi as she quietly watched her younger brother.
Li dois nous jarli.
Of course he wanted them. Anyone who didn't would be a fool. "If I can supply these vegetables to you, Boss Li, what price would you be willing to pay?" Wei Hao asked. Li Dohai thought for a moment and said, "I'll buy them at twice the market price, and every month I'll give you 10% of my restaurant's profit. How about that?" Wei Hao shook his head. 10% is too little. I want 50% of the shares." "No way," Li Dohai refused immediately. 50% is too much. As a businessman, he had to think about his own interests. Buying vegetables at double the price and giving away half of his business would ruin him. Wei Hao smiled. "Please hear me out, Boss Li. I'll supply the vegetables to you for free every month. You just need to help me find seeds. In return, give me 50% of your shares." Li Dohai thought for a while. If that's the case, it might be possible. But 50% is still too high. Let's make it 40. 50%, not a bit less. And I promise the vegetables will only be supplied to your restaurant. What do you think? Wei Hao said confidently. In truth, he had just come up with the idea of asking for half the shares. He knew his sister was kind and not interested in money or power, but he wanted to fight for something on her behalf. Li Dohai suddenly stood up, his eyes wide with excitement. "Mr. Wei, are you sure you'll supply only to me?" Just imagine, if his restaurant was the only one in the world with such fresh, delicious, and eco-friendly vegetables, he could soon become a leader in the restaurant industry. "Also, I want to ask, young Master Wei, how can you make sure these vegetables are supplied only to me?"
Of course I can guarantee that.
These vegetables were developed by my sister, and no one else can grow them. Think about it. Our family is the only one on the entire planet that can produce them. Wei Hao was sure no one else had his sister's strange but useful ability. Still, he couldn't promise that the land would ever return to how it was 1,000 years ago. After all, even Dr. Chen had spent his whole life studying how to make the soil fertile again and never succeeded. But even if someone did figure it out, that would take years, so it didn't matter for now. Li Dohai had wanted to bargain a bit more, but when he looked up and saw Wei Hao's impatient face, he gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, 50% of the shares."
Deal.
He had no other choice. If this young man could really provide vegetables like the ones he had just seen, Li Dohai was sure he would soon become a leader in the restaurant industry. Standing nearby, Wei Ruoxi watched her younger brother handle the business talk. She felt that having a little brother was truly wonderful. If she had been the one negotiating, she probably would have sold the vegetables for almost nothing, not to mention asking for 10% of the profits or 50% of the shares. Soon, Li Dohai returned with 2 copies of the contract. Wei Hao looked them over and asked him to add a confidentiality clause. He didn't want his family to be in danger. In truth, even without that clause, Li Dohai wouldn't dare tell anyone. They added a few more small terms that favored Wei Ruoxi, and Li Dohai agreed to all of them. He didn't really have a choice. This was his only chance to survive in the business. Then, Wei Hao handed the contract to his sister to sign.
Huh?
Xiao Hao, why do I have to sign it? She asked, clearly reluctant. She didn't think this had anything to do with her. Of course you have to sign it. You're the one who said you wanted to sell the vegetables to this restaurant, Wei Hao said, feeling exasperated. Sometimes he really wanted to open his sister's head to see what was inside. She could earn money every month without doing anything, yet she still tried to avoid it. What a silly girl. Wei Ruoxi wrinkled her small, cute nose and said, but you're the one who made the deal, not me. I'm not signing. She absolutely didn't want to tire herself out running a restaurant every day. Wei Hao rolled his eyes, trying to hold back the urge to strangle his sister. You grew the vegetables, and it was your idea to sell them.
So you have to sign. No.
She refused firmly. She only wanted a quiet life, growing a few vegetables and flowers, taking naps, and wandering around when she felt like it. She definitely didn't want to sign a contract that would tie her to a restaurant job. Just sign it. Wei Hao pushed the contract toward Wei Ruoxi. Besides, even if you sign, you won't have to do anything. You'll still get paid every month. Wei Ruoxi tilted her head, thought for a moment, then pushed the contract back.
No.
It was too much trouble. Wei Hao pushed it toward her again. Sign it. This time, she didn't even bother to push it back.
No.
Li Dohai watched the two of them pushing the contract back and forth, his face twitching. It seemed his restaurant, Duo Jahal, was nothing in their eyes. It really hurt his pride. Sis, just sign it, Wei Hao pleaded. It's not like it's a lifetime contract. I said no. I'm not interested. You sign it instead. She really didn't want to be forced into this. All right, sister, don't blame me for using my last trick, Wei Hao thought.
Cease.
Wei Hao secretly pinched himself a few times to make his eyes water and look pitiful. When Wei Ruoxi turned her head, she saw Wei Hao's teary eyes staring at her. She hesitated. Xiao Hao, what's wrong? He looked so pitiful, like a little puppy that had been abandoned. She almost wanted to pinch his cheeks.
Cease.
He looked even more miserable. Do you know something?
Know what?
She asked impatiently. Sis, actually. He paused dramatically. Actually, our family is really poor. That's why we used to eat those plain nutrition buns every day. Wei Ruoxi froze. Was that true? But then she remembered how casually he had paid when buying her clothes last time. She had thought their family wasn't doing that badly, even if they lived in an ordinary neighborhood. But thinking about it, it was true. They really had eaten those buns every day before. Wei Hao quickly added, knowing what she was thinking. Last time I bought you clothes because Mom and Dad saw you'd grown taller and didn't have anything to wear. They gave me all their savings to buy them for you. Mom, Dad, please forgive me, he thought. I had no other choice. Who told you two to raise such an airhead child? Really? Wei Ruoxi looked completely shocked. Oh no, her parents were just too kind to her. She had to repay them somehow. Xiao Hao, since Mom and Dad treat us so well, we must repay them too, Wei Ruoxi said firmly. Wei Hao nodded hard. Finally, his silly sister understood. So, hurry up and sign it. So, Xiao Hao, you should sign it, Wei Ruoxi said. Wei Hao froze. He really wanted to sigh to the sky. It should be you who repays Mom and Dad, not me, he said helplessly. Yes, but I don't like being the boss, so you should do it, she replied. But sis, Wei Hao hesitated. What is it? I'm not an adult yet. Wei Ruoxi was stunned. Oh, right. Xiao Hao is only 14, and adulthood started at 16 here. That meant a minor's signature had no legal effect. Fine. Give it to me. I'll sign, Wei Ruoxi said reluctantly. Wei Hao secretly laughed. Actually, minors only needed to press their fingerprint for it to be valid. He was just taking advantage of his sister's memory loss. Sure enough, an airhead really was easy to trick. When Wei Ruoxi finished signing the two contracts and was about to hand them to Li Dohai, she found that Li Dohai had fainted. Li Dohai felt like crying. Who wouldn't faint? Try standing in front of one airhead and one oddball. You'd probably pass out too. Years later, When Li Dohai had become a major figure in the planet's restaurant industry, many admired his calmness, decisiveness, and composure under pressure. But only he knew that it was all thanks to years of dealing with that airhead girl. But that's a story for another time. After Li Dohai woke up, the two told him that if he needed any vegetables, he could just give them the seeds. It would be even better if he could find some fruit trees too. Also, they asked him to help find a small, smart harvesting machine. Then, with a wave of her hand, Wei Ruoshi made a pile of vegetables appear right in front of Li Dohai. But by now, Li Dohai had already learned to stay perfectly calm in the face of such things. It didn't matter. Perhaps the graceful young woman simply owned a spatial tool. It wasn't strange for someone who could grow such fine vegetables to have one. Although spatial tools in this world were extremely expensive and very few remained, Li Dohai thought calmly about it. When she got home, Wei Ruoshi took the large bag of mixed seeds and the small smart harvester that Li Dohai had found for her and went straight into the ink bracelet space. The small harvester weighed just over 40 pounds and stood a little more than a meter tall. Li Dohai had given her more than a dozen kinds of vegetable seeds, a few fruit tree seeds, and even some peony seeds. In her previous life, she had loved peonies and had always wanted to grow 2 pots of them. But since she had lived in an orphanage and had little spare money, that wish had never come true. When she entered the bracelet space, she noticed that the small trees she had planted yesterday had grown much taller, though she still couldn't tell what kind of fruit tree it was. She pushed the smart harvester toward the golden rice field. 30 minutes later, looking at the 20 bags of rice stacked beside the pond, Wei Ruoshi couldn't help but marvel at modern technology. The smart harvester had finished harvesting half an acre of rice in less than half an hour, and the result was already polished rice. Fortunately, she had saved half a bag of rice as seed. She hadn't expected that half an acre could yield nearly 900 pounds of rice, twice as much as the yield from 1,000 years ago. Since she had given all her remaining vegetables to Li Dohai, she needed to plant all the seeds he had given her today. After all, she owned half of the restaurant's shares, which made her half a boss. Although she wasn't very interested in running a restaurant, she had already signed the contract, so she needed to show some effort and help make it successful. Planting vegetables wasn't as easy as harvesting rice with a machine. She had to dig holes one by one, place the seeds inside, and cover them lightly with soil. The soil in the space was very soft, and a small shovel could easily dig a hole. Still, thinking about spending several hours kneeling and digging non-stop made her realize how exhausting the task really was. After several hours, Wei Ruoshi finally finished planting all the seeds. She didn't know why she didn't feel tired after working for so long, though her body was a bit stiff from kneeling too long. She had planted a few peony flowers and fruit tree seeds on the other side. Turning her head, she saw 10 bags of rice by the pond. She grinned. Soon she could have real rice again. Since coming to this new world, she had missed the taste of rice so much. She took out 2 bags, each weighing about 40 pounds, enough for her family for half a month. The rest she planned to send to the Duoju in tomorrow. After all, the dishes there were delicious, but the rice was still dry and hard, which wasn't good. She also planned to check on the inn's business since it was reopening tomorrow. As a part owner, she couldn't just stay home and do nothing. Looking at the sky, she guessed her family would be back soon, so she started steaming the rice. The steamer had been bought when she and Wei Hao returned from the inn. She had also bought some seasonings, ginger, and garlic. Since ginger and garlic were root vegetables, they were easy to grow and quite common. She quickly made a few dishes: tomato scrambled eggs, stir-fried lettuce, smashed cucumber, and cabbage soup with sliced meat. The meat came from Li Duohai, since the ones sold outside were far too expensive. Although the meat itself didn't taste great, when cooked with tender cabbage, the flavor improved a lot. The soup looked fresh and appetizing. Before long, Xiao Hao came home first. "Sis, this soup looks so good. Can you get me a bowl?" he said eagerly. Seeing her brother enjoy her cooking, Wei Ruoshi happily ran to the kitchen to get him a bowl. 10 minutes later, Wei Ruoshi stared in shock at the empty soup pot on the table. "Xiao Hao, didn't you say you'd only have one bowl?" she asked, stunned. She had only gone to the washroom for a moment, and now the soup was gone. Xiao Hao pouted, then grinned at his sister. Sis, I did only have one bowl. Isn't this one bowl? He emphasized the word one, as if afraid she hadn't heard him clearly. Yes, her younger brother only drank one bowl, but it was the big soup bowl she usually used for serving. Wei Ruoxi glanced at the now empty bowl, then at Wei Hao's still flat stomach. She thought to herself, strange, that soup was enough for 7 or 8 bowls. Where did all of it go? Oh well, she should be happy that her brother liked her cooking. She could just make another batch. Xiao Hao, I'll make some more soup. When Mom and Dad come back, we can have dinner together. Okay, sis, make a bit more this time. I'm afraid there won't be enough later. Your soup is just too delicious. Wei Hao's voice came from behind her. Wei Ruoxi paused for a moment, then quickly went back into the kitchen. Looking at the huge bowl of soup on the table, Wei Hao nodded in satisfaction. Now this is the right amount. The last one wasn't even enough to fill the gap between my teeth. Wei Ruoxi sighed silently. As expected, my brother must have been a foodie in his past life. Not long after, their parents came home. Wow, what a wonderful dinner! Father and Mother Wei exclaimed as they looked at the 3 dishes and 1 soup on the table. Dad, Mom, Xiao Hao, please sit down. I'll go get the rice, Wei Ruoxi said with a bright smile. Thank you, Xiaoxi, her parents replied. Soon, Wei Ruoxi came out carrying 4 bowls of rice. The others looked at her in surprise. Xiaoxi, the rice is so white. I remember that rice nowadays usually looks a bit yellowish. Wei Ruoxi nodded. Yes, that's because I grew this rice myself. It's a little different from the usual kind, and it tastes much better. Dad, Mom, Xiao Hao, please try it. Father and Mother Wei each took a bite and immediately exclaimed, Oh my, Xiaoxi. Why is everything you make so delicious? It's so good. We can't stop eating. Hee hee, if you like it, eat more. If it's not enough, I'll make more, she said happily. It's really good. Hey, that piece is mine. Don't take it. I saw it first. Just because you're my wife doesn't mean you can take everything. Wei Ruoxi watched her family enjoying the meal she had made, her heart warm and full. It feels so good to have a family. Even in such a messy scene like this, she still felt warm inside. Compared to her past life, although the headmistress had cared for her, she always felt something was missing. Now she realized what she had lacked, the warmth of a happy family. She truly loved these peaceful, cozy days. In her half-asleep state, Wei Ruoxi felt as if someone was talking nearby. It sounded like her parents' voices. Xiaomin, don't you think Ruoxi has changed a lot since she woke up? Could something be wrong? What could be wrong? It's actually good that she doesn't remember the past. Do you really want her to keep following Yanbin around every day? Of course not. It's just that even her personality seems different. Can memory loss really change someone's character? And her special ability is quite strange. He had never seen such a strange power before, and it worried him. I like how Ruoxi is now, cheerful and confident, not weak like before. Acheng, don't worry too much about her ability. She survived a great danger. Good things will come to her. Yes, I know. Ruoxi and Hao have both grown up and become more sensible. Yes, time flies. The children are all grown, and we're getting old.
Snore. Snore.
Wei Ruoxi suddenly sat up in bed, wide awake. Oh no, had she just been dreaming? But the dream felt so real, her parents talking about her, and even Hao's snoring. It was almost too realistic. Forget it, no point thinking about it. She glanced at the time. It was almost morning. Since she couldn't sleep anymore, and the duojuan would open in about an hour, she might as well get ready. With a thought, she entered the misty space inside her ink bracelet. Grandpa Ancient Tree, are you awake? She asked as she did every day. The old tree had fallen asleep ever since giving her the fruit last time. As expected, there was no reply. It seemed Grandpa Tree wouldn't wake up anytime soon. She looked at the vegetables she had planted yesterday. They had all ripened again, and even the peony buds were about to bloom. The fruit trees had also grown taller. It took almost an hour to gather all the vegetables. Li Duohai found over 10 types, including cabbage, carrots, tomatoes, green beans, potatoes, corn, green peppers, bitter melon, and cucumbers. After an hour, because Weihua had something to do, Wairoxi came alone to the Duo Juin. She looked at the promotional poster outside, which displayed colorful dishes with red and green ingredients. Just looking at the pictures made her very hungry. Wairoxi nodded in approval, thinking, Li Duohai is really quick. He managed to prepare these posters in just one day. Xiaoxi, come here, Li Duohai said with a big smile, standing at the door of the Duo Juin and looking at Wairoxi. Don't just stand there, come inside quickly. Boss Li, did you make all these? Wairoxi pointed at the poster outside. Li Duohai shyly rubbed his head and said, I was told about this by Xiaohao yesterday when you left. Also, Xiaoxi, don't call me Boss Li. I'm only a few years older than you. If you don't mind, just call me Big Brother Li. Big Brother Li, Wairoxi said sweetly. She walked into the Duo Juin with Li Duohai. To her surprise, business was very good early in the morning. The hall was already full of customers. Big Brother Li, why are there so many people so early? It seemed she hadn't helped much after all. Yes, ever since I posted those promotional posters outside, customers saw the dishes and came in on their own. It's all thanks to Xiao telling me this good idea, Li Duohai replied. Hee, it looks like her younger brother really has a talent for business, Wairoxi thought to herself. By the way, Big Brother Li, let's go to the warehouse. I brought rice. Since we're opening today, we can't keep serving the old rice, right? She remembered she still had 9 bags of rice from yesterday's harvest, and she planned to leave all of them in the restaurant. She kept 1 bag for her family, which should last about 10 days or half a month. Rice? Li Duohai asked in surprise. Aren't all rice tastes pretty much the same? He had tried many kinds and felt they all tasted similar. Big Brother Li, rice can be different. The rice I grow will make you never want to eat other rice again, she said confidently. When they arrived at the warehouse, Wairoxi directly threw the remaining 9 bags of rice out of the magic bracelet. Anyway, Li Duohai just thought she had a space item. A space item is a device that can store things. Over the past few hundred years, people have developed such items. However, because the materials to make them are limited, fewer than 10 have been made in all that time. Even if you have money, you can't buy one. Big Brother Li, let's move 1 bag of rice to the kitchen, throw away all the cooked rice, and then cook with this new rice, Wairoxi said as she started moving the rice. Li Duohai saw how small Wairoxi was and hurried to help by taking the rice from her. Xiaoxi, the rice is already cooked. Wouldn't throwing it away be wasteful? Plus, it takes half an hour for the rice to be ready. If we start over now, might we not make it in time? It's okay, Big Brother Li. We're just redoing it, which takes only half an hour. Let the guests wait a little. If they're unhappy, we can apologize to them. Alright, he agreed. The food here tastes really good, said in the lively main hall of the Ju Pavilion. Yeah, I've never had such delicious food before. Even the biggest 9-star hotel in the Yen family can't compare. The taste is just too good. At first, I just thought the dishes on the posters outside looked nice, so I came in to try. I didn't expect the taste to be this good. From now on, I'll eat here every day. Most of the customers were wealthy people living in the civilized district. They didn't care how much a meal cost as long as it tasted good. Yeah, the taste is really amazing. Boss, can you bring me some sweet corn soup? Waiter, I'd like some potato stew with sliced meat here. Waiter, over here. Waiter, and this. Chirping and chattering filled the lively hall. Li Duohai watched the bustling hall and couldn't stop smiling. He originally thought there might be a few more customers than before. Unexpectedly, it was completely full, and there were even people lining up outside. Content not available. 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 A handsome man keeps walking forward, ignoring Wairoxi. Hey, Mo Yen, wait for me. Don't walk so fast, Wairoxi says, waddling after Mo Yen. Mo Yen is over 1.8 meters tall and long-legged. When he walks, he takes 2 steps for every one of hers. Wairoxi can only jog behind him. Mo Yen, How do you know I have strong mental power? What level is mine? Wei Ruoshi asks, remembering Xiao Hao said that level 10 mental power is already impressive. The handsome man ignores her and keeps walking. Wei Ruoshi continues, if I have strong mental power, does that mean I won't be easily distracted by monsters? He still doesn't answer. Wei Ruoshi keeps asking, Mo Yen, are you a supernatural ability user? I was far away, but you already killed the monster. Did you use your powers? She then asks. Mo Yen, why are you here in this kind of place? By the way, what did you pull out of the monster's head just now? She adds. Mo Yen, why aren't you talking? Are you thirsty? Suddenly, the handsome man stops abruptly and turns around. Wei Ruoshi, who is jogging, didn't stop in time and bumps into Mo Yan's chest. Ouch, that hurts, Wei Ruoshi says, rubbing her nose. It hurts. Why did you suddenly stop? She looks up at his face, noticing how grim and scary he looks. She shrinks back, asking, what's wrong with you? You look so scary. Mo Yan stares at Wei Ruoshi intensely, then pushes her shoulder. She didn't expect him to push her. Off balance, she falls onto the ground. Why did you push me? Wei Ruoshi asks, tears in her eyes. The handsome young man clenched his teeth and said, stay away from me. And don't follow me anymore. I didn't mean to follow you. I can't find my way out of this place. Wei Ruoshi said softly, tears in her eyes. She really didn't intend to follow him.
Hanpeha, Montakyan snorted coldly.
Stay at least 5 meters away from me. No more questions. Then he turned and walked ahead. Wei Ruoshi made a silly face behind him, humming, Big Ice, come on. Then she quickly got up and hurried to follow Mo Yen. Actually, she wanted to confidently turn around and leave, but she was really afraid of meeting those monsters again. She still vividly remembered the feeling of that big, bloodthirsty mouth facing her. It was terrifying. After walking behind Mo Yen for a few minutes, they finally saw the exit of North Street ahead. Mo Yen turned right at the exit. Oh no, she couldn't follow him anymore. She needed to go left to go home. Mo Yen, thank you for saving me. My name is Wei Ruoshi, she called out, cupping her hands like a megaphone, shouting as Mo Yen walked farther away. Mo Yen seemed not to hear her and kept walking without stopping. Humph. Big Ice, come on. Wei Ruoshi stood there watching him walk away. Ugh, it smells so bad. What is that smell? A passerby nearby started pointing and whispering. Yeah, what is that smell? It's so strange. It smells like rotten flesh, another person said, surprisingly knowing exactly what the smell was. Hey, isn't that girl giving off that smell? Someone noticed Wei Ruoshi and started pointing at her. Wei Ruoshi quickly ran away. Her clothes and body really reeked. No wonder Big Ice didn't want to get close. He was probably disgusted by her smell. I love taking baths. My skin feels so soft. Oh. Wei Ruoshi's slightly off-key singing came from her bathroom. La 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 la. She lost the lyrics halfway through, only singing the la sounds in a tone that was not quite right. This was Wei Ruoshi, the girl who had just narrowly escaped from the monster. Her parents were at work, and her little brother was at school, so she wasn't shy at all about singing her favorite song from 1,000 years ago. She didn't care if the neighbors heard her. Wearing a bathrobe, Wei Ruoshi threw herself onto the bed with a loud thud. Taking a shower feels so good, she said, rubbing her body repeatedly until she washed away the strange smell completely. Wei Ruoshi lay on the bed for a while and soon fell asleep. She couldn't help it. After experiencing that exciting event earlier, she had been very tense. Now that she had showered and felt comfortable all over, she naturally fell asleep as soon as she lay down. Wei Ruoshi thought she had a strange dream. In the dream, the handsome man who had just saved her, Mo Yen, was very gentle and smiled as he told her stories. But as he kept talking, Mo Yen suddenly turned into a blue, big-headed, short-bodied monster, and it lunged at her with a bite. Ah! Wei Ruoshi screamed and sat up quickly. Oh no, it was too scary. How could she have such a dream? She dreamed that the handsome man who saved her turned into a monster. She looked at the clock beside her. It was 2 p.m., and she hadn't even slept for an hour. Forget it. she decided to go to her space and harvest the vegetables. She wanted to deliver them to the Duo Jugwin tomorrow. The vegetables she gave yesterday would probably be gone by then. Luckily, Duo Jugwin had a safe storage, so she wasn't worried about spoilage. She planned to send more vegetables tomorrow. That way, she could deliver once every 10 days or half a month. She could also plant new vegetables every few days, which would be much easier. Entering the space inside the bracelet, a wave of floral, vegetable, and earthy scents greeted her. Wei Ruoxi's previously irritable mood calmed down a lot, and her foggy mind became clearer. She looked around and saw that the peony flowers she had planted in the morning had already bloomed. The fruit trees had grown taller, and various vegetables were ripe. Seeing nearly an acre of vegetables, Wei Ruoxi rolled up her sleeves. With so many vegetables, she didn't know when she could finish. So, she decided to start working quickly. The sooner she finished, the sooner she could rest. 2 hours later, Wei Ruoxi was lying on the ground, exhausted, staring at the piles of vegetables beside her. She was gasping for breath. These days she wondered if there were any intelligent robot brains. If there were, she wouldn't have to do all the planting and harvesting herself. After resting for about half an hour, Wei Ruoxi went to the pond to wash the dirt off her hands. Then she sat by the pond, looking at the ancient tree. "Grandpa Ancient Tree, are you awake?" She waited for a long time, but there was no response from the ancient tree. "Grandpa Ancient Tree, I'm sorry. It's all my fault that you fell asleep." Wei Ruoxi began talking to herself. "Grandpa Ancient Tree, I ate that red fruit you gave me. It seems my mental power has become very strange. People say I have strong mental strength, but I can't even see through a simple illusion created by a monster. Grandpa Ancient Tree, today I accidentally went to North Street and met a monster. I even walked around with the monster in my arms. Do you think I'm really silly? But, Grandpa, I was saved by a man named Mo Yen. Grandpa Ancient Tree, Mo Yen is very handsome. Even more handsome than Yen Bin. But he always acts cool and keeps a serious face. He even mocked me for being captivated by such a low-level monster. Grandpa, am I really that silly? Grandpa Ancient Tree, why haven't you woken up yet?" Little she always feels restless and easily annoyed. Maybe it's because I ate the red fruit. Grandpa Ancient Tree, Wei Ruoxi sat alone by the pond, talking to herself. After a long while, Wei Ruoxi stood up, brushed off the dirt on her clothes, and felt much better after sharing her worries with Grandpa Ancient Tree. Then she prepared to go get some vegetables to cook for dinner. Right now, her parents and little Hao no longer eat nutritious steamed buns. They come home every day waiting for Wei Ruoxi to prepare food for them. Just as she was about to take a step forward, she suddenly stopped. What is that? Her foot, which was about to move, suddenly halted. What is that? Wei Ruoxi's eyes caught a small figure that looked very familiar from her past life. It had a light blue shell, 4 pairs of legs, and 2 large claws, crawling sideways. It was a crab, a rather big crab at that. Carefully, Wei Ruoxi used her finger to gently pinch the light blue shell of the crab. She looked at its belly, which was white and oval-shaped. It was a male crab. Wei Ruoxi weighed it in her hand. Wow, it felt like it weighed about 7 or 8 jin. In her past life, Wei Ruoxi often ate crabs when she was young. But those crabs weren't this big. Of course, she didn't buy or steal this crab. There was a very clear, large lake next to the orphanage. When she was little, she often went into the lake with other children from the orphanage to catch small fish, shrimp, and crabs. Since a factory opened next to the orphanage, the clear lake from my childhood has disappeared. In its place is a polluted, foul-smelling pond filled with trash. You can't see small fish or shrimp anymore, not even dead ones. During that time, Wei Ruoxi was very sad for a long while. Unfortunately, she couldn't win against the factory. As long as the factory paid some money to the authorities, they wouldn't care about the pollution. Strangely, how did crabs appear in this pond? Wei Ruoxi looked into the water. The pond wasn't very big, about 100 square meters, with a talking tree in the middle. The bottom was covered with light blue pebbles, and the water was very clear. Upon closer inspection, she saw many crabs at the bottom, quite large ones. Because the crab shells and the pebbles were similar in color, she had never noticed the crabs before, despite coming here many times. If today a crab hadn't crawled out of the pond, she might never have known there were so many crabs. She wasn't sure how the crab got out, as there was a lot of slippery green moss nearby, making it hard for crabs to climb out. Thinking about the crabs she ate in her past life, tender and flavorful, dipped in a small dish of vinegar with thinly sliced ginger, she salivated at the thought. Eating ginger and vinegar together gave it a special taste. She was so hungry, she couldn't help but drool. Tonight, she planned to steam the crabs, as steamed crabs taste the best. Wei Ruashi quickly grabbed a bucket from the kitchen because using a basin to catch crabs was too easy for them to escape. She filled the bucket with a little water so the crabs wouldn't crawl out easily. She also took a net, a piece of wire, and a stick to make a simple crab-catching tool. Then she slipped into her space and went to the pond. She leaned over the edge and started catching crabs. Why catch? Because there were really many crabs in the pond. She wondered why she hadn't noticed before, feeling a bit regretful. Today is a good day, la 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 la. She sang off-key, making up words with la la la, since she couldn't remember the real lyrics while catching crabs. She counted about 20 crabs in the bucket. They were all quite large, each weighing around 3 to 4 pounds. She remembered that in her past life, crabs this big were rare. I'm not sure if it's because the water in the space is particularly good, but these crabs are very large, plump, and have white bellies that stick out. It's obvious that they have a lot of meat and roe. 20 crabs, 5 for each person. With such big ones, that should be enough, right? Wei Ruashi muttered to herself. Forget it, I should catch a few more, or there won't be enough. If they ask me to catch more later, it will be troublesome. Better to get more now. Wei Ruashi decisively caught 10 more crabs. She also grabbed some vegetables. Then she quickly returned to her room. In the bathroom, she took an old toothbrush, then carried the crabs to the kitchen. She poured some white wine into the bucket with the crabs to remove the fishy smell. She gently knocked each crab unconscious and brushed them clean. She counted a total of 30 crabs. They were so big that she arranged them on 3 large plates, cooking them in 3 rounds. She also stir-fried some bok choy, made a tomato soup, steamed rice, and added a small dish of vinegar with some shredded ginger. Everything was ready. Now she just waited for her family to come and eat. Wei's father, mother, and little Hao looked at the 3 large plates of crabs with surprise. Oh my, what is this? Xiaoxi, what is this? Wei's mother asked, voicing everyone's curiosity. Mom, these are crabs. I found them in the pond in the space. I just caught a few to let everyone try something fresh. Crabs? I remember crabs I saw elsewhere weren't this big. Why are these crabs so large? Wei's father also looked surprised. I don't know. Maybe the water in the space is so good that these crabs grow big and fat, Wei Ruashi replied. She knew that in this world, crabs are usually small and have a very low survival rate. Only very powerful and wealthy people could afford to eat such large crabs. Most people probably haven't even seen them. Big sister, I saw crabs in Dr. Chen's lab that were only about half a fist in size. These crabs are a bit too big, Little Hao said, gesturing with his hand. Hee, I found them by accident. I didn't expect there would be crabs in the pond in the space. Come on, Hao, Mom, Dad, sit down and eat. These crabs are really delicious, Wei Ruashi said, having already tasted one after steaming. It tastes even better than the crabs she ate in her past life. Wei Ruashi gave each of the 4 people a small pair of crab scissors and a tiny spoon. Then she showed everyone how to eat. First, cut off the crab's legs. Then, open the shell here and split it into 2 halves. Use the spoon to eat all the crab roe on the shell, then cut away the rest of the contents on the other half, Wei Ruashi demonstrated and explained at the same time. Wow, it tastes so good. Yes, little Shi, this crab is really tender and fresh. Sis, it's so delicious. I want to eat it every day, Xiaohao said with his mouth full of crab roe. No, you can't eat too much of this. It's okay to eat a little sometimes, maybe a few times a month. This crab is very cold, so you shouldn't eat a lot, Wei Ruo she stopped Xiao Hao from dreaming about eating crabs every day. Sis, what if I give this crab to Dr. Chen? Would he go crazy? Last time, he gave Dr. Chen a glass of water his sister had given him. To his surprise, Dr. Chen treasured that water so much that no one else could touch it, and he even slept holding the glass every night. Better not show it to Dr. Chen, or he'll start asking questions again. Ding dong, someone rang the doorbell. Xiao Hao, go open the door and see who's there, Wei's mother said. Okay. Hey, Auntie, why are you here? Mom, it's Annie. Xiao Hao's voice came from the living room. Auntie? Isn't she Mom's sister? Wei Ruo she thought silently. So, Mom has a sister too. Actually, Wei Ruo she didn't know that the world now was a bit different from Earth 1,000 years ago regarding family planning. 1,000 years ago in China, families were only allowed to have one child. But after the Interstellar War, Earth's population greatly decreased. Now, the whole world encourages having more children. Xiaomei, why are you here? Wei Ruoxi's aunt was named Chi Xiaomei. Wei's dad and mom got up to greet Chi Xiaomei in the living room, and Wei Ruoxi followed behind them. She was quite curious. In her past life, she had no relatives. Now, she had a dad, mom, a little brother, and an aunt. She wondered if she had any uncles or other relatives too. Big sister, I came to see little Shi. I know she was hurt. I was busy a few days ago, so I only came today. Standing at the door of the living room is a woman about 30 years old, who looks somewhat like Wei's mother. She appears gentle and kind, giving a warm feeling. Little Shi, are you okay now? The woman immediately smiles and asks when she sees little Shi. Wei Ruo she feels a bit confused. She isn't really Wei Ruo she anymore. Seeing this gentle woman smiling at her, she doesn't know how to answer. Xiaomei, little Shi has forgotten many things. When she just woke up, she didn't recognize us at all. Wei's mother explains to help her. Little Shi, call her auntie. This is your auntie. When you were little, she often held you. Auntie, Wei Ruo she obediently calls out. Poor little Shi. Chi Xiaomei immediately looks pained when she hears that Wei Ruo she doesn't remember anything. She hugs Wei Ruo she tightly. That darn Yan Bin, how could he bully my little Shi like this? I curse him to be hit by a car when he goes out. Her face shows anger and resentment. Wei Ruo she looks embarrassed. She thought this auntie wouldn't be like her mother, gentle and elegant. But instead, she quickly reveals her true, fiery personality. All her grace and gentleness disappear when she speaks, replaced by a fierce look. Little Shi, does your head still hurt? Chi Xiaomei gently touches Wei Ruo she's head. Thank you for your concern, auntie. I'm fine now, Wei Ruo she replies politely. Good, good. I'm so worried these days. Now that I see you're okay, I can rest easy. Chi Xiaomei pauses and then says, Little Shi, listen to Annie. There are many good people out there. Don't hang on to one person who isn't right for you. The one person refers to Yan Bin. Auntie, I understand. I don't remember Yan Bin anymore. How could I still like him? Wei Ruo she responds. Really? That's good. One day, Auntie will introduce someone better for you. Someone 100 times better than Yan Bin. Chi Xiaomei promises. Wei Ruo she remains silent. What are you all doing in the living room? Come on, let's go eat. Xiaomei, haven't you eaten yet? Wei's father steps in to help. Xiaomei, come try the dishes Xiao she made. It smells so good. I could smell it as soon as I entered. Chi Xiaomei says casually and confidently as she walks into the dining room.
Wow, what is this?
Why is there such a big crab? Chi Xiaomei exclaims in surprise, pointing at the crab on the table. Haha, we were all so scared when we first arrived. This crab was raised by Xiao Shi herself, Dad Wei said, not revealing that Xiao Shi has space abilities. Xiao Shi is really amazing to raise such a big crab, Chi Xiaomei praised. The crabs I usually eat are much smaller than this. Chi Xiaomei married a very rich man who treats her very well. Wei Ruo she went to the kitchen again to get more bowls, chopsticks, small scissors, and tiny spoons for eating crab. Wow, Xiao Shi, not only is this crab big, but it also tastes very fresh, Chi Xiaomei said without hesitation, already eating one crab. If it's delicious, eat more. Xiao Shi has more at home. Later, you can take some back for Yan Yi and Xiao Xian, Mom Wei said. Yan Yi is Chi Xiaomei's husband, and Xiao Xian is her 8-year-old daughter. Hee, if my sister says so, I won't be polite later, Chi Xiaomei said, knowing that these crabs are rare and valuable. Even her wealthy husband might not be able to buy them. She wouldn't ask Xiao Shi how she raised the crabs, as everyone has their secrets. As long as there's food, that's enough. I'm eating 2 more. The taste is just too good. Xiaomei, try these vegetables. Xiao Shi also grew them. Mom Wei added some vegetables to Chi Xiaomei's bowl. Chi Xiaomei took a bite and exclaimed, the flavor of these vegetables is different from what I used to eat. They taste 100 times better. Xiao Shi grew these too. Xiao Shi, go to the inner room and get some vegetables and crabs for your aunt. Later, let her take some home. Okay, got it. Xiao Rua, she knew her mom wanted her to go inside, so she could enter her space and catch more crabs. Xiao Rua, she caught about 30 crabs from the pond and brought back many different vegetables. She didn't dare to delay too long. After catching the crabs, she quickly left. Back in the dining room, her parents and aunt were happily chatting. Xiaomei, Xiao Xian, why didn't you come back? She went to another area with her dad. She won't be back for a few days. By the way, sister, you and brother-in-law work in the military repair department, so your family is quite well off. Why don't you consider moving to the civilized district? The civilian area is very chaotic now. Xiaomei, you know I and your brother-in-law don't care about these things. Living here is quite good. Sis, why don't you move next to us? We have an empty house that we aren't using. Yanlian often runs around everywhere, so it's just me and Xiaoxin at home. If you live nearby, I won't be so bored every day. Xiaomei, you don't need to persuade me. I really don't want to live there. You know, your sister and brother-in-law prefer a simple life. That's fine with me. All right, sis, I understand. Wairoxi glared fiercely at Wei Hao. That annoying little kid said the family was struggling? But from what she heard her mom and aunt chatting about, that wasn't true at all. This little kid actually dared to lie to her. Wei Hao felt a bit uncomfortable under Wairoxi's stare. Cough, he didn't mean to lie. It was just that his sister was so silly. She refused good opportunities to earn money every month. After dinner, the family and Chi Xiaomei sat around chatting about trivial things. They talked about helping Xiaoxi find a boyfriend, how delicious crabs are, and other such topics. Wairoxi listened to the conversation, yawning non-stop. She greeted her dad, mom, and aunt, told them that the crabs and vegetables prepared for her aunt were in the kitchen, and then went back to her room to sleep. As she drifted into sleep, she seemed to hear Wei Hao snoring and the voices of her dad and mom. In her dad and mom's room. Xiaomin, I want to talk to you about something. Her dad sat on the bed, looking at her mom, seeming a bit hesitant to speak. What is it? Xiaomin, in a few days it will be Dad's birthday. I want to. Her dad's words were interrupted by her mom. Don't even think about it. You know how your dad, mom, and your older sister treated us back then. Xiaomin, the past is the past. Now it's Dad's birthday. We are his son and daughter-in-law, so we should go and see him. Her dad pushed himself to turn away from her mom, ignoring her. Wei Liangqing, do you really not remember how your family treated us? Her mom turned around, eyes fixed on her dad. Xiaomin, I haven't forgotten. But so many years have passed. Liangqing, actually, I don't blame your parents for treating us badly. I blame them for how they treated Xiao Shi. Have you forgotten how they treated Xiao Shi? Xiaomin, of course I haven't forgotten, but it's Dad's birthday. Liangqing, don't talk to me about this. I can't forgive them when I think about how they treated Xiao Shi. So if you're going, go alone. Xiao Shi, Xiao Hao, and I won't go. Momo looked determined. Just thinking about how harsh they were to such a little girl made her hate them. Content not available. Content not available. Why do you always stand there waiting to be bullied when I see you? Still that cold, somewhat deep voice. Wei Rua, she immediately blushed, feeling so embarrassed. Why does he always see her like this? Thank you, she whispered, her voice barely audible. No need to thank me. Mo Yen turned to look at the woman who was about to hit someone. You, get out of here. Wei Laning glared hatefully at the handsome man in front of her, then turned to Wei Ruashi. Shameless. A few days ago, you were flirting with Yan Bin, and now you're in another man's arms. Wei Ruo, she was speechless. When did she flirt with Yan Bin? When did she fall into another man's arms? That woman was truly an extraordinary troublemaker. Wei Laning saw Mo Yan's cold gaze sweep over her and dared not say more. She quickly walked into the duo Ju Pavilion. Thank you, Wei Ruo, she said once more. Mo Yan ignored her, just glanced at her again, then turned and left. Wei Ruo, she seemed used to his silence. Watching him walk away, she felt she had no mood left. She also prepared to go home and look up information about mental power online. Hey, waiter, I want to see your boss. Wei Laning entered the duo Ju Pavilion directly to state her purpose, planning to book a banquet. Okay, please wait a moment, the waiter said before turning to find the owner. Li Duohai looked at the overweight woman with some disgust. He had just seen what happened outside. He had planned to help Wei Ruoxi, but when he saw the cold, handsome man help her, he decided not to go out. Hello, what can I do for you? Li Duohai asked impatiently. Are you the owner here? Wei Laning asked arrogantly, as if she was doing the restaurant a big favor by dining there. Li Duohai held back his urge to scold her and replied, Yes, I am the owner. May I ask what you need? In a few days, it's my father's birthday. I want to book a banquet at your hotel. The Wei family isn't very powerful, but they are an old family that has existed for hundreds of years. They have some business and are not short of money. Sorry, we do not accept reservations for banquets, Li Duohai said coldly. Even if he hadn't seen how difficult the woman was being to Wei Ruoxi earlier, he wouldn't let her book a banquet here. Her tone was too arrogant, as if she was better than everyone else. What did you say? Wei Laning suddenly raised her voice, and some diners looked over. Are you afraid I can't pay? I'm not like some beggar outside who only dares to peek in but can't afford to eat here. Beggar? Li Duohai wondered. When did there become a beggar outside the Duo Hui restaurant? Seeing that the owner seemed interested in her story, Wei Laning quickly added, Yes, there was a woman outside who couldn't afford the food here and was peeking in. In the end, she even tried to flirt with a man. A woman? Flirting with a man? Li Duohai's eyes widened. Darn, could the beggar she mentioned be Wei Ruoxi? Get out. We don't welcome you to eat here. You can leave. What are you saying? Wei Laning almost couldn't speak properly. The owner was telling her to leave? I said, you can leave. We don't welcome you here. Please don't come back. You. Wei Laning stood there, unable to speak for a long time. She didn't understand why she was being asked to leave. Li Duohai said again, You. Hurry up and leave. If you don't go, I will call security to escort you out. Wei Laning stomped her foot, and the white powder on her face started to fall off again. You think you're the only hotel? I'll go to another one. Just like that little brat, you're all full of yourself. Hearing this, Li Duohai got angry. Security. Seeing Li Duohai call security, Wei Laning hurriedly left, spitting on the ground as she walked out. Wei Ruo, she went straight to the study after returning home, planning to look up information about mental powers online. She also felt that her mental abilities seemed a bit strange. For example, every night, she only heard the sound of Wei House snoring and her parents talking. Moreover, Mo Yan had said her mental strength was different from others. So, she wanted to find out what was really going on. She turned on the computer. Nowadays, most computers looked like laptops, with no more desktop models. They also had touch screens and common smart programs. Search for information about mental powers. Wei Ruo, she said. She spoke clearly, without hesitation. Hello, a total of 23,544 messages found, the smart computer replied. The screen displayed messages and news related to mental powers. Would you like to read them all? The things from 1,000 years in the future were indeed very advanced and powerful. Just by speaking, the computer could serve her. No need to read everything. Help me find out when mental powers first appeared. Search complete. One relevant piece of information found. Starting to read, the computer said. Usually, if only one piece of matching information was found, it would read it aloud. Mental powers first appeared in the year 2020. A woman named Bai Anshan discovered them. During a fire, Bai Anshan's daughter, who was less than a year old, was trapped in a house on the 5th floor. Out of concern for her daughter's safety, Bai Anshan activated her brain's mental powers. As a result, she used her mental power to move her daughter from the fifth-floor house to the ground outside. Moving objects with mental power is a level 10 mental ability. Since then, humans with abnormal mental powers have been gradually discovered. In 2020, she remembers that when she traveled here, it was 2010, which means that in 10 years, people would start discovering mental powers. However, this news is too vague and not very useful to her. Find out what features or traits are associated with mental powers from level 1 to 10. Search complete. Found relevant information. Levels 1 to 5 of mental power are characterized by a wider and brighter field of vision. The sixth sense is enhanced. Writing a new book is very difficult. Many parts are poorly thought out, and the language is not smooth. Every day, she writes for a while and then stops to think for a long time. Usually, she writes for a few minutes and then pauses for 10 or more minutes. So, her update speed is very slow. Still, she hopes for more clicks, recommendations, and favorites. Content not available. Content not available. Content not available. Content not available. Also, don't worry about the monsters behind you. All you need to do now is stay calm, relax your mind, close your eyes, and walk forward. Wei Ruoshi had never heard Mo Yen speak so much at once. She also felt that Mo Yen seemed a bit anxious. Following Mo Yan's instructions, Wei Ruoshi took a deep breath, then slowly calmed her mind. She closed her eyes and started walking forward. After a few steps, she felt the air around her was no longer so strange and quiet. She opened her eyes and saw that she had already left North Street. Looking into North Street, apart from the unfinished buildings, she saw nothing else. She wondered how Mo Yen was doing, because she was worried that Mo Yen might not be able to handle so many monsters. Wei Ruoshi decided to stay at the North Street exit, waiting to see if she could meet Mo Yen. About 10 minutes passed, and Wei Ruoshi grew anxious, worried that something might have happened to Mo Yen. Just as she was about to give up, she quickly covered her mouth with her hand. Phew, 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 what am I thinking? Mo Yen definitely isn't in trouble, she muttered to herself. Suddenly, a cold, distant voice sounded beside her ear. So, you really think something happened to me? It was Mo Yan's voice. Wei Ruoshi turned around happily and asked, Mo Yen, are you okay? She then walked around him twice and noticed a claw mark on his back. His black shirt was torn, revealing his bronze-colored skin, which also had a clear scratch. How did you get hurt? Are you all right? Wei Ruoshi frowned, feeling a bit stuffy in her chest. She wasn't sure if it was because she saw Mo Yen injured. Mo Yen only snorted coldly. If it weren't for this woman, he wouldn't be hurt. He didn't expect her to be so foolish. He thought she had left, but she came back. That's why he was talking to her with his mental power while also dealing with a monster, which caused his injury. Wei Ruoshi didn't seem afraid of his cold, icy aura anymore. She tugged on Mo Yan's sleeve and asked, Should we go to the hospital? This looks like a monster scratch. Could it get infected? Mo Yan looked at Wei Ruoshi coldly. No need. She was still worried about his injury and didn't notice his increasingly cold gaze. Really, you don't need to go? Maybe I can help bandage it. She looked at his bleeding back. I said no. And don't follow me anymore. Mo Yen replied coldly. He really disliked foolish women. Wei Ruoshi then realized she had been walking with Mo Yen for a long time without noticing. Well, I won't follow you. You should clean the wound on your back with iodine when you get home, or it might get infected. Mo Yen didn't even turn his head and simply left, leaving Wei Ruoshi behind. Recently, Wei Ruoshi had nothing to do. The vegetables at the Ju Pavilion still had plenty, so she didn't need to plant more. She planned to wait until her grandfather's birthday celebration was over before planting again. But in her free time, she liked to go into Mo Yan's space because she always felt the air inside was much more comfortable than outside. Being there made her feel less upset. Now, Wei Ruoshi was lying inside Mo Yan's space, resting on a black blanket she found somewhere. She was lying under a blooming peach tree, comfortably dozing off. The peach tree that is blooming now was planted by Wei Ruashi a few days ago. Unexpectedly, it has already started to flower, and it seems it won't be long before it bears fruit. Wei Ruashi is lying on a blanket, smelling the fragrant peony flowers nearby and looking at the blooming peach blossoms above her. She feels her mind becoming very sleepy. Little She is Mo Yan's gentle voice. It is so soft and tender. Wei Ruashi immediately turns her head when she hears the voice and sees Mo Yan smiling kindly at her. His lips curve into a beautiful smile. When he smiles, Mo Yan looks even more like an angel than Yan Bin. Wei Ruashi is stunned by his appearance. This is the kind of look she likes, gentle, elegant, and handsome. Not like the old Mo Yan who always had a stern face.
Montag Yan, Wei Ruoxi response.
Seeing his gentle expression, her heart beats faster and faster. Little She, are the vegetables and rice from Ju Pavilion provided by you? Mo Yan asks softly. Wei Ruashi, dazzled by his beauty, just nods without thinking, as if she forgets his question. Suddenly, the scene changes. Yan Bin's face becomes fierce as he looks at Wei Ruashi. Wei Ruashi, admit it. Are the vegetables in Ju Pavilion provided by you? Wei Ruashi is stunned. Why does gentle Mo Yan suddenly turn into fierce Yan Bin? She stares blankly at Yan Bin, who suddenly grabs her neck. Cough, let go, Wei Ruashi cries out in surprise. Quick, tell me. Are the vegetables from Ju Pavilion provided by you? Yan Bin's expression becomes more menacing. Let go. You crazy person. Wei Ruashi struggles to pry Yan Bin's hands from her neck. Suddenly, Yan Bin transforms into her aunt, who once mocked her outside Ju Pavilion. Her aunt is grabbing her with both hands, shouting, Ugly girl, I told you I was full-figured, I told you I was fat. Wei Ruashi wakes up suddenly, terrified. It was just another nightmare. She touches her neck, which still feels sore from the dream. She feels strange. This dream seemed so real. Even the sensation of being choked felt very real. How real? Wei Ruashi touches her neck and realizes it actually hurts. Pain? She is stunned. Why does it hurt? Wei Ruashi got up without even folding the blanket and went straight back to her room. She then found a small mirror. She was stunned to see a purple bruise around her neck in the mirror. How could there be a bruise? Wei Ruashi was a bit confused. She thought the mark must have been caused while she was sleeping in the space earlier because she didn't see it when she took a shower in the morning. How could she have a mark after sleeping in the space? Could it really be that she was pinched in her dream? But that sounds unlikely. Wei Ruashi didn't believe she could get a mark from a dream. The only possibility was that she was pinched while sleeping in the space. However, she couldn't understand how the mark appeared, since only she could enter the space, and Grandpa Gu Shu was unlikely to be there because he hadn't woken up yet. Grandpa Gu Shu hadn't woken up, so she was alone in the space. Wei Ruashi couldn't figure out where the bruise came from. She checked the time and then went back into the space. She lay on the black blanket, looking at the peach blossoms above her. She felt confused. Could it be the peach tree above her head? It can't be the peach tree. I'm overthinking, Wei Ruashi said to herself. Lying there, she didn't dare to sleep again, afraid of having another nightmare. She just kept her eyes open, staring at the peach tree above her, lost in thought about the woman she met a few days ago outside the Ju Pavilion, who claimed to be her aunt. She found it strange that her aunt seemed to dislike her very much. She decided to wait until her mother came back to ask her about it. After dinner at night, Wei Ruashi's father and Xiao Hao were watching TV in the living room. Wei Ruashi's mother was washing dishes in the kitchen. Wei Ruashi quickly went to the kitchen to help her mother wash dishes and to find out more about her family's situation. Mom, I'll do it, Wei Ruashi said happily as she entered the kitchen. Her mother looked at her and asked, Is there something you want to tell me? You usually don't come into the kitchen after dinner.
Come on, what is it?
Only Ruashi hugged her mother's arm and smiled, saying, Mom, you're so clever. You always know what I'm thinking. You're amazing, Mom. Stop smiling so much and tell me quickly what's the matter. Her mother already guessed what Ruashi was about to ask. Although Ruashi doesn't remember these things now, she will find out about the past eventually. Mom, a few days ago I met a woman. She said she was my aunt. Ruashi hesitated, unsure whether to tell her mother that her aunt had slapped her, and she had slapped her back. Her mother looked a bit surprised. You met her? Did she cause you trouble? Her mother was worried her daughter might have been bullied again, like before. The woman hit her, and she hit back. Does that count as trouble? No. She just said a lot of strange things. Ruashi decided not to tell her mother about being slapped. She had already hit back anyway. Her mother nodded. So, you want to ask about Dad's family, right? Yes, Mom. I want to know about what happened with my aunt and the others before. Please tell me. Her mother wiped the soap off her hands and looked at Ruashi carefully. Are you sure you want to know about the past? If you find out, you might not want to go to Grandpa's house to celebrate his birthday with your father. Mom, please tell me. I want to know. Ruashi thought about how she had trembled uncontrollably when she saw her aunt that day. She didn't like that feeling. Maybe understanding the reason behind it would help her understand why she was so scared that day. All right, I will tell you about the past. But whether you go to Grandpa's house or not is your choice. 18 years ago, the Wei family was already a small clan. Because of their ancient traditions, they hadn't been swallowed by larger families. However, even though they weren't taken over, they were pressured by other smaller clans. To grow stronger and avoid being bullied, the best way was through marriage alliances. At that time, the head of the Wei family was Wei Mingxiang, Ruashi's grandfather. His wife had died of an illness a few years earlier, before Ruashi was born. At that time, Mengxing wanted Wei Ruashi's father, Wei Liangcheng, to marry into another small family. However, Wei Liangcheng was already with Wei Ruashi's mother, Chi Xia, and refused to marry anyone else. Instead, Mengxing arranged for her daughter, Wei Laning, to marry into that family, and Wei Liangcheng married Chi Xia. If both families had been happy together, there probably wouldn't have been so many problems later. Wei Laning married a man from the Qian family, named Qian Wenyang. He was unfaithful and liked to gamble. Wei Laning often couldn't see her husband or would ask him for money when he came home. She didn't want to give him money, so he would sometimes hit her. As a result, Wei Laning and Qian Wenyang argued or fought every day. Within 2 years, Qian Wenyang spent all the family's money, and they divorced. After the divorce, Wei Laning returned to the Wei family. Even Mengxing didn't expect Qian Wenyang to be like that, so she didn't say much when her daughter came home. When Wei Laning returned, she saw her younger brother and sister-in-law happy. Thinking about her own sad marriage, she started to resent Chi Xia. She believed that if it weren't for Chi Xia, her brother would have married the daughter of the Qian family, and she wouldn't have married someone like Qian Wenyang, ending up homeless. Because she hated Chi Xia, she also hated her daughter, Wei Ruashi. At that time, Wei Ruashi was only 1 year old and couldn't speak yet. At first, Wei Laning didn't do much, just showed a cold attitude whenever she saw Chi Xia and Wei Ruashi. Mengxing chose to ignore their conflicts, as she loved her youngest son most and didn't interfere in the fights between the older siblings. As Wei Ruashi turned 3 and Wei Hao turned 1, their parents, busy with work, didn't have much time to care for them. So, 3-year-old Wei Ruashi often looked after her 1-year-old brother. The Wei family wasn't a big family, so they didn't hire a nanny, only a part-time cleaner. Usually, Wei's mother and father relied on Mengxing to take care of Wei Ruashi and Wei Hao. Wei's mother, knowing that Wei Laning didn't like her, didn't ask her to help with the children. But only Mom never expected that Wei Laning would actually mistreat her own child, and her father-in-law just turned a blind eye. 3-year-old Wei Ruashi looked at her grandfather playing mahjong. Grandpa, Xiaohao needs to drink milk now. Wei Mengxing waved her hand. Don't bother me. Go find your aunt. It's burnt. It's burnt. Hurry. Give me the money. Little Wei Ruashi looked at her grandfather, knowing he couldn't be disturbed while playing cards. But she was afraid to find her aunt because every time her aunt saw her, she would roll her eyes, and sometimes she would secretly pinch her, which hurt. So, she didn't dare ask her aunt for help. Grandpa, Xiaohao is crying. It's time for Xiaohao to drink milk. Wei Ruashi took a few steps forward and tugged at her grandfather's sleeve. Originally, The cleaning lady would be here at this time every day to do the chores, and Wei Ruo she would ask her to prepare Xiao Hao's milk. But today, the cleaning lady had to take leave, so she had to ask her grandfather for help. Wei Mengxing was busy playing and didn't care whether her grandson had milk or not. When she saw her granddaughter bothering her, she pushed her away. Go away, find your aunt. Don't bother me. 3-year-old Wei Ruo she couldn't handle her grandmother's strength and sat down hard on the ground. Grandpa, it hurts. Boo-hoo, she slowly got up, rubbing her sore little bottom. Go away, stop crying here. You're so annoying. Wei Mengxing glared harshly at her young granddaughter. If you cry, I'll throw you and Xiao Hao out. Wei Ruo she quickly covered her mouth after hearing her grandmother's words, only daring to shed tears silently. She wasn't afraid her grandmother would throw her out, but she was worried she would throw Xiao Hao out. Wei Ruo she knew her grandfather probably wouldn't care about them, but Xiao Hao was crying because he was hungry.
She didn't know what to do.
She didn't know how to prepare the milk powder, and the hot water was too high for her to reach. It seemed she had to find her aunt, but she was really afraid her aunt would pinch her. Sometimes she would get red marks from being pinched, and she didn't dare tell her mother. Because Auntie said that if she told others, she would throw Xiao Hao out. So she didn't dare tell anyone. Wei Ruo she came to her aunt's door and gently knocked. Who's there? Wei Lanying's voice came from inside. Auntie, it's me. I am Xiao Shi. Wei Ruo she shyly stood at the door, not daring to make a sound. Suddenly, the door was swung open. Wei Lanning looked at Wei Ruo she standing there and said coldly, You little girl, what do you want from me? Wei Ruo she looked at her nervously and said, Auntie, Xiao Hao wants to drink milk. None of my business.
Go find your grandpa. Seeing you annoys me.
Just go away. Grandpa is playing cards. I came to find you, Wei Ruo she whispered. Wei Lanning snorted and said, Go get the milk powder. I'll help you mix the right amount. You just add hot water, and that's it. Don't bother me anymore. In the future, milk powder needs to be mixed with a special nutrient before adding hot water. Wei Lanning wouldn't care if Wei Ruo she had enough hot water on the table, nor would she worry if the 3-year-old might get scalded. If she got scalded, that would be good. Wei Lanning secretly cursed in her heart. The small Wei Ruo she hesitated. She couldn't reach the hot water. What should she do? She looked up at her aunt again and said, Auntie, What are you saying? Hurry up and get the milk powder. You're just annoying me, Wei Lanning snapped. Wei Ruo she bit her lip and then turned around to get Xiao Hao's bottle and milk powder. Auntie, the milk powder. Wei Ruo she handed the bottle and powder to Wei Lanning. Wei Lanning glanced at her with a sneer. Clumsy. Wei Lanning took the prepared milk bottle back and said, Don't bother me again. Then she slammed the door shut. Wei Ruo she looked at the milk bottle and the hot water on the table. She couldn't reach it, but her grandpa and aunt wouldn't help her anymore. Wei Ruo she moved a small stool from the living room, stepped on it, and tremblingly held the hot water bottle, clumsily opening the lid to pour water into the bottle. Wei Ruo she, a surprised voice called from behind her. Wei Ruo she felt her hand slip, and the hot water bottle fell to the ground, smashing into her leg. The hot water inside spilled all over her leg. Suddenly, I slipped and fell off the stool. Wei Ruo she felt a sharp pain in her calf. Mom, it hurts. It hurts so much. Boo-hoo, she cried painfully. Wei Lanning looked coldly at Wei Ruo she, who was curled up on the ground, clutching her leg and crying loudly. Humph, you're so silly. I called you, and you panicked. Wei Mingxiang heard the noise and hurried upstairs. She saw her granddaughter lying on the floor and asked with a frown, Lanning, what happened? She was being careless and fell while pouring water. Wei Mingxiang slapped Wei Lanying's face and said coldly, She's only 3 years old. You let her pour hot water by herself? Hurry up and take her to the hospital. Why are you just standing here? Although Wei Mingxiang didn't like this granddaughter, she was still her son's daughter. Wei Lanning covered her face, looking shocked. Dad, are you mad at me because of this troublemaker? What troublemaker? No matter how much you dislike your brother and Xiao Min, Xiao Shi is your niece. If you hadn't shouted Wei Ruo she suddenly, would she have fallen? Would she have spilled water on her leg? Humph. Don't think I didn't hear you scream her name earlier. That's why this happened. Wei Mingxiang looked at her daughter with anger. Hurry, and take Xiaoxi to the hospital. No, it was her own fault. It has nothing to do with me. If you want to go, go yourself. Wei Laning glared bitterly at Wei Ruoxi, who was crying miserably on the ground. Wei Mingxiang glared at her daughter angrily, then quickly picked up her granddaughter and rushed to the hospital. Dad, I asked you to take care of Xiaoxi and Xiaohao. How did this happen? Chi Xiaoman asked Wei Mingxiang anxiously. She didn't expect such an accident so soon after starting work. Xiaoxi was usually very well behaved and wouldn't touch the hot water bottle without reason. Wei Mingxiang snorted coldly. She's your daughter. You didn't watch her properly and now you're blaming me? Why should I help take care of your daughter? Wei Liangqing looked at his daughter, lying on the hospital bed, then at his wife and father. He said, Dad, Xiaoman didn't mean that. She's just worried about Xiaoxi. But why did Xiaoxi get burned by hot water? Only Liangqing looked at his daughter, lying on the hospital bed with deep sadness and worry. I don't know why she got burned. She was just being naughty and touched the hot water bottle, said Wei Mingxing, feeling a bit guilty. Chi Xiaoman explained, Dad, Xiaoxi is usually very good. She wouldn't touch the hot water bottle without a reason. What do you mean? Are you saying I caused Xiaoxi to get burned? P.S. I wonder if anyone will say that the author made the family members look too bad. But every family has its problems. Even now, society is like that, brothers and sisters fighting over property and other things. Haha. Grape still remembers when she was very young, her grandfather slapped her. It was definitely not her fault. She also remembers her grandfather refusing to give her and her brother any of the spoiled food. Do you mean to say I caused Xiaoxi to get burned? Dad, Xiaoman didn't mean that. She just wants to ask why Xiaoxi got burned, Liangqing explained for his wife. Xiaoxi is very obedient. She wouldn't touch the hot water bottle without a reason. She was just clumsy and wanted to help Xiaohao prepare milk, so she got burned, Wei Mingxing said, seeming unable to hide the truth about Xiaoxi's burn. However, he didn't want to mention that it was because of Wei Laning, since she was his daughter. Dad, Xiaoxi is only 3 years old. How could you let her prepare milk for Xiaohao herself? You, Liangqing said, feeling a bit upset that his father blamed Xiaoxi for getting burned. What did I do? It's your fault. How can I take care of 2 children alone? I can't handle it, Wei Mingxing said angrily. Forget it, Liangqing. Don't blame me. If I hadn't gone to work, this wouldn't have happened to Xiaoxi. She's such a good girl, Chi Xiaoman said softly, tears welling up in her eyes. The child was her precious one. Seeing her daughter burned like this, her heart was full of pain. Dad, thank you for taking Xiaoxi to the hospital. You should go home and rest first, Chi Xiaoman said softly, with a slightly cold tone. She then turned to her husband and said, Liangqing, you should go check on Xiaohao. I'm worried about him being alone at home. But Xiaoxi and I will be fine here. Liangqing looked at his wife and daughter with concern and nodded. Okay, I'll go with Dad first. You also need to rest well. As Wei Mingxing and Wei Liangqing left the hospital room, Chi Xiaoman sighed deeply. She felt torn. Her daughter was her priority, but her work was just starting to improve. She wanted to give up her job to care for her children, but she didn't know what to do. Looking at her daughter lying on the hospital bed, she felt like a failure as a mother. She held her daughter's small hand and felt a deep sense of guilt.
Xiao I'm sorry.
It's all my fault that you're here. I'm so sorry. Wei Ruoxi was in the kitchen, listening to her mother talk about the past. But her mind kept flashing with many images, her grandfather's anger, her aunt's cold stare, her father's worry, and her mother holding her hand at the bedside, whispering apologies to her when she was only 3 years old. Everything felt so clear. Wei Ruoxi's ears faintly caught her mother's voice, and more images kept surfacing in her mind. Wei Ruoxi was 4 years old. Her mother, worried about her getting burned, used her salary to hire a nanny to take care of her and Xiaohao. The nanny was a kind-looking woman around 50, named Lan. Usually, Wei's parents called her Aunt Lan, but Xiaoxi called her Grandma Lan. Xiaoxi watched Xiaohao for a bit. Grandma is going to make some food. Let him walk slowly, Aunt Lan said happily. She loved these adorable siblings. Xiao had just learned to walk and didn't like being carried. He often fell and stumbled on the ground. She carefully followed her brother, worried he might fall and hurt himself.
Okay, cỡ đang ma lan.
I'll watch Xiao carefully, She replied obediently. Watching Grandma Lan disappear around the corner, Wei Ruoxi carefully held Xiao's hand, worried he might fall. Wei Ruoxi walked slowly with Xiao, focusing on the path beneath her feet. She didn't see what was ahead, and suddenly bumped into something hard. She looked up and saw a pale-faced Wei Lanning standing in front of her. Wei Ruoxi felt a shiver run through her and tightened her grip on Xiao's hand. Big sister, it hurts, said the 2-year-old Xiao, confused about why his sister was holding his hand so tightly. Hearing Xiao cry out in pain, Wei Ruoxi quickly loosened her grip.
Auntie, I'm sorry.
I didn't mean to bump into you. She was increasingly afraid of her aunt. After the hot water incident last time, she tried to avoid her. Today, she saw her aunt leave the house and took Xiao to the hall to play. Now she was back so soon and she had accidentally bumped into her.
Wei Lan Jing so not gonly.
Clumsy hands and feet. Why don't you just go away? I'm sorry, Auntie. Wei Ruoxi's voice was trembling with tears. She was too young to understand why her aunt, who was family, hated her so much. Move aside. Wei Lanning kicked Wei Ruoxi hard. Wei Ruoxi lost her balance and fell to the ground, scraping her palm and bleeding slightly. Wei Ruoxi pressed her lips tightly, afraid to cry out loud. Her hand was burning with pain. Before leaving, Wei Lanning shot a harsh look at Wei Ruoxi and Xiao. Xiao stared blankly at the woman walking away, too young to understand why she kicked his sister. His clear eyes showed confusion. Aunt Lan came out and saw Wei Ruoxi sitting on the ground with tears on her face, while Xiao looked confused. What's wrong? What happened? Aunt Lan hurried over to help Wei Ruoxi up. Grandma Lan, boo-hoo, it hurts so much. What happened? I was only gone a little while and you fell? Are you okay? Come on. I'll get some medicine for you. Next to them, Xiao suddenly tugged at Grandma Lan's sleeve. Grandma, he said, though his pronunciation was a bit unclear. Auntie. Kicked sister. Xiao hesitated as he described what he saw, calling it bad. Aunt Lan frowned. She knew that her eldest daughter didn't like Xiaoxi and Xiao, so she always avoided bringing them in front of her. Sigh. She didn't expect that just a little while after leaving, something would happen. Xiaoxi, let's go. I'll help you put on medicine, Aunt Lan said, pulling the crying Xiaoxi while holding Xiao in her arms. She wasn't sure if she should tell her boss, Chi Xia. After thinking for a moment, she decided not to, since it was someone else's family matter. As an outsider, it wouldn't be good to interfere. She would just pay more attention in the future. That evening, Chi Xia came home and saw his daughter and son sitting in his room, looking unhappy. Xiaoxi, Xiao, Mom is back, Chi Xia said, picking up Wei Hao and holding Wei Ruoxi's hand. Thank you very much to Lan Bingru Shui for the reward. Grape will keep trying hard. Content not available. Content not available. Perhaps because she fainted yesterday, Wei Ruoxi slept until noon. If her mom hadn't called her to eat, she might have slept longer. She slowly got up from bed, feeling a bit dizzy. Since fainting yesterday, she hadn't felt well and was very tired. Xiaoxi, how are you? Does your head still hurt? Wei's mom asked worriedly, noticing her daughter's unwell appearance.
Mom, I'm fine.
I think I just slept too long, so I feel dizzy. It will pass soon, don't worry, Wei Ruoxi said, rubbing her still woozy head. She looked around the room strangely. Mom, why aren't Xiao and Dad home? Usually, her dad and Xiao wouldn't miss meals. It was strange that they weren't here today. In a few days, your grandpa's birthday is coming. Your dad and your brother went to pick out a birthday gift, Wei's mom said as she set the bowls and chopsticks, inviting Wei Ruoxi to sit and eat. Wei sat on the bench, casually picking a piece of green vegetable, seeming to think of something. Mom sat down across from Wei and noticed her distracted look. She asked, "What's wrong, little she? Are you not really eager to go to Grandpa's house?" Wei snapped back to her senses and said, "Oh, it's not because of that. I was just thinking about what to give Grandpa. Little Chi asked uncertainly, Mom, do you really not mind what happened before? Have you truly forgiven Grandpa and Aunt? Weru thought for a moment and replied, Mom, what happened before has nothing to do with Grandpa. He was just watching silently and didn't do anything to me. As for Aunt, I don't know if she will cause me trouble again. If she acts the same as before, I definitely won't forgive her. She added in her heart, even if she stops bothering me, I will find a way to give her a little lesson. Mom seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and said, Little Chi, do you know? Mom is really worried you will keep resenting Wei Laning. Before you lost your memory, you hated Wei Laning so much that you became withdrawn and refused to make friends, and you never talked to Dad and Mom voluntarily. I actually don't want you to hate Wei Laning, because hating someone can also hurt yourself. Seeing you like this now, Mom is really happy. Weru gave her mom a reassuring smile and said, Mom, don't worry.
Those are all in the past now.
As for Aunt now, I just see her as a stranger. It turned out that Weru's hatred for Wei Laning in the past was so obvious that even her mom could see it. Mom smiled softly and said, When I left, didn't I have a fight with your aunt? I beat her until she looked like a pig's head. Naturally, all my anger was gone. Thinking of how awkward Wei Laning looked then, Mom felt very happy. Weru also chuckled, recalling how she saw her aunt looking very embarrassed when she left. It seems that Wei Laning has been somewhat afraid of her mother ever since then. Otherwise, with her personality, she would definitely have come to cause trouble. Eat quickly, eat more. You're so thin you almost look like a monkey, Wei's mother said as she hurriedly scooped vegetables onto Wei Ruoxi's plate. Wow, Wei's mother, how can you say your daughter looks like a monkey? The two of them finished their lunch slowly. Wei Ruoxi also helped her mother wash the dishes. Meanwhile, Wei's father and Xiaohao hadn't come back yet, and no one knew what gifts they bought. They had been gone for so long. Xiaoxi, does your head still hurt? Maybe you should rest a bit more. I'll wait here alone until they come back. When Dad and Xiaohao return, I'll call you, okay? Wei's mother looked at Wei Ruoxi, who was lying on the sofa looking uncomfortable, with concern. Yes, okay, Mom. I'll rest for a while. When Dad and Xiaohao come back, you must wake me up. I still want to see what gifts they prepared for Grandpa's birthday, Wei Ruoxi said, propping her forehead with her hand as she got off the sofa. She didn't understand why her head was hurting more and more. Was it just recalling some memories? How could it cause such serious aftereffects? She pressed her hands to her forehead and slowly returned to her room. She obediently lay on her bed. Her head was really hurting badly now. She couldn't do anything, not even muster the energy to check the space. In a daze, Wei Ruoxi fell asleep again. When she opened her eyes, it was already nighttime. This time, Wei Ruoxi slept peacefully and didn't dream of anything scary. Maybe because her thoughts had changed a bit. She felt guilty toward the real Wei Ruoxi and wanted to make some amends. Wei Ruoxi went to the living room and saw that her father and Xiaohao had already come back, busy serving food. When her father saw Wei Ruoxi come out, he smiled and said, Xiaoxi, you're awake. I was just about to call you to eat. Looking at her father's somewhat lecherous face, Wei Ruoxi couldn't help but feel a bit amused. She remembered that in the memories she recalled yesterday, her father had a very righteous and serious face. Why does he look more and more lecherous now? Xiaoxi, what are you daydreaming for? Come quickly and eat. I saw you sleeping soundly in your room just now, so I didn't wake you, Wei's mother called, bringing Wei Ruoxi back from her wandering thoughts. Oh, she hurriedly ran to help serve the dishes. Wei Ruoxi withdrew her blank expression. Whenever she thought about something, she always looked dazed, even though she wasn't actually lost in thought. By the way, Dad, you and Xiaohao spent most of the afternoon choosing a gift. What kind of birthday present did you pick? Wei Ruoxi was curious about the gift they had been selecting all afternoon. Do you want to know, little Shi? Haha, Xiaohao, go bring out the gift we picked this afternoon so I can show it to my sister. Huh, what is this? Wei Ruoxi widened her eyes as Xiaohao took out a big item from the box, a golden peach-shaped longevity peach. Wei Ruoxi couldn't help but roll her eyes. This gift was really tacky. A golden longevity peach, so cheesy. Little Shi, what do you think? We searched through several jewelry stores to find this. Pretty good, right? Dad grinned happily, showing off the gift. Yes, it's quite eye-catching, and the peach is big. Wei Ruo, she said, not daring to hurt her dad's confidence. Content unavailable. Wei Ruo, she moved the black blanket, which had been lying under the peach tree, to the side, closer to the apple tree. The peach tree was bearing fruit, but had no flowers. So, she shifted the blanket to the apple tree, where she could see the apple blossoms. Awkward. Lying on the black blanket, Wei Ruo, she looked up at the apple blossoms above her, smelling their faint fragrance. Her eyelids started to feel heavy, and she looked like she was about to fall asleep, as if she had forgotten about the last time she slept in the space and was pinched. Wei Ruo, she felt her eyes getting heavier. Forget it, she thought. Might as well take a nap here. The space wasn't cold anyway, and she felt her head wasn't as dizzy inside it. She drifted into a vague thought, then closed her eyes and fell asleep completely. Peach, Peach, is this person asleep? A soft, childish voice suddenly echoed in the quiet space. It was a bit choppy, like a young child just learning to speak. Sure. Ping ping, be quiet. This person's mental energy is very unusual. Be careful, she might hear us talking. Another child's voice responded, smooth and clear, unlike the choppy voice just now. Peach, Peach, she. The voice trailed off even more. Ying, you can't talk yet, so don't speak. What if you wake her up? Tao Tao scolded Ying. If someone saw this now, they would notice that these three voices actually came from the three trees next to where she. Tao Tao, since the last time you pinched this person, she hasn't come back. Why is she here today? Ping Ping's voice, hesitant and broken, asked. I didn't pinch her. I just didn't control my strength properly and accidentally wrapped around her neck, Tao Tao explained. It was just curiosity that made it touch her with a branch. But at that time, it couldn't control its strength, and it accidentally turned her neck blue. Ying, why do you think we can talk now? Ping Ping, the apple tree, asked. Yeah, Tao Tao, why are we? Ying started to say but was interrupted. Ying, don't speak. You just learned to talk, and your voice is loud. What if you wake her up? Tao Tao quickly scolded Ying. As for why we can talk, I don't really understand. We are trees, so we shouldn't be able to speak like humans. But since we bloomed, it seems we gained some awareness and can talk. It's really strange. Tao Tao, among us three, you're the first to gain awareness. Why can we only see this one person here? What is this place? Why are there only the three of us, and that tree over there? Ping Ping asked, hesitantly. Ask me?
Who should I ask?
I don't know what this place is either. I only gained awareness a few days earlier than you. Also, I think that tree by the pond is strange. Strange? Ping Ping asked instinctively. Ying nodded, and the branches of the tree trembled wildly. Ying, don't nod so much. Be careful your branches don't wake the person sleeping next to you, Tao Tao hurriedly scolded. Oh, okay. Tao Tao, this person looks strange. Strange? Humans all look like this. Do you think we look the same as them? That's really unusual. Peach, Peach. If in the future, our fruits are picked while we die, it probably won't happen as long as our roots aren't cut. It seems like we'll be fine. Peach, Peach also looked a bit confused and didn't know much about this. Peach, Peach, the three trees whispered quietly to each other. Yoru, she slept very restlessly. Although she no longer felt dizzy inside the space, she kept hearing voices like Peach, Peach, Ping Ping, and Ying, which annoyed her a lot. Ugh, so annoying. What's all the noise? Can't I get any sleep? Yoru, she suddenly shouted without realizing it. Almost immediately, the three trees stopped making noise. After a while, the three trees noticed that the person below just turned over and seemed to have fallen asleep again. Is Peach Peach awake or asleep? Ping Ping asked carefully. Sure, be quiet. Let me see if she's asleep, Peach Peach whispered. Peach Peach used one of its branches to gently poke Yoroshi's face. No response. Still no response after poking again. She must be asleep, right? I poked her for a long time, and she didn't react. She must be sleeping, Peach Peach was quite sure. How can she hear us if we speak so softly? Ping Ping said more smoothly now. I don't know. Maybe we shouldn't talk anymore, Or, she might hear us and that wouldn't be good, Peach suggested. Okay. She woke up early in the morning. Sleeping in the space felt very comfortable, and her head didn't hurt anymore. But last night, she had a strange dream. She looked at the 3 trees in confusion, remembering that she dreamed they could talk. She stood up and stared carefully at the 3 trees, but after looking for a while, she only saw that they looked like ordinary fruit trees. There was no sun in the space, only a constant white glow, with occasional gentle breezes. Because of a gentle breeze, the branches of the 3 fruit trees were slightly swaying, some even brushing against Wairowaxi's face. Feeling comfortable, Wairowaxi couldn't help but stretch lazily. It must have been a dream. I was overthinking. Trees can't talk. They aren't like ancient trees that have been here for thousands of years and gained wisdom. So, I definitely was dreaming, Wairowaxi muttered to herself, lowering her head. Unaware to her, as she lowered her head, the branches of the 3 trees swayed even more, as if they were relieved. Wairowaxi looked up again and stared at the 3 fruit trees. They showed no signs of anything unusual, which made her more certain that she had only been dreaming last night. She thought for a moment and was about to go out, but for some unknown reason, she instinctively called out, "Tao Tao." "Here," came a bright, youthful reply, echoing through the quiet space. "Here," the bright, youthful voice responded again in the silent space. Wairowaxi's eyes widened in shock as she stared blankly at the 3 trees in front of her. The 3 trees also froze. Their branches that had been moving gently in the breeze suddenly stopped, as if someone had pressed a pause button. Wairowaxi's throat moved. "Are you guys talking?" "No," replied the same bright, youthful voice. Tao Tao wished it could bite off its tongue, if it had one. Hee, Wairowaxi chuckled softly. That peach tree was really adorable, even able to lie with its eyes open. "Last night when I was sleeping, was it you 3 talking?" she asked again. No trees responded. "Why aren't you talking?" she asked further. The 3 fruit trees decided to pretend to be dead, refusing to speak anymore. They worried that if humans found out they could talk, they might be taken to a lab for research. I've heard that human labs might slice them up for study. Wait, did I hear that wrong just now? Wairowaxi muttered to herself, but her eyes kept fixed on the 3 fruit trees. All 3 trees shook their branches together, as if saying, "Yes, yes, you heard right." "Well, since I misheard, when all 3 of your fruit trees' fruits are ripe, I will pick them all, then cut you down and plant other trees instead," Wei Ruo, she said while nodding. "Sigh, I don't like eating fruit anyway. Maybe I should just take a knife and cut you down now. You're too much in the way here."
Don't,
they pleaded. Ping, why did you speak out? This human is trying to trick us. She definitely won't cut me down. How can you be so easily fooled? Ping, you're really too stupid. Tao Tao scolded angrily at Ping. "I'm not stupid. Just now, it was you who spoke first. And you're the one who should be called stupid, not me," Ping retorted angrily. "Humph. She hates being called stupid the most. You're the stupid one. No, you're the stupid one. You're stupid. You're stupid. You." Tao Tao, Ping, stop arguing, Ying said, unable to watch anymore and trying to mediate. Wei Ruo, she watched the 3 fruit trees arguing with a smile. They sounded very young, like children around 4 or 5 years old. Ying's attempt to stop the fight ended with her joining in. "Hey, if you 3 keep arguing, I will cut you all down," Wei Ruo, she said with a serious face, trying to scare them. The 3 fruit trees immediately quieted down. From now on, I will ask you a question and you answer after me, understand?" "Okay," they replied gloomily. "This human is too fierce." "Bad. Since when did you start talking?" Tao Tao, answer. Wei Ruo, she asked the first question. The other 2 took too long to speak. "From when I bloomed, I gained my own awareness and not long after that I could talk. Do you know why you became like this?" Wei Ruo, she asked, but they probably didn't know the reason. "Not really sure. What are your names?" "I'm the peach tree called Tao Tao. The one next to me is the apple tree called Ping. The one next to Ping is the cherry tree called Ying," Tao Tao answered quickly, also secretly thinking how silly it was that this human asked such a simple question. "Now I have one last question for you," Wairowaxi said, looking at the 3 fruit trees in front of her. Last time, who was it that pinched my neck until it turned blue? It was Tao Dao, they all said together. Hey, you two are so unloyal. How could you betray me? Humph, she added with a pout. Anyway, I didn't mean to pinch you that day. I just wanted to touch you. I didn't know how to control my strength back then, so I accidentally turned your neck blue. I really didn't do it on purpose. At that time, Tao Dao had just gained awareness and was curious about humans. She saw her sleeping and used a branch to touch her, but somehow, it ended up causing a bruise on Wairuoxi's neck. So that's how it was. Wairuoxi was very confused at first, wondering how she suddenly had a purple bruise on her neck after waking up. It turned out to be caused by one of the fruit trees, which was quite unbelievable. Wairuoxi also didn't quite understand. Grandpa Ancient Tree had lived for thousands of years, slowly absorbing spiritual energy from the space to become a spirit. That's why he could talk. But how could these fruit trees, which hadn't been in this space for long, suddenly speak? It was strange. Grandpa Ancient Tree was still asleep now, so maybe she should ask him. He would definitely know. Are you not angry with me? Tao Tao's voice came softly in her ear. Just forget it this time. But if you pinch my neck again, I might have to cut you down. Wairuoxi joked happily. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Wairuoxi. You're probably younger than me, so just call me Sister Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi sister, the 3 fruit trees chirped excitedly. Xiaoxi sister, do all humans look like me? Xiaoxi. Sister, where's this place? Why are there only 4 trees? Xiaoxi. Sister, why can't I see any other humans here? Xiaoxi. Sister, they asked curiously. Wairuoxi answered each question happily, feeling very good. We humans all look similar to me. We have 2 eyes, a nose, a mouth, and 2 ears. But our appearances are different. Face shapes, eye shapes, height, and body size all vary. This is my space. The tree over there has been alive for thousands of years. I also planted 3 fruit trees for you. So, there are only 4 trees here in total. Yorashi patiently answered their questions. All 3 fruit trees are very cute. Tao Tao is a bit mischievous, Ping Ping is quite obedient, and Ying Ying is very gentle. Then I spent a long time chatting with the 3 fruit trees inside the space. Yorashi slowly went out to wash her face and brush her teeth. She ate a loving breakfast made by her mother. Then her mother and father went to work, and Xiao Hao went to school. 3 days later, it was finally Grandpa Wei's birthday. Yorashi woke up early and entered the space to prepare things. As soon as she entered, Tao Tao was already shouting loudly. Little Shi sister, why haven't you come to play with us these days? Ping Ping, Ying Ying, and I are almost bored to death. Yes, little Shi sister, we want to hear stories. The Cinderella story you told us a few days ago, we still want to hear it. Please tell us another story, little Shi. Ping Ping's speech was getting smoother.
Ying Ying
also wants to listen, Ying Ying said, but her words were a bit hesitant. Little Shi sister, I don't have time to tell stories today. I came to pick some peaches from Tao Tao, Yorashi said. Looking around, she saw that the peaches on Tao Tao were fully ripe. They hung on the branches, white with a hint of red. The peaches were quite large, about the size of a woman's 3 fists. Yorashi picked one easily. It was quite heavy, weighing about a pound. Ping Ping and Ying Ying also started to grow small green fruits. Little Shi sister, if you pick the peaches from Tao Tao, will Tao Tao die? Tao Tao's voice sounded a little helpless. Next to them, Ping Ping and Ying Ying also fell silent. Yes, they're just fruit trees. They were born to have their fruits picked. When they grow old, they will inevitably be cut down. They have no complaints. They just don't understand why they suddenly gained their own thoughts. When they are old in 10 or so years, will they also be cut down? Looking at the 3 suddenly silent fruit trees, Wairuoxi said, What are you all thinking? Even if I don't pick the fruit from you, they will fall off on their own later. There's no way you will die. Don't worry, little Shi promises you will all be lively and healthy. Then Wairuoxi comforted them for a while, and the 3 fruit trees finally started to chatter happily again. Holding a peach she just picked, Wairuoxi washed it by the pond and took a bite. Sweet and crunchy, with no sour taste at all. It was very delicious. Wei Ruoxi, who hadn't eaten fruit in a long time, quickly finished a nearly 1 gene peach. Thinking about the peaches she ate in her past life, the peaches she ate as a child tasted very good. But as she grew up, she never tasted peaches with real peach flavor again. The peaches she ate as an adult had no peach taste at all, which made her, who loved peaches, not want to eat them anymore. Actually, it wasn't just peaches, apples, cherries, pears, and other fruits all tasted off, not quite right. Now, the peaches from her space tasted very close to the peaches she remembered from childhood, even better. She picked about 100 peaches before stopping. Wei Ruoxi ate two herself and surprisingly felt full. When she left her space, Wei Dad, Wei Mom, and Wei Hao were waiting in the living room. Xiaoxi, have you prepared everything you need? Wei Mom asked. Yes, everything is ready. Wei Ruoxi waved her hand, and a big basket of peaches appeared in front of her family. Dad, Mom, Xiao Hao, these are peaches from my space. Try them and see how they taste. Then Wei Ruoxi took 3 peaches to wash, while her dad, Mom, and Xiao Hao watched the basket of peaches. These peaches are pretty big.
No wonder.
They come from Xiaoxi's space. Of course they're big. Dad, Mom, Xiao Hao, try the taste and see how they are, Wei Ruoxi said, handing each of them a peach. Dad, Mom, what do you think about giving these to Grandpa for his birthday? Oh, so sweet. These peaches taste really good. Delicious, Wei Dad said after taking a bite and nodding. I think giving these peaches to Grandpa is a good idea. Little Min, what do you think? Mom also took a bite and said, the taste is really good, and these fruits are rare and valuable. I'm just worried that if your dad asks where these peaches came from, it might cause trouble. Mom looked at Dad and continued, it's hard to say where the peaches are from now. You can't find such big peaches on the market these days. Actually, Dr. Chen has been studying these kinds of fruits recently. Maybe we can say I bought them at school, and this is a new variety they developed, Yu Hao, who is munching on a peach, suddenly suggested. Would that be okay? Mom asked, looking at Dad, still a bit worried. Probably fine. Dad probably won't care much about this, Dad replied, thinking it was unlikely. Today was Grandpa's birthday, and he wouldn't ask such questions. He might not even want to deal with them. They packed the peaches in a gift box, and the Yu family took a shuttle to the Yu residence, which they hadn't visited in over 10 years. The Yu house is in the southern part of the civilization district, in a somewhat remote area, not as busy as the city center. It took about half an hour by car to get there. After getting off the shuttle and walking for a while, Yu Ruoxi saw an old house. The house and the yard in front of it covered about 2,000 square meters. The house wasn't very big, mainly because the yard was large, about 3 or 4 times the size of the house. From the gate, the yard looked a bit empty, with only a fake mountain and a few potted evergreen trees nearby. Maybe because they hadn't been cared for in a long time, the trees looked a little withered, with yellowing leaves hanging down. The scary house from childhood was no longer there. Instead, it was quiet and deserted. Dad and Mom looked at each other. Let's go inside, Xiaoxi, Dad said. Yu Hao looked at his sister and parents, feeling they seemed to have mixed feelings about this place. He had moved out of this house when he was 2 and had no memory of it or what was said there as a child. Yes, let's go in, Yu Ruoxi said softly. Brother, a pleasant male voice whispered near Yu Ruoxi's ear. Wei Ruoxi turned around blankly and suddenly widened her eyes. Who is this man? Standing in front of Wei Ruoxi was a handsome, cheerful young man. He had a crew cut, wore a fitted black suit, with his sleeves slightly rolled up to reveal his healthy, wheat-colored skin. He was wearing light-colored casual pants and was smiling warmly at Wei Ruoxi's family. Little Chi, Wei's father looked at the bright young man with joy. I thought you wouldn't be able to come back from the army. Little Chi? Wei Chi? Could it be Wei Chi from the army that her father often mentioned? Her father's younger brother, her uncle? Wei Ruoxi thought silently. Brother, today is Dad's birthday. I couldn't miss it, so I took a 20-day leave from the team, Wei Chi said with a big smile, looking at his older brother. Brother, we haven't seen each other in over 10 years, right? Yes, over 10 years. Time flies. You've grown so much. When you first joined the army, you were only 15, right? Back then, little Chi had just been born, Wei's father said with emotion. Is that little she?
She's grown so much in just a short time.
When I left, she was only that small. Chi pointed to Wai Ruashi and said, Uncle. Wai Ruashi reluctantly called out. The uncle didn't seem much older than her. Suddenly having an uncle like this made Wai Ruashi feel a bit uncomfortable. Are you hesitant to call me uncle? I am 15 years older than you, Chi said with a playful smile. Chi was 32 today, with a baby face that made him look like he was in his early 20s. Is that Xiaohao? Wow, sister-in-law still looks as young and beautiful as before. You're so funny. Hurry inside, we'll talk more there. Walking into Wai's large house, everything looked the same as she remembered. Nothing had changed. Wai Mengxi sat on the sofa in the living room, watching her son, daughter-in-law, grandson, and granddaughter walk in. Her eyes were filled with deep guilt and self-blame. Dad, Chi stepped forward a few steps. Dad, my brother and I are back. It's good you're back, it's good. Wai Mengxi shakily helped Chi up, then looked at her eldest son. She opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. Dad, Xiaomin, Xiaoxi, and Xiaohao are here to see you, said Wei Mingxing, supporting Wei Mingxiu as he spoke. Now, Wei Mingxiu was old, just an elderly man. Even if there had been past grudges or conflicts, they should have faded away by now. Yes, Liangqing. Wei Mingxiu hesitated, unsure how to apologize to his son. Dad, I am your son. The past is the past. It was my fault before, so don't worry about it, Wei's father said first, apologizing. Wei Mingxiu then turned to his granddaughter, Wei Ruashi. Xiaoxi, Grandpa. Wei Ruashi smiled and looked at Wei Mingxiu.
Xiao 11, I'm sorry, Grandpa. Wei Mengxu apologized.
He felt he owed Wei Ruashi the most. Now that he was old, he looked back and realized how cruel he had been to his granddaughter. Dad, what are you apologizing to her for? A sharp female voice came from the staircase corner. Dad, it's not your fault. Wei Laniying you. Wei Mingxiu turned angrily to look at Wei Laniying coming down the stairs. Have you had enough? Don't you think it's your own fault? Do you believe all your misfortune is caused by your sister-in-law? And now you even hate Xiaoxi. Aren't they the ones responsible? If Liangqing had married the Qian family's daughter back then, I wouldn't be in this state now. It's all their fault, Wei Laniying yelled at Wei Mingxiu, glaring hatefully at Wei Ruashi's family. Now, even Wei Mingxiu was starting to favor them, which made Wei Laniying hate Wei Ruashi and her family even more. Do you still have the nerve to say that? I wanted Liangqing to marry the Qian family's daughter, but he refused. I didn't force him. Then I arranged for you to marry Qian Wenyang. Did you oppose that? I never forced you. You only agreed because you thought the Qian family was rich. You never opposed it. Now you blame your sister-in-law? Blame your greed for the Qian family's wealth. If Liangqing had married the Qian girl, I wouldn't have married Qian Wenyang. It's all their fault. Wei Laniying still believed everything was someone else's fault. She saw herself only as a victim. Wei Ruashi listened nearby, sneering. It turned out that Wei Laniying's hatred wasn't really because of her mother's mistake, but because of her own greed, which caused her to hate her family for over 10 years. Even previously innocent Ruashi developed a psychological shadow. Enough, stop talking. Come and apologize to Xiaoxi. The person you owe the most to is Xiaoxi. Apologize to her? No way, Grandpa, it's not necessary. I don't need her apology, since she wasn't someone he cared about. Whether she apologized or not didn't matter to Ruashi. Yes, Dad. Today is your birthday. Since Xiaoxi said it's okay, let's not think about these unhappy things, Wei Dad advised. Wei Qi and Wei Mom also tried to comfort him. Wei Qi had rarely interacted with his sister and was closer to Wei Liang. He used to think her temper was just bad and she was a little spoiled, but he never expected her to do something hurtful to his niece. Although Wei Mom didn't like Wei Laniying, today was Wei Mengxing's big birthday, so she naturally wouldn't argue with Wei Laniying. Laniying, since Xiaoxi isn't holding it against you anymore, let's forget it. But if you do anything to hurt Xiaoxi again, you can leave this family, Wei Mengxing said coldly. Dad, this is your birthday gift. Xiaoxi prepared it herself. Wei Dad handed a gift box to Wei Mengxing. Oh, did Xiaoxi pick this herself? I want to see what my granddaughter gave me. Wei Mengxing took the gift. Oh, a gold birthday peach? Not bad, not bad. Although the gold peach was expensive, it wasn't a very thoughtful gift. Dad, there are a few more boxes. Open and see. Are these peaches? Wei Mengxing opened the other boxes and found they were filled with peaches. Just some rotten peaches.
What's so special about that?
Dad, if you want to eat some, I can buy them for you. Wei Laning sneered nearby. Wei Mengxing ignored Wei Laning and simply picked up a peach from the box. This peach doesn't seem like something bought outside, does it? Yes, Grandpa. This is a new variety developed by Xiao Hao's teacher. Because it's rare, it's not available on the market now, Ruashi explained, using Xiao Hao's reason. Just some rotten peaches. How dare you bring them out as a gift? Wei Laning mocked again. Wei Ruashi silently rolled her eyes at Wei Laning. Does Wei Laning have a problem? Why is she causing trouble at this time? Doesn't she know she will anger everyone? Wei Laning glanced sideways and saw Wei Ruashi rolling her eyes. She immediately shouted, Wei Ruashi, what do you mean? If you don't like me, just say so. Why are you rolling your eyes? You misunderstood, Wei Ruashi said calmly, giving Wei Laning a faint look. Wei Laning, enough. Are you trying to make me angry to death? Wei Mengxiang yelled. Dad, it was her who rolled her eyes at me first and started the trouble. It has nothing to do with me, Wei Laning said, glaring fiercely at Wei Ruashi with her small eyes. Auntie, please don't be angry with Grandpa. Today is his birthday. Wei Ruashi tried to comfort Wei Laning. Wei Laning was so angry she was trembling. In the past, Wei Mengxiang didn't care about her or Wei Ruashi. Now, even her own father was starting to favor Wei Ruashi. Wei Laning hated Wei Ruashi even more, wishing she could make her disappear right away. Why does Wei Ruashi get so much attention and love, while she is so miserable? She has divorced her husband, and now even her father ignores her. Wei Laning felt only Wei Ruashi's hateful face in front of her. She was so furious, she wanted to rush forward and tear her apart. The more Wei Laning looked at Wei Ruashi, the more she felt that Wei Ruashi's slightly upturned mouth was mocking her. Wei Ruashi. Hey, don't say nonsense. Where is my mouth turned up? My mouth shape is just like this, okay? Thinking of how she used to bully the weak Wei Ruashi, she didn't even hesitate. Almost instinctively, she raised her hand and swung it toward Wei Ruashi. Smack. A clear slap sounded in the living room. How dare you hit me? Wei Laning looked at her in disbelief. The 5 clear finger marks on her face were visible, and her arm was raised high. Her palm was just a little away from Wei Ruashi's face. Wei Laning suddenly became furious. Wei Ruashi, you actually dared to hit me. It was you who started it first, Annie. Wei Ruashi stretched out the last word long. If I hadn't reacted quickly, your slap would have hit my face. From the beginning, Wei Ruashi had been watching Wei Laning carefully, afraid she might do something abnormal again, like slapping her as she did last time. Sure enough, as Wei Lanying's face grew angrier and more twisted, she suddenly raised her hand, intending to slap herself. Fortunately, Wei Ruashi reacted quickly and slapped Wei Laning first. Wei Ruashi now felt all her cells shouting with excitement. This feeling was so incredibly satisfying. Seeing Wei Lanying's embarrassed expression, Wei Ruashi felt extremely happy. You shameless woman! How dare you hit me? I will fight back. Wei Lanying's eyes turned red, probably from anger. She then lunged at Wei Ruashi, but was dodged. Instead, she fell to the ground due to her own momentum. The living room was silent. Even Wei Ruashi thought this woman was brainless. She was causing trouble even on such a day. It was hard to tell if she had left her common sense at home. Wei Laning, what are you cursing about? Chi Xia looked at Wei Laning with displeasure. Even Wei Qi, Wei Liang, Wei He, and Wei Mong were angry as they looked at her. What are you all looking at me for? She's the one in the wrong. She hit me, and you all just stare at me. Wei Laning sat on the ground, shouting up at them. Wei Laning, get out of here. Wei Mong stared at her on the floor. I don't want to see you anymore. Dad, are you really kicking me out just because of this shameless woman? Get out. Wei Mong was truly angry now. Seeing that Wei Mong was serious, Wei Laning looked panicked. She clung to Waimong's leg and cried, "Dad, don't kick me out. I have nowhere to go. Please, I beg you, don't send me away." Everyone in the house ignored her. "Xiaoqi, help me ask Dad. Dad listens to you the most. Don't let him kick me out. Sis, don't you even realize what you did wrong? I'm not wrong. It's all their fault. It's all their fault." Wei Laning still refused to admit her mistake. "Wei Laning, I'll say it again. Apologize to Xiaoqi now. If you do, this will be over. If you refuse to apologize, then leave this house on your own. I don't want to see you anymore," Wei Mong said coldly, staring at her. Even Wei Mingxing didn't want to see such an outcome, but his own daughter kept causing trouble for Xiaoxi again and again. He already felt guilty toward Wei Ruoxi, and if he stood by while his daughter bullied her, it would be too much.
Grandpa, I've fine.
Aunt doesn't need to apologize to me. Today is your birthday, so let's just forget it. Aunt only acted rashly for a moment, Wei Ruoxi said kindly, trying to ease the situation. But inside, she couldn't help laughing secretly. She knew that the more she tried to defend her aunt, the more her grandfather would insist that Wei Laning apologize. "No, that won't do. Wei Laning, come here and apologize to Xiaoxi. Otherwise, you can leave right now and never come back." Wei Laning glared at Wei Ruoxi with hatred, wishing she could tear her apart.
"I'm sorry."
In her heart, she cursed silently. "One day, I'll make you pay for this, Wei Ruoxi." Wei Ruoxi looked at Wei Laning, who was clearly full of anger, but still had to apologize. She knew that Laning must be cursing her inside and wouldn't let this go easily. After seeing that Wei Laning had apologized, everyone stopped paying attention to her and gathered around Wei Mingxing to chat. Wei Laning quietly got up from the floor and went back to her room. "Dad, I'll wash the peaches so everyone can have some," said Wei's father, carrying the peaches to the kitchen. "These peaches taste great," Wei Chi said, picking one up, wiping it casually and taking a bite. "Ugh, I've been drinking nutrient drinks every day in the army. I'm so tired of them. There's no real food in the army? Only nutrient drinks?" Wei Ruoxi asked curiously. "Of course, we can't eat freely," Wei Chi explained. "At most, we can have nutrient buns. The army has strict health standards for soldiers. Most food nowadays has some pollution, so it's not allowed. In the army, we only have nutrient drinks, no real food at all. If I ate a peach like this and got checked back at the base, I'd have to go through detox to remove any possible contamination." Wei Ruoxi was speechless. That sounded way too extreme. No real food in the army at all? Besides, her peaches should be completely clean. They were pure, natural, and pollution-free. "Yes, the taste is really good," Wei Chi said as he bit into a peach, crunching happily. "Uncle, it hasn't been washed yet. Wait until it's clean before eating," Wei Ruoxi quickly said, noticing her uncle holding an unwashed peach and about to take a bite. Even if the peach is pure green and pollution-free, it still has fuzz. Wei Chi chuckled. "Isn't it uncomfortable drinking nutritional supplements every day in the army? Now that I can enjoy such delicious fruit, I can't help but indulge. Uncle, what is it like in the army?" Wei Hao, sitting behind Wei Ruoxi, suddenly asked. Wei Hao's face showed curiosity and a bit of longing. "Longing?" Wei Ruoxi was surprised. "Does little Hao want to become a soldier?"
"Why?"
"Is Hao interested in the military?" Wei Chi looked at Wei Hao with a smile. "Being a soldier isn't that fun. You could die on the interstellar battlefield at any time, or see your comrades, who have been with you for years, die right in front of you," Wei Chi added with a hint of sadness. The air grew heavy with a quiet sadness, and everyone fell silent. "Come on, the peaches are washed. Hurry up and eat," Wei Chi's father broke the silence. "Yes, let's eat the peaches. They taste so good. It's a pity we can't take some back to the army," Wei Chi said regretfully. The banquet at Wei family's house was held in the courtyard. Since Wei Laning didn't manage to book a banquet elsewhere, they prepared the event at home. The courtyard was quite large. With friends and family, there were about 100 people, so it wasn't too complicated. Wei Ruoxi's family and Wei Chi arranged the decorations. They laid a carpet from the gate to the main door, with tables on both sides covered with white cloth. The banquet was a buffet. The food was bought in advance, and the chefs just needed to prepare it. Wei Ruoshi she didn't plan to take out any leftover vegetables from the space, worried it might attract attention. Plus, Wei Laning was watching her closely, so she had no time to go into the space for vegetables. Wei Mengxing generously allowed Wei Ruoshi to make a fruit platter with all the peaches she brought and put it on the table. Only Mengxing said she was old now, and her teeth couldn't bite properly. Eating 1 or 2 peaches was fine, but more than that was difficult. The peaches on the table were quickly finished, and someone even asked if there were more. Only Mengxing replied that there were none left, as those peaches were hard to get, and she had managed to bring them home with great effort. Sitting on the sofa, only Mengxing watched the not-so-lively crowd. Her eyes looked a bit cloudy because her mistake had caused her to lose precious family bonds. Luckily, now her son and granddaughter had forgiven her. She felt she had no more regrets, except for worrying about her youngest son, Wei Qi, and his safety in the army. She could now rest easy and enjoy her old age. Father Wei, Mother Wei, Wei Ruoshi, and Wei Hao were chatting with Wei Qi. Wei Qi was telling them about his experiences in the army, and Wei Hao listened with wide eyes. It was clear that Wei Hao was very interested in soldiers. Wei Ruoshi was a bit worried about Wei Hao, concerned that his interest in soldiers was genuine. Nowadays, soldiers have high standards. They need at least level 5 in mental strength or physical skills, which is the minimum. Modern soldiers are not like before, when they just did drills for fun. Now, real strength is required, or they risk death. Because Wei Qi had taken a 20-day leave, Father Wei invited him to stay at their house for a few days. Wei Qi happily agreed. Even Wei Hao was very excited that Wei Qi was coming to visit. Only Wei Ruoshi felt a little unhappy. She was worried that her younger brother Wei Hao might be influenced by Wei Qi and decide to join the army after graduation. After saying goodbye to only Mengxing, Wei Qi went with Father Wei to their home. As soon as they arrived, Wei Hao pulled Wei Qi into the study, and no one knew what they were doing inside. Wei Ruoshi, feeling gloomy, returned to her room. Back in her room, Wei Ruoshi had nothing to do, so she decided to go into the ink bracelet to plant vegetables and rice. Little Shi, Peach misses you so much. She heard Peach shouting loudly as soon as she entered the space. Little Shi, I and Ying miss you too, Ping said more calmly. Hearing her 3 fruit trees in her space, Wei Ruoshi felt a little better. Lil Shi, what are you doing squatting on the ground? Peach looked at Wei Ruoshi, who was digging small holes in the soil.
I'm planting vegetables.
I used to plant you all like this, Wei Ruoshi said happily, satisfying the curiosity of her fruit trees. Will they also be able to talk once they grow? Talking? Wei Ruoshi hesitated. The vegetables I planted before didn't seem to be able to talk. If vegetables could talk, she really wouldn't dare to eat them. Then why can we talk? It seems even the peony flower nearby can't talk. This question is too deep for Wei Ruoshi to answer. Well, when the ancient tree next to us wakes up, you can ask it. It knows much more than I do. She pushed the question onto the ancient tree. Wei Ruoshi used to plant vegetables randomly, but now she bought seeds that were already sorted. She divided 1 acre of land into 10 small plots, planting the same vegetables in each. This makes harvesting easier later. She also kept some vegetables to save seeds for the future, which is a bit troublesome but means she won't need to buy seeds every time. Although seeds are cheap, she worries that someone with bad intentions might find out about her secret bracelet, which would be dangerous. She planted about 10 different kinds of vegetables, and also sowed the rice seeds she kept from last time. The rice seeds just about filled 1 acre. After finishing all this, Wei Ruoshi was exhausted and collapsed on the ground. It took her 5 hours to finish planting all the seeds, really exhausting work. She vowed to buy a robot to help with chores. Otherwise, she might work herself to death someday. Wei Ruoshi lay by the pond, planning to drink some water. But when she saw crabs crawling inside, she lost her desire to drink. She didn't know there were crabs before, so she drank from the pond. Now that she knew other creatures lived there, she was afraid to drink the water anymore. It seems she needs to dig a small pond inside her space to store water. That way, she can drink whenever she wants and also hide there if she faces trouble, avoiding starvation or dehydration. Content unavailable. Content unavailable. After Wei Ruo, she finished her martial arts practice. Her mother had already prepared breakfast. It was simple: millet porridge, stir-fried sour and spicy potato strips, and some greens. The meal looked very appetizing. Wei Qi didn't care much about pollution or cleanliness. He thought he had eaten a lot yesterday, so he didn't mind how much he ate today. In the end, he finished 3 bowls of plain rice porridge all by himself. After breakfast, Wei Qi suggested that since he had finally taken a long vacation, he wanted to go out for a walk. Because Wei Hao needed to go to school, he asked Wei Ruo to accompany him. Wei Ruo was hesitant because every time she went out, something bad seemed to happen. She didn't really want to go. However, her parents persuaded her, saying she should go out more and get some fresh air. Reluctantly, she agreed to go out with her uncle, who looked only a few years older than her. Xiaoxi, where do you want to go? Wei Qi and Wei Ruo took a shuttle to the cultural district. Uncle wants to go there? Xiaoxi doesn't go out often, so she's not familiar with this area, she thought to herself. It was strange. He was the one who suggested going out, but now he was asking her. Wei Ruo smirked secretly. She always felt something was a bit off. Although he was her uncle, who could tell? He looked only a few years older than her. Sigh, she was worried others might mistake them for a couple. She glanced at her excited uncle and thought he didn't look like someone in his 30s. Xiaoxi, how about we go to the amusement park? I went there once when I was little. It's been a long time since I last went. Just thinking about the roller coaster I rode as a kid makes me excited, Wei Qi said eagerly. Wei Ruo looked a bit embarrassed. She was almost 18 now. How could she go to an amusement park and play like a child? She had wanted to refuse, but seeing her little uncle's hopeful face, she couldn't bring herself to say no. All right, let's go. At the amusement park, Wei Ruo couldn't help but marvel at the amazing high-tech of the future. She looked at the towering roller coasters, Ferris wheel, and many other rides she didn't recognize. Most of them looked challenging and thrilling. Of course, there were also some simple rides that weren't very scary. This thing is quite dangerous, like a carousel, but usually only small children aged 2 or 3 play on it. Compared to the tall, long roller coaster, Wei Ruo prefers to ride those seemingly silly carousels. Mostly, only kids play on these safe rides. The older kids go for more challenging rides. Wei Ruo used to think that only children came to the amusement park, but she realized there are many adults too. Most of them are couples. She looked at the young uncle beside her and saw he looked very relaxed. Xiaoxi, let's go on the flying ride. It's faster than the shuttle rides on the street and really exciting, Wei Qi said excitedly. Without waiting for Wei Ruo's opinion, he grabbed her hand and went to buy tickets. Uncle, I don't want to ride. You go alone if you want, Wei Ruo said, feeling a bit dizzy at the sight of the tall roller coaster. She's afraid of heights. That's not good. We came out to have fun, so you should try it, Wei Qi insisted. He pulled her onto the ride and carefully fastened her seatbelt. Then he sat next to her, probably worried she might run away. Uncle, can I get off now? Wei Ruo looked like she was about to cry. She's really afraid of heights. If she faints, it would be embarrassing. Wei Qi saw her distressed face and wondered if he was being too harsh. Xiaoxi didn't want to go on, but he forced her to get on. Just then, the ride started slowly. Xiaoxi, it looks like you can't get off now, Wei Qi said apologetically, knowing it was already moving and wouldn't stop. Oh well, she thought, closing her eyes for a few minutes. Wei Ruo clenched her teeth and stopped talking. She thought those few minutes would pass quickly, but as soon as the ride sped up, she realized she was wrong. The speed was so fast she almost wanted to faint, but she was afraid of being laughed at, so she just endured it. When she first came to this world, Wei Ruo wasn't used to the speed of shuttle rides. Now she was a little better, but then she was pulled onto this ride again. She probably hasn't dared to ride the roller coaster for several days, or she would definitely feel dizzy. Finally, after getting off the roller coaster, it was only Wei Qi who helped her down. Wei Ruo sat quietly on the ride, not making a sound. But once the ride stopped, she couldn't hold it anymore and vomited badly. Xiaoxi, let's go over there to rest. Wei Chi didn't expect that sitting on the roller coaster would affect Wei Ruoxi so much. Wei Ruoxi didn't even have the strength to speak. She could only let Wei Chi help her to the rest area. Here, drink some water, Xiao Shi. Wei Chi took out a bottle of water and handed it to her. He didn't realize his niece was so afraid of heights. Her face was pale just on the ride. After resting for a while, Wei Ruoxi's face looked better. Wei Chi, however, seemed eager to play more and went to try all the exciting rides again. Wei Ruoxi waited inside the rest area.
Wow.
That was so thrilling, so fun. Wei Chi returned to the rest area looking very energetic. Xiao Shi, where should we go to play next? Wei Ruoxi admired her uncle very much. Although he was 32 and a soldier, he still acted like a big kid.
Uncle, I'm exhausted.
It's noon now. Let's go eat. Okay, where should we eat? Wei Chi rubbed his stomach. He was hungry, but he still wanted to go back to his brother's house because the food there was better. Wei Ruoxi wanted to take Wei Chi to the Duo Ju restaurant because they used vegetables he sent himself. Plus, Wei Chi said he couldn't eat contaminated food, so Wei Ruoxi decided to take him there. They left the amusement park together. Wei Chi patted his pocket and suddenly froze. Xiao Shi, I think I lost my wallet, he said. It was there when they bought the tickets, but now it was gone. Lost? Did you have too much fun and accidentally drop it somewhere? Wei Ruoxi looked around, scanning the ground several times. They didn't know when they lost it. Wei Chi guessed they probably couldn't find it now even if they went back. He touched his smooth chin and frowned. What should we do? Should we go back and look for it? Wei Ruoxi really didn't have the energy to continue shopping, so she thought it would be better to go home early. That won't do. We just came out, so we should have some fun. Don't worry, I have a card. Let's go get some money, then eat, and continue afterward, Wei Chi said, pulling a card out of his pocket and happily waving it in front of Wei Ruoxi. My wallet only has money. I never put other things in it. Haha, I am so clever. Wei Ruoxi was speechless. He was too full of himself. He didn't put the card in his wallet, only the money, and his uncle was really quite strange. Let's go, Wei Chi said, pulling Wei Ruoxi up. There's a bank ahead. The bank looked similar to the one in her past life, but it was bigger and more modern. The lobby was simple, with 2 security guards at the entrance and a few sofas inside for waiting. It was almost noon, so there were quite a few people at the bank. Xiao Shi, sit on the sofa and wait for me. I'll just get some money, Wei Chi said. Okay, Wei Ruoxi replied. She sat on the sofa, watching Wei Chi go to get the money. Bored, she looked outside, curious about why the security guards at the door stood so straight. In her past life, bank guards were mostly just for show. But these guards looked very disciplined, like soldiers. Suddenly, she heard 2 very quiet sounds. Bang, bang. She saw the 2 guards at the door fall down. Her first thought was that the guards stood very straight, but it seemed useless. Then she suddenly realized what's going on. Wei Ruoxi quickly stood up from the sofa, wide-eyed. She saw a few heavily built people rush in, dressed in black, with black cloth covering their faces, holding what looked like guns, but not quite guns. She thought, I haven't eaten pork, but I've seen pigs run before. From her past life, watching many Hong Kong movies, she immediately knew she was unlucky. This was a bank robbery. Wei Ruoxi sighed about her bad luck. Whenever she went shopping, something bad always happened. She decided not to go out again. Suddenly, she felt her arm being pulled, and she was dragged behind the sofa to hide. Wei Ruoxi turned her head in fear and saw Wei Chi pulling her to hide behind the sofa. Shoo, Wei Chi whispered quietly. Robbery. Came a series of screams. Everyone who doesn't want to die, shut up. A rough-sounding voice, as if it was altered with a voice changer, ordered. More screams followed. Shut up, all of you, shouted one bald man, then fired 2 shots with a strange gun at the 2 people nearby. Wei Ruoxi saw 2 flashes of light hit their arms, and the 2 people immediately collapsed, eyes rolled back, clearly dead. The crowd immediately fell silent, afraid to make any noise. Wei Ruoxi was stunned. What kind of gun was that? How could someone die just from being shot in the arm? Hey, hurry up. Watch these people. Fatty, you guys go get the money, one of the robbers told the bald man. His voice sounded fake. Then he turned to a chubby man beside him and said, "We don't have much time. Hurry up, you have only a few minutes." Wei Ruoshi hid behind the sofa, feeling helpless. She looked at Wei Chi and saw his face was serious, very different from his usual cheerful smile. "Uncle Wei, don't speak. Let me think of a way." "Darn it, isn't there a radiation suppression system at the door? How come their radiation guns still work?" Wei Chi muttered quietly, frowning. Radiation guns? Wei Ruoshi didn't quite understand. She guessed they were the guns the robbers were holding. She was sweating all over, feeling terrified. If her uncle wasn't beside her, she didn't know how she would be panicking right now. Suddenly, a child's voice came from nearby. "Mommy, I'm scared, boo-hoo." "Be good, little Wugu. Don't be afraid. Mommy's here. Be brave. Don't cry." Wei Ruoshi turned her head and saw a very cute little boy and a beautiful woman who looked to be in her 30s. "God damn it. What are you all arguing about?" The bald man seemed to hear the commotion and walked over with the radiation gun in hand. "Mommy, I'm scared." The little boy cried louder when he saw the fierce man approaching him. The young woman looked visibly frightened and trembling all over. "Wow, this woman looks pretty good." The bald man noticed the young mother's appearance, his eyes brightening as he prepared to tease her. "Stop messing around, scoundrel. These people are arguing. Just shoot and be done with it. Also, now is not the time to flirt with women. Take the money, and let's leave quickly. The police are coming." "Okay, big brother," the scoundrel responded, hearing the voice, and immediately became serious, no longer bothering the beautiful young woman. The little boy seemed to understand the thief's words and stopped crying loudly, instead whimpering softly. The beautiful young woman patted his back to comfort him, though she was trembling with fear herself. The bald man, perhaps because he found the woman particularly attractive, didn't cause her trouble. Instead, he kept glancing at them from time to time. "Darn it, what should I do?" Wei Chi was anxious, like ants on a hot pan. He was a soldier, and such situations couldn't leave him indifferent. But he didn't know how many people the other side had. Acting rashly might hurt innocent people. Plus, his niece was nearby, and he was worried she might get hurt. Wei Ruoshi was also so scared she didn't dare move. She really wanted to slip into her space instantly, but she couldn't. "Darn it, if only I knew how many of them there were," Wei Chi muttered softly. If he knew the number with his abilities and speed, he was confident he could take them all down in one go. But knowing their exact number was difficult. There seemed to be only 5 inside, but there could be others outside supporting them. So, even Wei Chi didn't dare take risks. "If only I knew how many they had." Wei Ruoshi overheard her uncle's words. Suddenly, she remembered that when she was sleeping, she often heard her family talking at night, and sometimes, in her hazy sleep, she could even see her family sleeping. She knew this strange phenomenon was definitely related to her mental powers. Maybe now is a good time to try. She thought to herself, feeling less scared and even a little excited. Thanks to He Shi for the tip, and thanks to Dai Schwer for the reward and pink tickets. Grape will keep going. Si Ruoshi imagines the feeling of sleeping normally. She takes a deep breath and slowly calms her mind. She gradually closes her eyes, feeling everything around her. She tries not to get nervous or affected by the robbers nearby. Slowly, Si Ruoshi feels as if she is merging with the air around her. It's a strange feeling, like her soul has left her body. Even with her eyes closed, she can see everything happening around her. The bank staff trembling, a yellow puddle on the ground, and the bank counter. It's amazing. If the situation weren't so serious, she would want to shout out in joy. Si Ruoshi expands her awareness to her surroundings. Instantly, she can see the entire bank and the area about 500 meters around it. She isn't sure if her mind can go further. Right now, her main goal is to find out how many robbers there are. She'll worry about how far her mental power can reach once she's safe. With her eyes closed, Si Ruoshi counts 28 hostages inside the bank, 7 staff members, and 6 robbers. Outside on the street, it's quiet, maybe because everyone knows about the robbery. The lively street is now empty, except for two people standing at the door, each holding a radiation gun like the robbers inside. There are also two more at the corner near the bank's entrance, nervously looking around with guns in their hands. Slowly opening her eyes, she sees her uncle, Wei Chi, looking at her with a worried face. She glances at the bald man guarding the hostages. He has moved to the other side. She quickly lowers her head and whispers to her uncle, "Uncle, don't worry.
I'm fine."
There are 10 robbers in total. Besides the bald man watching the hostages and 4 others loading money, there's one more hiding in the corner to the right of the bank counter, watching everything. So, there are 6 inside. Outside, there are 2 more, one behind the potted pine tree and another behind the silver column. At the corner near the bank's entrance, there are 2 more. So, only 10 robbers in total. Be careful, uncle. Only Wei Chi opened her mouth as if she was about to say something, but Wei Ruoshi interrupted her. Uncle, don't ask me why now. When I can go back alive, I will tell you the reason. Wei Ruoshi was not afraid of others knowing about her abnormal mental power because the country valued people like her and also valued special abilities. However, her ink bracelet was a divine artifact, not a special power, so she didn't dare let others know about the existence of her space. Moreover, the country respected people with special abilities, and most of them were hired by the government with high pay. Uncle, hurry up, or they will leave soon. Wei Ruoshi pushed Wei Chi, who was lost in thought. At this moment, the bald man, who seemed to have heard the commotion, walked over with a gun in hand. The little boy, who had stopped crying earlier, saw the bald man approaching and started crying loudly again. The beautiful young woman, who was trembling, saw her child crying and, fearing the robber's bad mood, fired 2 shots. She was so frightened that she tried to comfort the little boy, while her body trembled. Seeing the little boy crying again because of Wei Ruoshi, the bald man, who had come over because he saw Wei Ruoshi talking, suddenly said to the beautiful young woman and the little boy, "What are you crying about? Darn it, so annoying." Then he raised his gun and shot at the little boy. Wei Ruoshi had already sensed something was wrong when she saw the bald man approaching her. Her heart sank, but the crying of the little boy nearby drew the robber's attention, and her worries eased a little. However, when she saw the bald man aiming his gun at the little boy, her heart skipped a beat. Seeing the little boy's face reminded her of children from her orphanage days. Almost instinctively, Wei Ruoshi stepped in front of the little boy to block the shot. Wei Chi was very surprised. When Wei Ruoshi mentioned how many robbers there were, he wanted to ask, but considering the current situation, he didn't speak. Instead, he accidentally attracted the attention of the bald man. He had been planning to find a good moment to attack, but when he saw Wei Ruoshi blocking the gun for the little boy, he was terrified almost to the point of losing his soul. There was no time to think anymore. He leapt high and attacked the bald man with incredible speed, making it seem like a mistake. Unfortunately, he was too late. As the bald man fell to the ground, he pulled the radiation gun. Although he didn't hit the heart, he shot Wei Ruoshi in the shoulder. Only Ruoshi saw a flash of shadow before a burning sensation spread from her shoulder to her whole body. Now she finally understood why those people who were shot in the arm still died. Little she. Only Ruoshi heard various screams and her uncle calling her, hoarse and trembling, very different from his usual cheerful voice. Ruoshi wanted to comfort her uncle, opened her mouth, but then everything went dark and she completely lost consciousness. Before losing consciousness, Ruoshi felt extremely unlucky. She was just out shopping when she encountered a robbery and got shot. From now on, she decided never to go shopping again. Xiaoxi, don't scare Mom. Why did this happen? How could something like this happen just while shopping? In her hazy state, Ruoshi seemed to hear her mother crying. Brother-in-law, I'm sorry. I didn't protect Xiaoxi well. Wei Chi lowered his head, eyes red. He hadn't saved her in time. It's not your fault. Boo-hoo, Xiaoxi's life is so hard, her mother sobbed, then looked at the doctor, who had just arrived. Doctor, please save Xiaoxi. Please. The doctor tore open Ruoshi's shirt on her shoulder and looked at the wound. Radiation gun injury? He looked up at the man and woman standing in front of him. Wei Chi nodded, voice choked with emotion. Yes, radiation gun injury. But she was just hurt. Doctor, please save her. He looked at Ruashi, lying on the hospital bed with deep guilt. Doctor, please save her. Poor mother couldn't think of anything else. Just seeing her daughter lying on the bed made her cry uncontrollably. Her father and Xiao Hao hadn't arrived yet, and Chi Xiaomin really didn't know what to do. The doctor frowned and said, if she was hit by a radiation gun, why bring her here? Just prepare for her funeral. You're what kind of doctor? How can you tell others to give up? Her father's angry shout came from outside the ward, followed by Yu Hao looking pale. Boo, Liang Cheng, you're here. Come in quickly and see Xiao Shi. Her mother pulled Liang Cheng's hand and went into the ward.
Xiao Shi.
Big sister. Wei Liang Cheng and Wei Hao looked at Wei Ruoxi, lying on the bed with a pale face, their eyes turning red with worry. They couldn't believe that little Shi, who had left home healthy that morning, could suddenly become like this. Brother, it's all my fault. If I hadn't gone to the bank to withdraw money, this wouldn't have happened, Wakey said, looking guilty and unable to lift his head to face his brother. Little Chi, you can't blame yourself, Wei father said, understanding that such things weren't really his brother's fault. The only one to blame was their daughter's bad luck. Doctor, please save my daughter, Wei father begged the doctor. You're a doctor. How can you just decide she can't be saved based on one wound? She's still breathing now. Doctor, please save her. Wakey stood quietly beside them, lowering his head. He didn't know how to tell his brother that no one who had been hit by a radiation gun had ever woken up. Little she was probably in very serious danger. Wakey was a soldier and knew a lot about radiation guns. This kind of gun was very different from traditional bullet guns. 1,000 years ago, bullets only needed to hit the brain or the heart to be deadly, and modern medicine could often save someone if the damage was only to the heart. But this radiation gun used two special chemicals to produce harmful radiation energy. No matter where it hit, within a second, the radiation would spread throughout the body and eventually reach the brain. This gun was designed and made decades ago. Because the materials needed were very rare, it was never mass-produced. The government ignored it at the time. It was often used for revenge killings, and a single shot could be fatal. Eventually, someone shot a high-ranking leader with it, and the government banned and destroyed the weapon. However, a few remained on the black market, so these guns still exist today. In fact, medical technology was very advanced now. Diseases like cancer and AIDS that were incurable 1,000 years ago could now be cured with surgery. But the radiation from this gun was much more dangerous and terrifying than other types. For years, doctors had no way to cure the damage caused by it, leaving them helpless. So, basically, people hit by this kind of gun usually die immediately. Of course, those with abnormal brain core energy, meaning mental strength, often don't die right away. However, within about an hour, their signs of life will gradually fade away. Sure enough, the doctor frowned and said, "You all know how strong the damage from this radiation gun is. Because your daughter has abnormal mental strength, she lasted this long. But her signs of life are now slowly disappearing. Her heartbeat is getting weaker, and her breathing is becoming shallower. These are signs that her life is fading. How can this be? How can this be?" Wei's mother muttered, crying uncontrollably, unable to accept the truth, and sank to the ground. Wei's father, Wei Qi, and Wei Hao also started crying silently. "I don't believe it." Wei's mother suddenly jumped up and rushed to Wei Ruoxi's bedside. She grabbed Wei Ruoxi's hand and cried out, "I don't believe it. Last time, Xiao Shi was beaten almost to death. The doctors said her signs of life were fading, but Xiao Shi still woke up. So I don't believe Xiao Shi will die. Our little Shi will be fine. Please, doctor, think of a way to save my daughter. Please." The doctor looked troubled as he watched the woman crying so sadly. He also looked at Wei Ruoxi, whose face was turning paler on the bed. After thinking for a moment, he started connecting various data cables to Wei Ruoxi and gave her an ordinary anti-radiation injection. "Sorry, this is all I can do." He then looked at the instrument showing her signs of life, which was decreasing. "But you'd better not hold out much hope. Thank you, doctor." Thank you. Wei's mother was about to speak when her words were interrupted by knocking on the door outside the ward. Sorry to bother you. May I come in? A pleasant male voice asked from the door. Wei's mother and the others turned to look. They saw three very beautiful people standing at the door. A very beautiful young woman, a small boy about 3 or 4 years old, and a handsome man. When Wei Hao saw the handsome man, his face changed. He said coldly, "What are you here for?" The man seemed a bit surprised to see Wei Hao but then smiled slightly and asked, "May I come in?" Although the handsome man asked in a friendly way, he didn't care that others had already come in and left. Wei Hao snorted and said, "Who told you to come in?
You can leave now."
You're not welcome here. Sorry, I think there might be a misunderstanding." The beautiful young woman suddenly spoke. "My name is Shen Wanxin. This is my son Yanbin, and this is my daughter Yanwu. We are here to thank you." Thank us? Everyone immediately realized this was the child saved by Xiaoxi. But was it a girl? People were worried about Wei Ruoxi. Although it seemed strange that a small boy looked like a little girl, they only felt a little surprised. "We came to thank Wei Ruoxi for saving my sister," Yanbin said. He was also surprised. His mother and sister suddenly ran home and then rushed to the hospital. They said they had encountered robbers at the bank today. Yanwu was almost killed. If it weren't for a girl named Xiaoxi blocking a bullet for Yanwu, she would be dead now. So, Yanbin was told to come to the hospital to thank her and see if he could help. When Yanbin heard the girl who saved his sister was called Xiaoxi, he didn't think it was Wei Ruoxi. But when he saw Wei Hao as soon as he entered, he knew that the girl who saved his sister was Wei Ruoxi, the one his security guard almost beat to death. Wei's father and mother looked at the handsome man in front of them. They realized he was Yanbin, the man who almost caused Xiaoxi to be beaten to death. Now, it was because of their own daughter that she was again in the hospital. Because of this, Wei's parents didn't have a good impression of them. No need anymore. You can leave. Wei's father waved his hand at the three people. I don't know why Xiaoxi would take a bullet for Miss Yan, but I know if she finds out she's Yanbin's sister, she wouldn't do this kind of thing. So, please leave. I don't want Xiaoxi to wake up and see someone she hates standing in front of her. Although Wei's father wasn't sure if his daughter would wake up, he really didn't want her to see people she didn't want to see when she woke. Yanbin only smiled at Wei Liangqing's words. Shen Wanxin looked curiously at Yanbin and Wei Ruoxi lying in the bed, guessing about the relationship between her son and the girl in the hospital. Since Yanbin entered the ward, Wei Hao has been staring at him. However, Yanbin seems unaffected by Wei Hao's intense gaze and walks straight to Wei Ruoxi's bedside, gazing at her carefully. Wei's mother frowns and lowers her head, tears welling up in her eyes. Wei Qi remains silent because he hasn't yet understood what is really happening. Yanbin ignores everyone's looks and just focuses on Wei Ruoxi lying on the bed. The woman on the bed no longer looks like the fragile girl who used to follow him every day, nor like the woman who was hit by his security guards and looked at him with unfamiliar eyes. Wei Ruoxi's face is very pale from the pain, but there is a strange red glow in her pallor, probably caused by the intense radiation. Her brows are furrowed unconsciously from the pain, and she looks fragile and pitiful. Yanbin is startled by his own description. He doesn't understand why he thinks Wei Ruoxi looks so helpless. He looks at her with complicated eyes, remembering that she almost died twice because of their Yan family. For some reason, Yanbin doesn't want her to die just like that. I want to take her back, Yanbin suddenly says. What? Shen Wanxin and Wei Qi ask. Are you trying to die? Wei Hao retorts. No, it's not allowed, Wei's father and mother say almost together. Everyone almost speaks at once. Yanbin shifts his gaze from Wei Ruoxi's face to the others, raises an eyebrow, and says, I want to take her back. You can't beat me, Wei Hao. And I must take her back. He answers their questions one by one. Uncle, Andy, I need to bring Wei Ruoxi to my place. Do you think just leaving her here will make her better? I have experts who study radiation, and my medical equipment is much better than here. If you insist on leaving Wei Ruoxi here to wait for death, I can't do anything. Wei's father and mother exchange a hesitant look. Dad, Mom, don't believe him. You know how he treated Xiaoxi before, right? Wei Hao quickly persuades, seeing their hesitation. Alright then. You can take Xiaoxi back. However, we will go with you, said Wei dad. Wei mom seemed to sigh again, then turned to Wei Hao and said, Xiao Hao, this is also good for Xiaoxi. You want to see your sister recover, right? So, let's stop talking about it. Wei Hao opened his mouth as if to say something, but after looking at Wei Ruoxi lying on the hospital bed, he finally didn't speak. Yes, only by getting better doctors can there be a chance for her to wake up. What else could Wei Hao say? Jiyu, how is she doing? Yanbin looked at his friend, the expert Wang Jiyu, who was checking Wei Ruoxi carefully. Wei's family also looked at the doctor nervously. The doctor was quite young, which made them a little uneasy. After Wei's parents agreed to let Yanbin take Wei Ruoxi to Yan's house, less than a minute later, a luxury car arrived at the hospital. Yanbin quickly took Wei Ruoxi to Yan's house, and the whole Wei family followed, including Wei Qi. Since they had already informed Wang Jiyu earlier, by the time Yanbin carried Wei Ruoxi inside, Wang Jiyu and his team were already waiting inside. However, since Wei Ruoxi had been lying there, Wang Jiyu had been checking her with a small device. More than 10 minutes had passed. Sometimes he shook his head, sometimes he nodded, confusing everyone waiting outside. Strange, really strange. Wang Jiyu turned to his friend and said, It's been about an hour since she was shot. What's strange is that she still hasn't died. Before he finished speaking, he felt several sharp looks directed at him. He awkwardly changed his words. My mistake. If she was in this condition, others would have died long ago, even those with a 10th level mental strength. Besides her slightly weak vitality, there don't seem to be other problems. It's really quite strange. Wang Jiyu stroked his chin, looking puzzled. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and asked, Did you give her anything to eat before? Or any other treatments? When Wei Ruoxi's family heard that she was temporarily fine, they almost cried with joy. At first, they thought she was surely going to die. Now that it seemed she was okay, their tense nerves finally relaxed a little. Besides the initial visit to the hospital, the doctor said she was given a regular anti-radiation shot. They explained. That's strange. A normal anti-radiation shot shouldn't do anything at all. No, I must investigate this thoroughly. Xiao Feng, bring all the equipment here. I want to check everything carefully, Wang Jiyu said, turning to his assistant Xiao Feng. He then looked at the group of people staring at him with wide eyes and grinned. You don't need to be so nervous. She won't die for now. But I can't guarantee she'll wake up either. Hearing this, the previously relaxed crowd tensed up again. Yan Bin slapped Wang Jiyu on the head. Stop joking. Tell us, is she really okay? Hey, you're my brother. Don't hit me in front of so many people. Save some face, okay? Wang Jiyu protested, holding his head. Wang Jiyu saw Yanbin raise his hand again and quickly said, I'm not entirely sure, but she's not going to die right now. Once Xiao Feng brings the equipment, we'll know for sure. Stop hitting my head. Yanbin, are you really so concerned about Wei Ruoxi? That's rare. Yanbin and Wang Jiyu had been friends since childhood, so they often joked around freely in front of others. Wang Jiyu was very surprised when Yanbin carried Wei Ruoxi in. He knew this girl, and most of Yanbin's close friends knew Wei Ruoxi too. Back then, their group joked about Yanbin, saying he had a little wife following him everywhere and suggested he should just marry Wei Ruoxi. But Yanbin had beaten Wang Jiyu up for that. Wang Jiyu felt very wronged. He wondered why he was always the one getting hit, even though it was others who said those things. Compared to Bai Linger, who always called Yanbin Bin and was always following him around, their group liked the shy Wei Ruoxi a bit more. Bai Linger was really good at pretending. Later, I heard that Yanbin watched helplessly as Wei Ruoxi was beaten by the security guards from his family, but he didn't go to stop them. They all scolded Yanbin harshly. Surprisingly, today, I saw Yanbin rushing into the Yan family house, holding Wei Ruoxi in a hurry. At first, Wang Jiyu thought he was seeing things. Yanbin turned his head to look at Wei's parents, cleared his throat, and awkwardly said, Don't talk nonsense. Wei Ruoxi saved my sister. Wang Jiyu just stared at Yanbin and chuckled mischievously. Soon, Wang Jiyu's assistant brought over all the equipment he requested. Wang Jiyu stopped smiling and began connecting the data cables to Wei Ruoxi's body. Her mental strength is very high. It seems she's blocking radiation from reaching the brain's core. Wang Ji looked at everyone seriously. I've never seen this before. It's quite complicated. Can Xiaoxi wake up? Wei's mother asked anxiously. They were most worried about whether Xiaoxi could be saved and if she could wake up. There's no immediate danger, but I can't be sure if she'll have problems later. If she can wake up, that would be best. The biggest concern is that she might only have brain death, with her heart still beating. That's called a vegetative state, and in such cases, waking up is unlikely. What should we do? Oh no, Xiaoxi. Why is life so hard for you? Wei's mother started crying again. Go home and rest first. You're not helping here. She needs quiet. If she can overcome the radiation energy in her brain, she might wake up. Overcome the radiation energy in her brain? Everyone was confused. They had never heard that mental strength could defeat such radiation. Could Wei Ruoxi really wake up? Wei's family finally left. They wanted to stay and keep her company, but Wang Jiyu persuaded them to go home. He said Wei Ruoxi needed a quiet space and fresh air, so they should come back the next day. Wei's parents left reluctantly, looking back several times as they left the Yen house. Then Wang Jiyu dismissed his assistant. Yes. They're gone. Wang Jiyu suddenly nodded with a strange expression, then turned to Yan Bin with a grin and said, Come thank me. I helped chase everyone away. This way, you can spend time alone with your little wife. Haha, no need to thank me. Yan Bin twitched his eye corner, but ignored Wang Jiyu. He really didn't want to talk to such a foolish person. Every time he saw Wang Ziyu's expression, Yan Bin felt like hitting him. Hey, why aren't you talking? Don't worry. Wei Ruoxi is fine for now. She probably won't die. You should try to reconnect with her and show her you care. You hurt her feelings before, so now is your chance to do better. Maybe when she wakes up, she will forgive you. Wang Ziyu nudged Yan Bin with his shoulder, seemingly unaware that Yan Bin's face was turning dark. He continued talking to himself. Don't worry. Wei Ruoxi is definitely worthy of your Yen family. With such strong mental power, she should be at level 20 or higher. I bet she can wake up. Yes, she will shine brightly in the future. Yan Bin suddenly froze. He grabbed Wang Ji's collar and asked, What did you just say? Level 20 mental power. Hey, this is a special outfit designed by Master Luowen. Don't ruin it. Let me tell you first. Wang Jiyu hurriedly pulled his clothes out of Yan Bin's grasp. He tidied up the slightly deformed clothes and sighed. I finally got Master Luowen to help me design this. It cost me several months' salary. Wang Ziyu mumbled, but when he saw Yan Bin's growing impatience, he changed his tone. Yes, the highest mental power level my instrument can show is 20. Did you see that red line reaching the top? That means her mental power definitely exceeds level 20. Otherwise, how could she resist all that radiation? Tisich, you're really so naive. Wang Jiyu looked at Yan Bin, who seemed to have gone dumb, and couldn't resist adding a little more insult. He thought about how he was throwing such a good opportunity away like a rotten vegetable. Sorry for his choice of words. Yan Bin suddenly turned around and punched Wang Jiyu. Shut up. Then he fell into deep thought. When did Wei Ruoxi's mental power become level 20? He remembered that back in school, every student was tested for their mental and physical levels. Usually, anyone above level 5 would be posted on the notice board and recruited by the government with high pay. At that time, the person with the highest mental strength in the school was Miss Lan Yanan from the Lan family. She had a personality very similar to a boy. Her mental strength was at level 12. The strongest in physical skills was Yan Bin at level 13. Back then, both of them were considered geniuses. They had been invited by the country, but both refused. Lan Yanan and Yan Bin were from the 8 great families, so they naturally served their own families. At that time, Wei Ruoxi's name was not even on the official list, indicating her mental strength was below level 5. So, how did she suddenly reach over level 20? Yan Bin looked at Wei Ruoxi on the bed and was puzzled. Wang Ziyu looked at Yan Bin's gaze, which seemed to see through him to Wei Ruoxi on the bed. He found Yan Bin's look a bit frightening, so he greeted Yan Bin and quickly left. Why did her mental strength suddenly jump to over 20, with such terrifying power? Yan Bin frowned and stared at Wei Ruoxi. Bin knew that having over level 20 mental strength was very frightening. About 400 years ago, there was a person with very high mental strength named Zilu, who was considered a master of mental power. Thanks to Zilu, mental strength was fully developed and used. Zilu's mental strength was at level 30, the highest level. Now, Wei Ruoxi's mental strength was above level 20. Was it because she forgot her memories after being hit? Or was there another reason? If Wei Ruoxi used to be useless, then now she might become a treasure that the country and the 8 great families would fight over. So, how should he treat her? Should he hide the truth? He rubbed his forehead, feeling a terrible headache. Wei Ruoxi had not woken up by the next morning. Wei's father, Wei's mother, Wei Hao, and Wei Qi all came early. Wang Jiu also checked Wei Ruoxi and found that her radiation levels inside her body seemed to be decreasing. He gave her an injection of nutrients and then found a reason to send her family away. Wei's family also noticed that Wei Ruoxi seemed much better than yesterday, so they felt a little relieved. With Wang Jiu's persuasion, they all left again. Originally, only Mom planned to bring Wei Ruoxi back home. However, Wang Jiu told Mom that the room temperature at the Yan family was set to the most beneficial level for the human body, so it was best for Wei Ruoxi to stay here. Mom thought for a moment and agreed, since the house didn't have any expensive equipment. Bin saw that Wei's family had left, so he told Wang Jiu not to reveal that Wei Ruoxi's mental strength was over 20 levels. Although surprised, Wang Jiu didn't ask further. Soon after, Wang Jiu also left, leaving only Bin and Wei Ruoxi lying on the bed. Bin moved a tall stool next to her bed and sat down, carefully observing the woman on the bed. Suddenly, Bin remembered the shy girl who always followed him around but never spoke. Whenever there were no classes, he often saw that thin girl trailing behind him, regardless of the weather. After school, she would follow him all the way home, watching him enter the Yan family gate before turning to leave. Since Wei Ruoxi entered Yan Academy at age 10, she had followed Bin for 7 years. Even after Bin graduated and joined the family business, he often saw her small figure watching him from afar. Until one day, for some unknown reason, Wei Ruoxi entered the Yan family and was mistaken for a thief by the security guards. Bin saw her being severely injured by the guards right in front of him. He didn't even try to stop it. He still remembers her bloodied face and the look of despair in her eyes as she looked at him. At that moment, Bin felt a sharp pain in his heart when he saw her eyes. The next time he saw her was at Yan Academy. To his surprise, she looked at him with complete unfamiliarity and asked who he was. Bin initially thought she was pretending to deceive him, even saying hurtful words in front of many people. Later, when he met her again at the Duaj house with Xian Yuan Qi Cheng, she no longer looked at him with admiration. Instead, her eyes showed she wanted nothing to do with him and wanted to stay away. At that moment, he felt his heart ache because of her distant gaze. Yesterday, when he saw her lying in the hospital bed, he was truly frightened, thinking she might die just like that. He suddenly realized how important she was to him, unlike his outward indifferent and carefree attitude. Yes, she had been with him for 7 years. How could he not have noticed her feelings? When he saw her being hurt, he thought he didn't care and could watch her suffer without feeling anything. Bin lowered his head and grabbed Wei Ruoxi's hand, whispering softly, "Wei Ruoxi, wake up quickly." He squeezed her hand tightly, as if trying to confirm something, his feelings for her. He wasn't sure if he cared because of her strong mental strength of over 20 levels or because she had been with him for so long. Wei Ruoxi felt her whole body burning as if she had been thrown into a hot oven. The burning sensation seemed to be trying to invade her mind. She thought this intense heat must be very uncomfortable, so she kept resisting. In her hazy state, Wei Ruoxi thought she saw a shadow of a man flickering in front of her, somewhat like that annoying Bin. She kept thinking about how she never had a moment without injuries, and then she fainted again. The moment she lost consciousness, she seemed to see that angelic-looking man stiffly telling her, "Wei Ruoxi, wake up soon." Was it just her imagination? Yanbin looked at Wei Ruoxi lying on the bed with a complex expression. He wondered if he was imagining things earlier. He felt that when she said that, she seemed to frown slightly. Binner, a soft, pleasant voice came from behind him. Mom? Is something wrong? Yanbin turned around. It was Shun Wanxin, his mother, a woman in her 40s. Shun Wanxin was from the Shun family, one of the 8 great families. She married Yanbin's father, Yan Bohua, because of power. But luckily, both Yan Bohua and Shun Wanxin fell in love with each other in the end. Shun Wanxin was 42 this year, but thanks to good care, she looked only in her 30s. Her tall, charming eyes made her look very alluring, like a woman others envy and men adore. Although Shun Wanxin was born into one of the 8 great families, she did not have the spoiled girl attitude typical of young ladies. She also had the ambition that children from large families usually have, but she was entirely devoted to managing the household and raising children. She was a good mother and a good wife. Bin, you've been here watching all day and night. Why don't you go rest for a while? I'll watch over her. As soon as she wakes up, I'll come and call you, Shun Wanxin said, looking at the tired Yanbin. She gently pinched his shoulder, worried about his health. Yanbin smiled at Shun Wanxin and said, Mom, this is something our Yan family owes her, and I owe her too. I'm not tired. Let me stay here and watch over her. Content unavailable. Content unavailable. Uncle, are you really going to leave soon? Only Wei Hao seemed a bit surprised and reluctant. It seemed he didn't want Wei Qi to leave just yet and wanted to hear more about the soldiers. Yes, the army just sent a message. I have a mission and need to go back quickly, Wei Qi explained with a smile. Since Wei Ruoxi had already woken up, Wei Qi was in a very good mood. Xiao Hao, Xiao Shi, remember to practice the set of martial arts I taught you every day. It's very good for your health. Oh, right. Wei Qi suddenly remembered something. Xiao Shi, what exactly happened at the bank that day? At the bank, Wei Ruoxi accurately told Wei Qi the number of the criminals and their positions. Wei Qi only managed to defeat the robbers because of Wei Ruoxi's information. He had always been curious about how Wei Ruoxi knew so much. Uncle, you forgot to remind me. Wei Ruoxi stopped drinking porridge and looked up seriously. That day, I'm not quite sure what happened. Usually, my mental energy feels a bit strange, so when I calm down and close my eyes, I can slowly sense everything around me. It's really amazing. Thinking back to that day, Wei Ruoxi felt that the sensation was incredible. Mental energy. Wei Qi was very excited. How much mental energy would it take to reach that level? Xiao Shi, what level is your mental energy at? Only Dad, only Mom, and only Hao also find it quite strange. When did Xiao Shi gain such abilities? Could it be due to high mental strength? I remember when I tested my mental strength before, Xiao Shi was only at level 3. How could it suddenly increase so much? Ruoxi thought for a moment and said, I don't know my own mental strength level. I only found online the characteristics of mental strength below level 10, but none of them match mine. So, I still don't know what level I am, or what is really happening. Ruoxi searched online for a long time but couldn't find an answer. She also wanted to visit Hao's school to learn about mental strength classes, but before she could, a shooting incident happened. I'm only interested in physical skills and don't study mental strength much, so I don't really understand what's going on. But I am sure your mental strength must be above level 10, said Wei Qi, who is good at physical skills, especially speed. He knows almost nothing about mental strength. So, I plan to attend some mental strength classes at Hao's school in a few days. Hao studies machinery and plants, and he doesn't know much about mental strength either. Dad and Mom are more familiar with machinery. Okay, in a few days, I will help you get a visitor pass so you can sit in on the classes, said Hao. Many students attend as visitors at their school, mostly those who didn't finish school properly after graduation. After eating the porridge Mom cooked, Ruoxi was pushed into her room by Mom, who said she needed to rest because she had just woken up. Ruoxi thought it had been a while since she last visited the space, so she should go inside the ink bracelet to comfort the 3 fruit trees. Otherwise, she didn't know what kind of trouble they might cause. In her room, Ruoxi locked the door from inside because she was afraid that Chi might come in and find her missing. Although she now understands her uncle's character, she still didn't want Chi to know about her space. The fewer people who know, the less danger there is. Wow, little Chi, where have you been these days? Ping Ping and Ying are both worried about you, Tao Tao asked anxiously when she saw Ruashi enter the space. Peach Peach, Apple Apple, and Cherry Cherry, the three fruit trees, started shaking their branches loudly as soon as Wei Ruashi entered. Yes, little sister Shi, we were so worried about you, said Cherry Cherry softly. After a few days apart, Cherry Cherry's speech had become very fluent. Miss Shi, I miss you so much. Apple Apple's voice sounded a little choked. Yes, I've been busy with some things these days, so I haven't come in. I miss you all too. Wei Ruashi smiled and looked at the three fruit trees, telling a kind lie. They can talk, unlike Grandpa Tree, who can understand people's feelings. Wei Ruashi also noticed that she was getting better at lying and no longer blushed or got out of breath. Wow, your fruits are all ripe now. Wei Ruashi finally noticed the bright red fruits hanging on the trees, peaches, apples, and cherries. Nearby vegetables were also fully grown, including cabbage, potatoes, carrots, cauliflower, green peppers, lettuce, green beans, eggplants, cucumbers, loofahs, pumpkins, water spinach, and rice. Everything was golden and looked very beautiful. Wei Ruashi had only seen such a lovely, peaceful scene when she was a child. Back then, there were many vegetable patches and wheat fields near the orphanage, and in autumn, fields of rapeseed flowers were very beautiful. As she grew up, most places around the orphanage were rebuilt into tall buildings, and she hadn't seen such scenery since. Now, in her own space, she saw it again. Although it was small, it made her feel relaxed and happy. Wei Ruashi casually picked some fruits from Peach Peach, Apple Apple, and Cherry Cherry, causing the trees to shake wildly. She washed the fruits at the pond, then leaned under the trees and took a gentle bite of a peach. As soon as she bit into it, the juice flowed into her mouth. The peach was sweet and delicious. She took a light sip, and all the juice was absorbed. Wei Ruashi was satisfied and smacked her lips, saying, "This is so delicious." She took another bite of a crisp, sweet apple, then popped a cherry into her mouth, which was just as tasty as expected. She continued eating apples and cherries happily. Wow, I'm so full. I ate too much, but the taste is just perfect. It makes me want to keep eating. Ruashi wiped her mouth, rubbed her slightly full stomach, and looked at the three fruit trees, continuing, "It's a pity you don't have mouths. If you did, you could eat the fruits growing on yourselves. That would be so unfortunate." The three fruit trees visibly shook, each imagining what it would be like to eat the fruit on itself. They couldn't help but shake their branches vigorously. "Wow, Sister Shi, you're so mean. You always scare us," Peach Peach protested. Yeah, Ping Ping and Ying echoed. "We don't care. Sister Shi, tell us a story to make up for scaring our little hearts." Ruashi looked a bit embarrassed. Little hearts? These three trees are quick learners. As soon as I mentioned hurt feelings, they understood. They even use it to their advantage. All right, what story do you want to hear? Ruashi thought it had been a while since she last saw them, so she decided to satisfy their wishes and tell a story while also harvesting the vegetables. "I want to hear a story where the hero gets punished, and I want it to be intense. But it must have a perfect ending," Peach Peach answered first. "No, I don't want that kind of story. I want a romantic story, like Cinderella," Ping Ping protested. "Me too, I want a romantic story," Ying, speaking softly, agreed with Ping Ping. Ruashi thought for a moment and began to tell a story. Once upon a time, there was a Snow White. She was very, very beautiful. But the beautiful Snow White had a wicked stepmother. While telling the story of Snow White, Ruashi was also harvesting vegetables from the field. She planned to harvest only half of them now, saving the rest for when they grew old, so she wouldn't have to buy seeds all the time. The princess ate the apple given by the disguised old woman, the stepmother, and fell into a deep sleep. Ruashi continued, her hands moving swiftly, without slowing down. When she finished the story, she had almost finished harvesting the vegetables. The three fruit trees remained silent, probably still lost in the story's aftermath. Ruoshi didn't pay them any mind and continued harvesting the golden rice with the combine. Ah, that was so good. The punishment of Snow White was so tragic. Peach finally sighed, waking up from the story as she watched Ruoshi nearly finish harvesting the rice. Ping Ping and Ying also regained their senses, feeling happy for the princess and the prince's happy life. Only Ruoshi kept smiling as she continued harvesting rice. After each story she told, the 3 fruit trees would stay silent for a long time, carefully thinking about the story. Ruoshi thought they were very cute. Even a small fairy tale could make them reflect for a long time. While listening to the fruit tree's thoughts, Ruoshi finished harvesting the rice. Looking at the piles of rice beside her, she felt worried. The rice she gave to the Duoj Hall last time might not have been finished yet. Otherwise, Li Duohai would call her. This much rice probably shouldn't be given away. If it sits for too long, it might spoil, which would be a waste. Forget it. She would just store it in her space first. After Weiqi leaves tomorrow, she would ask her parents how to handle it. The afternoon passed quickly inside the ink bracelet. The next morning, the Weijia family sent Weiqi off early. Waiwohai was reluctant to see her go until Weiqi said she would come back during her next holiday, which made him feel a bit better. Originally, Wei Papa, Wei Qin, and Weiqi didn't want Wairuoxi to see her off, but since she said she was fine now, they all went together. After seeing Weiqi off, the family returned home. Wairuoxi didn't want to go shopping outside at all. It seemed like every time she went shopping, she would have bad luck. The first thing Weiqi did after returning to the army was to go for a health check at the detox department. No matter if you're a new soldier, an experienced one, or an officer, the first thing after a leave isn't reporting to your superior, but checking your health at the detox department. They check how much pollution is in your body and then use different methods to remove it based on the level. Wow, Weiqi, you're back so soon? Your 20-day leave is over, asked a tall, blonde beauty. It's the beautiful Laina. Long time no see. I missed you so much, Weiqi joked with the blonde beauty. Laina is the head of the detox department. She has a tall figure, a cold and elegant face, and long, curly blonde hair. She is probably a famous beauty in the military district. Laina tends to be quiet and distant at first, giving off an icy impression, but once she speaks, she feels warm and passionate. Her appearance and personality are quite opposite. Because he has a boyish personality, he is quite popular in the army. Laina glanced at Weiqi with a teasing look and joked, "Don't tease me, or when you go to the detox department later, they might find you seriously contaminated." Hearing Laina's words, Weiqi immediately shivered and muttered softly, "She really has the most malicious heart." "What did you say?" Laina raised an eyebrow, smiling mischievously. "If you dare say that again, you'll regret it later." Weiqi quickly put on a pleading smile and said, "Laina, you're so beautiful and loved by everyone. This woman can really wear a person out with her tricks." Laina stroked her chin and said, "That's more like it. Come on, let's go to the detox check. I heard a few people on leave are back today. Haha, they'll have a tough time later." Weiqi followed behind Laina, feeling nervous as she smiled mischievously. He thought about how he had eaten a lot at his brother's house. Although his brother and sister-in-law told him those foods were all green and healthy in this world, where can you find truly green, pure foods? Oh no, he wished he had eaten less. Thinking about the upcoming ordeal, Weiqi didn't want to step into the detox department. "Weiqi, hurry up and go in. Have you been eating a lot of junk food at home during your holiday?" Laina guessed with a mischievous smile. "No, all the food I ate was healthy," Weiqi said, but he didn't quite believe his own words. Sure enough, Laina just giggled mischievously beside him. Most people on leave tend to eat contaminated foods because, after all, in the army, they only drink nutritional supplements. When they see real food at home, they can't resist eating it. It hurts so much. From now on, I swear I won't eat that stuff anymore when I go home." A man's painful shouts echoed from the detox room. Weiqi's heart was pounding nervously. Oh no, he was about to suffer just like those men, crying out in pain. "Come on, go in," Laina urged, seeing Weiqi hesitating at the door, and gave him a gentle push. "All right, lie down quickly," Laina said, pulling Wei Chi to a bed covered with data cables, and he lay down. That's enough. That's enough. I've been through hardships before. I can endure a few more minutes. With a firm decision and a clenched jaw, I lay down on the bed and asked Laina to check me. After a moment, strange, Laina's voice sounded above my head. I opened my eyes and looked at her, feeling a bit confused about what she found strange. Turn over. Face down, lying on your stomach. I didn't understand why I needed to turn over, as others usually didn't have to during checkups. But my soldier instincts took over, and I obediently turned over. This is really strange. How is that possible? Laina poked and pinched different parts of my body. What's going on? It can't be right. Maybe the equipment is broken. Well, Wei Chi, you can go now. Next person, come up. After saying that, she pulled me aside and let another soldier lie on the testing bed. The device immediately displayed data 1 to 5, indicating mild contamination. Laina looked at the machine in disbelief. It's not broken? Then why can't it detect any contamination on Wei Chi? Wei Chi, you try next. She then turned to the soldier with mild contamination and said, mild contamination. Just take the medicine and you'll be fine. That soldier happily ran off to get the medicine after hearing her words. Wei Chi looked on with envy. Hey, what's going on? Wei Chi, did you eat anything when you went back? Why can't the test detect any contamination? Laina looked at me with a frustrated face. She had been about to tease me, just like before when I always ate a lot after returning home, and then I had to suffer the consequences. No contamination detected? Wei Chi was stunned, almost unable to believe the result. He remembered clearly that he had eaten a lot.
Could it be?
Wei Chi's eyes widened. Could it be that what Wei Ruoshi she said was true, that those vegetables were completely free of contamination? Is that why the test showed no contamination now? But, how could there be uncontaminated vegetables in the world? Hundreds of years ago, it was impossible to find food without pollution. Why can we find such food now? Wei Chi was puzzled and couldn't figure it out. Strange, there should be at least some light pollution, but I've never encountered a place with no pollution at all. It's really odd, Laina kept complaining. Yui quietly left while Laina was still talking, not hearing anything she said. Yui decided that next time she had a chance to go back, she would ask her niece about it, because Yui always felt that Wei Ruoshi she seemed to be hiding something from her. Since sending Wei Chi away, Wei Ruoshi she stayed at home every day, rarely going out. Besides once delivering groceries to the duo Ju Pavilion, she spent most of her time at home or in her own space. She would chat with the 3 fruit trees inside her space, grow vegetables, eat some fruit, and enjoy a carefree, happy life. She was so happy that she almost forgot she was supposed to be an auditor at Wei Hao's school. The fruits in her space had been eaten by Wei's father, Wei's mother, and Wei Hao, all giving high praise. Almost every day, she would pick some fruits for everyone to enjoy after meals. Also, perhaps because Wei's father and mother ate the things from her space, their wrinkles seemed to have disappeared a lot. Their complexion improved, and their skin became smooth and shiny. Today, Wei's father and mother went to work. The shares of duo Ju Pavilion were enough for Wei's family to live comfortably every day. Wei Ruoshi she even told her parents not to go to work anymore. However, Wei's father and mother said they had dealt with machinery for decades. Now, if they didn't touch those things, they felt weak all over. So they still went to work on time every day. Wei Hao also went to school, leaving only Wei Ruoshi at home, chatting with the 3 fruit trees inside her space. Ding dong, Wei Ruoshi seemed to hear the doorbell outside inside her space. She greeted the fruit trees and then quickly stepped out of her space. When she opened the door, she was stunned. Why was it him? The person outside was Yan Bin, who had taken care of Wei Ruoshi a few days ago. Why are you here? Do you need something? Wei Ruoshi asked coldly. She didn't think this man had any good intentions in coming to see her. Anyway, Wei Ruoshi didn't want any more contact with the Yan family. Yan Bin didn't seem to notice Wei Ruoshi's distant attitude. He smiled warmly and showed a nice, bright smile. Has this man changed? Why is he acting so strangely around her? Wei Ruoshi was surprised. The Yenbin she saw earlier was very different from the one she saw recently. Not long ago, he was sarcastic and cold towards her, acting as if she was disgusting. Now, he was smiling so gently at her. "It's okay, I'll just close the door," Wei Ruoshi she said, really not wanting to see his smiling face. It made her feel very strange. She quickly tried to close the door. Seeing her trying to close the door, Yenbin didn't hesitate. He bent down and slipped past her arms so quickly that Wei Ruoshi was stunned. "What is this? Did this man take the wrong medicine today?" Wei Ruoshi's patience was worn thin by Yenbin. "What exactly do you want? My home can't fit a big shot like you. Please, just leave," she said, opening the door wide and signaling for him to go. "Have you really forgotten everything from before?" Yenbin asked, avoiding her question. He couldn't believe someone could forget a person they liked for 7 years so easily. "Yes, I've completely forgotten.
So, please don't come back.
If you're here to thank me because I saved your sister, there's no need. Honestly, I didn't think about helping her when I did it. It was just an accident. So, you don't need to come here to thank me," Wei Ruoshi said all at once, convinced that Yenbin came to thank her. "I am not here to thank you," Yenbin said casually as he found a seat in the Yu family's living room. Then he added, "I came just to give you this." He raised the item in his hand. "What is that?" Wei Ruoshi frowned. Being in the same room with this man made her feel uncomfortable all over. Yenbin always seemed dangerous. "Don't you want to go to Yen Academy as an auditor?" "Here, this is your auditor's pass," Yenbin said as he stood up and walked over to hand her the pass. Earlier today, Yenbin had gone to Yen Academy and accidentally saw a teacher organizing the month's auditor passes. He took one and personally brought it to Wei Ruoshi. Wei Ruoshi frowned as she took the pass from Yenbin and asked annoyed, "Didn't Xiaohao say he would bring it back for me? Why are you here with it?" "Humph. He must have taken it secretly, because he's the eldest son of the Yen family." Yenbin ignored her annoyed tone and naturally took her hand. "Let's go. You can start auditing today. I have some things to do at school. Last time at the duo Ju Pavilion, he promised to help Xianyuan Chi Chen get some water from Dr. Chen, who is watching it very closely. It's been almost a month now. Yenbin has almost found the 10,000 people he promised to help Xianyuan Chi Chen find. Most of them are not mutants, only a few hundred are." Wei Ruoshi felt cold inside. She forcefully pulled her hand away from Yenbin. She thought hard but couldn't understand why Yenbin suddenly became so gentle it seemed unreal. "Let's go. I can take you to the academy. You go inside and change your clothes. I'll wait here," Yenbin said, glancing up and down at Wei Ruoshi. She was still in her pajamas, which had pink rabbits printed on them. With her conflicted expression, she looked quite adorable. Why hadn't she noticed before that this woman looked pretty? Yenbin thought to himself. Wei Ruoshi looked at Yenbin, studying him again and again. Finally, she couldn't hold back and went back to her room to change. Fine, she decided to go to the academy with him. Otherwise, who knew if this man would stay here forever? If Xiaohao came back and saw him still here, there would be a fight for sure. After changing clothes, Wei Ruoshi and Yenbin went to Yen Academy together. They took Yenbin's shuttle car, which I can only describe as very luxurious. It was fully automated, very fast, but it didn't make Wei Ruoshi feel dizzy. When they arrived at Yen Academy, Wei Ruoshi and Yenbin were immediately surrounded by people. "That's young Master Yen. Wow, it's really young Master Yen. So handsome. Who is the woman next to young Master Yen? I've never seen her before. Yeah, it's not Bai Linger. Bai Linger hasn't been following young Master Yen these days. That's strange. Do you think Bai Linger would be furious if she knew there was another woman with young Master Yen? Of course she would. She always looks annoyed when she sees that woman acting like a lady." "Exactly. But the woman next to young Master Yen isn't very pretty. She's not even as good-looking as me." A group of women chattered and gossiped. Wei Ruoshi sighed, realizing that women are still very flirtatious and gossipy nowadays. Yenbin looked impatient as he pulled Wei Ruoshi into the elevator. As soon as the elevator doors closed, Wei Ruoshi seemed to hear the women outside scream. "Ah, young Master Yen is holding that woman's hand. Once inside the elevator, Wei Ruo, she felt very dizzy. This was probably the second time she had come to Yen Academy since her crossing. The academy was no longer as large as before, covering millions of square meters and built like a small estate. Now, it was about 10,000 square meters with tall steel buildings, but there were still plenty of sports fields like basketball courts and playgrounds. The buildings were very tall and a bit intimidating. The last time she visited, Dr. Chen's laboratory was on the 108th floor. She hoped she wouldn't run into that strange old man again this time. She silently prayed.
Ding!
The elevator doors opened on the 85th floor, where the classes on mental power were held. Go ahead and attend the class. I'll come to pick you up after it's over, Yanbin said as he watched Wei Ruo step out of the elevator. The so-called audit students are those who attend classes with students who haven't graduated yet. As soon as Yu Ruo enters the classroom, the teacher is already starting the lesson. Today's students study very freely. They can sit wherever they like, and if they feel uncomfortable, they can stand up and listen. If they don't understand something, they can ask the teacher right away. Also, if they think the teacher is wrong, they can give feedback immediately. This way of learning is much freer than it was thousands of years ago. Thinking about the endless homework and textbooks from thousands of years ago, Yu Ruo feels sorry for those students. Of course, she also experienced that kind of hardship back then. Spiritual power, simply put, is just a kind of thought or mind. It's an invisible force released by the brain tissue of living beings. That means plants, animals, and humans all have this thought, but the strength varies, the teacher explained while pointing at the large screen on the steel wall. The screen showed the internal structure of a human brain. The place where spiritual power originates is here. The teacher pointed to a part of the brain diagram on the screen. This area is the brain core, one of the most important parts of a person. As long as the brain core isn't damaged, a person cannot die from it. Alright, that's about all for today's lesson. Next, we will have a student come up to demonstrate the characteristics of level 8 spiritual power. Yuli, please come up and show everyone. Then, a boy sitting on the bench next to Yu Ruo suddenly stood up, blushing deeply, and walked over to the teacher. Yu Ruo just realized that the classroom had students aged from 10 to 15, and some looked like they were in their 20s, probably audit students like her.
Hello, classmates.
I will now demonstrate the features of level 8 spiritual power, said the boy, who looked about 12 years old, about 1.6 meters tall. He had short, slightly curly brown hair, very fair skin, probably mixed race. Maybe because he was shy, his voice was a little soft. Yue only saw a young boy named Yuri staring at a book on the table. After a moment, the book suddenly floated in the air. Yuri even took a moment to share some tips on controlling mental energy. You must stay very calm and practice many times. At first, it might be hard to control, but once you get used to it, you'll find it easy, just like me. I can use my mental energy and talk to everyone at the same time. As Yuri talked about mental energy, he spoke more and more confidently, and his voice grew louder. He was no longer shy like at the beginning. He even made the book float over to his classmates, making them laugh happily. Yue watched in amazement. The boy was very skilled at controlling his mental energy. Yue had looked it up online before and learned that it usually takes at least 3 years of practice to become this good at controlling mental energy. At home, Yue also tried to move some light objects. Last time at the bank, Yue could see everything around with eyes closed, so moving small objects should have been easy. But for some reason, no matter how many times Yue tried, it didn't work. Yue even thought that what happened at the bank was just an illusion. Now, I will tell everyone a simple way, Yuri said. Many people might have the ability to move objects with their mental energy, but don't know why they can't succeed. My method is a bit old-fashioned, maybe related to Buddhism from thousands of years ago. Buddhist masters sit quietly every day. Instead of trying to focus on an object right away, they sit still and don't think about anything. This helps them concentrate their mental energy. After that, they can open their eyes and try to move objects, and it becomes much easier. Yue listened carefully and felt that Yuri's advice made a lot of sense. Yue decided to try it at home. Alright, class is over now. After you go home, you can try the method Yuri shared. It's very good, the teacher said, packing up and leaving. Yue reluctantly stood up. The lesson was so interesting that Yue didn't want it to end. However, she thought there might still be Yanbin waiting outside. Wei Ruashi just wanted to escape quickly and avoid meeting him. As soon as she stepped out of the classroom, she saw Yanbin leaning against the metal wall at the door. His black bangs fell over his forehead, and his eyes were slightly closed, as if lost in thought. His hands were in his pockets. Wei Ruashi then noticed that Yanbin was wearing a white shirt and brown casual pants. She couldn't help but think to herself that this guy was so annoying, even though he had such an attractive face. Just as Wei Ruashi was about to sneak past him while he was closing his eyes, she bent down to go quietly, but Yanbin suddenly spoke. "Class is over? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Today's lesson was really long. Did that girl think she was asleep and wanted to sneak away?" Yanbin looked at Wei Ruashi, who hadn't straightened up yet, and chuckled softly. Wei Ruashi quickly stood up straight, annoyed, and glared at Yanbin. "Do you have something to say? If not, I'll go now. No need for Yen to send me home. Let's go." Yanbin didn't say much. He simply took Wei Ruashi's hand, intending to take her home. Wei Ruashi suddenly got angry and forcefully pulled her hand away. Darn it, she hated arrogant men the most. "Enough. I told you I'll go home by myself. No need to trouble you. Also, without my permission, please don't casually hold my hand, okay? Darn it, what's wrong with this man?" Wei Ruashi wished he would go back to treating her like he used to. "Are you angry?" "Why?" Yanbin looked into Wei Ruashi's eyes, as if he didn't understand what he had done wrong. He was the eldest son of a Yen family, used to women fawning over him. He hadn't even tried to hold another girl's hand. Yanbin believed that since Wei Ruashi used to like him so much, she couldn't possibly have no good feelings for him now. Wei Ruashi was no longer the same Wei Ruashi as before. Unfortunately, Yanbin would never know that. Wei Ruashi felt that if she kept talking to this man, she might end up punching him in the face. She had never seen such a narcissistic man. When she was the old Wei Ruashi, who liked him, she thought he was different. "Goodbye, young Master Yen." Deciding not to waste words with him, she simply turned to leave. Wei Ruashi didn't believe that young Master Yen would dare to take her away in broad daylight. Wei Ruashi kept pinching her hand repeatedly, her forehead veins throbbing with tension. She felt more out of control than ever before. She looked up at the luxurious shuttle above her, resisting the urge to throw something at it, then suddenly stopped. The shuttle above her also came to a halt. "Yanbin, what exactly do you want?" She looked up at the shuttle. "Can you stay in your lane? Why are you flying around above my head?" The shuttle moved aside when it heard her, no longer hovering directly over her like before. Wei Ruashi's face turned expressionless. "Fine, if you want to test my patience, then let's see who gives in first." Then a strange thing happened. A shuttle was not flying in the designated lane, but was always just above a girl with a blank face, slightly off to the side. Wei Ruashi walked back silently, expressionless, forgetting to take the bus home, which is also a type of shuttle. She called it a bus because that kind of shuttle had a strange name, ORPHAN, but she couldn't remember the name, so she just called it a bus. It took her about an hour to reach home, and the shuttle followed at a slow pace for the same amount of time. When she got home, she closed the door without even glancing at the shuttle above her. Yanbin sat in his car, lost in thought. He couldn't understand why things had turned out like this. Why had Wei Ruashi become so stubborn? She was nothing like her old self. He also wondered what he had done wrong. Was it because he didn't apologize to her in person? He decided to apologize to Wei Ruashi face-to-face tomorrow. He sat outside her house for over an hour before flying away in his shuttle. Wei Ruashi returned home, intending to meditate and focus her mind, but she kept thinking about Yanbin flying above her. An hour passed, and her mind still hadn't calmed down. Forget it, she thought. Better to go to her space and chat with the fruit trees. It would be more relaxing. She immediately disappeared into her space. During her time in the space, Wei Ruashi played around with the 3 fruit trees for a while. She also ate many fruits from the trees, which made her feel a little better. Then she saw the pond and remembered her plan to dig a small pond inside the space to store water for drinking. Thinking about this, Wei Ruashi started to act. She looked outside but couldn't find anything suitable for digging a hole. Only a small shovel. She looked at the small shovel in her hand and frowned. Oh well, it's just a shovel. She decided to make do with it. At worst, it would take a little more time. While chatting with the 3 fruit trees inside the space, Wei Ruo she dug a hole. Time passed quickly, and after about 3 hours, she had only dug a small hole with a diameter of just over a meter. Looking at her work, Wei Ruo she nodded with satisfaction, thinking it was pretty good. Indeed, doing things was a good way to release her emotions. After dinner with her father Wei and her mother Wei Hao, Wei Ruo she went back to her room. She planned to follow what her friend Li said today, sit in meditation first to focus her mental energy. She sat in a standard meditation posture, which she was quite familiar with. In the orphanage, they once had a master who said he left the temple because it was too old. He went down the mountain to seek alms and repair the temple. Unexpectedly, just after gathering enough money for repairs, he was robbed and badly injured. He had to rest at the orphanage. The director's mother was a Buddhist and told the master to stay until he recovered. The master agreed happily. At that time, the orphanage kids often went to the master's room. The master didn't blame them and just did what he was supposed to do. Usually, when they visited, they saw him sitting in meditation. After seeing this many times, Wei Ruo she learned to do it herself. About an hour had passed. Wei Ruo she felt her mind was completely blank. She didn't know if this meant her mental energy was focused. Then she turned her head and looked at a glass of water on the table. Only the words come here remained in her mind. Suddenly, the glass of water flew straight toward her. Wei Ruo she was startled when she saw the glass flying toward her. She relaxed her mind, and the glass fell directly to the ground and shattered. Maybe that counts as success? Wei Ruo she stared blankly at the broken glass on the floor. Although it fell to the ground, she thought she had succeeded. She experimented many more times. She had succeeded more than 10 times now. The more she practiced, the higher her success rate became. On the second day, Wairuoxi went to school early to attend classes. She was afraid of running into Yanbin, so she left home early. As expected, she didn't see anyone following her. However, after class, Wairuoxi saw Yanbin waiting at the door. When she came out, Yanbin seemed to want to say something to her. But Wairuoxi didn't give him a chance and simply walked away. Wait, Wairuoxi, I have something to tell you. Yanbin tried to reach out and stop her. But then he remembered that Wairuoxi had said yesterday she hated being touched without her permission. So, he awkwardly withdrew his hand and followed her into the elevator, not daring to try to hold her hand again. Sorry, Wairuoxi. Please forgive me, Yanbin said quickly as they reached the lobby of Yen College. Since it was after class, the first-floor hall was crowded with many groups of students. There were teenagers, adult auditors, and some teachers. Because of Yanbin's unique voice, the noisy crowd suddenly quieted and looked over. Wairuoxi felt like she could dig a hole and hide. Did this man apologize just now in the elevator? Why is he still apologizing now? Is he doing it on purpose? Trying to embarrass her? She knew this man was always following her with bad intentions. Without thinking, Wairuoxi turned around and ran outside. She didn't want the onlookers to realize what was happening, or she might become the enemy of all the women in the college. Yanbin seemed to notice Wairuoxi wanted to leave. Without hesitation, he reached out and grabbed her. Sorry, please give me another chance. I know I was wrong before. I will make up for my mistakes, he said hurriedly. The group of onlookers nearby was stunned. Who is this woman? How could she make Yanbin apologize to her? It seemed she wasn't planning to forgive him. Wow, who is this woman? She actually made Yanbin apologize to her. This is unbelievable. My Yanbin, how could you apologize to someone who isn't as pretty as me? Ugh, it hurts my feelings. Who are you calling your Yanbin? Do you want to die? Be careful, Bai Linger might hear you, and you'll be in trouble. Young Master Yen, our young Master Yen. Wairuoxi, hearing these words, angrily slapped Yanbin across the face. Then, with a loud slap, the sound echoed through the hall on the first floor. The crowd that had been chattering just moments before immediately fell silent, staring in disbelief at the scene before them. Wei Ruashi stared blankly at her right hand. Oh, she was just thinking about hitting him, and suddenly, she actually did it. Now that you've slapped me, shouldn't your anger be gone? So, you can forgive me now, right? Yanbin said calmly, as if he wasn't upset at all about being slapped. Sorry, I didn't mean to do it. Wei Ruashi truly only thought about hitting him, never intending to actually do it. Alright, I forgive you. Can I go now? Anyway, she didn't care about him. Whether he forgave her or not didn't matter. Okay, I'll take you home, Yanbin said, then took Wei Ruashi's hand and walked out in front of a group of stunned onlookers. Once they left, the crowd behind finally reacted. Did I see that right? Young Master Yen was slapped? And he didn't even get angry? Oh my gosh, pinch me. Am I dreaming? Ouch, that hurts. Don't pinch so hard. It's you who told me to pinch you. Wei Ruashi didn't notice a malicious gaze following her as she left. Wei Ruashi, I wish you a terrible fate, a cold voice came from a corner of the hall. Because Wei Ruashi felt guilty about slapping Yanbin, she didn't resist and obediently let him take her home. On the way back, neither of them spoke. Yanbin simply took her home and then left. After the slap incident, Wei Ruashi stayed at home for several days, afraid to go to school again, worried she might be recognized. She spent her days practicing controlling her mental energy. Surprisingly, after just a few days, she became quite skilled at controlling some objects. It seemed that since the slap incident was over and maybe no one remembered it, Wei Ruashi decided to go back to school to attend classes. She still had some questions she needed to clarify. After leaving the house, she planned to go directly to Yen College for her duo pow practice. Recently, Yanbin hadn't come to see her, perhaps because Wei Ruashi forgave him. She found this amusing. She thought that once she forgave him, he wouldn't follow her anymore. Maybe she would have forgiven him long ago. To save time, Wei Ruashi decided to take a shortcut. The path was less traveled and looked a bit creepy. As she walked, she suddenly smelled a strange floral scent. What's that smell? It's so weird, she thought, feeling a bit dizzy, as if she wanted to fall asleep. What was happening? In the moment she fainted, she seemed to see a slender figure walking toward her. P.S. If everything goes as planned, it will be available tomorrow. Hehe. I feel a little nervous. I hope everyone will continue to support Grape. Wei Ruashi's head was pounding. What was going on? She slowly sat up and found herself in complete darkness. Her hands and feet were tied, and her head felt sore, as if someone had hit her. The ground was cold. She touched it and felt like hardened dirt. She knew she had been tied up and dumped here. She couldn't understand why this was happening since she hadn't offended anyone. Wei Ruashi realized her alertness was too low. In her past life, she had been drugged with fragrant powders many times. Why didn't she notice the strange smell this time? She also remembered seeing a slim figure approaching her when she fainted, probably a woman. She thought she hadn't offended any women, except for slapping Yanbin a few days ago. Could it be Yanbin sending someone to get revenge? She guessed wildly, trying to calm her growing fear. Because of her headache and confusion, she fainted again. She woke up several times, but was eventually awakened by hunger. When she opened her eyes, everything was still dark.
She didn't know the time.
She felt weak all over. Her wrists hurt from the ropes, and she was extremely thirsty. Darn it! Who tied her up here? Shouldn't someone show up soon? Could they be planning to starve her to death? Wei Ruashi shivered uncontrollably. Who could be so cruel, wanting to starve her to death here? She wasn't sure if Yanbin was responsible. Although she disliked Yanbin, at least he wouldn't do something so vicious, right? But then she remembered how Yanbin had looked at her after security guards had beaten her badly. Maybe it was because she had slapped him in front of everyone, holding a grudge, and thus kept her here? Wei Ruashi thought uncertainly. Sigh, she was so thirsty. She licked her cracked lips with her tongue. Her stomach started growling loudly. She was so hungry. Hungry? Thirsty? Wei Ruashi suddenly froze. Then she forced a silly smile. She silently scolded herself for being so stupid. She had forgotten the most important thing. It was so simple. As long as she stayed quietly inside the magic bracelet, she wouldn't starve or thirst to death. When someone came to find her missing, she could think of a way to escape. The magic bracelet was a divine tool, not a space ability. It only worked when she was inside. Once she left, she would be back in the same place, unchanged. So, to escape from that small dark room, she had to wait for someone to come and open the door. Inside, she couldn't see anything around her. She had wanted to use her mental power to check her surroundings, but perhaps because she was nervous, she couldn't do it as she had in the bank before. Wei Ruo, she didn't know what time it was now. Judging by her hunger, she guessed it had been about a day. Surely her captors didn't really intend to starve her to death here? As soon as Wei Ruo she entered the magic bracelet, 3 fruit trees were surprised and curious. Little Chi Xia, what's wrong? Why do you look so pale? Why are you tied up? Little Chi Xia, are you okay? The 3 fruit trees cared a lot about Wei Ruo since she was like family to them. I'm fine. Wei Ruo she shook her head, indicating she was okay. She just felt a bit weak, probably from hunger. Can you help me untie these ropes? Only Ruashi was just holding the idea of trying it out and asking casually. Probably okay. I'll give it a try, little Chi sister, said Tao Tao. Last time, it seemed she used a branch to turn Ruashi's neck blue. Ruashi was turned away from Tao Tao. Her hands were tied behind her back, and Tao Tao tugged at her with a branch here and there. After a while, Ruashi felt her hands loosen and surprisingly, they were untied. Ruashi rubbed the bruise on her wrist, moved her hands a bit, feeling stiff after being tied for so long. Little Chi sister, what happened to you? Why were you tied up? Tao Tao asked worriedly. Ruashi smiled and said, Don't worry, I'm fine.
See?
I'm okay now. She didn't want the 3 fruit trees to worry. Haha, I'm just a little hungry. Could you share some of your fruits with me? I'm starving. This time, the 3 fruit trees didn't shake like they used to when Ruashi picked their fruits. Usually, they would shake for a long time, but today, they just let her pick without making a sound, as if they knew something bad had happened to Ruashi. After picking some fruit, Ruashi went to the pond to wash her hands, and then started eating. She ate 3 peaches, 2 apples, and a big handful of cherries until she was full. She sat down under the peach tree, feeling worried. She thought about her father, mother, and little Hao. They must have gone back by now, and probably noticed she was missing. Sigh. Her parents and Hao must be very worried and searching everywhere for her. The 3 fruit trees stayed silent, just quietly accompanying Ruashi. Lying under the peach tree, thinking about her family and Hao, Ruashi fell asleep without realizing it. In her dream, she saw herself being starved to death, while her father, mother, and Hao cried sadly beside her. Suddenly, Ruashi woke up in shock. She looked up at the sky and the space. Sigh, she had no idea what time it was. The space was just a blank, white sky, no day or night. Ruashi had nothing on her that showed the time. Her phone was turned off and missing, probably taken away. Yue Ruashi doesn't know if the person who tied her up will come back. She decides to listen inside the space for any movement outside. If no one comes, she plans to go out and see if she can escape. After about 10 more minutes, there seems to be no activity outside. Just as she is about to leave, she suddenly hears the sound of a door opening. Yue Ruashi stops herself from going out. Darn it, where is everyone? A familiar female voice says. Didn't I tell you to watch outside? Where did she go? Big brother and I have been watching at the door. How could she just disappear? A rough male voice responds. Yes, Miss Bai, little 5, and I have been outside the door the whole time. We haven't left the main door. A sneaky voice adds. Miss Bai?
Bai Ling'er?
How could it be her? Yue Ruashi is surprised. She doesn't understand why Bai Ling'er is here. Wasn't she her good friend before? Why would she be tied up here? It seems she doesn't plan to let her leave alive. So, you mean she just vanished on her own? Bai Ling'er's tone is a bit harsh. Miss Bai, we really don't know what happened. The 2 brothers sound very innocent. They can't understand how someone could disappear without reason. The room only has one exit, no other way out. She couldn't have just vanished into thin air. Yue Ruashi frowns inside the space, confused about why this woman hates her so much. Why would she go to such lengths? She remembers that this woman used to be gentle and polite. Could it be because of Yenbin? Yue Ruashi guesses that this woman might have been friends with her because she often followed Yenbin before. Maybe she saw Yenbin with her a few days ago and now wants to kill her. It really is a case of a wicked heart. Yue Ruashi forgets that she is also a woman. She continues listening to the conversation outside. Humph, Yue Ruashi, don't think you can hide and I won't find you. Even if you escape today, I will find you and torment you to death. Bai Linger's voice has lost its previous gentleness and charm. What should Miss Bai do now? Should we keep looking near her house? It was that voice called Daba. Bai Linger was silent for a moment, then said, Wait a little. Go find some mixed steel solution and bring more of it. After she finished speaking, Iruo she heard 2 footsteps walk out one after the other. The mixed steel solution is a liquid made by melting and blending 2 types of steel. Iruo she felt that this woman's request for these materials probably meant trouble, and she didn't know what the woman really planned to do. Bai Linger looked around the room, as if talking to herself. She said, I don't believe you've really left this room, Iruo she. Either come out now, at least you won't die. Or else, you won't be able to go out later. Haha, once they bring the mixed steel solution here, I'll seal the door completely. Don't worry, this room only has one exit, the door. And it's a soundproof room, so no sound from inside can be heard outside. So, Bai Linger paused and chuckled softly. If you're really inside now, don't blame me. Iruo she was trembling inside, feeling terrified. How could this woman be so cruel? She wanted to trap her inside this room and suffocate her. Bai Linger started talking to herself again outside. Iruo she, why do you have to compete with me for a man? Sigh, it's such a pity. Last time, I led you to the Yen family, and you weren't beaten to death. I heard you even lost your memory. If you've lost your memory, just stay away from Yenbin. Yet you went close to my Yenbin again. So don't blame me for putting you here. He belongs to me. No one can take him away. Iruo she was trembling with anger, sighing inwardly. Who did she offend? Who cares about Yenbin? Right now, he's the one bothering her. Sister, I get a headache just seeing him. Since you're so sure he's yours, why don't you keep a closer watch on him? Tears streamed down Iruo she's face inside her heart. She cursed Yenbin 1,000 times. Miss Bai, the solution has been brought over, said the man called Daba. Good. Put it here. You two can go outside and wait for me, Bai Linger ordered calmly. These 2 men were hired by her at great expense. Bai Linger wasn't worried they would leak her secret because she was the young lady of the Bai family. Even if they dared to speak out, they wouldn't dare say anything outside. Ryue, whether you're inside or not, this is your last chance.
If you come out, fine.
If not, just wait to suffocate inside. Actually, Bai Linger wasn't sure if Ryue was really inside the room. She couldn't understand how someone so big could just disappear into thin air. Surely, she must have hidden somewhere using some trick. Ryue wasn't sure whether she should go out or not. If she went out, she might be harmed by that woman. If she stayed inside and the woman sealed the door, Ryue really wouldn't know what to do. Should she go out or stay inside? Ryue hesitated. In the end, Ryue decided not to go out. Going out would definitely mean death. Staying inside at least gave her some space. She probably wouldn't starve inside. She was just worried her family would be worried about her. Ryue, I will count to 3. If you don't come out, I will seal the door myself, Bai Linger said coldly. 1, 2, 3. Haha, Ryue, don't blame me. Bai Linger calmly left the house and told the big man and Xiaowu outside, use the mixed solution to seal the door. What? The big man and Xiaowu looked stunned. The woman actually wanted to seal the door. She was truly cruel. They didn't know where the girl had gone. She was locked inside, and they were guarding outside, not leaving at all. How could she have disappeared into thin air? Although they were rough people, they knew about strange things and unusual people. So, they believed the girl was still inside, just hiding somehow. If Bai Linger sealed the door, the girl would definitely die. They weren't sympathetic to her. They weren't good people either, but they certainly wouldn't be as cruel as Bai Linger. Truly, the most vicious women have the cruelest hearts. Originally, after they knocked Ruoyue out, Bai Linger planned to kill her herself. But in the end, for some reason, she didn't. Instead, she said something about wishing her a bad death, which made Big Man and Xiao Wu very nervous. The two people whispered to each other, but their hands kept working. They started pouring the mixed solution onto the door. Soon, the solution hardened and completely sealed the door, leaving no gaps. Since the room was originally built with steel-like material and only had one big door, now even that door was sealed shut. It's likely that inside the room, there will soon be no oxygen left. Big Bus and Little Five looked at each other and then at the sealed room in front of them. They felt sorry for the girl inside. They knew Bai Linger well. Few people in the 8 major families didn't know her. They also knew she liked the young master of the Yen family. The girl inside the room probably had some trouble with him, which is why Bai Linger treated her so cruelly. "I've transferred the money to your account. You can leave now," Bai Linger said coldly, not even glancing at them. To her, these people were just ants, not worth her attention. "Thank you, Miss Bai." Big Bus and Little Five excitedly clapped their hands. To them, money was the most important thing. The money Bai Linger gave them was enough for a long time. Their earlier sympathy for Wei Ruo, she was just empty words now. "Oh, by the way," Bai Linger turned slightly, but didn't look directly at them. She chuckled softly. "You must keep this a secret. Better keep it to yourselves." "Of course, we won't tell anyone." Big Bus and Little Five looked at Bai Linger and thought her smile was a bit scary. Even if they had more courage, they wouldn't dare to talk nonsense. Wei Ruo, she had failed to die last time. But this time? She didn't believe Wei Ruo she could survive and go home. She thought Wei Ruo she could only wait for death inside. She didn't think Wei Ruo she had escaped from the room. "Let's see how you try to steal a man from me this time. In such a desolate place, even gods probably can't find you." "Haha," she sneered. Content unavailable. Content unavailable. In Wei Ruoxi's eyes, she saw a white. She continued to expand her mental power. As she got closer, she realized it was a person dressed in white. Yu Ruoxi suppressed her excitement and continued to hold her breath as she watched the person in white in the distance. He seemed to be a man. Why is it him? Yu Ruoxi observed the man dressed in white. Strange, why is he wearing white clothes now? The few times she saw him before, he was always in black. The man in white is Mo Yen, the one who has saved her several times. Yu Ruoxi felt her mind go blank. Why does she always meet him whenever she's in danger? It seems like they are really destined to meet. Calming her excited feelings, Yu Ruoxi usually communicates with Tao Tao and others using her mental power. It's easy, but because they are close, she isn't sure if she can succeed from this distance. She tries to send her message through her mental power to Mo Yen. "Save me." Mo Yen stands on the dark ground, looking around. Today, he followed a monster into the wasteland area. After chasing for several hours, his strength was running out. Unexpectedly, just when he was about to run out of energy, the monster suddenly sped up and disappeared from his sight. The monster is completely black, and the entire wasteland is also dark, so he can't see the monster anymore. Mo Yen frowns and prepares to leave. "Save me." A soft, gentle voice reaches Mo Yen's ears. His steps, which had already been lifted, suddenly stop. Surprised, Mo Yen turns around and finds that the voice sounds familiar, as if he has heard it somewhere before. Yu Ruoxi uses her mental power to observe Mo Yen. She notices he seems about to leave, so she quickly thinks to herself, "Save me. I am Yu Ruoxi, from the North Street of the Yanhuang region, the cultural district. Do you remember?" Just as Mo Yen is surprised, he hears the same voice again, "Save me. I am Yu Ruoxi, from the North Street of the Yanhuang region, the cultural district. Do you remember, Yu Ruoxi? The Yu Ruoxi who disappeared for a year? This year, everyone online and on the streets has been searching for Yu Ruoxi. If it was just that, it wouldn't be a big deal. But the young master of the Yen family is also looking for her. From secret searches at first to fully public ones later, Yanhuang, Huaxia, Meiduo, and Ximian. all sent many people to find her. After a year, she still hasn't been found. Almost everyone in the Yanhuang region knows about this. The sound I heard earlier was indeed from Wei Ruoshi, whom I met a year ago. Mo Yen released his mental energy and sensed that within 500 kilometers there was only one steel building. Inside, it was completely dark and nothing could be seen. Could she be inside? I'm in the southeast. There's a steel house, and I'm inside. Wei Ruoshi's voice came again. Hearing her, Mo Yen immediately headed toward the building. When Wei Ruoshi saw Mo Yen coming in her direction, she knew she was saved. She quickly moved into the space and took deep breaths. After catching her breath, Wei Ruoshi stepped out again to check the outside. She saw that Mo Yen was really coming toward her, which made her feel relieved. Then she suddenly thought of something. The door of this house is completely sealed with a mixed steel solution. If you don't have tools, you might need to go back and rest first. She paused. Thank you, Mo Yen. Fully sealed? Mo Yen was stunned, seeming to find it hard to believe. How did she survive inside a completely sealed space? How did she last a whole year? Mo Yen remembered a girl from a year ago, so dull and silly. He couldn't imagine how she managed to stay alive in such conditions for so long. He decided to go back and get cutting tools. Mo Yen turned around and flew back quickly. Wei Ruoshi saw Mo Yen turning back and secretly let out a breath of relief, knowing he probably heard what she said. She then quickly returned to the space. Back inside, Wei Ruoshi started rolling on the grass happily. Finally, she could go home. Her parents shout how she would be back soon. Just wait for her. The 3 fruit trees, seeing Wei Ruoshi so happy, also felt better and started chatting and laughing with her. After about a day, Wei Ruoshi heard the crackling sound outside and excitedly stepped out. Mo Yen returned to the civilization zone and made a chainsaw from black steel. Because the mixed steel solution had solidified into a very hard substance, only a chainsaw made from the hardest steel on Earth, black steel, could cut through it. Black steel was rare, and Mo Yen took some time to find it. This delay caused him to spend several hours. When he finally arrived in the space near Wei Ruoshi's tied-up house, a day had already passed. Mo Yen looked at the door sealed with the mixed solution and took a deep, cold breath. Who could have such a strong grudge against Wei Ruoshi, wanting to trap her alive inside this sealed room? Not daring to waste any more time, Mo Yen quickly cut into the wall with the electric saw in his hand. The wall was softer than the mixed solution and easier to cut through. Wei Ruoshi held her breath as she watched the wall being slowly cut open. The feeling of almost seeing the light of day made her very excited. The bright sunlight hurt her eyes, but Wei Ruoshi refused to close them. It had been a long time since she saw the sun. She sighed softly, then took a deep breath, looking very satisfied. Mo Yen stared blankly at the woman in front of him. His handsome face was full of surprise, but he quickly returned to his usual cold and serious look. The woman had long, shiny black hair that reached her hips, a fair face, bright eyes, and a gentle smile as she faced the sunlight. She wore a dress made from a black blanket, which seemed a bit short, just covering her private area. Although she was not tall, her proportions were perfect, making it hard for anyone to look away. Was this the same dull woman from before? From her appearance, there was no sign of her past self. It seemed that a year had transformed her from a plain cocoon into a beautiful butterfly. Wei Ruoshi seemed to notice Mo Yan's gaze lingering on her, then looked down at herself. She realized she was wearing the black blanket dress she had made, since her original clothes had been washed and were now hanging on Tao. Only this dress, which she felt was quite revealing, was suitable to wear. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Wei Ruoshi crossed her arms and said, "Thank you." Mo Yen looked at her and seemed to sense her embarrassment. He took off his white windbreaker and handed it to her. Wei Ruoshi obediently took the windbreaker, thanked him, and put it on. The windbreaker, which normally only reached his thighs, now extended down to her calves. The sleeves were also too long, so she rolled them up several times. "Let's go." Mo Yen walked over to the parked shuttle, opened the door, and let Wei Ruoshi get inside first. He didn't say anything extra, as if he wasn't curious about why Wei Ruoshi was trapped here or how long she had been in this oxygenless room. Mo Yen showed no interest at all. This made Wei Ruoshi very grateful. She hadn't decided how to answer those questions, but seeing that Mo Yen didn't seem interested, she felt a little more at ease. When Wei Ruoshi fastened her seatbelt, Mo Yen activated the smart system, and the shuttle took off quickly. "Take a rest now," Mo Yen said, noticing Wei Ruoshi looked very tired. "It will take about 8 hours to get back from here." 8 hours? With the current speed of the vehicle, that's over 5,000 kilometers. Wei Ruoshi didn't expect that Bilinger was so incredible. At this distance, even with decades of training, her mental strength might not reach that far. Wei Ruoshi shivered silently, feeling lucky to have met Mo Yen. She looked at him sitting beside her and felt deep gratitude. "By the way, what time is it now?" Wei Ruoshi suddenly asked, wanting to know how long she had been trapped here. She had no sense of time inside the space every day. "It's been a year since you disappeared," Mo Yen replied coldly, just like before. His tone hadn't changed at all. "A year?" Wei Ruoshi stayed silent, unsure how her family was doing. They must be worried sick. Then she remembered something strange. How did Mo Yen know she was missing? Thinking this, she blurted out the question. "How do you know I disappeared?" Only her family should know, right? Mo Yen's lips seemed to curl up slightly as he answered. "Now, almost everyone in the Yanhuang region knows your name and what you used to look like." Her old appearance? Wei Ruoshi touched her face. Had she been getting uglier? Why did Mo Yen mention her old look? And why did everyone in the Yanhuang region know about her? Why does everyone know? The young master of the Yen family, Yen Bin, is searching for you all over the world like crazy. It's the same annoying man again. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have gotten into such big trouble. I was locked in this place by that crazy woman, Bilinger. If I didn't have my magic bracelet, I might have already turned into a pile of bones. I was so angry thinking about it. I must not let him find out about my return. As I kept thinking, I fell asleep. Since I learned I could be rescued, I haven't rested well. Now that my tense mind finally relaxed, I drifted off on the car. Seeing that Wei Ruoshi had fallen asleep, Mo Yen rubbed his forehead. He had been busy chasing monsters yesterday and helping Wei Ruoshi, so he hadn't rested at all. Now that she was sleeping peacefully, he leaned back against the car seat to rest. The car was fully automated, so he didn't need to worry. Mo Yan's sleep was light. He woke up after only about 2 hours. I was careless. How could I sleep so deeply? He muttered quietly, looking annoyed. He glanced at Wei Ruoshi, who was sleeping soundly. She looked very peaceful, maybe dreaming of her family. A gentle smile appeared on her face. Mo Yen quietly looked at Wei Ruoshi's face, which had become a bit more charming because of her hairstyle. He felt a little emotional. She must have been inside that sealed house for a year, yet she managed to survive. He found it strange how she could stay alive in such conditions. But if others didn't ask, he wouldn't either. Wei Ruoshi slept very comfortably. No matter how she used to sleep before, it was never truly restful. Now that she had finally left that house, she could finally sleep peacefully. When she woke up, the shuttle had already arrived in the civilized area. She was nervous but excited. She was about to see her parents and little Hao. Her hands were trembling a little. In just a few minutes, the shuttle reached the civilian district and stopped right at her home. "It's here." Wei Ruoshi looked at Mo Yen and sincerely thanked him. "Thank you, Mo Yen." Mo Yen simply nodded lightly and then got out of the car. Wei Ruoshi watched the shuttle leave, feeling very grateful. He had saved her without asking for anything in return. Looking at the familiar door in front of her, Wei Ruoshi felt very excited. She pressed the doorbell. Soon the door opened. "Who's there?" Wei's mother's voice sounded much older. "Mom." Chi Xia quickly went to open the door when she heard the doorbell. No one had visited the house in a long time, and today she didn't know who it was. But as soon as she opened the door, she froze. She was stunned by the voice calling her mom. The woman in front of her wore a white men's-style coat, with flowing long hair, bright teeth, and sparkling eyes. Although she had changed a lot, Chi Xiaomin still recognized her. It was her daughter, who had been missing for a year. Xiaoxi. Chi Xiaoman looked at her daughter, and tears started to fall. Mom missed you so much. Where have you been all this time? Mom missed you so much. I thought you were gone. Everyone told them that Wei Ruoxi was probably dead, but Chi Xiaoman didn't believe it. She stubbornly waited for her daughter, convinced she would come back. Wei Ruoxi silently shed tears too, and hugged Chi Xiaoman tightly. Mom, I missed you so much. I missed you to death, afraid someone might see her. Wei Ruoxi pulled her mother into the room. Mom, I missed you so much. Wei Ruoxi held her mother's arm. Why didn't Dad and Xiaohao see me? She looked around the room but didn't see her father or younger brother. Your dad went to work. Her mother hesitated and looked at her daughter.
Xiaohao. He.
Should she tell Wei Ruoxi that Xiaohao had recently joined the army? Wei Ruoxi didn't agree with Xiaohao joining the army. Seeing her mother's hesitant and nervous expression, Wei Ruoxi's face changed with worry. She thought something had happened to Xiaohao. Mom, what's wrong with Xiaohao? Don't scare me. Her mother saw Wei Ruoxi's pale face and knew she had misunderstood. She quickly explained, Xiaohao is fine. Don't worry. He just went to join the army. Hearing this, Wei Ruoxi let out a quiet sigh of relief. She knew Xiaohao was okay, just in the army. But still, she felt a little uncomfortable inside because she thought joining the army was always a dangerous thing. The mother and daughter argued for a long time. Only the mother asked Xiaoxi what had happened over the past year. Worried about her family, Yuruozi made up a simple excuse. Mom, I was taken by an odd old man and made into his apprentice. He insisted on teaching me how to develop my mental strength. I wanted to come back and tell you, but that old man wouldn't let me. He said I had to train until he was satisfied before I could return. He even took me to a strange place I couldn't leave. It wasn't until a few days ago that I trained my mental strength enough, and then he let me go. At first, Yua Mama didn't believe her, but when she saw Yuruozi easily make all the furniture in the house float using her mental power, she was still a bit suspicious, but didn't ask further. Soon after, Yuelao came home from work. When Yuelao saw Yuruozi, he thought he was hallucinating until she called him Dad. Only then did he realize his daughter was really back and that she hadn't died. Yuelao looked at Yuruozi, who seemed to have changed a lot. He was overwhelmed with happiness and hugged her, crying for a long time. Yuruozi noticed that her parents, now in their 40s, looked much older. They had many white hairs and wrinkles on their faces. Seeing her parents aging made her hate herself even more and resent Bai Linger deeply. During the years she was missing, her parents were heartbroken and searched for her tirelessly. They never gave up on finding their daughter. Thinking about how she had lied to her parents, claiming she was kidnapped, Yuruozi felt a sharp pain in her heart, as if cut by a knife. Her parents had become like this because of her, and she still had to deceive them. She felt she was truly terrible, but she dared not tell them the truth. She decided to handle everything herself this time and not let her parents be hurt again. She silently vowed to herself. That evening, at dinner, Yuruozi took some dishes from her space and prepared more, about 10 crabs and some fruits from Taodao, Pingping, and Yingying. While eating, they also talked about Xiaohao joining the army. Xiaoxi, don't blame Xiaohao for joining the army. It's his own choice. Xiaohao practiced the set of martial arts his uncle gave him every day at home. Surprisingly, for some unknown reason, his martial arts skills suddenly surpassed level 10. Xiaohao then decided to join the army. Also, during the year he was missing, he grew much taller and more mature. That's why we allowed him to join the army. Wei Ruoxi listened quietly as her father talked about Xiaohao joining the army. She felt a faint sense of sadness. Although she really didn't want Xiaohao to go somewhere so dangerous, she suddenly realized she couldn't stop his growth forever. Since Xiaohao is already 15, he should be allowed to choose his own path and grow at his own pace. That's the right thing to do. After thinking this through, Wei Ruoxi decided not to stop Xiaohao from joining the army. She only wondered how to remind her parents to be careful of the women from the Bai family. She chose not to tell her parents about what happened during the year she was missing, mainly because her parents are ordinary people, unlike her and Xiao Hao, who now have the ability to protect themselves. She was worried that if the woman from the Bai family found out she was alive, she wouldn't let her go. Wei Ruoxi was most afraid of causing trouble for her parents. She wondered if she should warn them and how to handle this problem. In her mind, Wei Ruoxi thought about how to make her parents aware of the Bai family woman's evil intentions. Dad, Mom, do you remember when I went to the Yen family and got beaten up?
Why?
Her father and mother looked at her with some surprise. Wei Ruoxi thought about how to explain. She paused and then said, "That time I was beaten wasn't an accident." She continued, "Back in the academy, I had a friend named Bai Linger who is the eldest daughter of the Bai family. She probably did it because she knew I liked Yen Bin and deliberately tricked me into going to the Yen family. That's why I was badly hurt." She explained the story clearly and simply. Her father and mother looked at each other in shock. They hadn't known about this before. Suddenly, they remembered that during the year Wei Ruoxi was missing, Yen Bin had been desperately searching for her. If Bai Linger found out Wei Ruoxi was back, wouldn't that put her in great danger? Their initial happiness about their daughter's return faded, replaced by worry about her safety. "Xiao Shi, during the year you were missing, Yen Bin looked for you all that time."
So,
Her father stopped speaking. Wei Ruoxi frowned because she already knew about this from Mo Yen. She originally wanted her parents to worry more so they would be cautious of Bai Linger, but now it seems her parents only care about worrying her. Sigh, what should she do? "Mom and Dad, I absolutely can't let Yen Bin find out about my return. If he does, Bai Linger will come after me." "Yes, we understand," her parents replied worriedly. Wei Ruoxi sighed quietly. What's the difference between her parents knowing Bai Linger kept her locked up and them worrying? It's the same, they'll worry either way. After dinner, the three of them talked for a long time. Suddenly, Wei Ruoxi remembered something very important. If she wants her family to live a peaceful life, she needs her own power. To have her own strength, she needs money most of all. Thinking about money, she remembered the Duo Jugwin, a place she owned 50% of. Her face turned very pale. She had been missing for a year. Had Duo Jugwin already closed down? Back then, the dishes she gave to Li Duohai could only last about a month. "Mom and Dad, do you know about Boss Li from Duo Jugwin? What's the situation there now?" Wei's parents also knew about Duo Jugwin. "You're talking about Li Duohai, right? You disappeared for just a month, and Duo Jugwin closed. He's a good person, and when he knew you were missing, he helped us look for you for a long time," her father said with some emotion. What should she do now? Duo Jugwin is closed, and her only source of income is gone. If she tries to reopen it, people might find out she's back, which could cause trouble. "Xiao Shi, you can't go to see Li Duohai now because Yen Bin seems to have guessed that the vegetables and rice from Duo Jugwin were sent by you. If Duo Jugwin reopens now, Yen Bin will definitely know you've returned," Wei Ruoxi's father warned. Yen Bin had visited her family several times, asking about the days before her disappearance and subtly inquiring if the vegetables from Duo Jugwin were provided by her. Wei Ruoxi fell silent. It's clear she can't let Duo Jugwin reopen now. Her father looked at her, paused, then continued speaking. "Actually, if you feel bored, you can go out for a walk. No one should recognize you now." Mom also glanced at Wei Ruoxi and nodded in agreement. "What?" Wei Ruoxi was confused and touched her face. "Have I really become very ugly?" She felt that her parents' gazes were a bit strange. After chatting for a long time, Wei Ruoxi finally went back to her room to practice her mental power. Right now, improving her mental strength was the most important thing. Everything else was just superficial. She spread her mental energy toward Pingming District. In her mind, she could clearly see about 1/5 of its appearance. Pingming District is indeed a poor area. Although it has steel buildings, they are of the lowest quality. The tallest buildings, there are only about 20 floors, unlike the civilization zone, where buildings almost reach the clouds. Pingming District mostly houses ordinary people and those who are a bit poorer, with little contribution to the world. It is now noon, and most families are eating. Wei Ruoxi could even see their food, thousands of identical nutritious steamed buns. Yet, many families still ate happily without any complaints. Watching others live simple, ordinary, yet happy lives with her mental energy, Wei Ruo, she felt very envious. Thinking about her own many troubles gave her a headache. She continued to expand her mental power outward, but could only cover a very small part of Pingming district. Currently, Earth is divided into 4 main regions, with a total population of just over 700 million. Each region has about 180 million people. It's easy to imagine how large the Yanhuang region where Wei Ruoxi is located must be. When her head started to ache slightly, she stopped. Each time she released her mental power, the range of spread increased. That's how Wei Ruoxi practiced her mental strength, by releasing it all out until she could hardly bear it, then stopping. After resting for a while, her mental power recovered. She then practiced a set of physical exercises that Wei Qi had taught her. She had also practiced this set of exercises while trapped in her space. At that time, Wei Ruoxi thought she should do some movement after staying in the space for a long time. Now, Wei Ruoxi believed that this set of body techniques was truly beneficial for her body, so she practiced it. She thought she couldn't have super strong mental power but a weak body. Otherwise, her lack of flexibility would eventually cause her problems. After completing the set of body techniques with perfect form, Wei Ruoxi was sweating all over. She went to the shower room, prepared to wash up, and looked up at the large mirror inside. She was stunned when she saw her reflection. In the mirror, she saw a woman wrapped only in a towel. She had long black hair that reached her hips, shining under the light. Her small face was delicate, with arms exposed outside the towel that looked white and tender, and her slightly thin shoulders made her look very fragile. Her skin was clear and shiny. Wei Ruoxi stared at her face in surprise, whispering, "Is this still me?" Her face, which used to look a bit chubby, had become thinner. The middle-parted hair made her look subtly charming. With this look, only her family might recognize her at first glance. If Bai Linger saw her like this, she might try to hurt her without hesitation. Wei Ruoxi chuckled self-deprecatingly and thought, "I've actually become a little beauty like this." It seems that as long as a woman is fair, she can hide her flaws. After washing in the shower room, Wei Ruoxi put on a very revealing outfit she thought was daring. It was a sleeveless black tight top that showed her small waist, paired with black shorts and black flat ankle boots. She had cut the top herself because she didn't own such clothes. She secretly took her mother's makeup products. Wei Ruoxi used to be plain, never wearing makeup. Only her mother occasionally used some cosmetics at home. She drew thick black eyeliner, extended the eyeliner at the corners of her eyes, applied long false eyelashes, and painted her lips a bright red. Determined, she also curled her long black hair into big waves. Now, her parents probably wouldn't even recognize their daughter if they saw her. Standing in front of the mirror, Wei Ruoxi looked at her outfit and nodded with satisfaction. If there was still a trace of her old self in her previous appearance, now, with heavy makeup and bright clothes, she definitely couldn't find any part of her former self. She looked at least 10 years more mature than before. While Wei Ruoxi's parents weren't paying attention, she quickly slipped out, planning to go to the Fan Yitang. Fan Yitang is a business owned by the Fan family, one of the 8 major clans. The Fan family is considered the largest underworld organization in the Yanhuang region. Don't be surprised, yes, it's an underworld group. Just like in the old days, where there was a government, there was also the underworld. They depend on each other and coexist. The name Fan Yitang includes the character Fan, which refers to the Fan family, and Yi, meaning loyalty and brotherhood. Because Earth now often faces monsters from space, the Fan family established this organization. People can entrust tasks here. Anyone can take on missions. After completing them, they receive rewards from the clients. However, Fan Yitang takes 10% of the earnings. Most of the tasks involve collecting monster brain cores, medicinal herbs, spiritual stones, or raw stones. Raw stones are a type of gemstone formed from land hardening. These stones contain gems that are even more dazzling and beautiful than diamonds or jade. The gems inside can also be used in medicine, making them very valuable medicinal stones. These stones are very rare and are usually found only in remote, barren areas. Fan Yitang does not accept missions involving murder or arson, things that directly harm others. All other types of tasks are accepted. Wei Ruoxi dressed this way because she wanted to go to Fan Yitang to take on some missions. She spends her days practicing mental strength, but has no real combat experience. She hoped to take on some monster brain core collection tasks. After all, how can someone with no combat experience claim they can seek revenge or help her parents live a peaceful life? She took the bus to the location of Fan Yitang in the civilized district. The building isn't taller than others nearby, only 88 floors. Looking at the large golden characters, Fan Yitang, and the 2 stone lions at the entrance, each taller than a person, Wei Ruoxi felt a bit out of place. Speaking of which, it's not surprising to see 2 old stone lions standing next to such a high-tech building. Wei Ruoxi slightly sighed at the stone lions at the door, then went inside. The reception area on the first floor of the Fanny Hall is about 1,000 square meters. It has several pots of evergreen trees grown in nutrient solutions and rows of sofas for guests to rest. Wei Ruoxi looked around curiously, as it was her first time in such a place. She had learned about it online but didn't know why she couldn't post or assign tasks there. As she approached the reception, her pupils suddenly shrank.
Darn it! Why did she run into them?
What a coincidence. Right in front of her, walking toward her, were Bai Linger and Yan Bin, the ones who had trapped her in that space for a year. Wei Ruoxi clenched her fists, feeling a little nervous. This was her first meeting with them since she came out. She looked down and suddenly saw her 2 fair, smooth thighs. She quickly thought that with her current outfit, they probably wouldn't recognize her. Besides, her clothes were quite mature and bold. Thinking this, Wei Ruoxi lifted her head and stared directly at Bai Linger and Yan Bin, who were getting closer. When they were almost face to face, Wei Ruoxi even threw a flirtatious wink at Yan Bin. The gesture made her own skin crawl. Both Yan Bin and Bai Linger had already noticed the woman with heavy makeup on the opposite side. Her bright red lips made them feel uncomfortable, especially when she winked at Yan Bin as she entered. Yan Bin showed no expression, pretending not to see the flirtatious wink. Bai Linger, however, looked openly at Wei Ruoxi, clearly showing disdain and mockery in her eyes. Seeing their expressions, Wei Ruoxi knew they looked down on her. She found it somewhat amusing, these 2 really suited each other. Bai Linger, in particular, no longer even pretended to be delicate or ladylike. It seemed she was sure Wei Ruoxi was dead. She managed to pass by Yan Bin and Bai Linger unnoticed, feeling quite happy inside. Seeing her current look, no one recognized her. When she arrived at the reception desk, Wei Ruoxi looked at the colorful list of tasks on the big screen behind her and felt a bit dizzy. She even saw a task posted about finding a tiger. Wei Ruoxi smirked. That person was so funny. Animals on Earth are probably almost extinct now, yet someone still wants to find a tiger. What a wild idea. She checked the posting date and saw it had been over 10 years since it was posted. She looked further down and smiled even more because she found a task about searching for a rare martial arts secret manual. Someone was still posting such a request. The posting was over 2 years old. Then she glanced at another screen nearby. It showed a cancelled request. Seeing the large photo on it, Wei Ruoxi froze. The cancelled request was for finding Wei Ruoxi, cancelled on a certain date by someone named Bin. There was also an old photo of her. Bangs, shoulder-length hair, a chubby face, and a blank stare. Wei Ruoxi pressed her hand to her racing heart. Luckily, her appearance had changed a lot, and she was wearing heavy makeup. She never expected that Yan Bin and Bai Linger still posted a request to find her. They probably just came here to cancel the request. It seemed they really thought she was dead. Feeling a bit relieved, Wei Ruoxi looked at another screen on the left. She saw many more tasks, mostly normal ones. She chose 2 simple F-level tasks. One was to find the brain core of the Dan Dan beast, and the other was to find the brain core of the grass mud horse monster, a creature that looks like an egg, with another that resembles a horse. I want to take these 2 tasks, number 1988 and number 2435, Wei Ruoxi told the staff, pointing at the 2 tasks. Tasks here are ranked from highest to lowest. SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, D, E, and F. Hello. Please show your ID card, and I will help you register the tasks, the receptionist said politely with a smile. ID card? What is that? Sorry, this is my first time taking a task here, so I'm not sure what an ID card is. I don't think I have one. The reception clerk smiled politely and said, Please tell us your name. We will issue you an ID card, and then you can start accepting tasks. Your name? Wei Ruashi hesitated. She didn't dare to tell her real name. Do I really have to use my real name? If she had to, she would just walk away immediately. She might as well go find monsters to practice fighting. The clerk continued with a formal smile. Of course not. Any name is fine. It's just for registration. Feeling relieved, Wei Ruashi gently touched her chest, thought for a moment, then smiled at the clerk with a bright, white-toothed grin. Baby, my name is Baby. Baby was the name she used temporarily from the orphanage she once stayed at, called Baby Orphanage. The clerk's mouth twitched slightly, but she kept smiling. Hello, are you sure your name is Baby? This name will be linked to your current appearance. Yes, just call me Baby. The clerk nodded, tapped on her device a few times, then picked up something to take a picture of Wei Ruashi. Soon, she handed her a light gold-colored card. Hello, this is your ID card. Please show it each time you accept or complete a task. Wei Ruashi took the card from the clerk. It had a small screen showing her current appearance, made up and glamorous, which even made her laugh when she saw it. There was also a number representing her identity, 420688319, and next to it, her name, Baby. Hello, you can start accepting tasks now, the clerk said with a smile, looking at the glamorous woman in front of her. Wei Ruashi handed the card back to the clerk. I want to do those 2 tasks I just chose. The clerk swiped the card twice, then handed it back. Are you sure you want to accept these tasks? If so, just press confirm on the card. Wei Ruashi looked at the screen and saw 2 tasks listed, exactly the ones she had selected. She quickly pressed the confirm button below the screen. The receptionist saw that Wei Ruashi had already confirmed her choice and continued. Since you are new, I will explain the rules for accepting assignments at Fan Yitang and some important points. First, once you accept an assignment, it cannot be cancelled because all assignments at Fan Yitang can be repeated. Second, as you complete more assignments, your level will increase accordingly. The levels range from the lowest F grade to the highest SSS grade. Third, if you cannot complete an assignment within the specified time, points will be deducted from your ID card. Your current points are 0, so if you fail 2 tasks, your points will become -2. 1 F-grade task equals 1 point. Fourth, points can be used to buy special items at Fan Yitang that are not usually available on the market. Points can also be exchanged for star coins. Fifth, the lowest F-grade assignment costs 1 point, E-grade costs 4 points, D-grade costs 10 points, C-grade costs 20 points, B-grade costs 50 points, A-grade costs 100 points, S-grade costs 500 points, SS grade costs 2,000 points, and SSS grade costs 10,000 points. 6th, 7th. Apart from the first 5 points, Wei Ruashi listened carefully, but the rest were mostly useless, like warnings to be careful when doing tasks and that they wouldn't be responsible if something went wrong. The receptionist finished with 10 points and then said to Wei Ruashi, I hope your tasks go smoothly. See you next time. Thank you. Seeing that she had nothing more to say, Wei Ruashi happily took her ID card and left, planning to prepare some necessary items. Back at the Wei family, her father and mother still seemed unaware that Wei Ruashi had gone out. She quietly sneaked back to her room, found a folding knife, thought for a moment, then grabbed a pair of scissors and a bundle of rope, and also took a map of the Yanhuang region. In the end, she was unsure what else to bring, so she quietly slipped out again, carefully peeking outside the door to avoid being seen. Fortunately, people nowadays rarely visit each other's homes, and the front doors are usually kept closed all year round. Except during regular commuting hours, the doors are generally not opened. She was tasked with finding the brain cores of the Dandan beast and the grass mud horse beast. These creatures are remnants from a war that happened hundreds of years ago. Back then, Earth had no military bases in space. When beings from other planets arrived on Earth in large numbers, humans were completely confused. They fought back fiercely, but many people died. Although Earth eventually won, the cost was high. This war caused the land to harden so much that planting became impossible, destroying the food chain and making it hard to find plants and animals on Earth anymore. At that time, humans won the war, but some creatures were scattered across Earth. The Dandan beast and the grass mud horse beast are among these, and they are the weakest. Most of these monsters stay in deserted areas. Humans often target their brain cores because they look like beautiful gemstones. Many jewelers post missions to find these cores on the Fan E Tang platform. Luckily, there is a special bus called Du Pu that goes to the edge of the civilized zone. Just a short walk beyond the edge is the wasteland. Shi took the Du Pu bus to the border of the civilized zone. Looking ahead, she saw only vast black land. Shi was wandering around the wasteland because the Dandan beast and the grass mud horse beast do not have fixed locations there. Still, walking further ahead, she could usually encounter one or two lone Dandan beasts or grass mud horse beasts. She held a knife, which she had sharpened to a very fine edge. She had temporarily stored everything else in her space pouch. As she walked, Shi kept an eye on her surroundings. Her hand holding the knife trembled slightly, and she felt a bit nervous. After about 15 minutes, she saw a white, horse-like creature resting behind a large rock ahead. Using her mental power, she sensed that it was likely a grass mud horse beast. It was about the size of an adult horse, but its eyes were more than twice as large as a real horse's. It had a hard horn on its head, was completely white, and had no hair on its body. She withdrew her mental energy and carefully walked toward the creature, her hand clutching the knife tightly. As she got closer, the creature, a strange beast resembling a llama, seemed to sense something. It lifted its head and looked in her direction. When it saw that she was human, the creature suddenly stood up, its blood-red eyes filled with fierce anger and hatred. Seeing the fierce look in the creature's eyes, she felt a little scared, but mostly confused. Why would they hate her when they were the ones trying to invade Earth? Maybe because they had been defeated. The creature saw that she was just staring at it and lowered its head. It then charged at her with its sharp horn. She quickly sidestepped to avoid the attack. The creature, realizing she dodged, roared loudly and charged again. She clenched her knife tightly, her eyes fixed on the creature, ready to strike when it got close. Oh no, she thought, suddenly unable to move. Why couldn't she move? What was happening? The creature seemed to notice her panic and, with a mocking smile, stretched its big mouth into a grin. Seeing the creature's human-like sneer, she realized her paralysis was probably caused by this creature. Darn it! She remembered from an online article that this llama-like beast was considered a low-level monster with no special powers. Why, then, could it immobilize her? Actually, this was her mistake. If she had looked further on the webpage, she would have seen a note. Be aware that there is a similar creature called a paralyzing beast. It looks very much like the llama beast but has a key difference. The llama beast has a long, thin tail, while the paralyzing beast does not. The paralyzing beast's most dangerous ability is to immobilize a person in close combat for half a minute. So, everyone should be careful to tell these two apart. And the creature in front of she was the paralyzing beast, without a tail. As Ruashi saw the monster getting closer, she suddenly remembered her space. She quickly tried to return there, but to her surprise, she realized she hadn't entered her space at all. Panic set in as she watched the monster approach. With a determined bite, she spread her mental energy throughout her body and around her, creating a protective shield of mental force. The monster, seeing that Ruashi couldn't move, opened its mouth and smiled before charging forward. It even imagined in its mind that it would tear the human apart and toss her away. Suddenly, there was a loud thud as the monster seemed to hit an invisible wall and was bounced back. The immobilized beast appeared annoyed. It stood up suddenly and started to roar loudly. It couldn't understand why. Unlike others it had attacked before, this human was unharmed and even bounced back from its attack. Seeing that Ruashi was fine, the beast opened its forelegs and charged at her again. It hit an invisible barrier with a thud once more. The beast slowly stood up, shook its head as if dizzy from the collision, then bared its teeth and lunged at Ruashi again. The beast tried several more times, each time being bounced back. Even Ruashi thought the monster was very persistent. After about half a minute, Ruashi finally felt she could move. She quickly shifted her body and looked cautiously at the monster nearby, which was still standing there, a bit unsteady from the hits. The monster seemed dizzy from the collisions. Ruashi touched the knife in her hand, her mental energy spreading across her body to prepare for a sudden attack. When she was first immobilized, she only wanted to hide in her space. But after being trapped, she couldn't enter her space at all. So she spread her mental energy around her, trying to see if she could defend herself. She realized her mental force could act as a shield. She looked at her knife with a mischievous smile and then used her mental power to control the knife, sending it flying toward the monster. Afraid of being immobilized again, she decided to use her mental energy to control the knife and attack the monster. The monster saw the human's knife flying straight toward it, and fear appeared in its eyes. Seeing this, Ruashi felt a bit sorry but remembered that this creature was a monster, harming her people. She hardened her heart and used her mental power to control the knife, sending it toward the monster. The monster, perhaps dazed from the earlier collision, looked pitifully at the knife coming toward it but didn't move. The knife sliced through the monster's skin with a zzzz sound. The monster let out a miserable cry, and its eyes filled with despair and a hint of longing. Ruashi even saw tears beginning to fall from its eyes. She was shocked to see this tearful, suffering monster. Its body was only slightly cut, yet it was bleeding heavily, bright red blood. Is it the same red blood? Now you understand the pain of wanting to live. Why did you treat our people like this? Why did you invade our earth? Ruashi whispered to herself. The nearby fallen monster heard her words. Tears suddenly rolled down its face, then it shook its head as if disagreeing with her. Ruashi quietly watched the blood slowly flow out of the monster. Its cries grew weaker, and its gaze became more distant. She didn't expect even a small wound to be deadly for this monster. Watching it close its eyes in resignation, she felt a bit guilty. She realized she wasn't happy about killing it, and even thought she was too cruel. Ruashi stood there in a daze for a long time before sadly walking over to the monster. She held her knife and hovered it over its head, hesitating. She remembered the first time she saw Mo Yen when he swiftly cut and took out the brain core of a strange monster. But now, facing this creature, she didn't know how to strike. Forget it. She decided to throw the monster into her space. She placed her hand on its body and, silently thinking, the monster disappeared. It had already been sent into her space. Ruashi thought about the bird egg inside her space, which made her believe her space creatures could enter, but humans probably couldn't. Seeing the monster's body now inside her space only confirmed this idea. But Ruashi didn't notice that the monster seemed to move slightly when she touched it. Suddenly, loud roars echoed from afar. Ruashi quickly looked up, her face changing as she saw a large group of monsters running toward her. Darn! Why are there so many monsters? The monsters coming from the distance were herds of grassland llamas. Sitting on the llamas were some small creatures about the size of a basketball, looking like peeled eggs, white and smooth, with 2 short little claws, 2 tiny legs, big round eyes, a small nose, and a tiny mouth. Ruashi had to admit, these little creatures looked incredibly cute. She was thinking about whether she should hide in her space or fight the monsters. In the end, she chose to face them directly because she believed she couldn't hide in her space forever whenever danger appeared. It was better to practice fighting now. If she really couldn't win, she could always retreat into her space. Ruashi spread her mental energy all over her body and the surrounding area, gripping her sword tightly, staring steadily at the approaching monsters. However, when the monsters were about 3 meters away, they suddenly stopped. The little creatures on the llamas jumped vigorously on their backs, making loud noises at Ruashi, while the llamas also brayed loudly, but dared not move forward. Wei Ruashi looked at the group of monsters shouting at her with a straight face, thinking about whether she should stay still or make the first move. Then she noticed two of the larger little creatures starting to make loud noises at each other. What was going on? According to information she had read online, these monsters usually wouldn't attack humans in crowded places, but if they encountered a lone person, they would definitely rush forward. So, why was this happening now? Among the monsters, the two bigger little creatures. King Dan, I smell a strange scent on this human. I also smell the blood of the strange creature. It must be this bad human who killed the strange creature. We must avenge the strange creature. Little King Dan, what do you know? Although this human has the smell of a slightly crooked creature, I feel that the crooked creature is not dead yet. Also, I smell the scent of good food on this human. It's good food, not just ordinary food. So, you are not allowed to rush forward. But, the crooked creature is our good friend. Everyone, follow me and charge. After saying this, the Dan beast rushed toward Wei Ruashi. King Dan, you jerk. Another Dan beast saw its brother rushing forward. Afraid he might cause trouble, it quickly followed and also charged. When the group of monsters saw their leader rushing ahead, they all charged toward the human as well. Wei Ruashi stared in shock at the group of monsters rushing toward her. She was a bit confused. Just a moment ago, she saw two Dan beasts shouting at each other. How come? In no time, those two Dan beasts flew toward her. Then, the group of monsters also rushed over. Faced with such a large group of monsters stepping on her, Wei Ruashi decisively chose the latter option, hiding in the space. Although her mental strength was good enough to withstand the attack from the dead monster earlier, it didn't mean she could handle such a big group now. Thinking silently about returning to the magic bracelet in her mind, Wei Ruashi suddenly felt that at the moment she entered the space, two things seemed to have bumped into her. Once inside the space, Wei Ruashi froze and looked at the two seemingly fainted Dan beasts on the ground, speechless. Oh, Dan creatures, why did you come in with me? How did you end up following me inside? Then, Wei Ruashi turned her head and saw something even more frustrating. The monster that was outside, seemingly bleeding to death, was now staring at her with its two huge eyes, completely still. Immediately, Wei Ruashi covered herself and her surroundings with her mental energy, keeping a wary eye on the strange creature. She clenched her knife tightly, ready to strike if it came closer. The monster saw Wei Ruashi holding the knife and pointing it at him. Surprisingly, he looked sad and helpless, almost like a child who is misunderstood. Wei Ruashi almost dropped her knife in shock. She felt her mind was still a bit foggy. She turned to look at the two Dan beasts nearby, still dizzy. She hesitated, wondering whether she should kill them all. As for Tao and the three fruit trees, today, when Wei Ruashi entered her space, they didn't say a word. They just shook their branches vigorously. Darn it, what should I do? Do I have to deal with all of you inside my space? Wei Ruashi muttered, staring at the monster. Continuing like this wasn't a good idea. She couldn't go outside now, and a large group of monsters was waiting for her out there. The monster seemed even more sad when he heard her words. Little Shi, don't hurt them. Tao, who was shaking her branches wildly, suddenly spoke.
Why?
They are monsters trying to invade my home. Wei Ruashi looked at Tao with confusion, then focused back on the monster. But little Shi, I feel they have no bad intentions. Maybe because they are not human, I can even sense they have a kind heart. They are definitely not the monsters you said that want to take over your home, Tao argued. Yes, little Shi, we can feel it too. Ping Ping and Ying nodded in agreement. Wei Ruashi looked at the three fruit trees with doubt. They couldn't be lying. Could she be mistaken? But history shouldn't be wrong. Hundreds of years ago, there was indeed a fierce war. Did something go wrong somewhere? Little Shi, you are the owner of this space. Everything inside it, including all living creatures, you can sense their feelings. Happiness, anger, sadness, and their emotions. Wei Ruashi was stunned. Could she really be mistaken? She tried to sense the monster's heart. She found she could only feel its unease, fear, sadness, kindness, and inner conflict. This creature is the same as the one called Ding Yy, which was just mentioned by the two Dan beasts. When it was injured by the human in front of it, it truly thought it was going to die. Although the Ding Yy species has a special ability to freeze others in place, they have a weak point. If they get a small wound and bleed, they will die. However, just when it thought it was doomed, the humans suddenly threw it into a strange place. Once inside, it stopped bleeding and began to recover slowly. It also smelled delicious food, and realized there were many good foods in this place. What surprised it even more was that it could smell the human scent here. This scent made it feel very close and warm. But then, it felt conflicted, remembering that countless of its kind had died at the hands of humans like this one. It wondered how it could like the smell of humans. Yet it really liked that smell so much. Soon after, it saw the human come in. To its surprise, King Dan and Little King Dan also came in. They looked dizzy. It knew they must be worried about it, so they followed inside. They were truly its best friends. Then, it noticed the human was staring at it with a cautious face. This made Ding Yy very sad. Why was it like this? Why couldn't it feel its own fierce side? Had it really misunderstood something? Wei Ruo, she felt a little annoyed and tugged at her hair. Suddenly, she saw the monster walk toward her and nuzzle her head with its own. Wei Ruo, she was stunned. Was this monster trying to show kindness? She hesitated, then gently patted the monster's head. It felt very warm and comfortable. Forget it. Since it didn't seem to mean any harm, she decided to treat it as a pet. After settling that, Wei Ruo, she walked over to the two unconscious Dan beasts. She poked them with her finger, but got no response. She stood up and kicked them lightly, still no reaction. Then she crouched down and kept poking and prodding. She wasn't sure what she was poking at anymore. King Dan and Little King Dan. Ah, this is so comfortable. The air is nice, the smell is good. But there's always something poking my butt, and it hurts a little. Ding Wei saw that the human kept poking King Dan and King Dan's bottoms with his finger. He quickly rubbed his head against the human and then lowered his head, starting to make loud noises at King Dan and King Dan Xiao. These two guys would sleep very deeply as soon as they fainted. Sure enough, Ding Wei called out twice and King Dan and King Dan Xiao woke up. When they woke up, their reactions were different. King Dan happily ran over to one side, while King Dan Xiao looked at the human in confusion. Why did he suddenly feel like he liked the smell of this human? Then he saw Ding Wei peacefully beside the human. Ding Wei, are you okay? King Dan Xiao looked at Ding Wei next to Wei Ruoxi. In Wei Ruoxi's eyes, she saw the beast rushing towards the monster and making loud noises.
I'm fine.
She threw me in here. I found that my wounds are healing on their own. Wei Ruoxi also saw the monster next to her making loud noises at the beast. Wei Ruoxi frowned. Do they still not understand each other? Are their loud noises a way of talking? She turned to look at the beast that had just woken up and run away. She saw it sitting in the vegetable field, happily biting into a tomato. Wei Ruoxi was speechless. What is going on? Can someone tell her? King Dan, you ate someone else's things without permission. I am ashamed to have a brother like you. Humph. King Dan Xiao saw King Dan happily biting something and walked over, criticizing him. Then he looked at the red fruit in King Dan's hands, which smelled tempting, and he couldn't help but swallow. I'm so hungry. King Dan Xiao touched his stomach. He ate black dirt every day, and he was almost sick of it.
Boo-hoo.
Wei Ruoxi tried to sense their feelings. She found that the beast happily munching was sighing about how delicious it was, while the one with a hateful face was very hungry and wanted to eat. The nearby grass mule, Wei Ruoxi still thought it was a grass mule beast, also showed a desire to eat. Content retrieval failed. Within this group, there are members from the Dan tribe, the Fixed Position tribe, and the Grass Mud Horse tribe. Most of them are descendants of creatures from that war, but they did not witness the war themselves. On the planet Ution, the average lifespan of creatures is about 300 years, though some can live up to 400 years. Most of these creatures are only in their 20s, roughly equivalent to 10-year-old children in human years. Now, they are surprised to see that the human who brought them here has brought so much good food. They have rarely eaten such food before, mostly just heard about it from their elders. Seeing so much food, they couldn't resist and started to rush forward to grab it. Before long, Wei Ruoxi noticed that the few acres of vegetables she had carefully grown had been completely eaten, even the vines were gone. Wei Ruoxi was angry. They hadn't even left her any seeds. She looked at King Dan, who seemed to have gone dumb from the chaos. King Dan, didn't you say they wouldn't disobey? What's going on now? Teach this. King Dan looked at the completely out-of-control scene in front of him and couldn't speak. Wei Ruoxi glared at King Dan, then turned to the excited creatures that seemed to be hyped up like they had been given chicken blood. She shouted loudly, "Everyone, be quiet." The creatures could understand human language. On Yution, the creatures are very intelligent, and over the past few hundred years, their descendants have also learned to understand human speech. However, because their voices are different from humans, they cannot speak human words. When they heard Wei Ruoxi shout, they immediately stopped. Seeing their food eaten up, they lowered their heads in embarrassment. If you want to stay here, you must listen to King Dan, King Xiao, and the Crooked Yaya, Wei Ruoxi said, pausing briefly to look at them. Then she continued, "Otherwise, I will throw you out. Look at yourselves now, seeing food, you go crazy to grab it. You've already eaten all the food here, leaving no seeds behind. Are you planning to chew on dirt in the future? If I don't make this clear to you now, you won't know what to do." The creatures listening to Wei Ruoxi felt a bit embarrassed. Seeing that they seemed to understand their mistake, Wei Ruoxi explained how to plant vegetables and rice in the future. She told them that to have a steady supply of food, they must learn to save seeds. They shouldn't eat all the food at once, but leave some to grow new plants. This way, they could keep planting and avoid starving. The creatures learned quickly. After Wei Ruoxi explained once, they understood what they did wrong and knew what to do next. Wei Ruoxi took some seeds she had saved from the ancient tree grandfather and taught the creatures how to plant them. She told them to plant different vegetables separately. They learned very fast. She only showed them once and they understood. Soon they started planting on their own. At first, their work was a bit unorganized. But soon, Wei Ruoxi saw that they had clear roles. The grass mammal beasts used their hooves to dig holes, the dandan beasts used their small paws to place the seeds, and the fixed-body beasts covered the holes with soil. In less than half an hour, they had planted 5 acres of land. After finishing planting all the seeds, they stopped. Wei Ruoxi looked happily at the newly planted seeds, secretly smiling. These creatures worked very efficiently. King Dan was also very happy, watching the peaceful scene. He felt very pleased. Soon, they would have a safe place to live and enough food to eat. But we can't finish the task now. We don't have the brains of the dandan beasts or the grass mammal beasts. What should we do? Wei Ruoxi muttered to herself, glancing unconsciously at King Dan's head. King Dan shivered in fear and quickly reached behind himself. He fished out a stone and handed it to Wei Ruoxi. These stones were useless to him, anyway. He heard humans liked this kind of thing. "What is this?" Wei Ruoxi asked, taking the stone that King Dan had pulled out from somewhere. She looked it over carefully. It was a black stone, quite hard. Could it be a raw stone? "Is this a raw stone?" Wei Ruoxi asked. "It seems so. It's what you humans call it, I think. I see humans like to find these kinds of stones, so I told all the dandan tribes to gather as many as they could," King Dan said. He reached behind himself again and pulled out another raw stone. Wow, Wei Ruoxi was speechless. No wonder there are fewer and fewer raw stones these days. They are being collected by all of them. You like it? Then I'll have them give all of these to you. King Dan noticed that Wei Ruoxi seemed to really like these things. "Hey, Dan, everyone come together now." King Dan shouted at a group of dandan lying comfortably on the ground. As soon as they heard King Dan, all the dandan ran over neatly and lined up properly. "All right, now take out all the black stones you've collected before and give them to Wei Ruoxi." The dandan, hearing this, started digging behind themselves obediently. Soon, each dandan had a big pile of raw stones beside it. These stones weren't useful to them anyway, and they were better than the things they just ate. Wei Ruoxi watched in amazement as the group of Dandon was touching their rear ends, and soon they pulled out a large pile of raw stones. Where did they get these from? She couldn't see any pockets on them at all. Wei Ruoxi was confused. Where did you all get these from? She asked, pointing at the Dandons still touching their rears. We Dandon have had this ability since birth. Each of us has a pocket that can store things, and it's attached to us. King Dan specifically pointed to his rear. Sure enough, Wei Ruoxi noticed a crack there, like a pocket. She was stunned. Oh my, it's just like the space pocket in the cartoon Doraemon she watched before, an extra space that can hold many things. Seeing Wei Ruoxi's surprised expression, King Dan proudly said, every creature on our planet UTN has different abilities. For example, our Dan tribe can store many things in their pockets. The Dinging tribe can freeze others in place, but only for half a minute. The Chao and I Ma tribe is very fast. Failed to retrieve content. Mo Yen knew that Wei Ruoxi was watching him, but she didn't dare lift her head. She was afraid Mo Yen would recognize her and see her current look. Are you on a mission? Mo Yen asked. Wei Ruoxi nodded silently. Mo Yen frowned and strode over to the woman, wanting to see why she kept lowering her head. But what caught his eye were deep black eyes and bright red lips, completely different from her usual appearance. Still, she seemed strangely familiar. Did you kill that monster? Mo Yen continued coldly. Wei Ruoxi still nodded without speaking. Darn it, why ask questions and then not leave? Usually you're not so nosy. Wei Ruoxi didn't dare to speak, knowing that if she did, Mo Yen would surely recognize her. Seeing she only nodded, Mo Yen crouched down, took the knife from her hand, and with one strike, stabbed the monster's head. He then tilted his wrist, removing the blue core from the illusion monster's head. You inserted it in the wrong place earlier. You need to aim a little to the left, towards the upper left eye. That makes it easier to take out. Afterward, he handed the knife back to Wei Ruoxi. His tone seemed to carry a gentle warmth, even he wasn't fully aware of it. Wei Ruoxi took the knife silently, feeling conflicted. Why does he treat a stranger better than me? Helping someone he doesn't even know. His tone was surprisingly gentle, unlike the cold attitude he usually had toward her. Does he really dislike me that much? Mo Yen didn't know why he helped this unfamiliar woman. He just had a strange feeling that she was very familiar, like Wei Ruoxi from half a year ago, who had changed so much. But she probably wouldn't wear such heavy makeup, right? Mo Yen thought uncertainly. Can't you speak? Mo Yen asked again. Wei Ruoxi shook her head, meaning she could speak, but chose not to. Is this your first mission? He continued. Wei Ruoxi nodded again. Why aren't you leaving yet? Usually you're not so talkative. What is wrong with you today? Do you like women who wear heavy makeup? Wei Ruoxi secretly thought to herself. Are you not afraid of such a disgusting monster? Mo Yen seemed to be teasing her, asking pointless questions. Wei Ruoxi kept nodding and shaking her head. Wei Ruoxi. Huh. Wei Ruoxi instinctively looked up when she heard her name and responded. Wei Ruoxi almost wished she could bite off her tongue. How could she make such a childish mistake like peach? She angrily ruffled her hair. Haha, Mo Yen chuckled softly, clearly recognizing her. Wei Ruoxi's eyes widened suddenly, staring at his bright, charming smile. In that moment, she was captivated. His smile seemed to melt all the icy feelings in people's hearts, making everyone feel that the world was so beautiful. His smile was so bright and dazzling. Wei Ruoxi felt her heart almost stop. She just watched his smile quietly, forgetting everything around her. Only his smile remained in her eyes. She had never seen such a pure, clean smile before. A gentle smile that could topple cities. Wei Ruoxi couldn't find any other words to describe his smile, even though it didn't look like a woman's at all. Mo Yen seemed to realize how powerful his smile was. Seeing Wei Ruoxi staring blankly, he quickly returned to his cold, icy expression. Wei Ruoxi stared blankly at the man in front of her, whose expressions of smiling and not smiling were worlds apart. His smile could warm people, but his coldness could also chill them to the bone. Looking at the cold man before her, Wei Ruashi rubbed her eyes, thinking that the gentle smile just now was probably an illusion. But it had left such a real impression in her heart. Let's go. Mo Yen looked at Wei Ruashi, who was still stunned, and spoke. What? Wei Ruashi was momentarily confused. Where are we going? Isn't there a mission? We go together, okay? Wei Ruashi replied obediently, her voice still trembling a little, as if she hadn't fully come back to herself. Following behind Mo Yen, Wei Ruashi could only walk quickly, while Mo Yen's steps were almost twice as long as hers. Oh, by the way, how did you recognize me as Wei Ruashi? Wei Ruashi asked as she jogged behind Mo Yen. She was very curious about how he knew her, especially since she had put on makeup and even her parents didn't recognize her. Your hair and your skin. Ming Yan's voice carried a faint smile. Her hair was curled, but still smooth and shiny. Her skin was clear and bright. On this heavily polluted earth, having such good hair and skin was rare. After all, the last time she saved her was half a year ago, and that memory was very deep. Her changes were so remarkable, especially her hair and skin, that many women would envy her. Oh, Wei Ruashi's voice sounded a little disappointed. Was it only because of these two things that she recognized him? She looked up at the man in front of her and thought again about his smile. The remaining 9 illusion monsters were quickly cleaned up by Ming Yan and Wei Ruashi. Ming Yan didn't expect Wei Ruashi to improve so fast. He thought her progress was just mental, but now he saw she was very skilled at using her mental power, which should be above level 25. Among the 9 illusion monsters, Wei Ruashi had defeated 4. Ming Yan also started to feel curious. What made her change so completely? If he disliked the old Wei Ruashi, then the current Wei Ruashi was beginning to change his opinion. She skillfully removed the brain core from the last illusion monster and casually put it in her pocket. The 4 monsters she killed afterward, she took their brain cores herself. Thanks to Ming Yan's guidance, she was able to remove them cleanly and quickly, even though at first she wasn't very good at it. Do you have any other tasks? If not, let's go back and hand in the mission, Wei Ruashi asked Ming Yan, looking for his opinion. Yes, let's go, he replied. Anyway, he only took the task out of boredom. At least now he was starting to be interested in this woman called Wei Ruashi. They went together to Fan Yitang to submit the task. Wei Ruashi didn't plan to take any more missions today and decided to come back tomorrow. Right now, she needed practical experience the most. The receptionist politely handed over their reward. Since this mission didn't pay much, Wei Ruashi asked for cash directly. However, she noticed that when she was talking to Ming Yan, the receptionist would inexplicably blush and speak softer. Sigh. Even with such a cold appearance, someone liked him. If others saw his smile, they might fall in love with him instantly. Only Ruashi sighed softly in her heart. Thinking of his smile, only Ruashi fell into a daze. Let's go. Mo Yan's voice sounded in only Ruashi's ear, waking her from her reverie about the handsome smile. I'm going back now. Thank you for teaching me how to take the brain core today, only Ruashi said with a smile, thanking Mo Yan. Yes, let's go. Mo Yan replied calmly, glancing at only Ruashi. Then he turned away. Her heavy makeup was really striking. Mo Yan remembered the moment 6 months ago when he saved her in the wasteland area. She looked stunning then. Only Ruashi obediently followed behind Mo Yan as they walked forward. She looked up at the door and suddenly froze. Why is it him? She suddenly felt very uncomfortable about someone she saw. Why do I keep running into him everywhere? Only Ruashi thought to herself. At the entrance of the Fanny Hall, the person walking inside was none other than Yan Bin, the one only Ruashi disliked. There was no Bilinger with him, but only Ruashi still felt uneasy. She quickened her pace and walked alongside Mo Yan. Mo Yan simply glanced faintly at only Ruashi, who had suddenly caught up. Then Mo Yan suddenly stopped because someone was blocking his way, the young master of the Yan family. Mo Yan, do you still have time to wander around? Yanbin said with a smile, looking at Mo Yan. Earlier, when Yanbin stopped in front of them, only Ruashi was so nervous she clung to Mo Yan's arm. Mo Yan hesitated briefly, but didn't push her away. When Yenbin stopped in front of her, only Ruashi was startled, thinking he recognized her. But now she saw him talking to Mo Yen, which made her feel a little relieved. Still, she found it strange. How does Yenbin know Mo Yen? Is the young lady of the Bai family not with you? Mo Yen answered vaguely. Compared to spending every day with Miss Bai, my matters are probably more meaningful. Mo Yen frowned, noticing that when he mentioned Miss Bai, only Ruashi seemed to grip his arm tightly. Yenbin snorted coldly, but suddenly saw the heavily made-up woman holding onto Mo Yan's arm. He sneered, I didn't expect you to like such a heavy-taste woman. That's rare, really rare. He didn't realize that the woman he called heavy taste was actually the woman he had been searching for a year. It's rare to see you, XXX, you Ruashi thought angrily in her heart. This Yenbin is always full and likes to block others' paths. Mo Yen seemed to realize that Yenbin didn't recognize Yu Ruashi beside him. He smiled and said, I like women who don't trouble young Master Yen. Then, he casually took Yu Ruashi's hand. Yu Ruashi suddenly froze, just staring blankly at Mo Yan's hand. She felt his hand was warm like jade, unlike his usual cold face. Really, Yenbin seemed a bit happy that Mo Yen liked such a woman. By the way, say hello to your father for me. I heard your uncle's illness needs a lot of raw stones to cure. It's such a pity. Raw stones are becoming rare now. Mo Yan's face instantly turned cold after hearing Yenbin's words. There's no need for young Master Yen to worry about my father's illness. Please go ahead. I have something to do, so I will leave first. Then he held Yu Ruashi's hand and walked out. Yenbin snorted coldly and turned to look at them. When he saw the heavily made-up woman's back, he suddenly paused. Then he turned and headed into the Fan-E Hall. Do you know each other? Outside Fan-E Hall, Yu Ruashi asked. It seemed they knew each other quite well, even with a deep friendship. Mo Yen still held Yu Ruashi's hand and strode forward. Yes, we have some connections. Does he know you've returned? From the scene just now, Yenbin still seemed unaware that Yu Ruashi was back. Yes, only my family, and you know I've come home, Yu Ruashi said, stumbling slightly as Mo Yen pulled her along. She tugged at his hand, but couldn't pull free. Please keep it a secret. I can't let them know I'm back yet. Mo Yen was silent, probably agreeing. She felt his grip tighten as her hand tried to pull away. Holding her hand seemed to calm his restless heart. Yu Ruashi also remained silent, sensing that Mo Yan's mood wasn't good. Was it because of what Yenbin just said? Maybe about his sick father, she thought silently. She seemed to hear Yenbin mention Mo Yan's father's illness earlier. Could that be why he's in a bad mood? And about the large amount of raw stones needed? Alright, Wei Ruashi thinks that the group of Dan Dan in the space should contribute some raw stones. But how should she tell Mo Yen that she has so many raw stones? What if he asks where she got them? How should she answer? Wei Ruashi feels conflicted. Mo Yen has saved her 3 times, so giving him some raw stones is definitely deserved. But how should she give them? He probably has a task entrusted to him at the Fan-E Hall, right? Maybe she should go pick up his task tomorrow? But if she takes out a bunch of raw stones to give as a gift, wouldn't that be too obvious? It would surely attract attention. If someone with bad intentions finds out who she is, it could be very dangerous. Should she just give the raw stones directly to him? What if he asks where she got so many? How should she respond then? Wei Ruashi hesitates as she follows behind Mo Yen. She doesn't know how to start the conversation. Mo Yen, how is your father? Did Yenbin say he was sick? No, better to just give the raw stones to Mo Yen directly. If he asks, she can just stay silent. That's probably safer than letting others find out. Wei Ruashi feels her hand being tightly held by Mo Yen again. Yes, because of cultivation reasons, my father now needs a lot of raw stones to repair his meridians. Mo Yan's brows furrowed deeply. Over the years, for some unknown reason, the supply of raw stones has become scarcer. His father's martial art training requires a lot of gemstone energy and medicinal power from the raw stones to keep his meridians strong. Although he has been entrusted with raw stone tasks at Fan-E Hall for 3 years, the amount received is still pitifully small. If his father cannot find enough raw stones to repair his meridians, not only will his skills disappear, but his meridians could break and he might die. Over these years, Mo Yen has been working hard to find raw stones, but he hasn't made much progress. Also, the Fanny Hall and the Yen family will block each attempt. If Mo Yen spends 1 million planetary coins to buy a raw stone there, the Yen family will buy one for 2 million coins. Because the 8 great families would never allow his father to recover. Mo Yen clenched his fists tightly. I have raw stones. Do you want some? A gentle, soft voice suddenly sounds behind Mo Yen.
What? Montak Yen stops abruptly.
Wei Ruoshi, due to inertia, bumps her head into Mo Yan's back. Ugh, that hurts. Wei Ruoshi rubs her nose where she was hit. This person always breaks suddenly, without warning. Thank you, I can buy them. How many do you have? Ming Yen turned around and looked at Wei Ruoshi, who was rubbing her nose. He didn't think this woman in front of him could have many raw stones, probably only 1 or 2. Even if she only had 1 or 2, it was better than having none, especially since in the past month, due to Yen Bin's interference, he hadn't received any raw stones at all. Oh, I was underestimated, Wei Ruoshi thought with a slight smile, wanting to tease Ming Yen. How many are you planning to buy? She asked softly. Ming Yen answered seriously, 1 for 1.5 million star coins. He thought Wei Ruoshi probably only had 1 or 2 raw stones. But even 1 or 2 could last a few days. That's 500,000 more than the market price. Not bad, not bad. Wei Ruoshi continued to tease him. How many do you need? The more, the better. Ming Yen knew that if he wanted his father to fully recover and master that set of physical techniques, he would need at least several thousand raw stones. Thinking about this, Ming Yan's eyes darkened. Several thousand was almost impossible to find. He only hoped to find 100 within this year to help his father repair his meridians, so he wouldn't die with broken meridians. As for the thousands of raw stones needed to master the techniques, whether they could be found on Earth was uncertain. So Ming Yen hardly dared to hope his father could master the techniques completely. His only wish was to keep him alive. If he could find 100 raw stones within a year, his father's life could be saved. But the thousands needed to fully develop the skills were beyond his imagination. Ming Yen sighed bitterly. Just a few thousand? It seemed that the space had tens of thousands of stones used for building houses. King Dan said there were many more stones on them. Wei Ruoshi lowered her head, lost in thought. Ming Yen saw her expression and thought she was upset about only having a few raw stones. He tried to comfort her. It's okay. You should be able to find 100 raw stones within a year. Don't worry too much. Wei Ruoshi looked up blankly. I was just thinking, there's no need to worry so much. Your father knows that raw stones on Earth are becoming scarcer, so why does he still practice such physical techniques? Wei Ruoshi asked curiously. My father started practicing this set of physical techniques when he was young. At that time, there were many raw stones on Earth, but now, for some unknown reason, they are becoming very rare. Mo Yan's voice shows deep concern for his father. If someone could produce a few thousand raw stones, would you buy them? A single raw stone costs 1.5 million star coins, so 10 would be 15 million, 100 would be 15 million, and 1,000 would be 1.5 billion. If there are several thousand, just imagine how much that would cost. An absolute sky-high price. Thinking about the raw stones in the space, Wei Ruoshi couldn't help but get excited. Turns out, I am already a billionaire. Of course, Wei Ruoshi didn't plan to ask Mo Yen for money, since he had saved her 3 times. But seeing his worried face, she just wanted to tease him. It's rare to see him like this. Mo Yen clenched his teeth. If there really were several thousand raw stones, he would do everything to get them. That would be at least dozens of billions. The Mo family isn't a big clan, and gathering that much money is quite difficult. The bank is also part of the Yen family's business, so they definitely wouldn't lend money to the Mo family. Wei Ruoshi looked at his clenched, puzzled expression. It's really rare to see him like this. Let's go. Wei Ruoshi smiled warmly at the handsome Mo Yen, no longer teasing him. The raw stones are at my house. Come with me to get them. These few thousand raw stones are nothing to Wei Ruoshi, but to Mo Yen, They are treasures that could save his father's life. Wei Ruoshi plans to secretly take the raw stones to her room and then let Mo Yen carry them away himself. If he asks, she'll just pretend to be deaf. Wei Ruoshi and Mo Yen took a shuttle back to the Wei family. At this time, her father and mother were still at work. That's why she dared to bring a man home so casually. If her parents were home, she wouldn't dare. Mo Yen followed Wei Ruoshi to the Wei house. She quickly pulled her hand back when he held it so warmly. Her heart couldn't handle that much warmth. Mo Yen sat on Wei's sofa, looking around at Wei's home. It was simple and warm. Wei Ruoshi went into her room and locked the door. She entered her space and asked Dan and the others to bring out the raw stones. One raw stone was about the size of 2 fists, and thousands of them filled almost the entire room. Sighing as she looked at the pile of raw stones, Wei Ruoshi felt frustrated. She hated having to hide everything. When she was strong enough, no matter what others knew about her Mo bracelet artifact, she wouldn't have to hide things anymore. She really disliked this feeling. Mo Yen sat quietly on the sofa waiting for Wei Ruoshi to come out. It had been about 10 minutes. Why wasn't she out yet? Picking up a raw stone shouldn't be too hard. Wei Ruoshi pushed the stones inside, but the door was almost impossible to open. Mo Yen probably wouldn't believe she had just casually left such a pile of raw stones in her room. She couldn't even find an excuse now. The raw stones are inside the room. You can go in and get them yourself, Wei Ruoshi said as she came out of her room and saw Mo Yen sitting on her single sofa. That sofa was cute, something she had bought before. It was just big enough for her to sit on. Seeing Mo Yen, who was a head taller, squeezed onto such a small, adorable sofa, Wei Ruoshi couldn't help but burst out laughing. Let's go. Go inside, Mo Yen said calmly, not seeming to find anything funny about sitting on that sofa. He stood up and pulled Wei Ruoshi into the room. Is it too heavy to carry? Mo Yen found it strange. He didn't understand why Wei Ruoshi didn't just take out the raw stones herself. But when they reached the door of Wei Ruoshi's room, Mo Yen froze. Did he see it wrong? Why did those black stones inside look so much like raw stones? He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Wei Ruoshi watched Mo Yen rub his eyes, surprised and unable to believe what she saw. He actually had such an expression. That was so rare. How is that possible? Mo Yen stared at Wei Ruoshi, still seeming a bit unsure. He stepped forward, picked up a black stone, and confirmed it was indeed a raw stone. The floor was covered with raw stones, at least a few thousand. Thank you, Mo Yen said, standing up and smiling at Wei Ruoshi. His smile was very handsome. There are so many uncut stones. Not only can they repair my father's meridians, but my father's martial arts practice can finally be perfected. However, Ruoshi seems to have gone blank, standing there quietly, staring at his smile, with only his smile remaining in her eyes. Mo Yen saw her dazed expression and suddenly lowered his head to kiss Ruoshi's forehead. Thank you, Ruoshi. Suddenly, with a click, the living room door opened. In that moment, my father and mother entered and immediately saw a handsome man from the side, leaning over and kissing my sister's forehead in the room facing the hall. When Ruoshi heard the door opening, she mechanically turned her head and saw her parents staring wide-eyed at her and Mo Yen. Mom, Dad. Ruoshi's mind went blank. She didn't know what to say, only recalling the moment Mo Yen kissed her forehead. Uncle, Auntie, hello, Mo Yen said calmly, turning around with a smile, acting very naturally. Okay, my parents replied blankly, feeling that the man's smile was a bit too dazzling, completely lost in his charm. Dad, Mom, why are you back now? Ruoshi finally seemed to wake up, quickly walking to the door to help close it, then tugging at her still stunned parents. Indeed, Mo Yan's smile is powerful enough to charm everyone, young and old. So impressive. We don't have anything to do, so we can leave work now. My parents finally regained their senses, glancing at the handsome man still standing at the door. Xiao Shi, who is this? He's my friend. He came to pick up some things, Ruoshi replied, recalling the scene just now, her face flushing red. Her parents probably wouldn't believe he was just here to pick up things. Pick up some things? Her mother asked doubtfully, seeming a bit suspicious. How does picking up things involve kissing?
Xiaoxi's friend.
Come sit over here. We're going to cook. You and Xiaoxi continue.
Continue.
We didn't see anything, her mother said, pulling her husband into the kitchen, not giving Mo Yen or Ruashi a chance to explain. The tone of friend was especially drawn out. Ruashi's face turned bright red again. She really wanted to explain to her mother that it was just Mo Yan's way of showing gratitude, nothing more. How about you finish your dinner here, and then leave? You can also find something to put the raw stones in. Wei Ruashi asked Mo Yen for his opinion. Yes, he replied coldly. Wei Ruashi wasn't sure if he was truly willing or just acting out of necessity. Mo Yen looked at Wei Ruashi, who had heavy makeup on, and suddenly said, "Go wash your face. It might affect your appetite." He really didn't like her heavy makeup. Wei Ruashi obediently turned around to wash her face. Seeing her leave, Mo Yen smiled silently, recalling how she looked when he just kissed her on the forehead, her silly, dazed expression. Looking at the room full of raw stones, Mo Yen felt a strange, indescribable feeling. At that time, he really thought she only had 1 or 2 raw stones, which was already good. He never expected the outcome to be so surprising. He had saved her, and because of her, his father could be saved too. Could this be fate? A kind of destiny? Mo Yen squatted down and put the raw stones into his space ring one by one. He was curious how a woman like her managed to get so many raw stones, but he didn't plan to ask. He knew everyone had secrets, unless Wei Ruashi chose to tell him herself. When Wei Ruashi finished washing her face, tidied her hair, and changed back into a simple t-shirt and jeans, she came out and saw that all the raw stones were gone. What? She wondered, confused. Mo Yen raised his hand and showed her his space ring. This is a space ring. It's not very big, but it can hold these raw stones. A space ring? Could such a thing exist? Wei Ruashi was amazed. She already had a Mo bracelet, which was a divine artifact made by gods, but a space ring was made by humans. The difference was huge. How can there be a space ring? That's so amazing, Wei Ruashi exclaimed. Where did you buy it? It must be expensive. Someone gave it to me, Mo Yen said calmly, then looked away. There are only 10 space items in the world. This one was made by the person who once helped my father create such a device. So it was a gift from that person to my father, and my father gave it to me. If you like it, after I send the raw stones back inside, I'll give you the ring. Wei Ruashi stuck out her tongue playfully. She hadn't realized it was so valuable. She thought it could be bought with money. After washing off her makeup, she looked much more comfortable. Her face had a soft pink glow, her smooth black hair rested neatly on her shoulders, and she had changed into a simple t-shirt and jeans. I don't really need this anyway, she said. After all, she already had the ink bracelet. Oh right, I'll slowly pay you back for these raw stones. It might take several payments. The price of these thousands of stones was at least several billion, and the Mo family couldn't possibly pay that much all at once. You've saved me 3 times. Without you, I wouldn't even be alive now. So just take the stones. They're not much use to me anyway. See if that's enough. If not, I can give you more. Of course, if you still feel you owe me, then promise me one thing. Wei Ruashi added quickly, afraid that Mo Yen would insist on paying her back. All right, he replied simply, without any hesitation. What condition? That question caught Wei Ruashi off guard. What condition? She hadn't thought that far.
How about you marry me then? She joked.
It was definitely a joke. All right, he answered again, just as calmly and seriously. Wei Ruashi froze. She had only been joking. Ahem, that was just a joke. I'll tell you the condition when I think of one. She didn't dare believe Mo Yen was serious. Liangcheng, what do you think is going on between Xiaoxi and that man? Wei's mother asked while busy cooking in the kitchen. Wei's father looked displeased. They already kissed. What else could their relationship be? He huffed, clearly unhappy that some man had dared to kiss his precious daughter right in their home. Wei's mother, however, looked delighted. Then he must be Xiaoxi's boyfriend. She even brought him home. She's never let anyone know she was back before, but now she's brought a man with her. That says it all. That man looks really good, she added with a smile. Much better than Yan Bin. I never liked that one. Just thinking about how Yan Bin had treated Xiaoxi made her frown again. Humph. Only Dad, snorted coldly. Handsome as he is, he can't fill his stomach. His own daughter is about to be taken away. Dad looked unhappy. Hey, what are you snorting about? Are you unhappy with the son-in-law? Such a good man, what more could you want? Mom pinched Dad's ear firmly. Anyway, she was very happy. Her daughter's taste was really good. Wife, be gentle. I was wrong. I'm satisfied, completely satisfied, Dad cried out, protecting his ear. Clearly, he knew better than to oppose his wife's opinion. Actually, Dad wasn't unhappy with Mo Yen. He just thought this man was a bit too handsome. It felt unreal, especially his smile, almost as if he was enchanted by it. This man was too charming. That's more like it. Mom happily withdrew her hand. Hurry up, prepare all these dishes. Make more delicious food. Let Xiaoxi get some crabs from her space to share. Today is the first time the son-in-law visits, so we must treat him well. Under Mom's strong influence, Dad gave in and went out to find Xiao Ruoxi to get some crabs. Xiao Ruoxi and Mo Yen sat in the living room. Neither of them knew what to say. Cough, you watch TV first, she said. As soon as the TV turned on, a popular drama was playing, just at the scene where the heroine and hero shared a kiss. Xiao Ruoxi's face, which had just returned to normal, suddenly turned red again. Usually the news or science programs are on all the time. Why today are they showing such exciting scenes? Xiao Ruoxi felt a bit embarrassed inside. Mo Yen watched the scene on TV with a serious expression, as if unaffected. Seeing Mo Yen so focused, Xiao Ruoxi thought, should I change the channel? She sighed inwardly. Xiaoxi, come here for a moment. Dad's voice from the kitchen door saved Xiao Ruoxi from her awkwardness. Okay, I'll come, she replied, then turned to Mo Yen. I'm going to help in the kitchen. You can watch TV first. When I'm done, we can eat. Before Mo Yen could answer, Xiao Ruoxi hurried to the kitchen. Dad, what's the matter? Her father was so kind to rescue her. The coldness was really intense. She was afraid she'd turn into an ice sculpture if she stayed there much longer. Your mother asked you to catch some crabs. Only Dad looked unhappy, worried that his daughter might be taken away by someone else. Although Mom misunderstood Mo Yen as her boyfriend, family rules are hard to break. Wei Ruoxi obediently went into the space to catch crabs because the crabs there had become a big problem. After taking out the crabs, Wei Ruoxi didn't dare stay in front of them and had to go to the kitchen to help. She was almost overwhelmed by her mom's questions. Xiaoxi, how did you meet him? Xiaoxi, what's his name? We don't even know his name yet. Xiaoxi, where does he live? Have you visited his family? Xiaoxi, Wei Ruoxi was completely confused by her mom's questions and couldn't remember how she answered them. Dinner was finally ready. Wei Ruoxi quickly escaped from the kitchen and brought the dishes to the table. Mom had prepared 8 dishes and a bowl of soup. Mom warmly invited Mo Yen to join the meal, and Mo Yen smiled politely and thanked her. Seeing this, the 3 members of the Wei family looked a bit dazed. Wei Ruoxi secretly looked down on Mo Yen in her heart. Always flirting with her family but acting cold and distant toward her. Just eat together with Xiaoxi like we do at home. Mom pulled Mo Yen to sit next to Wei Ruoxi. The more she looked at her son-in-law, the more satisfied she was. Yes, thank you, madam. Mo Yen replied with a smile. Everyone looked even more dazed. The food is delicious. Mo Yen ate gracefully, enjoying the meal. The taste was extraordinary. It seemed Wei Ruoxi had many things she didn't know about. Mo Yen ate while thinking. He found Wei Ruoxi quite fascinating. From initially disliking her to now being constantly surprised, he couldn't help but want to get closer and learn more about her. Maybe I should come over more often to share meals, Mo Yen thought silently. Mo Yen, your name is Mo Yen, right? Look at our little Chi, so confused. She never mentioned you before. Mom seemed to want to ask Mo Yen more questions again. Yes, madam. My name is Mo Yen. It's not Xiao Shi's fault. I should have visited you and uncle earlier. It's all my fault. Her warm, jade-like voice was no longer cold and distant as usual. Cheish. Wei Ruashi suddenly spat out the soup from her mouth. Why did his words sound so ambiguous? It was as if they really had some kind of relationship. Ruashi, are you okay? Mo Yen turned his head, looking at Wei Ruashi with gentle concern. He lightly patted her back, showing worry. Wei Ruashi was stunned, completely unaware of what was happening. She just stared blankly at Mo Yan's gentle face, feeling like she was in a dream. Wei's mother watched this loving couple and secretly chuckled. Wei's father, on the other hand, looked grim. Eat. Eat. Wei's mother called everyone to the table. Seeing her husband's dark expression, she quickly pinched him under the table. Her pinch made Wei's father wince. Then, Wei's mother took the chance of the meal to ask about Mo Yan's family. Where do they live?
How many people are there?
What are their names? What do they do? She almost asked about Mo Yan's ancestors. Surprisingly, Mo Yan answered all her questions one by one, always smiling gently, with a warm voice, completely different from his usual cold image. Wei Ruashi stared blankly, her mind in chaos. Haha, Mo Yan, when did you start liking our little Ruashi? Wei's mother's question was still ongoing, and she was getting more and more happy. Now she was asking about their private lives. Mo Yen kept smiling. We met a few times before, but about half a year ago, I saved Ruashi in the wasteland area. I was amazed by her. Back then, Ruashi changed so much. He truly meant what he said, and that was how he gradually became interested in her. Half a year ago, after saving Ruashi in the wasteland area, Wei Ruashi suddenly felt like her head was hit hard. She snapped back to reality. The only thought in her mind was, oh no, I've blown my cover. What? Wei's father and Wei's mother froze. The chopsticks in their hands clattered to the floor. Half a year ago, after saving Ruashi in the wasteland area, that was all Wei's parents could hear. Weru shrunk her neck, realizing her mother was angry, and even called her full name. Her father also sat there with a serious face. Only Mo Yen seemed to realize she might have said something wrong and started to look cold and silent, pretending to be cool. Weru, tell me quickly. Her mother lost her patience and snapped angrily, slapping the table hard. Half a year ago, Xiaoxi told them she was taken away by an old man to train. But now, Mo Yen said he was the one who rescued Weru half a year ago. Dad, Mom, I was wrong. Weru lowered her head, pretending to be pitiful. Her mother's anger was quite scary. Sorry, Dad, Mom, I just didn't want you to worry. Seeing Weru like this, her mother's anger eased a lot. Since Mo Yen said he rescued Xiaoxi, it meant Xiaoxi must have faced a big problem to disappear for a year. During that year, Weru must have encountered very dangerous things. It's better to let Xiaoxi explain everything clearly now. Her mother sat back in her seat. Then tell me what really happened that year. Weru sighed. Anyway, telling her parents was good because it could help them be cautious of Linger. Also, she was more familiar with this earth than her parents. Half a year ago, I was just about to go out when I was knocked out. Weru frowned, recalling that past event. She didn't hide anything from Mo Yen because he was her lifesaver, and he also knew her strength. More importantly, she didn't dislike Mo Yen and even had a good feeling toward him. When I woke up, I found myself inside a dark room. Later, I heard some movement outside. Because I have space powers, I returned to my own space. When Weru said this, she looked at Mo Yen. He was probably the first person besides her family to know about her space powers. She hadn't planned to hide it from him. Also, Mo Yen owed her a favor. If needed, Weru might ask the Mo family to take care of her parents. Today at the Fanny Hall, she noticed Yanbin seemed to be wary of the Mo family, even though they weren't part of the Big 8 clans. Seeing that Mo Yen didn't show much expression, Weru continued, when I enter my space, I found out that the person outside was Linger, the young lady of the Bai family. She was the one who tied me up in that room. Later, Bai Linger saw that I was not in the room, so she had someone completely seal off that room with a mixed solution. Then, I stayed in my own space for a year, focusing on practicing my mental strength. Eventually, I used my mental power to contact Mo Yen, which allowed him to rescue me. Wei Ruoshi simply told the story once. However, this already left the three people stunned. Wei's father and mother looked ready to explode after hearing everything. They couldn't imagine how Wei Ruoshi managed to get through that year. Only Mo Yen sat quietly, seeming very calm. Darn it, this Bai family young lady is really terrible. That wicked woman. XXXX. Wei's mother started ranting wildly. She had never seen such a malicious woman. Wei's father almost broke his chopsticks in anger. Only Mo Yen appeared calm, but inside, he was already feeling confused. He was trying to process what Wei Ruoshi had just said, and he didn't expect it to be like this. No wonder Wei Ruoshi seemed very nervous when talking about Bai Linger at the Fan E Hall today. It turns out it was because of this. Also, Wei Ruoshi mentioned the space of supernatural powers, which made Mo Yan's mind go blank. Today's events were truly shocking.
Dad, Mom, I'm sorry.
I shouldn't have kept this from you. I was too naive, Wei Ruoshi apologized to her parents. She realized she had underestimated the situation. If her own mistake had caused the oversight that allowed Bai Linger to take advantage and hurt her parents, she would never forgive herself. Telling her parents now might help them be more cautious. Xiao Shi, don't blame yourself. It's all because of that wicked Bai Linger. Wei's mother still seemed unsatisfied and continued to curse. Xiao Shi, why did Bai Linger treat you like that? Wei's father asked more calmly, analyzing the reason. Is it because of Yanbin? Yes, Yanbin came to find me every day during those days. Bai Linger probably found out, so she did this, Wei Ruoshi replied. She had already told her parents about being beaten at Yan's house last time, so they probably knew this was still related to Yanbin. What do you plan to do now? Mo Yen finally spoke after a long silence, cutting straight to the point. The most important thing now was to decide what to do next. Only Ruoshi thought for a moment and said, now only my parents and you know I am back home. So until I have enough strength, I definitely can't let others find out I am back. But what if you do have enough strength? Can you follow uncle and auntie every day to protect them? Mo Yan's expression turned cold again. He pointed out the key issue, directly. Ruoshi was speechless. Yes, even if she had enough strength, what then? She couldn't be with her parents all the time. Unless she had her own power, but that's not easy to achieve. If I had my own power, before she finished, Mo Yen interrupted her. Having your own power? Do you even know what power is? Do you know how hard it is to build your own strength? The 8 great families took hundreds of years to develop theirs. Unless you can match their strength, what can you do to fight the Bai family? Building enough power to oppose the Bai family isn't something you can do in a year or two. Ruoshi felt very discouraged. Yes, it's not easy to have enough strength to fight the Bai family. She had been thinking too simply. Mo Yan's words woke her up. Then what should I do? She asked. She was just a 20-year-old girl. Move to our house, Mo Yen suggested. Ruoshi. Her mother. Okay, her father. No, Mo Yen smiled and said, Uncle, Auntie, Ruoshi is worried about you both, worried about others knowing she's alive, and worried about training. So, let her stay at the Mo family's house. That way, Ruoshi's burden will be lighter. The Mo family isn't a big clan, but the 8 great families still show some respect to us. Even if Bai Linger finds out, she wouldn't dare to break into the Mo family. Once Ruoshi has enough strength and power, or if she manages to eliminate the Bai family, then you'll be truly safe. For now, let her stay with us. Mo Yen sincerely invited them to live at the Mo family's house. After all, Ruoshi saved his father, and he seemed to be starting to take an interest in her. He was curious about what kind of girl she was and how many surprising qualities she had. Only Mom was quite happy to move to the Mo family residence because she liked the man named Mo Yen very much. She thought he was a perfect match for her little she. Only Dad seemed a bit hesitant, but after hearing Mo Yan's words, he finally agreed to move there. Since both Mom and Dad agreed, Ruashi also had no choice but to go along with everyone. The four of them ate dinner and talked. By the end, Mom liked Imoyen more and more, hoping he would become her son-in-law, respecting elders and caring for Ruashi. Mom, are you sure you see him caring for me? We were just chatting happily. After dinner, Mom surprisingly invited Imoyen to stay overnight, and he happily agreed. Ruashi looked speechless, feeling that this cold, handsome man was acting very strangely today. Not only did he smile all day, but he also agreed to stay at her house. It was hard to believe. Ruashi, I'll stay here tonight, and tomorrow we can move to the Mo house together, Imoyen said with a bright smile. This sneaky guy, even though he had nothing to do with her, called her so affectionately. When he was with her alone, he liked to act cold. Because Wei Hao had joined the army, Imoyen slept in Wei Hao's room that night. Later, the four of them talked for a long time before going to sleep. Dad seemed to start accepting Imoyen as his son-in-law because he noticed that Imoyen was calm and could analyze things coolly, and he seemed to treat his daughter well. Ruashi, Dad, don't be fooled by his outward appearance. Ruashi lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Her mind kept replaying Imoyen's smile. The thought that this man was now sleeping in her house made her even more restless. Suddenly, she disappeared and entered Imoyen's space, where she could calm her emotions without tossing and turning. Inside the space, a group of little helpers ran up to her. They no longer showed any suspicion and even liked her very much because she was different from the humans they had met before. Not only did she give them food and shelter, but she also made them feel safe. Moreover, surprisingly, she agreed to their request. If they encounter their own kind on the ghostly, tranquil planet, she will also let them come to this paradise-like place. Indeed, they are a group of simple-minded creatures. Now, the 3 fruit trees in the space have also become familiar with them. They haven't eaten much of the fruits, since there are only 3 trees, and their large group can't share all the fruit. So, the fruits are still picked daily by Wei Ruashi to eat. It has been a year and a half, and Grandpa Ancient Tree still hasn't woken up. The egg that Wei Ruashi always thought was a bird's egg hasn't shown any signs of movement. She almost thought it was a dud, but faint heartbeat signals inside proved it was still alive. Wei Ruashi carefully stared at the egg in her hand, hesitating whether to drip a few drops of blood on it. It is said that strange eggs can hatch if you drip some blood on them, like her ink bracelet, which was activated because it touched her blood. Although her ink bracelet isn't an egg, the principle is the same. Wei Ruashi extended her index finger and bit it with her teeth, but it didn't break. She kept biting, still no crack. She kept biting, and still no crack, causing her to wince in pain. As expected, TV shows are all lies. On TV, a light bite can make your finger bleed easily. It's all nonsense. Finally, she went out to find a needle, gently pricked her finger, squeezed out 2 drops of blood, and dripped them onto the bird's egg. The 2 drops of blood slid down the smooth shell and fell onto the ground in the space. What's going on? It can't absorb anything, Wei Ruashi muttered. It seems it still can't hatch. She doesn't know when this egg will hatch. She placed the egg back on Grandpa Ancient Tree. Wei Ruashi then spent a long time chatting with the 3 fruit trees and a group of ghostly, tranquil creatures in the space before reluctantly going out to sleep. Wei Ruashi lay on the bed, constantly thinking about Imoyen, who was sleeping in Wei Hao's room. Without realizing it, she released her mental energy toward him. She saw that Imoyen seemed to be asleep. The lights in the room were off, and only the moonlight outside shone through the window. The faint moonlight cast a surreal glow on Imoyen's face. Wei Ruashi stared blankly at Imoyen, surrounded by the moonlight, and her breathing grew lighter, afraid to disturb such a beautiful scene. Imoyen looked so handsome and unreal in that moment. Suddenly, Wei Ruashi's eyes widened as she noticed the corner of Imoyen's mouth curling up under the moonlight. She shivered in fear and quickly retracted her mental energy. Oh no, did Imoyen discover I was watching him? Wei Ruashi lay on the bed, guessing nervously. She kept tossing and turning, unable to sleep, until she finally drifted into a hazy sleep by morning. But less than 2 hours later, her mother called her to wake up. She said they needed to prepare some things to go to the Mo family. Wei Ruoshi felt helpless and almost cried. So, it turns out you can't secretly watch handsome guys. Besides some clothes, she didn't need to bring much. Mo Yen had already informed his parents about their visit. So, Wei's family didn't bring many belongings. The Mo family is located on the southern edge of the civilization zone, a rather quiet area. Their house resembles a villa estate from 1,000 years ago, with the tallest building only 8 stories high, made of steel. The estate has 3 main buildings, and the open space around them is planted with flowers, trees, and some stone tables and benches. Wei Ruoshi really liked this kind of house, which looked like an ancient estate. If only the open space had grass, it would be perfect. When they arrived at the Mo family, Mo Yan's parents, Mo Shi and Yu Xiaoying, were already waiting at the gate. Mo Shi was a handsome middle-aged man, with a very attractive face like Mo Yan's. Yu Xiaoying didn't look as striking as her husband or son. She looked adorable. Despite being over 40, she looked like a young girl in her 20s, with straight bangs and curly long hair, very cute. Mo Shi is a cheerful and lively man, probably because he hasn't had enough raw stones to repair his meridians, so his face looks a bit pale. Mo Shi quickly started talking with Uncle Wei and Aunt Wei. Yu Xiaoying kept following Wei Ruoshi and Mo Yen around. Her eyes looked at Wei Ruoshi as if she saw a new toy. This scared Wei Ruoshi so much that she sat there, not daring to move. Wei Ruoshi? Can I call you Little Shi? Yu Xiaoying looked at Wei Ruoshi with a warm smile. Finally, her son was willing to bring his girlfriend home. For over 20 years, he never brought a girl, so Yu Xiaoying thought her son might be gay. Now that she saw Mo Yen bring a girl home, she was very happy. Although Mo Yen said on the phone that he and this girl had no special relationship and were just staying at the Mo family temporarily, Yu Xiaoying was convinced that the girl Mo Yen brought back was going to be her daughter-in-law. Yes, okay. Auntie. Wei Ruoshi smiled at Mo Yan's mother, Yu Xiaoying. She felt that Yu Xiaoying's gaze was a bit strange, which made her a little uneasy. Oh, haha. Yu Xiaoying covered her mouth and laughed. Are you Mo Yan's girlfriend? She liked this girl more and more. She looked pretty and had a good personality. Today, Wei Ruoshi didn't wear makeup because Mo Yen said he would send a car to pick her up directly, so she didn't bother to put on makeup. Wei Ruoshi was speechless. Why did she suddenly become Mo Yan's girlfriend? They had no such relationship at all. Before long, Wei Ruoshi learned about Mo Yan's parents' personalities. Mo dad was straightforward and generous, while Mo mom was clever and lively. Wei Ruoshi couldn't understand why Mo Yen, with these 2 personalities, turned out to be so cold and even a bit scheming. Whether it was intentional or not, Wei dad and Wei mom lived in one house, while Wei Ruoshi was assigned to live with Mo Yen in another house. The remaining house was occupied by a smart robot and some household staff. This robot was the Mo family's butler, equipped with a highly advanced intelligence system and looked exactly like a real person, capable of mimicking human actions and speech. Now, the robot butler leading Wei Ruoshi was called Jia Yi. Miss Wei, you've arrived at your room. Are you satisfied with it? Wei Ruoshi looked at Jia Yi in surprise. This level of intelligence was truly impressive. If Mo Yen hadn't told her that it was just a robot, she would have thought it was a real person. Thank you, I'm very satisfied. Jia Yi smiled and said, Then I'll leave now. If you need anything, just call me. Goodbye, Miss Wei.
Goodbye.
What an amazing piece of technology. Wei Ruoshi stretched lazily. Wow, that was a good sleep. She had been living in the Mo family's house for over a month now, spending most of her time practicing. Other than training, there wasn't much else to do. During this time, she hadn't seen much of Mo Yen or his father, Moc. Her own parents had also stopped going to work and stayed at the Mo residence. Since they both loved working with machines, they spent their days studying and building new devices. The people Wei Ruoshi saw most often were the smart housekeeper Jia Yi and Mo Yan's mother, Yu Xiaoying. Mo's mother would visit her room almost every day, always on time. Every morning, Wei Ruashi got up at 5 to train until 8, then had breakfast with her parents and Mo's mother. There were only 4 of them at the table. She rarely saw Mo Yen or his father, as Mo's mother said they were busy helping Mo's father recover. After breakfast, her parents would head straight to the workshop to design new machines, while Mo's mother would chat with her, though the topics often left Wei Ruashi speechless. Then came lunch, more training in the afternoon, and the same quiet routine every day. Wei Ruashi stretched again. This peaceful life was nice, but she knew she couldn't stay under the Mo family's protection forever. She had to become stronger so she could protect her loved ones herself. Checking the time, she saw it was already 8. Her morning training was done. After taking a shower, she came out dressed in simple, casual clothes for breakfast. She wore a plain white tracksuit, her black hair smooth and shiny. The warm water had left her face slightly pink, making her look fresh and bright. When she entered the dining room, she was surprised to see Mo Yen and his father there too, people she hadn't seen much of in the past month. Uncle, Auntie, good morning. Dad, Mom, good morning. Mo Yen, good morning. Wei Ruashi greeted everyone with a smile. Oh, little Shiyu and Yen don't need to be so formal. Mom Mo chuckled, covering her mouth, and Dad Mo, Mom, and Moc also smiled. Wei Ruashi felt a bit awkward, while Mo Yen kept a cool expression, pretending to be tough. C, have your meridians been fully repaired? Mom Mo asked Moc, whom she hadn't seen in a month. During this time, Mo Yen had been helping Moc repair his meridians. Yes, they are completely fixed now, Moc said happily, a big smile on his face. His long-held wish was finally coming true. In a few days, I can start practicing again. Moc had been in a very good mood lately. His martial arts training, which he had practiced for many years, was finally complete. Also, his son had brought his girlfriend home. There was no need to worry that his son was gay. It was because his son was so handsome and had never had a girlfriend that Dad Mo and Mom Mo thought he might be gay. I really appreciate Yan's friend, Moc said with a hint of emotion. He never expected that the person he was thankful for was actually the girl he had already decided would be his daughter-in-law. Wei Ruashi quickly pretended not to hear, eating her meal. Only Mo Yen and Wei Ruashi knew about this. Dad Mo and Mom Mo hadn't noticed the stone in the room. Yen, you should thank your friend properly for your parents. Mom Mo turned and smiled at Mo Yen. Yes, okay. Mo Yen nodded, glancing at Wei Ruashi, who was busy eating. Oh, by the way, little Shi, to celebrate Uncle Mo's recovery, let's go shopping this afternoon. Mom Mo looked excitedly at Wei Ruashi. Wei Ruashi felt a bit overwhelmed. What does Uncle Mo's recovery have to do with shopping? It was clearly Mom Mo who wanted to go shopping and just used this as an excuse. Why don't we all go together? Mom Mo suggested eagerly. We have to work on that mechanical project later, so we won't go. Dad Mo and Mom Mo declined. They weren't interested in shopping. Recently, Dad Mo and Mom Mo looked much younger. Over the past 6 months, they had been eating vegetables and fruits from the space, drinking water from the space, and their hair had turned back to black. Their wrinkles had also reduced a lot, making them look only about 40 years old. I need to go reinforce something later, so I won't be going. Moc thought about how good his wife was at shopping. She could shop from morning until night without getting tired. Mom, I want to help Dad reinforce something too, so I won't be with you and Ruashi. Mo Yen knew how good his mom was at shopping, so he decided to pass the problem to Ruashi. Mo's mom pouted and said, if you're not going, then it's fine. Ruashi can go with me instead. Ruashi felt like crying, but had no words. When did she ever say she wanted to go? Ruashi is the best. Sigh, son, you did one good thing. Help me find a lovely daughter-in-law. Mo's mom cupped her face with her hands, happily looking at Ruashi. She loved teasing her daughter-in-law. Every time she saw her looking upset, she thought it was adorable. Mo Yen and Ruashi both stayed silent. They had already explained that they weren't really a couple, but their parents didn't believe it. Instead, they eagerly discussed when they would get married, go on trips, have children, and even plan their future children. After explaining many times, Ruashi and Mo Yen stopped trying to clarify. Their parents just accepted it, as if they agreed. After breakfast, Mo, Yen, and Mo's dad disappeared somewhere. Ruashi's dad and mom also went into the research room. Ruashi was pulled into Mo's mom's room to start getting ready. Women should dress beautifully, Mo's mom said, pulling clothes out of the wardrobe one by one and trying them on Ruashi. And our little she is so pretty, with such good skin. If she dresses up, she'll definitely make Mo Yen fall for her. Ruashi felt speechless every time she talked to Mo's mom. Mo's mom spent a long time choosing clothes for Ruashi and finally found a dress. It was a sleeveless white top with a flowy, floral skirt that reached her thighs. So cute, Ruashi, now dressed, looked bright and charming. Her smooth black hair and high heels added a gentle allure. Ruashi felt a little shy, constantly tugging at the hem of her skirt. Andy, is it too short? She also thought the shoes might be too high. No, I absolutely won't. Your legs are straight and beautiful, almost made for wearing skirts, Momo said happily. She was very pleased and thought her daughter was adorable and pretty. She had always wanted a daughter to dress up, and now her wish had come true. At Momo's strong insistence, Ruashi had to wear the skirt and go out. At first, Ruashi hesitated about whether to put on makeup before leaving, worried she might be recognized. But before she could decide, Momo pulled her out the door. Momo took Ruashi to the shopping district in the cultural area. Women love shopping for clothes, shoes, and makeup, and Momo was no different. The first place she took Ruashi was a clothing store. Momo was so quick in choosing clothes that Ruashi couldn't keep up. Whatever clothes she liked on herself, whether cute or mature, if they fit well, Momo bought them all. As for the clothes Ruashi tried on, Momo only let her try cute outfits. She said girls should be cute, and only after turning 30 could they wear mature clothes. Ruashi tried on several outfits, and Momo liked most of them and bought them all. Shopping wasn't hard for women. They naturally enjoyed it. Ruashi was happy too after walking around all morning, though her feet were a bit sore from high heels. She thought she was lucky compared to someone else she saw later. That person probably didn't feel anything at all. Ruashi and Momo were followed by a man in his 30s, with black hair and a smiling face. Even though his hands were full of shopping bags, he kept smiling. This man was Jia, the smart robot butler of the Mo family. Momo said he was free at home, so she brought him along to carry things. She also said he wouldn't get tired. Since Ruashi and Momo started walking, Jia had been smiling all the time. Being a robot, he probably didn't get tired either. Xiao, let's go to the shoe store now. Momo still wanted to shop for shoes. She had been busy buying clothes earlier. She thought it was rare to go shopping, so she wanted to enjoy it fully. Xiao, let's go. Momo continued to act cute. All right, Ruashi gave in. Momo's eyes looked very innocent. Sigh. Even though she was in her 40s, she still acted like a child. So, Momo, Ruashi, and Jia, who was behind them, went to a shoe store together. Momo's style of choosing shoes was very diverse. No high heels, flats, cute, or mature. She would buy whatever she thought looked good and fit her. At Momo's strong request, Ruashi also picked a few pairs, all flats. Ruashi was most afraid of wearing high heels. Because they bought so many shoes, Jia couldn't carry them all. Ruashi had to hold a bunch of shopping bags, looking down as she walked forward, ready to find a place to sit. They had walked for a long time, and her feet were sore and painful. Momo was still happily trying on different shoes. Suddenly, Ruashi bumped into someone because she was looking down. All the shopping bags she was holding fell to the ground.
Sorry.
Ruashi quickly looked up to apologize. But when she looked up, she froze. What a coincidence. The person in front of her was actually Yen Bian, the eldest young master of the Yen family. Yen Bian was dressed in a fitted black suit, with matching casual pants below. He had black, messy hair. Ruashi had to admit, this man was very handsome, like an angel. His face was very different from Mo Yan's. If Mo Yan looked cold and icy when he didn't smile, then Yen Bian, even dressed in black and without a smile, still looked very gentle. Yan Bian stared blankly at the charming woman in front of him. Her long black hair was parted in the middle, revealing big eyes, and her skin was fair. She was wearing a cute dress. Because she accidentally bumped into him, she immediately apologized. But why did her voice sound so familiar? Her looks also resembled a woman he had been searching for a year and a half. Only she was much more beautiful than the woman he was looking for. She didn't look like the woman in his memory at all. When Weiruashi saw it was him, she quickly turned around and wanted to leave. She hoped Yan Bian wouldn't recognize her. She silently thought to herself. She had originally thought that going out without makeup today wouldn't be so unlucky. But who knew her luck was really bad? She ran into Yan Bian as soon as she stepped out. This Yenyuan area is really not ordinary. Everywhere I go, I keep running into people I dislike. Yan Bian stared blankly at the woman in front of him, only to see her turn around and walk away. He quickly reached out and grabbed her. Wait, miss. She looked so much like Weiruashi, whom he had been searching for a year and a half. His heart was trembling a little. Weiruashi, who was about to leave, suddenly felt someone hold her back. Wait, miss. The man's voice behind her sounded a bit shaky. You are the miss, and your whole family is the miss. Weiruashi thought angrily. She turned around with a blank face, but inside, she was boiling with emotion. Darn, he probably won't recognize me, right? Weiruashi, Yan Bian asked cautiously. He didn't dare to be sure if the woman in front of him was Weiruashi just by her looks, but her voice sounded so much like hers. Sir, you have the wrong person, Weiruashi said calmly. She pulled her arm away from Yan Bian, who was still holding her. It's better not to admit anything.
Yan Bian frowned.
That didn't make sense. Her voice was exactly the same, and she looked a little like her too. I've been looking for you for a year and a half, Xiaoxi. I miss you so much, Yan Bian said, looking at the woman in front of him. He was almost certain she was Weiruashi. I told you, you have the wrong person, Weiruashi replied with a hint of anger. This man was so annoying. Every time she met him, something bad happened. Weiruashi ignored him and turned to leave. Who knew? If she didn't leave now, would Bai Linger, that woman, suddenly appear? Xiaoxi. Yan Bian reached out again and grabbed her arm. I know you're Xiaoxi. Where have you been all this time? I miss you so much. I'm so worried about you. Yan Bian looked at Weiruashi as she turned her head away, feeling a mix of anger and regret. If only that thing hadn't happened. If only Weiruashi hadn't been beaten at the Yan family. Yan Bian now realized how hard it was to get back what was lost. Although Weiruashi still prefers to live in the Mo family, Yan Bian looked at her close-up face with excitement, reaching out to pull Weiruashi into his arms. Seeing Yan Bian trying to pull her closer, Weiruashi's face darkened. She pushed him away coldly and sarcastically said, I told you, you have the wrong person. Are you really so shameless? Yan Bian smiled instead of getting angry and said, I can definitely recognize your voice, Weiruashi. Since you've already come back, can you still avoid me? Since she has returned safely, there's no need to keep avoiding him. Weiruashi clenched her fists to stop herself from losing control. She was about to punch Yan Bian in the face, feeling that this man was a bit too arrogant. Xiaoxi, why are you with him? Momo seemed to notice the situation here. She handed a bunch of things to Jia Yi and told her to go back first. When Momo approached, she saw Yan Bian smiling at Weiruashi, while Weiruashi looked angry at Yan Bian. Momo actually knew that Yan Bian had been looking for Weiruashi for over a year. At that time, the Yan family used many contacts and funds to find her. Almost no one in the Yan district didn't know Weiruashi. Later, Momo found out that the girl her son brought back was the woman Yan Bian had been searching for all along. But because she liked Weiruashi, she never asked her why. Now, seeing this situation, Momo seemed to realize that her daughter-in-law and the Yan family's young master might have some connection. Yan Bian stared directly at Weiruashi as if to say, how can you still deny it now? Weiruashi instinctively bit her lower lip, then looked up at Yan Bian and said coldly, Young Master Yan, I am just an ordinary girl. Please stop bothering me. I hope we won't see each other again from now on. After speaking, She pulled Momo, who looked confused and prepared to leave. Momo still looked puzzled, not understanding what was happening. Xiao, what's going on? Auntie, it's nothing. Let's go home. It's already afternoon, and we should head back. Yanbin saw Wei Ruoxi trying to turn away and suddenly stepped in front of them. What you said is impossible, Wei Ruoxi. I have decided to pursue you. You can only be our Yan family's wife. Wei Ruoxi and Mo's mother both looked at the arrogant man in front of them with wide eyes in shock. Wei Ruoxi felt even more speechless. Could young master Yan be too self-absorbed? Does he think all women in the world will like him? Xiao is our Mo Yan's wife. Are you sick? Why are you trying to take my son's wife? Mo's mother frowned at Yanbin. He is really annoying. Hearing Mo's mother, Yanbin's face turned cold. His whole presence suddenly radiated outward. What did you say? Xiao is Mo Yan's wife. Darn it, this woman actually said Wei Ruoxi is Mo Yan's wife. She looks to be only in her 20s. I didn't expect Mo Yan to have such a young-looking mother. Yanbin, what are you doing? Wei Ruoxi quickly protected Mo's mother behind her, afraid Yanbin might hurt her. Content unavailable. Content unavailable. Since Wei Ruoxi returned, she had been staying quietly at the Mo family. Every day, besides practicing, eating, and sleeping, she did nothing else. In these days, Mo's mother hadn't come to find Wei Ruoxi anymore. It seemed she believed Wei Ruoxi and Mo Yan had no relation. But during meals, Mo's mother kept glancing at her and Mo Yan with suspicious eyes. Wei's parents also realized they actually had no connection. Every mealtime, Wei Ruoxi felt very strange. 6 people, no one spoke. Except Mo's mother kept looking at her and Mo Yan. The rest were silent. That day, after returning with Mo's mother, Wei Ruoxi saw Mo Yan waiting for them at the door. She felt his face was even colder that day, and standing next to him, she could feel the chill. It seemed he was also a little angry. When they returned, Mo Yan turned and went inside without saying a word. Wei Ruoxi lay flat on the bed, having finished her morning practice. She had also eaten breakfast. Mo Yan kept giving her the cold shoulder, which she found very strange. Not long ago, he would at least smile at her. Now, he always had a cold face, as if everyone owed him millions. Deadpan face, only Ruoxi thought bitterly in her heart. When she was happy, she would smile at her. When she was upset, she would give her the cold shoulder. Sigh. Now how should she move back? Yanbin and Lan Yanin already knew she was back, so Bai Linga would probably find out soon too. If she moved back now, she was worried her parents wouldn't be safe. But living at Mo Yan's house made her feel extremely awkward. Neither option seemed good. Bored, only Ruoxi tossed and turned on her bed. Oh dear, she was so worried. How could she solve this? She lay on her bed for a long time, then got up and opened her smart device. She planned to go online and learn about the current situation in the world. Before, only Ruoxi knew the general situation of this world. Hundreds of years ago, there was a big war, but now everything was stable. The military on Earth was small. Most forces were stationed in space. There were 4 main space stations. These stations weren't on Earth, but in space, surrounding the planet from 4 directions: east, south, west, and north. About hundreds of years ago, creatures from the Ution planet migrated to Earth, so 4 defense stations were built in space. Each station was like a medium-sized city on Earth. They were called Donglin City, Nanlin City, Shilin City, and Balin City. Only Ruoxi had seen pictures of these 4 cities online. They looked like 4 floating steel cities in space, surrounding an oval-shaped planet. Very impressive. A large number of troops were stationed in these 4 cities. Ruoxi was in the defense forces at Donglin City, while Hueha was in Nanlin City. On Earth, only a few military forces existed. The country, government, and the 8 major families were the main powers. Usually, these countries and families openly recruited talented people, especially those with special abilities, high-level martial arts, or strong mental powers. Right now, only Ruoxi was browsing these topics online. Since her feud with the Bai family couldn't be resolved, and she had no real power, her best option was to find a strong backing. Even if Bai Linger found out she was back, she wouldn't dare act rashly. The strongest backing would be the state. Surely, no matter how powerful the Bai family was, they wouldn't dare oppose the government. Ruashi made up her mind. She would go and recommend herself later. Her mental strength should be quite high now, and the country probably values her greatly. Wei Ruashi felt embarrassed to stay in the Mo family anymore. She changed into casual clothes and left. There is a special department in the civilized area, apparently set up by the government to recruit capable people. Wei Ruashi decided to go see it. To make a good impression, she didn't wear heavy makeup this time. She took a car directly to that place. Just giving the smart shuttle the address was enough. It would take her there without worry about getting lost. When she left, she ran into Mo Yen, who didn't even look at her. Mo Yen turned on the air conditioning and passed by her, making Wei Ruashi shiver from the cold. The smart shuttle quickly took Wei Ruashi to the designated location. When she got off, she saw that it was indeed a government recruitment center, luxurious and grand. There was no sign outside, and if she hadn't known from the internet that this was a government facility, she might have thought she was at a wealthy person's mansion. The lobby was very different from a normal company's. It had a smart TV, luxurious sofas, a beautiful colorful glass table, and soft carpets underfoot. Wow, this is truly a government-run place, Wei Ruashi thought as she walked toward the reception desk, sighing in admiration. "Hello, do you need people with high mental strength here?" She politely asked the receptionist, who was looking at herself in a mirror. The receptionist looked up and glanced at Wei Ruashi, showing a look of disdain. Just another person with only a few levels of mental strength hoping to be favored by the government. Actually, it's not surprising. The receptionist sees this kind of person every day, people with less than level 10 mental strength coming here, hoping for government support. Usually, students are tested for mental strength and physical skills in school, and those with high levels are often recruited by the government or the big families. People like Wei Ruashi, who are no longer students, come here hoping to be hired by the government. After seeing so many, the receptionist assumed Wei Ruashi was just another person with low mental strength dreaming of government favor. Wei Ruashi frowned, realizing she was being looked down upon, but she didn't understand why. She didn't know the reason for the disdain. "Excuse me," Wei Ruashi's tone was a bit more serious. "Do I need to do this?" The receptionist lazily took out a form. "Here, fill this out." After saying that, she picked up a mirror and looked at herself. Wei Ruashi obediently took the form and started filling it out. Halfway through, she paused, confused. How should she fill in her mental strength level? She had never tested it before. Thinking for a moment, Wei Ruashi took the form to the receptionist. "I don't know my mental strength level. Is there a place here to test it?" The receptionist, upon hearing this, suddenly threw the small mirror onto the table. "Oh my, how can you not know your own mental strength? Why are you here then? Didn't you test your mental strength at the academy? Just fill in what you remember." Wei Ruashi frowned and asked, "Even if I tested it at the academy, can't mental strength increase after graduation?" The receptionist looked down on her, but Wei Ruashi wasn't upset. After all, such things had been common hundreds of years ago. Wei Ruashi had no idea what her mental strength level was when she tested it at the academy, because she was no longer the same Wei Ruashi as before. The receptionist seemed speechless after being rebutted and looked at Wei Ruashi angrily. "Just fill in your previous academy test result. Even if it has increased, how much can it really go up? Do you think mental strength is easy to increase?" The receptionist thought Wei Ruashi's mental strength was low, which was why she treated her this way. If Wei Ruashi had asked whether there were people with special abilities here, the receptionist would have shown a different attitude. Because special abilities can awaken at any time. But once mental strength is tested, it's very hard to improve it. Wei Ruashi had no idea what her mental strength level was from her previous tests at the academy. How should she fill it in? "Could you please help me test it again?" No, the receptionist refused immediately. She was convinced that Wei Ruashi had no real talent. Wei Ruashi frowned, feeling very frustrated. She quickly filled in level 20 for her mental strength on the form and handed it back to the receptionist. Wei Ruo, she was sure her mental strength was definitely above level 20. She was confident about this, especially now that her mental detection range was expanding more and more. Even sounds within the range could be heard clearly. The receptionist picked up the form, glanced at it unconsciously, and suddenly burst into laughter. Then she started laughing uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face. Haha, you actually filled in level 20. That's so funny. Level 20. You really dared to write that, haha? The receptionist kept laughing while wiping tears from her eyes. She gritted her teeth as she watched the crazy laughing receptionist. Was it really necessary to laugh so wildly? Be careful. Your teeth might fall out from laughing so hard. Other receptionists saw what was happening from afar, as there weren't many people earlier, so they all came over to watch the fun. Molly, what are you laughing at? One receptionist asked. Yeah, I heard your laugh from far away, said another. Come on, show us what's so funny, added a third. The receptionist named Molly, who was attending to Shi, smiled and handed the form to the others. When they saw it, they all started giggling, tears coming out of their eyes from laughing. Haha, level 20. She really dared to write that. I'm about to die from laughing. Exactly, level 20. Haha. If she wanted attention, she didn't need to do this. Haha. Haha, call the director. We really can't handle a mental strength of level 20. I'm dying from laughter. Shi looked at the women laughing wildly with a blank expression, deciding to stay calm. After all, there are still many ignorant people in this world. Actually, it's understandable why they're laughing so much. No one had ever written a mental strength level of 20 before. A few hundred years ago, there was a person named Shang Ziluo with a level 30 mental strength. In the past few hundred years, no one has surpassed level 20. Now, suddenly, someone writes level 20 mental strength. How could they not find it funny? You all gathered here. What are you doing? Isn't no one working if no one is here? She heard a male voice behind her. The crazy laughing receptionists suddenly stopped laughing and hurried back to their stations. Director, you're here. The receptionist, named Jasmine, suddenly looked at Wei Ruoshi with a flattering expression. Wei Ruoshi turned around and saw a middle-aged man with a big belly and some bald spots standing behind her, looking serious at the receptionists. Jasmine, what's going on this morning? Jasmine swayed her hips, moved past Wei Ruoshi, and went to stand beside the bald man. She spoke in a very flirtatious voice. Director, this woman is causing trouble. Look at the form she filled out. She then handed the form Wei Ruoshi filled out to the bald director. The bald man seemed to enjoy Jasmine's flirtatious tone. He took the form happily, looked at it, and was stunned. His mental strength was marked as level 20. So funny. It even looked like his mouth was stretching into a bigger smile. Wei Ruoshi looked at the group of people in front of her with a blank face. What's wrong with having level 20 mental strength? Why are they acting like this? Miss, this is not a place for trouble, the bald man said, glancing at Wei Ruoshi and continuing in a formal tone. Please fill out the form properly. If you keep acting like this, I have the right to send you to jail. Wei Ruoshi looked at the bald man and said, Are you the highest person in charge here? Why not have your supervisor come test my mental strength? Then you'll know if I'm causing trouble. The bald man was only a supervisor managing staff, not the actual leader. The person in charge here was at least a national official. It seemed the bald man felt like Wei Ruoshi's words embarrassed him in front of the receptionists. He roared angrily, Get out quickly. What is a young girl causing trouble for? He even tried to push Wei Ruoshi out. Wei Ruoshi refused to let the bald man push her. She moved her foot lightly and dodged his hand. Seeing Wei Ruoshi dodge, the bald man immediately shouted, Security, come quickly. Someone's causing trouble here. Wei Ruoshi looked at the bald man with a blank expression. It's just a dodge. What's the big deal? Why call security? Hearing the shout, several security guards at the entrance rushed over. They reached out to grab Wei Ruoshi, but she didn't want to be caught. She took a few quick steps to the side, avoiding them. Then she used her mental power to control the beautiful, colorful glass table and made it fly toward the bald man's head. The bald man stared in shock as the flying table headed straight for him. He quickly dodged to the side, but no matter where he moved, the table seemed to follow right above his head. A group of reception girls and security guards watched in amazement, feeling like their brains had short-circuited. The colorful glass was very heavy, at least a few hundred pounds, yet now it floated lightly and flew around above the director's head. The director's face turned pale with fear, worried that the table might fall and hit him, crushing him into a pulp. After a while, everyone finally seemed to remember Weiruashi. They turned to look at her and saw her smiling at them. Seeing everyone looking at her, Weiruashi said, "How about it? Do you all want to try feeling something on your head?" Then she controlled other objects to fly toward the security guards and reception girls. Everyone now realized that the strange situation was related to this woman, especially the reception girls, who saw objects flying toward them and started screaming in fear, running in all directions. They finally believed that the girl's mental power might really be at level 20. How else could she control so many things to fly around? They were almost in tears. They had never met anyone with mental power over level 10 before, and suddenly there was a level 20 expert. "Miss, I was wrong. I didn't see clearly," the bald man stammered, trembling as he apologized, holding a table. The girl who had been laughing the most, Jasmine, also apologized to Weiruashi. Only then did Weiruashi move all the objects above their heads back to their original places. Seeing that the threat above was gone, the bald man sent the security guards back to their posts and told the reception girls to return to work. Then she led Weiruashi inside. The reception girls, seeing Weiruashi walk past them, looked like they had seen a ghost. They hurriedly moved aside, making Weiruashi laugh and cry at their reactions. Was she really that terrifying? "Miss, I will now take you for a mental strength test, and then we will notify the higher-ups." The bald man finally became obedient, no longer pretending to be official. A mental strength level of 20 is a rare treasure, even among top officials. Now he finally believed that the woman in front of him truly had this level of mental power. He dared not offend her anymore. "Miss, don't call me Mississippi. My name is Weiruashi. Just call me by my full name." "All right, Miss Weiruashi." The bald man dared not call her by her full name. Weiruashi didn't mind, as long as she wasn't called Miss directly. The chubby man led Weiruashi inside, turning a few corners before entering a room. "Miss Weiruashi, you can test your mental strength on the device that measures levels 10 to 20, the bald man said, leading her to a machine filled with data. "Just release your mental power into this device." Weiruashi obediently released her mental strength into the machine. Suddenly, a red line shot straight to the top. The bald man watched in shock, amazed that it reached level 20. This meant her mental strength was at least level 20, possibly higher. Weiruashi looked at the open-mouthed bald man and asked, "How is it?" The bald man swallowed hard and said, "Miss Wei, our highest testing device here only measures up to level 20. So, we need to wait for the leaders to arrive. Please wait a moment. I will call the leaders now." Weiruashi nodded. Seeing her agreement, the bald man left to make the call, probably to inform the leaders. As soon as he left, the bald man trembled with excitement. Wow, over level 20 mental strength. Reporting this to the higher-ups was a great achievement for him. He seemed to forget that just moments ago, he was planning to chase this woman with over 20 levels of mental power away. The bald man's name was Su Zhongtian. He was a supervisor hired by the government within this organization. Although called a supervisor, it was more of a low-level position, mainly handling reception for ladies and security guards, with little real power. Actually, the country doesn't expect this organization to recruit many top experts. However, it is okay to recruit some people with strong mental or physical skills to join the military. Also, this place has never recruited anyone with special abilities or very high mental or physical skills because those people are very proud and wouldn't come here. No wonder they find it funny that Weiruashi has a level 20 mental strength. After all, this place has never recruited talented people. As soon as Su Zhongtian came out, he immediately called his superior. His top boss is Changjua, who has some other higher-ups above him. But Su Zhongtian thought that if he called them, the credit might go to them. So, he decided to call Changjua directly. The call was answered quickly. Changzhua is a middle-aged man about 40 years old, looking very righteous. What's the matter? This was the first time Su Zhongtian called Changzhua. He was a bit excited. Secretary Chang, hello. I am Su Zhongtian from the Western Recruitment Agency in the civilized area. This morning, a woman came here. Su Zhongtian rambled on without getting to the main point. Changzhua frowned. Speak more clearly. Yes. This woman filled out the form with a level 20 mental strength. At first, we didn't believe it. Who knew she could easily control objects weighing hundreds of pounds? Then I tested her mental strength, and it reached the top level of 20. Su Zhongtian kept talking, but Changzhua was already stunned on the other end. A level 20 mental strength. Wow. Is this real or fake? Since the mental strength master Shang Zi reached level 30, no one has ever had more than level 20. Now suddenly, he hears about someone with level 20 mental strength. Changzhua almost couldn't believe it. Is the woman still with you? Changzhua hurriedly asked after regaining his composure. Usually these people are very proud. If she decided to leave, he might regret it. Yes, she's still here. Good. You must keep her. I'm coming over right now. Changzhua finished and quickly hung up, grabbed his coat, and headed there. Miss Weiruashi, please wait a moment. Secretary Chang said he'll be here soon. Su Zhongtian and Changzhua often hung up the phone before happily running over to Weiruashi. Weiruashi was stunned. Secretary Chang? Changzhua? Did he really come in person? Secretary Chang? Changzhua? Yes, that's Secretary Chang. Su Zhongtian didn't dare call him Changzhua directly. After waiting about half an hour, Weiruashi saw a middle-aged man, around 40 years old, being led in by the receptionist. The man had a square face and thick eyebrows. Based on his appearance, Weiruashi thought he looked very honest. She was not unfamiliar with this man. She often saw him on TV. It was indeed Changzhua. As soon as Changzhua arrived, he froze. Inside, only the balding man he just spoke with and a young woman, probably around 20, were present. Seeing Changzhua, Su Zhongtian immediately greeted him with a smile. Secretary Chang, you're here. This is Miss Weiruashi, whom you mentioned on the phone earlier. Changzhua nodded at Su Zhongtian. You can go outside and wait. After the room was empty except for Weiruashi and Changzhua, he stepped forward excitedly and asked, Your name is Weiruashi? Is your mental strength really level 20? Weiruashi looked at Changzhua, who was so excited. She was quite excited herself. In her previous life, she had only met top officials like the mayor of her city. Now, seeing his secretary, she couldn't help but feel thrilled. Yes, I am Weiruashi, she replied, unsure of what else to say. Actually, Changzhua was even more excited than Weiruashi. A level 20 mental strength. It hadn't been seen in hundreds of years. Now, suddenly, someone appeared with such power. How could he not be excited? In this era, what is most needed are people with strong mental strength, physical skills, or special abilities. Unfortunately, very few people have high mental strength levels. Currently, it seems Weiruashi is the only one with over level 20. Changzhua politely asked Weiruashi some questions, then took her to continue testing her mental strength, as the equipment here could only measure levels 10 to 20. When Weiruashi and Changzhua left, the receptionists looked completely different, more professional and respectful. They even bowed to Weiruashi and Changzhua. Only if she is lazy to care for them. After all, there will always be such selfish people. Changzhua stared blankly at the data on the instrument. The red number was steady at 25, which meant Weiruashi's mental strength had reached level 25. Level 25. Weiruashi wasn't very surprised. She had already guessed her mental strength was probably over 20. Miss Weiruashi, if you have any requests, just tell us. Changzhua was excited. A mental strength of 25, only a few levels below the top from hundreds of years ago. Naturally, he wanted to do everything he could to keep Weiruashi. Requests? Weiruashi's only wish was for her parents to be safe and sound. I hope you can protect my parents. That's my only request. Changzhua was stunned. That request was very simple. All right, I agree. May I ask, is there a reason you're making this request? Are you seeking revenge? Yes, Wei Ruoxi didn't hide it. There was no need to. Even if she revealed her enemies, Changzhou probably couldn't do much about it. Changzhou didn't ask who her enemies were, knowing that with a mental strength of 25, she was likely dealing with a powerful force. Even the government might not be able to help much, at most just protect her family. Indeed, even if Wei Ruoxi told Changzhou who her enemies were, he wouldn't be able to do much. The 8 major families and the government have always depended on each other. The government wouldn't fight the Bai family just for Wei Ruoxi. By the way, in a few days, I might open a restaurant. I'm worried about potential trouble, so could Secretary Chang help me handle it? That way, I can avoid unnecessary problems. Wei Ruoxi thought that once her family's issues were settled, she wouldn't have to worry about Bai Linger finding out she was alive. The previously closed many homes inn could reopen. But she still needed Changzhu's help to prevent possible trouble. Yes, of course. Changzhu agreed immediately. Oh, and I'd like to ask about my specific duties. I don't think the country used me without needing me to do anything, Wei Ruoxi said. Zhangzhu smiled and said, actually, there isn't much to do. We set up a special department called E. This department is made up of people with special abilities, strong mental powers, or exceptional physical skills. But you don't need to go there right now. You also don't have fixed tasks. Sometimes, when there's a problem you can't solve, we'll notify you. Usually the E-team handles those tasks. Yu Ruoxi listened and thought it sounded okay. There probably isn't much for her to do, and she hadn't really thought about going to the department. Actually, Changzhu didn't want Yu Ruoxi to meet the members of E so soon. Since he didn't know her well yet, he wanted to investigate her first. After she completed a task, then she might meet the members. The department values strength most. Currently, the strongest mental power user in E is only at level 15, which is 10 levels below Yu Ruoxi. If she joined E, she could become a core member. So, she needed to be carefully tested before meeting the members. Changzhu explained some things Yu Ruoxi didn't understand, and then told her that he would help her with her family's living arrangements tomorrow, so she could rest assured. After asking everything she wanted to, Yu Ruoxi returned to the Mo family, planning to tell Uncle Mo and Aunt Mo at dinner that she was moving out. When she got back, she saw Mo Yen sitting on a stone bench outside. Yu Ruoxi didn't dare even say hello and was about to sneak back to her room. But just as she reached behind Mo Yen, he called her. Yu Ruoxi. Mo Yen's voice was cold as usual. It made her neck stiffen. Is something the matter? She asked cautiously. His cold aura was very strong. She still didn't understand why Mo Yen was becoming colder. Come here, his voice was icy. Sit down. Yu Ruoxi obediently sat across from Mo Yen, a little farther away from him. What did you go out to do? Yu Ruoxi was stunned. Was that question really about caring for her? But she didn't plan to hide anything from Mo Yen. She simply told him what she had done. After all, Mo Yen also knows most of her affairs. Listening to Wei Ruoxi's answer, Mo Yen fell silent for a long time, and his expression grew colder. Wei Ruoxi watched him with fear, unsure of what she had said wrong this time. Is the decision made? After a while, Mo Yen finally spoke. Yes, the decision is made. Living here isn't a long-term solution. So, probably tomorrow, my parents and I will move out. After hearing Wei Ruoxi's words, Mo Yen remained silent for a long time, then stood up quickly and left, leaving Wei Ruoxi stunned and speechless. Wei Ruoxi looked at Mo Yen's back with mixed feelings. Sigh. She didn't understand what she had said wrong this time. Changzhu looked at the documents on the table, feeling his mind go blank. In just a few hours, he had managed to find information about Wei Ruoxi. The report was very detailed, including her birth date, the year she entered Yen Academy. Her mental strength was only level 3 during the test, and she had secretly admired Yen Bian, the young master of the Yen family, for 7 years. She was then injured badly by security guards, lost her memory, and supplied vegetables to the Ju Pavilion. She also disappeared for a year. The report included her family background and identity, which were very clear. Her family background and identity were very clean, which surprised Changzhu. How did her mental strength suddenly jump from level 3 to level 25? And what about the Ju Pavilion and her year-long disappearance? Changju also investigated the Ju Pavilion thoroughly and found out that Wei Ruoshi supplied vegetables and rice to it. What troubled Changju was that these vegetables and rice were not grown with cultivation liquids. Even the reason for her disappearance for a year couldn't be found. Although her family background and identity were clean, Changju still found it strange and headache-inducing. The jump from level 3 to 25 in mental strength, combined with the source of the vegetables and rice, made Wei Ruoshi seem very mysterious. Changju decided it was better to report this matter. After all, Wei Ruoshi was too special. Wei Ruoshi was somewhat distracted while eating her rice, watching everyone in silence, hesitating about how to tell them she was moving away. Ju Xia thought for a long time and finally decided that it was better to tell them during mealtime. What's the matter, little she? I'm planning to move back home with my parents tomorrow. Thank you, uncle and aunt, for taking care of me all this time. Ju Xia finished quickly. Mo Shi and Yu Xiaoying both fell silent. Since they knew that Ju Xia and Mo Yan had little contact, they understood that Ju Xia would leave sooner or later. They didn't expect it to happen so soon. Although Mo Shi and Yu Xiaoying liked Ju Xia very much, they knew that even if they liked her, Mo Yan's dislike would make it pointless. So, after thinking for a long time, Mo Shi and Yu Xiaoying agreed to her moving out. Mo's mother told Ju Xia she hoped she would come to visit often in the future, and Ju Xia agreed because she still liked Mo's mother very much. Ju Xia's father and mother weren't surprised because she had already told them she was moving out. Only Mo Yan, who was eating quietly and releasing cold air, didn't say a word to Ju Xia. The next morning, Ju Xia packed her things. Soon after, Changjue personally came to the Mo family to pick her up. Ju Xia had given him her address the day before. Seeing Changjue come in person, Mo's father and mother were surprised but didn't ask questions. They just told Ju Xia to visit often in the future. Mo Yan never appeared at all. Ju Xia looked at the spot in Mo Yan's room and suddenly felt very sad. She wondered if it was because Mo Yan refused to see her or for some other reason. Your new place is in the civilized zone, Area 1, which is reserved for government officials' families. The security there is very strict because it houses the families of leaders. No accidents are allowed inside, and there are dedicated bodyguards. So, Miss Ju Xia, you can rest assured and live there comfortably, Changjue explained to her inside the shuttle. Ju Xia's parents remained silent. They knew Changjue, but they didn't expect their daughter to know such a person. They had already guessed that Ju Xia was doing this for their sake. Otherwise, with her personality, she wouldn't rely on the government. Thank you, Secretary Chang, Ju Xia said politely. Changjue smiled and said, You don't need to call me secretary or anything. I'm older than you, so just call me Uncle Chang. Okay, Uncle Chang. Wei Ruoshi didn't think there was anything wrong with calling him that. From the 2 times she interacted with Changjue, she could see that he was a very just person, someone who always put the country's interests first. People like that are usually very honest. During their chat, Wei Ruoshi learned that only government officials or their family members could live in the so-called home district. There are 10 districts in total, numbered from 1 to 10. Wei Ruoshi lives in District 1, which is home to the families of important leaders. It has a very complete security system. Without an ID card, no one can enter. When they got into the car, Changjue had already given them their ID cards. About half an hour later, they arrived at District 1. The buildings there looked very simple and low-key, not tall at all. They were individual houses, kind of like villas from 1,000 years ago. Wei Ruoshi really liked the style of house. The shuttle flew inside District 1 for a few more minutes before reaching the place assigned to Wei Ruoshi and her group. It was a standalone house with a small yard. The yard was surrounded by a tall steel wall, over 2 meters high, so you couldn't see inside from outside. Xiao Shi, you can open this house with your ID card. Inside, there's already a smart butler and 2 smart bodyguards. Don't worry, these bodyguards are much better than regular ones. They are very sensitive to danger and are completely tough and unbreakable. This shuttle is also for your use, Changjue said with a smile, looking at Wei Ruoshi. Yes, thank you, Uncle Chang, Wei Ruoshi looked at the house from outside and was quite satisfied. Then I'll go first. Goodbye, Uncle Chong. Wei Ruoshi used her ID card to open the house. As soon as she entered, she saw 3 people standing at the door. One looked gentle and elegant, dressed in white. The other 2 were tough-looking men in black. Master, Madam, hello? Miss Wei, hello. They were all intelligent robots. From the outside, they look exactly like humans. Only Ruoshi knows that intelligence and smart brains are 2 different ideas. Robots with smart brains are more advanced than those with just intelligence. The polite-looking robot immediately came over and took the luggage from Wei Ruoshi, her father Wei, and her mother Wei. What are your names? Wei Ruoshi didn't even know their names now. Our memories have been erased. Please, Miss Wei, help us choose names. The polite-looking robot said. Naming them? Wei Ruoshi thought for a moment and then said, you can be called Weida. The taller one can be Wei Air, and the shorter one can be Wei San. Sorry about my naming skills. Yes, Miss Wei. Weida, Wei Air, and Wei San answered together. After Weida carried in the luggage, Wei Ruoshi looked around the yard. The ground was all covered with wooden planks. There was only a stone table and a few stone stools, nothing else. The yard was about 200 square meters. The house was about 400 square meters. Inside, there were all kinds of equipment, so Wei Ruoshi didn't need to add anything. The house wasn't fancy, but it was cozy, just the way she liked. The house had 2 floors. Downstairs, there was the kitchen, living room, and dining room. The other rooms belonged to Weida, Wei Air, and Wei San. Don't ask why robots have rooms. They need to rest at night too. Upstairs were Wei Ruoshi's room, her parents' room, and the study. There was also a room that Wei Ruoshi left for her younger brother, Wei Hao. In her past life, Wei Ruoshi loved rooms with small yards. She hoped to live in such a house with her family. She wanted to plant 2 fruit trees, some flowers and grass, and a few grapevines to make a grape arbor. Then, in her free time, she could sit under the grape arbor, read a book, and enjoy tea. That was the life Wei Ruoshi dreamed of. Simple, ordinary, but very happy. But now, in this era, at this time, Wei Ruoshi didn't dare to dream of such a life. I arranged the rooms with my parents, and then I decided to find Li Duohai, the former owner of the Ju Pavilion, to see if we could reopen it together. I asked my dad to help call him because nowadays, phones can't connect unless both people have added each other as friends. When I went missing before, Li Duohai had visited my home, and he had already added my dad and me as friends on our phones. Soon, the call went through. Who is this? Li Duohai was surprised. The caller ID showed my dad's name, so why was a very pretty girl on the line? I chuckled softly. He didn't recognize me. Big brotherly, it's me, Wei Ruoshi. Li Duohai was stunned. Wei Ruoshi?
How could that be?
Hadn't she been missing for a long time? The girl on the phone looked much prettier than before, and her eyes seemed brighter. But her voice sounded just like hers. Could it really be Wei Ruoshi returning? Are you really Xiao Shi? Of course. Big brotherly, where are you now? Are you still planning to open the Ju Pavilion? Yes, of course. I want to open it, Li Duohai said excitedly. During those months, when Wei Ruoshi was missing, she provided vegetables and rice. Thanks to her, he paid back the borrowed money and even made some profit. The remaining money was split with her family, according to their agreement. When he heard she was missing, he was worried and helped search for her for a long time. After not hearing anything for a while, he decided to close the pavilion because without her supplies, it wasn't worth keeping open. Now that he heard she was back, his first thought was to reopen the shop. Big brotherly, maybe we can meet and talk in person. Sure. We agreed on a place, and I told my dad and mom I was going out. Then I took the same shuttle car that Changzhou left behind and headed straight there. The meeting spot was a tea restaurant. When I arrived, Li Duohai was already waiting and greeted me. Xiao Shi, over here. Li Duohai looked exactly the same as a year and a half ago, with that gentle, clear face. Li Duohai was also observing Wei Ruoshi. She had smooth black hair, fair skin, and wore a simple t-shirt and jeans, yet she looked strikingly attractive. Xiao Shi, are you really Xiao Shi? Li Duohai seemed surprised. Xiao Shi, where have you been all this time? Back then, you almost made Uncle and Auntie worry to death. Big brotherly, I'm back now. By the way, do you have any plans for reopening the shop? Wei Ruashi changed the subject, not wanting to talk about her disappearance. Seeing that Wei Ruashi didn't want to discuss her disappearance, Li Duohai didn't ask further. I want to open a bigger hotel. Xiao Shi, what do you think? A hotel is very different from a regular restaurant. It's a place where guests rest, eat, and enjoy entertainment. To open a high-end hotel, the main issue is funding. Wei Ruashi thought for a moment and found it a good idea, but she didn't know much about this area. So, she decided to leave the management entirely to Li Duohai and only focus on raising the money needed to open the hotel. She wasn't worried about the funds because her space still had many raw gemstones, and she could easily get some commissions from Fanny Tang. Big brotherly, I don't understand these things either, but I don't need to worry about vegetables and rice. As for the money, I have a way. So, the rest is up to you to choose the location and handle the decoration. If the funds are hard to get, I can take a loan from the bank, Li Duohai said confidently. He wasn't afraid of losing money because, with good food and service, a hotel usually wouldn't suffer losses. No need, I have my own way, Wei Ruashi replied. Money wasn't a problem for her. Li Duohai thought for a moment and agreed. He didn't have much money himself, and opening a hotel definitely required a large sum. Asking the bank for a loan might not even succeed. Wei Ruashi and Li Duohai agreed that once she raised the funds, she would transfer the money to Li Duohai, and he would handle the rest. The ownership would still be split 50-50. Li Duohai drafted a contract, which Wei Ruashi reviewed and found acceptable. They talked a bit more about opening the hotel. Then Wei Ruashi left. She went straight to Fanny Tang, where she received surprised looks from the staff. She accepted all the commissions for raw gemstones that she had posted. Miss, are you really going to accept all these commissions? The receptionist politely asked Wei Ruashi. After all, no one had ever taken on so many raw gemstone tasks at once. Of course, I will take them all, Wei Ruashi replied. If I didn't, where would I get the funds to run a hotel? With Wei Ruashi's approval, the receptionist quickly processed all 32 selected raw gemstone tasks. In total, these 32 tasks required 134 raw gemstones. Wei Ruashi calculated that the total bonus from these 32 tasks would be over 100 million planetary coins, which was more than enough to open a hotel. After accepting the tasks, Wei Ruashi went back to her car and took out the 134 raw gemstones she had prepared earlier from her space storage. She handed a black strap containing the 134 gemstones to the receptionist, who was stunned. Then Wei Ruashi opened the strap right in front of her. 134 gemstones. One for each, no more, no less. Count them carefully, then transfer the full amount to my card, Wei Ruashi said. She also handed her bank card to the amazed receptionist. Now that her parents' safety was assured, Wei Ruashi was no longer afraid of anyone knowing she was alive. So, she dared to use her bank card openly. Yes, Mississippi. Please wait a moment. The receptionist quickly regained her composure. Such a large transaction requires approval from our superiors. Wei Ruashi nodded in agreement and watched as the receptionist made a call. After a few minutes, she sensed someone approaching her. She was very sure that the person coming was heading straight for her. Her heightened awareness was thanks to her daily mental training. Now, she could clearly sense the emotions of everyone around her. She turned her head and saw a young man, about 25 years old, walking toward her. He looked very ordinary, the kind of person who wouldn't stand out in a crowd. However, his clothing was tasteful, which added to his overall impression. The young man stopped in front of Wei Ruashi and smiled. Excuse me, are you the person who just accepted the raw gemstone commission? He asked. At the same time, I started to guess this person's identity. From the respectful looks of the reception ladies nearby, I estimated that this person probably holds a high position in the Fan E Hall. I am surnamed Fan, named Fanny Chi. I am temporarily the acting representative of Fan E Hall. Fanny Chi, the second young master of the Fan family among the 8 great clans? I was a little surprised. It was just some raw gemstone tasks, worth over 100 million star coins, but for the Fan family, it probably wasn't a big deal. Why would they bother involving the second young master? I frowned, thinking it might not be that simple. I always felt that the recent rise in raw gemstone prices was closely related to the 8 great clans. Is there something you need? It's just some raw gemstone tasks. Why bother involving young master Fan? I said with a hint of sarcasm. Fan Ichi seemed to catch the sarcasm in my words and looked a bit embarrassed. He said, "Actually, it's nothing serious. I just wanted to ask." He realized he didn't even know how to address the young girl in front of him and quickly asked, "May I ask your surname, miss?" "How should I address you?" I thought it was a bit funny. Was Fan Ichi really that clueless? Now, he only remembers to ask for my name, but I didn't plan to hide it. When the transfer was made later, I would need to fill in my bank details, so it wouldn't be hard to find out my name. I simply replied, "Weiruashi." Fan Ichi was stunned. Weiruashi? The person Yenbin had been looking for over a year? But she looked nothing like the photo. Fan Ichi was quite familiar with Yenbin and knew about Weiruashi's identity. He knew she had loved Yenbin in secret for 7 years, knew she had gone missing, and that Yenbin had been searching for her for over a year. He didn't expect to see her here. But why did her appearance look so different? I glanced at Fan Ichi, who was standing there in a daze, and asked, "Young Master Fan, do you have any other matters? If not, could your staff help transfer the money to my card? I have other things to do." I felt that Fan Ichi really wasn't suitable to be a boss. He didn't even know how to hide his emotions. He seemed to be a very simple-minded person. It didn't quite fit someone from the 8 great clans. Actually, there's nothing urgent. I just wanted to ask Miss Wei if you have any raw gemstones. If you do, I am willing to buy them at 2 million each. The usual price for raw gemstones is between 1 million and 1.5 million. As for the price of 2 million per stone mentioned by Fan Ichi, that is indeed quite high. Actually, Fan Ichi became so interested in raw stones because of his father, Fan Jingfeng. His father told him to be careful not to let too many raw stones circulate on the market. If someone could produce a large amount of raw stones at once, they should sell them at twice the market price to make a profit. Fan Ichi asked his father why he was doing this, but his father only said it was to help friends. Weiruashi thought about it. There are still many raw stones in the space, and over 100 are on the cars outside. If he sells those 100 stones at 2 million each, he could earn 200 million star coins. Weiruashi quickly agreed with Fan Ichi, telling him there were over 100 stones in his car. He went to get the remaining stones and handed them over. Plus the reward for the task he just completed, Fan Ichi transferred 400 million star coins to Weiruashi's card. He didn't even have to pay the fee for the previous tasks. "Are you really Weiruashi?" Fan Ichi asked while the clerk was transferring the money, wanting to know if this Weiruashi was the same person Yenbin had been looking for over a year. Weiruashi frowned. "Is it real or not? My name is Weiruashi, and there's no difference between real or fake." Fan Ichi awkwardly ruffled his hair. "That's not what I meant. I wanted to ask if you're the Weiruashi Yenbin has been searching for over a year. Weren't you missing?" "No, you've mistaken me. We just share the same name." "Do I look like the Weiruashi Yenbin was looking for?" Weiruashi realized he was lying without even blinking his eyes. Fan Ichi ran his hand through his hair, feeling a bit shy. "You don't look like him. You're much prettier than that Weiruashi." Weiruashi's eyes twitched. Is this really someone born into the Hei family of the 8 great clans? How could he be so naive? And he believed it. "Are you really the boss of the Fanitong?" Weiruashi suspected that letting someone like him run Fanitong might be dangerous. Fan Ichi smiled. "No, my sister has been managing it. She recently went to the Mito region, so I am temporarily in charge." Weiruashi thought that the Fan family probably wouldn't let such a simple person manage such a large business. However, Fan Ichi was a bit too naive. He believed everything he was told, asked questions, and answered them honestly. He really seemed to have her old, naive personality. Weiruashi sighed. "All right, young Master Fan, your injury is healed. Thank you." Fan Ichi politely smiled and thanked the receptionist. Weiruashi was even more surprised. Was this person really born into the Fan family? He really didn't seem like it. Fan Ichi handed her a card. "Here, Miss Wei. Okay, Goodbye, Wei Ruo. She stood up, ready to leave. Wait, Miss Wei. Fan Ichi called out to stop her. Wei Ruo. She turned back. Young Master Fan, is there anything else? If you ever find a raw gemstone, you can come to Fanny Hall and find me. I will buy it from you at 2 million per carat. Wei Ruo. She was speechless at how naive this young Master Fan was. After talking to her for so long, this should have been the most important thing he wanted to tell her. Yet, he only remembered to say it at the last moment. She nodded, and then turned to leave. No matter how naive, she decided it was better to keep her distance from the Fan family in the future. After leaving Fanny Hall, Wei Ruo. She directly transferred 100 million star coins to Li Duohai's account. She didn't plan to interfere anymore, just waiting for Li Duohai to inform her that the hotel was open. However, Li Duohai didn't think the same way. Almost every day, he called Wei Ruo. She to urge her to come out and help him decide where to build the hotel and how to decorate it. He wanted her opinion on everything. Wei Ruo. She had to follow Li Duohai for a month, helping him prepare everything for the hotel's opening. Now, only the grand opening the next day remained. When they entered the space, King Dan, King Xiao, and Ding Wai ran over to greet Wei Ruo. The 3 fruit trees also greeted her. Wei Ruo. What is this? Can you eat it? King Dan was very interested in the sleepy fish fry. King Dan, how can you always think about eating? King Xiao looked at his brother angrily. As members of the royal family, we shouldn't just focus on eating. Ding Wei watched the two of them start to argue and chuckled quietly. King Dan looked at King Xiao with disdain. You don't know anything. People need food to live. And this is something Wei Ruo. She taught me. Don't involve me in your fight. Wei Ruo. She quickly clarified. The word I taught you doesn't mean you can just eat all the time. Come on, help me move these to the pond over there. Wei Ruo. What are these things? King Dan still looked interested in the small, thin objects. Wei Ruo. She had left some fire-starting items in the space, and now King Dan was cooking crabs every day. Seeing Wei Ruo. She moving things into the space again, King Dan was sure these were also edible. These are fish. If you want to eat them, help me make the 2 ponds bigger. But you can't eat these fish now. You have to wait a month. Wei Ruo. She warned King Dan, if you eat all the small fish now, I will catch all the crabs and you won't get to eat any. King Dan was too greedy to resist. Xiao Wang, Ding Wei, you two need to watch over me. Don't let him eat all the small fish. Wei Ruo. She said, calling their full names. She remembered once calling Xiao Wang just Xiao Wang, and he thought she didn't like him, which made him sad for a long time. Since then, she always calls them by their full names. Okay, Wei Ruo. Xiao Wang and Ding Wei will make sure King Dan behaves. Xiao Wang was very happy to be trusted with such an important task. On their peaceful planet, calling someone by their full name shows respect. When you entrust someone with a task, it means you like and respect them. Stingy. I won't eat such tiny things, King Dan said, turning his back and walking away step by step. Xiao Wang, Ding Wei, help me make these 2 ponds bigger, about twice as big is enough. Wei Ruo. She pointed to the 2 larger ponds, planning to raise crabs in one and fish in the other. Okay, Wei Ruo. When they could entrust the task to them, Dan Xiao Wang and Ding Wei were very happy. They immediately ran happily to ask them to work. Little Chi Xia, we missed you so much. Tao Tao and the others said to Wei Ruo after she finished her work. I missed you too. Wei Ruo. She quickly went to the 3 fruit trees to pick some fruit. These days she was so busy that she didn't even have time to go into the space to pick some fruit to eat. Wei Ruo. She happily thought while biting an apple. Little Chi Xia, every time you come in, you only think about the fruit on us. Tao Tao was a bit angry. Every time she came in, she was after the fruit on them. Exactly. Ping ping, and inging echoed. No, I like you the most. Wei Ruo. She didn't dare to say she liked the fruit on them. By the way, can you transform into human form? Wei Ruo. She remembered from old stories that trees that became spirits could usually transform into human form. However, she had never seen Grandpa Ancient Tree transform, so she didn't know if he could. She guessed that Grandpa Ancient Tree probably could transform because he was a tree that had cultivated for tens of millions of years. We're not really sure, Tao Tao, Ping Ping, and Inging said. If we could transform into human form, would you take us out to play? Of course. If you can transform into human form, little Chi Xia promises to let you stay outside and play every day. Wei Ruoxi thought they were still quite far from being able to transform. Yes, then we must quickly absorb spiritual energy from the space and try to transform into human form early. That way, we can go out and find love like Snow White and Cinderella, the 3 fruit trees fantasized. Wei Ruoxi decided she wouldn't tell them fairy tales anymore. They were almost obsessed. She stayed in the space for a long time again, then picked many fruits from the 3 trees. In the space, it was spring all year round. The 3 fruit trees kept growing fruit, seemingly never stopping. Anyway, whenever Wei Ruoxi came in to eat fruit, the trees were always full of fruit. It seemed they never ran out. In a few days, Wei Ruoxi plans to visit Wei Hao at the Defense City in the Interstellar Realm, specifically in the southern Lin City. Since she has been back for a while, Wei Hao still doesn't know she's returned because her phone can't connect to the Defense City in the Interstellar Realm. Only very special interstellar communication devices can make contact. Wei Ruoxi only knows the address of Wei Hao's unit, but not their communication code. She prepared lots of fruits and vegetables, then asked the 3 fruit trees to watch over King Dan. Only then did Wei Ruoxi feel at ease and leave the space. Her car was almost at her home entrance. She swiped her ID card at the community gate before driving in. Because there is U4 equipment above the community, flying objects can't fly freely inside. They can only move on the ground. The shuttle can only travel on the ground. U4 is a new type of defense device. It can't be used over large areas, only in small spaces like the community. Due to the rarity of materials, U4 is expensive and usually installed in only 10 residential communities. This is why Wei Ruoxi feels safe leaving her parents in community number 1. Driving the shuttle on the ground, which can move both in the air and on land. At home, Wei Hao's parents, both passionate about experiments, are working on mechanical projects in a lab that Wei Ruoxi helped set up. They are very interested in machinery. Even the shuttle Wei Ruoxi uses has been modified by her parents. It's faster and safer now. Wei Hao hasn't returned yet because Wei Ruoxi told him he shouldn't come back until evening. She cooked lunch at home and waited for her parents to come out to eat. Since her parents are not working now, Wei Ruoxi didn't want to deprive them of their hobbies. So she waited in the dining room for them. The meal was simple: 3 dishes and 1 soup. Braised eggplant, cucumber with stewed pork slices, tomato scrambled eggs, and winter melon soup. Recently, they've been eating vegetarian soups. Wei Ruoxi is looking forward to the fish growing in the space in a few days, so she can enjoy delicious fish soup. She is drooling just thinking about it. Wei Hao's parents arrived right on time at noon. Xiaoxi is back. Today, you don't need to go to the hotel to help. Dad Wei looked at the dishes on the table and helped himself to 3 more bowls of rice. No need. I told Wei to stay there. Wei Ruoxi helped move the stool so her parents could sit and eat. By the way, Dad, Mom, in a few days I plan to visit Wei Hao in Nanlin City. He still doesn't know I've returned. Yes, that's good. We wanted you to see Wei Hao some time ago. But you were busy renovating the hotel, and you didn't have time. Now that the hotel work is almost done, you should go see Xiao Hao and the others in the army. Dad Wei agreed. That's right. Xiao Hao still doesn't know you're back.
He was very sad back then.
I wonder if he'll be happy when he sees you. Mom Wei smiled. But we won't go with you. Traveling back and forth on the spaceship would wear us out. Dad Wei and Mom Wei get carsick more easily than Wei Ruoxi. They can't handle fast speeds, so Wei Ruoxi has to go alone. After staying at home for a few more days, Wei Ruoxi completely handed over the hotel matters to Wei Da. During these days, she let her little helpers grow vegetables wildly, enough to supply the hotel for half a month. Only then did she feel ready to go to Nanlin City to find Wei Hao. It takes about 5 hours by spaceship to reach Nanlin City. On the spaceship, she couldn't see outside, and since Wei Ruoxi gets seasick on ships, she would feel dizzy at high speeds. She slept on the ship for about 5 hours and was finally awakened by a crew member. Miss, we've arrived at Nanlin City. Wei Ruoxi, still groggy, felt like someone was shaking her. When Wei Ruoxi opened her eyes, she realized she was alone on the spaceship. Arrived? Oh, thank you, she said, still feeling dizzy, and got off the spaceship. As soon as she stepped out, Wei Ruo, she was stunned. When she looked up online, she had only seen pictures of the city. She knew Nanlin City was a steel city built by humans in space. But she didn't expect the city to be entirely made of steel. Even the ground was steel, a city built completely from steel and iron. Thinking about how a steel city could be built in space, Rui, she couldn't help but admire human greatness and wisdom. Rui, she stood quietly by the roadside, waiting for the vehicle to arrive. In this completely unfamiliar place, she dared not run around. She expanded her mental energy and found that this place was similar to Earth, with many humans settling here. It was almost like a city. There was a business district, residential area, and military zone. These are the three main parts of Nanning City now. Soon, a small shuttle taxi stopped in front of Ruishi. Hello, welcome to Ride Shuttle 678. Smart 678 is at your service. As soon as she got on, a pleasant female voice sounded. I want to go to Military Zone 4. There are 16 major military zones. Each city is protected by 4 zones, and Rui, she is heading to Zone 4. Please pay 450 planetary coins to start your trip. Rui, she threw 450 coins into the nearby payment box, and then the shuttle took off. About half an hour later, they arrived at the destination. Enjoy your journey at your destination. When Rui, she got off, the shuttle quickly flew away. Standing at the gate of the military headquarters, 2 soldiers stood straight and firm. Rui, she respected soldiers very much. Since childhood, she believed soldiers were the most powerful and honest people in the world. Hello, I am looking for a soldier named Ruoheo. The 2 soldiers at the gate looked at Ruishi. One, who was shorter and round-faced, spoke first. Please show your ID. Ruishi obediently took out her ID and handed it to the soldier. The round-faced soldier looked at her ID twice, then glanced at her a couple of times, and then looked at it again, frowning hard. Strange. Why does her appearance look so different? But the ID is real, the round-faced soldier muttered quietly, but Ruishi, with her heightened mental awareness, heard every word. She stood there, wanting to laugh but not daring to. It was clear that her ID photo and her current look didn't match, which caused her some trouble. The round-faced soldier kept looking at Wei Ruoshi's face and ID card for a long time. It seemed he finally noticed their similarity. Then he returned the ID card to Wei Ruoshi. Please wait a moment. I will go get someone to help you, he said, then ran inside. Wei Ruoshi stood there bored, watching another soldier. That soldier still stood straight, as if he didn't notice Wei Ruoshi at all. This is what Chinese soldiers are like. They are really handsome. Wei Ruoshi looked at the soldier standing straight and sighed softly. After a while, the round-faced soldier came out again. Please wait a moment. The person you're looking for will be out soon. Wei Ruoshi smiled at the soldier. Thank you. A few minutes later, she saw a young man in military uniform walk out. Wei Hao looked almost the same, just a bit taller. Wei Hao, 16, joined the army. Now, anyone aged 16 can join, since he graduated at 15. Wei Hao stared blankly at the woman in front of him. Sister, he suddenly rushed forward and hugged Wei Ruoshi tightly. Even though Wei Ruoshi had changed a lot, Wei Hao recognized her immediately. She was his sister, Wei Ruoshi. Xiao Hao, Wei Ruoshi also hugged him. Big sister, I missed you so much. I was so worried. Where did you go that year? Wei Hao's voice sounded like he was about to cry. Holding the woman in front of him, Wei Hao realized she was real. His sister was not a dream. She was truly alive and back. Xiao Hao, I missed you too. Sister, wait a moment. I'll ask for leave and come out with you, he said, then hurried inside again. A few minutes later, Wei Hao came out again. Sister, let's go. I'll take you for a walk, he said, taking her hand. Sister, where have you been all this time? We were all so worried about you. Wei Hao, who had been in the army for over half a year, seemed much more mature. His eyes showed his care and love for Wei Ruoshi. Only Ruoshi, and only Hao found a place to sit down. Then, Only Ruashi told only how everything that had happened over the past year, including Bai Linger's two schemes, reopening the hotel, and being hired by the government. She shared all of it with only Hao. But, little Hao, you don't need to worry now. Mom and Dad are safe. They are now living in Zone 1, and Bai Linger doesn't dare come after us. Only Ruashi comforted only Hao. Only Hao lowered his head, lost in thought. After a moment he looked up and said, Sister, little Hao will protect you. I will never let Bai Linger hurt you even a little. His determined look made only Ruashi believe without hesitation that her brother would definitely seek revenge on Bai Linger. Little Hao, your main task now is to stay well in the army. If you really want to help your sister get revenge, then become stronger and earn good military honors. You must not go after Bai Linger now, understand? If you act rashly, it will put Dad and Mom in danger. Once you have your own influence, no matter how you deal with the Bai family, your sister won't say anything to you. Only Hao thought for a long time and then agreed, with only Ruashi. Indeed, acting rashly without power would only put his family in danger. Sister, don't worry. I will definitely make achievements in the army. Good, I believe in you. Only Ruashi smiled and patted only Hao's head. Oh, by the way, little Hao, I heard that soldiers can't eat other things in the army, right? I brought a lot of delicious food for you this time. Don't worry, it's completely safe and pollution-free. I'll bring it out later. Someone is inconvenient right now. Only Hao naturally understood what his sister meant by inconvenience. She had probably stored everything in her space. Having been in the army for more than half a year, only Hao had only been drinking nutritional liquids because regular food was contaminated and not allowed for soldiers. He still missed the clean, pollution-free food in his sister's space. Little Hao, isn't the army very strict? How come you can get leave so easily? Only Ruashi remembered that in her previous life, soldiers found it very difficult to get leave. It's not difficult now. There are no missions at the moment, and I don't need to fight. Getting leave is quite easy. Content not available. Content not available. Content not available. Content not available. Jinu is a comrade sharing the same dormitory with Weha. After half a year of living together, they became friends. This time, both of them were sent to assist in the rescue mission in Balin City. During this mission, Jinu noticed a woman controlling flying knives with her mental power. Later, he found out she was actually his friend's sister, so he immediately asked Weha to bring him along. Now, they unexpectedly encountered this situation. Jinu joined the military in Zone 4 of Namlin City 2 years before Weha. However, in these 2 years, he only became a sergeant. A sergeant is considered a fairly skilled soldier. Weha couldn't understand why, despite Jinu's high level of physical skills and mental power, he only achieved this rank. After living together for half a year, Weha roughly understood Jinu's personality. He is free of desires and needs, indifferent to everything. He seems to enjoy reading novels and going out to eat. When Weha was first assigned to share a room with Jinu, they didn't speak to each other for 10 days straight. Usually soldiers in the military share rooms of 2. For some reason, the soldier sharing a room with Jinu was transferred elsewhere, and Weha was assigned to his room. When Weha first entered the room, Jinu was lying on the bed reading a novel. Later, Weha learned that the novel was a rare martial arts book from 1,000 years ago. Jinu looked very relaxed at that time, with no sign of tension from military life. Weha greeted him, but Jinu only looked up briefly without saying anything. Weha thought he was difficult to get along with and not talkative, so he didn't speak to Jinu for the next 10 days. Later, Weha accidentally overheard someone say that his roommate was mute. Only then did he realize he had misunderstood Jinu. He then started to talk to Jinu slowly. At first, Jinu still only looked up at Weha without responding or even smiling. However, Weihao still stubbornly talked to Jingyu every day. Later, Jingyu began to greet Weihao slowly but only with sign language. At first, Weihao didn't understand the meaning of the signs, but eventually Jingyu taught him. After half a year of practice, they became friends. Over the past 6 months, Weihao gradually understood Jingyu. He knew that Jingyu didn't care about anything and that he joined the army because of his family's wishes. Since he was indifferent to everything, he remained just an ordinary soldier. Wei Hao once asked why Jingyu couldn't speak, but Jingyu stayed silent and didn't tell him the reason. Yesterday, in Bailin City, Jingyu noticed Wei Ruoxi. Wei Hao told Jingyu that she was his sister. Jingyu was very interested and insisted that they introduce her to him when they returned to Nanlin City. So, after returning today, they went to the military office and headed straight to Wei Ruoxi's room. When they entered, they saw the scene. Wei Ruoxi was surprised to see that the handsome man in front of her was mute. She hesitated for a moment, looked at Jingyu, then at Wei Hao. How should she explain this? She felt awkward. Wei Ruoxi hesitated for a moment, then said, "Let's sit down and eat together." Jingyu looked at Wei Hao, then at Wei Ruoxi. He naturally pulled out a chair and sat down, then smiled brightly at Wei Ruoxi and made a gesture. Wei Ruoxi looked at Wei Hao in confusion, waiting for him to help explain what it meant. "He's saying he's not polite and that we should sit down and eat," Wei Hao explained. "This man really isn't polite." Wei Hao, isn't he worried about food contamination? Wei Ruoxi knew that most soldiers wouldn't dare to touch certain foods because eating them could cause pollution in their bodies. "He isn't afraid of anything," Wei Hao said confidently. He knew his friend well and understood that he wouldn't care about such things. Also, the food was definitely not contaminated. It's from his sister's space. But since Wei Ruoxi didn't speak, Wei Hao naturally wouldn't explain whether the food was contaminated or not. Jinu heard Wei Ruoxi's voice, looked up, and showed a big, white smile. Then, without hesitation, he picked up a grilled fish and started eating. With the first bite, Jinu's eyes lit up, and he gave a thumbs up to Wei Ruoxi. "This is really delicious," he said. Jinu quickly finished the fish. He had forgotten to ask why these things were in the army. Then he picked up chopsticks and grabbed a piece of crab. Not bad. The taste is great. Keep eating." Jinu kept giving Wei Ruoxi thumbs up. It seemed today was a good day to come, and he was lucky to enjoy such good food. Seeing Jinu relaxed, Wei Hao pulled Wei Ruoxi to sit down with him. They started eating together. "Sister, hurry up and eat. Otherwise, there won't be any for you later." Wei Ruoxi's mind was still a bit confused when Wei Hao pulled her down. He kept helping her put food on her plate. Wei Ruoxi was confused and wondering what to do. What if this man asks questions? Even if he doesn't, it might seem strange. Her mind was a mess. The delicious food in her mouth now felt like chewing wax. After finishing the meal, Jinu naturally picked up an apple and took a big bite. He also smiled widely at Wei Ruoxi. Wei Hao looked at his friend helplessly and said, "If you want to ask something, just ask." "Yeah, I'm just curious. But it's your sister's secret. If she wants to tell, I'll listen carefully," Jinu signaled to Wei Hao. Wei Hao sighed helplessly. "You little guy, Xiao Hao, what did he say?" Wei Ruoxi didn't understand Jinu's gestures at all. "Jinu said if you want to say something, he'll listen," Wei Hao explained. He knew his friend wasn't nosy, and although he wouldn't ask about his sister's matters, he was still a little curious. Wei Ruoxi naturally wouldn't tell this man she had just met about her secrets. Even though he's Xiao Hao's friend, she didn't know him well, so she wouldn't say anything. Jinu shrugged casually. As long as there's food, that's enough. Why the army has these things or why they taste different from before, she was curious but decided not to ask. That's just Jinu's personality, indifferent and unconcerned about everything. Wei Ruoxi sat silently, facing Jinu and Wei Hao. If only Wei Hao had been there alone, she would have started talking right away. But with an unfamiliar man present, she found it hard to speak to Wei Hao. She watched Jinu quietly as he sat across from her, eating cherries he had taken from her space. He showed no embarrassment or awkwardness, as if this was his own home. Finally, Wei Ruoxi couldn't hold back and asked, "You've eaten so many. Aren't you worried about being checked for contamination at the detox department? Every month, the military checks soldiers' health. If someone is found unfit, they are discharged. If contamination is detected, they must detox. For someone like Jinu, who eats ordinary food this way, it could lead to severe contamination." Jinu smiled and made a gesture. Wei Hao helped explain. He says he's not afraid. Wei Hao looked a bit embarrassed but continued, "Sis, severe contamination isn't a big deal to him. He hardly feels any pain. Wei Hao's words about not feeling pain were a bit exaggerated. He remembered that since he got to know Jinu, every month when they went for health checks, Jinu was always heavily contaminated. Only he and the whole unit often ate outside food, and each month he had to undergo heavy detox. That wasn't the worst part. What was terrifying was that Jinu always looked calm during detox, even managing to smile at Wei Hao and make a few gestures. His calmness made Wei Hao think that heavy detox wasn't so scary. After each detox, Wei Hao would ask Jinu if it hurt. Jinu said it was okay, and he could handle it. Wei Hao was curious why Jinu could endure such pain, but Jinu wouldn't say anything. Wei Hao felt a bit helpless about his friend, sometimes even unsure about his personality. He knew little about Jinu beyond that. When Wei Ruoshi heard Wei Hao say this, she also became curious about Jinu, how he could handle such pain. Jinu saw Wei Ruoshi looking at him, then made a gesture. Wei Hao helped translate, saying, "Sister, he says your food tastes really good." Wei Ruoshi smiled and nodded at Jinu, but didn't speak. Probably because Jinu couldn't speak, Wei Hao didn't feel comfortable chatting much with Wei Ruoshi. He only asked when she planned to return. Wei Ruoshi also talked briefly with Wei Hao, then Wei Hao left with the man who had been smiling the whole time. The next morning, Wei Hao came to knock on Wei Ruoshi's door, followed by Jinu. Jinu learned Wei Hao was here again and decided to come along. Wei Ruoshi had already woken up, finished her training, and prepared breakfast in her space. It was a healthy breakfast with fruit porridge, sour vegetables to start the day, and stir-fried greens. When she heard the knocking, Wei Ruoshi opened the door. Wei Hao and Jinu were outside. Seeing Jinu, she wasn't surprised. She moved aside to let them in, and then locked the door. Wei Hao and Jinu saw the breakfast on the table and sat down to eat without hesitation. The large pot of fruit porridge was finished. Wei Ruoshi only ate a small bowl, and the rest was quickly eaten by Wei Hao and Jinu. That was so satisfying. Wei Hao let out a big burp. Jinu was so full he didn't want to move. "Sister, shall we go out for a walk later?" Wei Hao suggested. "You were sent out of Balin City the moment you arrived the other day. Today you should go out and explore." "Yes. Anyway, staying in the military base all the time was too boring." Wei Ruoshi decided to go out with her brother. After tidying up the dishes, Wei Ruoshi went out with Wei Hao, and Jinu followed them. They went to the most lively part of Nanlin City. Along the way, Jinu stayed behind Wei Ruoshi and Wei Hao. Wei Ruoshi didn't mind. After all, this man seemed quite easy to get along with. She decided to just go with the flow. Wei Ruoshi wasn't very interested in clothes, so they mostly visited shops selling strange and interesting items. Wei Hao and Jinu, being men, naturally weren't interested in fashion either. Wei Ruoshi stopped in front of a shop called Weapon Shop. She looked at the shop with curiosity, wondering what kinds of weapons were inside. In this era, it was rare to see such cold weapons. Moreover, Wei Hao and Jinu also seemed very interested in the shop. The three of them entered together. As soon as Wei Ruoshi stepped inside, she noticed that the shop's decor was very old-fashioned. It matched the items displayed inside. The shop was filled with weapons like throwing knives, swords, large blades, iron whips, and spears. Many of these weapons looked like those she had seen in martial arts TV shows from 1,000 years ago. Wei Ruoshi was stunned. She never thought she would see such ancient items today, 1,000 years later. Wei Hao and Jinu immediately started looking at the weapons. Even Wei Hao, who was only interested in guns, found himself captivated by these weapons. "Welcome," an old voice suddenly sounded in their ears. They turned to see an elderly man with many wrinkles standing behind them. He looked quite old, but still energetic. "Feel free to look around. Usually, not many people come here. In this day and age, it's rare for anyone to like these kinds of things," the old man said with a hint of sadness, as if reminiscing about something. Wei Ruoshi didn't exactly like these items. She just thought she should buy a weapon for self-defense. She wasn't interested in energy guns, and only soldiers and police could carry guns. Jinu smiled at the old man and made a gesture. Wei Hao looked at his friend helplessly and translated, "Sir, my friend says these things are amazing. He really likes them." His friend didn't feel any shame about being mute. The old man smiled at Wei Hao and Jinu. That's good. Feel free to pick whatever you like. Wei Ruo, she examined a small throwing knife in her hand, about the size of her palm. She asked, Sir, are these weapons from 1,000 years ago? She was curious if these were the same weapons she had seen in TV shows from that time. The old man smiled and said, Of course not. These are all handmade replicas I made myself, based on weapons described in martial arts books from 1,000 years ago. Is that a novel from 1,000 years ago? Could it be a martial arts story? Wei Ruo, she was very surprised. Would there still be such stories after 1,000 years? Old sir, are you talking about the kind of martial arts novels from 1,000 years ago? Like the Little Leaf Flying Dagger series. When the old man heard the words, Little Leaf Flying Dagger, he seemed to pause for a moment. Even Jinu was surprised and looked at Wei Ruo. Little Leaf Flying Dagger. That's an ancient book from 1,000 years ago. Now, it might be impossible to find a complete copy. The old man looked disappointed. I didn't expect you to know about these kinds of books. Many people probably don't even know what you're talking about. Wei Ruo, she smiled faintly, feeling a bit guilty. She was actually a character from 1,000 years ago and naturally knew about these popular martial arts stories. Back then, she was a big fan of Jin Yang's novels. She had read almost all of them. I read some records in an old book before, so I know a little. Wei Ruo, she lied. Do you know any other ancient books? The old man seemed very interested in this kind of literature. Just this one. I don't know much about the others. Wei Ruo, she dared not tell him she actually knew many more such books. Ah, what a pity. If it weren't for the war hundreds of years ago, those books might still be preserved online. The old man sighed. The war he mentioned was the one between humans and the mysterious creatures, which caused the internet on Earth to collapse completely. Many records were lost, including those stories that circulated online. Wei Ruo, she remained silent, not speaking anymore. Jinu looked at Wei Ruo with curiosity, surprised that she knew about these books. Jinu loved martial arts novels very much. He had spent a lot of money collecting rare editions. Wei Hao didn't study this kind of literature. He was just casually looking at the weapons. Wei Ruo, she chose 3 of the flying knives she had just seen. She liked these knives and hadn't had a weapon for self-defense before. The flying knife she used yesterday in Bailin City was just a regular fruit knife. Now she picked 3 similar knives for protection. Jinu also chose 2 flying knives, but they looked a bit different from Wei Ruo's, and their blades were larger. Lien Wei Hao finally chose a sword. After selecting what he liked, Wei Ruo, she went to pay. The shop owner probably liked these 3 young people very much, so he gave them a 20% discount. He also told Wei Ruo to come back and visit next time when they had free time. Wei Ruo and the others wandered around nearby for a long time before returning to the military headquarters in Zone 4. Wei Ruo, she stayed in Namlin City for another week. Every morning, she practiced for 3 hours, then entered her space to make breakfast for the 3 of them. Early in the morning, Wei Hao and Jingyu would come to Wei Ruo's place for breakfast. Jingyu also came every day without fail, 3 meals a day, to eat with Wei Hao. Wei Ruo, she probably accepted Jingyu's daily visits because he was her brother's good friend and couldn't speak. So she just let him come and eat every day on time. When the 3 of them ate together, there was usually little to say. Wei Hao and Wei Ruo, she would chat a bit, but Jingyu mostly just listened. Sometimes he would gesture with his hands, and Wei Hao would translate for Wei Ruo. Jingyu never asked where Wei Ruo got these vegetables or why the food tasted so good. They just ate quietly, then nibbled on the fruit Wei Ruo brought. Occasionally, when Wei Ruo and Wei Hao talked, Jingyu would make a couple of gestures. Wei Ruo, she felt that she had gotten used to Jingyu's presence these days. As for Jingyu, she only knew he was her brother's good friend, nothing more. After another week in Namlin City, Wei Ruo, she prepared to go home. That day, Wei Hao and Jingyu came to see her off. Wei Hao and Wei Ruo, she walked ahead, while Jingyu followed behind as usual, sometimes trying to say something by walking to the front and making gestures. Jingyu's presence was so faint that Wei Ruo, she often forgot he was there. At the spaceship boarding area, Wei Hao started to talk. Big sister, please tell Dad and Mom I miss them. Let them know I'll come back to see them during my holiday. Big sister, be careful of Bai Linger when you go back. The person most worried about this matter was Wei Hao, who feared Bai Linger might harm Wei Ruoxi. Don't worry. Even if she finds out I'm alive, she won't dare to do anything. I'll be careful of her. Wei Ruoxi comforted Wei Hao, not wanting him to worry about her. Yes, sister. I will definitely do well in the army, Wei Hao said, hugging his sister tightly. Wait for me to come back, sister. Wei Ruoxi suddenly felt a bit sad. She knew Wei Hao had joined the army mainly because of her. Even Wei Hao understood that only power could protect her and their family. She patted Wei Hao's shoulder and said, I believe in you, Xiao Hao. I know you will achieve great things. Jinu, with his hands in his pockets, leaned casually against a pillar, his eyes seemingly drifting unconsciously toward Wei Hao and Wei Ruoxi. He looked at his friends and his sister with a faint sense of envy. Being cared for by family must feel wonderful. When could he experience that kind of love and support? Jinu had known since he was young that his family wouldn't treat him well. The Jin family was a small family in China, not a big one. Jinu was the second child, with an older brother named Jin Ming. Since he was young, Jinu knew he was considered extra in the family. His parents never liked him. Their eyes only focused on their eldest son. According to the family rules, only the eldest could inherit everything. Jinu used to be able to speak when he was little, but at 3 years old, he didn't understand why his parents only liked his brother and not him. He once scolded his brother out of frustration. His parents found out and punished him, telling him that his brother was the most important person in the family and that Jinu was not supposed to have been born. Little Jinu didn't understand what they meant but remembered their fierce, angry looks clearly. After that, his parents often hit and scolded him. Eventually, even the servants ignored him, always glaring at him with hostility. From then on, Jinu spoke very little. Later, he didn't say a word at all. His family thought he was mute, and Jinu accepted that. Since then, he had never spoken again. His family knew he was mute and didn't even invite a doctor to check on him. Instead, they just left him at a special school for disabled people. Once he learned sign language, his parents sent him to the military. In the military, Jinu became very indifferent to everything and everyone. He didn't speak to anyone. Although he wasn't actually mute, others still treated him as if he was. He was good at physical skills and mental strength, but because he didn't care about anything, he remained just a corporal after 2 years. During those 2 years, he never went home, and his family never visited him. Later, Weeha moved into the same dorm as him. On the first day, Weeha greeted him, but he only looked at Weeha briefly. For 10 days, Weeha didn't say a word to him, but after 10 days, Weeha started greeting him again. He still ignored Weeha, but Weeha kept insisting on saying hello every day. Gradually, they became more familiar, and Weeha became his first real friend. After half a year, their relationship was very good. But he still never spoke a word to Weeha, only communicating with gestures. Over time, Weeha learned sign language and became his dedicated translator. A few nights ago, Weeha told him that his sister had come. Seeing how happy Weeha looked, he suddenly wanted to meet Weeha's sister. But the next day, he was sent on a reinforcement mission to Bailin City. In Bailin City, he noticed a woman who wasn't in military uniform and was following the army. During the battle, he saw that she could control 3 throwing knives with her mental power. This made him interested in her. When he got close, he smelled a very pleasant scent on her, fruity, fresh vegetables, and a faint, lovely aroma. His nose suddenly became very sensitive, and he could smell the scent he liked so much on her. Later, Weeha told him that this woman was actually his sister, the one he mentioned a few days ago. Jinu then started to think that when they returned to Nanlin City, he definitely wanted Weihao to introduce him to this girl. After the war ended and they returned to Nanlin City, it was just past 9 a.m. when Jinu asked Weihao to take him to see his sister, and Weihao agreed. Unexpectedly, when they arrived at the girl's room, she was very excited to see Weihao, but when she saw the person behind him, she suddenly froze. When they entered the room, they were all stunned. The table was full of food and fruits. Seeing their surprised expressions, Jinu really wanted to laugh. Both Weiheo and Weiruashi looked like they could swallow a big egg. Later, Weiheo calmly told him to sit down and start eating. He didn't refuse and sat down to eat right away. The food was so delicious that it made him addicted. It was completely different from what he usually ate. After the meal, there were fruits to enjoy, and the fruits tasted very good. So, Jinu decided that before Weiruashi left, he would come every day to eat with them. After eating, Weiruashi even asked if he was worried about being checked at the detox department and being found heavily contaminated. He just smiled and made a gesture, and Weiheo helped translate it for Weiruashi. It was just heavy contamination, he said, so what's there to be afraid of? The pain wasn't a big deal to him. He had been beaten and scolded by his family since he was young. Now, he no longer felt physical pain. The hardest part was emotional pain. In the following days, he came to eat with Weiheo on time every day. Jinu felt that he wouldn't be able to eat other food outside anymore. As for why Weiruashi had such delicious food and why it tasted so good, he didn't want to ask. He was more interested in how to eat this kind of tasty food every day. Everything else didn't matter. Today, when Weiruashi was about to leave, he realized he felt a faint sense of reluctance. Maybe because he wouldn't be able to taste that delicious food anymore, Jinu felt a little sad to see Weiruashi go. Now, watching Weiheo and Weiruashi hugging each other, Jinu's heart was filled with a bit of envy. Jinu watched the two people who had just finished hugging and then walked over. She opened her mouth but couldn't make a sound. In the end, she just made a goodbye gesture towards Weiruashi. Weiruashi also said goodbye to her. After spending a few days together, Weiruashi had learned most of the basic gestures. Bye, sister. Xiaohao, Jinu, goodbye. Weiruashi experienced several more hours of bumpy travel before finally returning to Earth. Back home, Weiruashi knew that her father and mother were probably in the laboratory at this time, so she didn't want to disturb them. Miss Wei, hello. As she arrived home, she was greeted by two bodyguards at the door, Wei Er and Wei San. Weiruashi smiled and nodded at the two guards. She looked at the robot at the door, which looked just like a human. Human skin, human warmth, human smile, human speech. Weiruashi could never see them as just robots, so she always greeted them politely. Hello, Miss Wei. Came the voice of the robot butler, Weida, from inside. Weiruashi looked at Weida in surprise and asked, Aren't you supposed to be at the Duo Ju Hotel now, Weida? Weida bowed slightly and smiled. The business at the Duo Ju Hotel is now running smoothly. I just need to check on it regularly. Weiruashi felt a bit embarrassed. She was not even as good as her own robot butler in this regard. Master and Madam are in the laboratory. Do you need me to call them out? No, it's okay, Weiruashi replied. They'll come out for dinner when it's time. She prepared dinner and waited for her parents to come out and eat. When dinner time arrived, her parents came out right on schedule. Xiaoxi, you're back, her mother and father said as they saw Weiruashi sitting on the sofa waiting for them. Hee, Mom. Dad, I missed you so much. Weiruashi went over and linked arms with her parents. Her father looked happily at her. How was your time over there? Well, it was okay. I saw Xiaohao. Xiaohao has become much more mature. Weiruashi sighed. My younger brother has grown up too. He now knows he needs to help carry the family responsibilities. Xiaohao said he would come back during holidays to visit us. Dad, Mom, don't worry about Xiaohao. Weiruashi didn't plan to tell them that she and Xiaohao would participate in battles. After all, both of them had returned safely. She truly felt that, apart from being a little scared at the start, the war wasn't very dangerous in the end. With Xiaohao's tall stature and strong skills, there was little need to worry. Actually, Weiruashi didn't realize that the war she participated in this time was the simplest. Most battles happen in spaceships, involving long-distance combat, so there's no face-to-face fighting with enemies. Fighting inside a spaceship is very risky because a small mistake could cause everyone on the ship to be in danger. At that time, physical skills and mental strength were not very useful. Yes, Xiaohao has become much more mature. Since you went missing, Xiaohao changed completely. He trains his physical skills every day, risking his life. That's when he started to grow up. Wei's father also sighed, remembering how painful it was when Xiaohao was missing. Weiruashi stayed silent. knowing how much her family suffered then. All of this was just because Bai Linger was inexplicably jealous. Xiao Shi just came back today.
Don't talk about the past.
Let's eat quickly, Wei's mother said, noticing Wei Ruoxi's downcast eyes. Look at all the delicious dishes Xiao Shi made today. Hurry up and eat. Yes, let's eat. Wei's father also sat down on a chair. All the vegetables were from their space storage, along with a steamed fish. The fish inside the space had grown large enough to eat. Wei Ruoxi planned to send some of the stored vegetables to the Duo Ju Hotel tomorrow, along with some of the fish. After dinner, Wei Ruoxi and her parents talked for a long time before going to sleep. The next morning, after finishing her training, Wei Ruoxi went straight to the Duo Ju Hotel. Li Dahai wasn't there. Now, the hotel didn't need a manager to stay there, so Li Dahai only visited occasionally. Only Ruoxi did not contact Li Duohai. She went straight to the cold storage and moved all the vegetables inside out. Anyway, the cold storage is not worried about the vegetables spoiling. Ruoxi also caught many fish from her space and brought them into the storage. Because she was worried about pollution in the water outside, she took some water from her space and kept the fish in it. Ruoxi stayed in the hotel's VIP room, thinking about whether she should find Changjua. She had completed her assigned task, so maybe she should report to him. Thinking about going to Changjua's office, she guessed others wouldn't let her in. So, she directly called Changjua. The phone was the one she bought when she went to Nanlin City. She added her family, Changjua, and Li Duohai to the contact list. When she dialed Changjua's number, it was answered quickly. She saw his face on the screen, looking a bit tired. Uncle Chang, I'm back. Ruoxi smiled happily at the screen. Xiao Shi, you're back. I already know about the task. Come to my office now and we'll talk there, Changjua said, sounding a little tired too. Ruoxi agreed and hung up. Changjua looked very tired, probably worried about something again, she thought. Then she left the hotel and took the shuttle car Changjua gave her to his office. She went into the lobby, which was simply decorated and low-key. She walked straight to the reception desk. Hello, I want to see your secretary Chang, she said with a bright smile to the receptionist. The receptionist looked up at her and immediately showed a professional smile. Hello, do you have an appointment with Secretary Chang? An appointment? What was that? Ruoxi hesitated, realizing Changjua hadn't told her she needed an appointment to see him. I don't have an appointment, but Secretary Chang asked me to come. Could you please ask him for me? I'm sorry, but without an appointment, you can't see Secretary Chang, the receptionist said politely. Oh, I see, Ruoxi pouted. Why did Changjua know she was coming but not tell the staff? She took out her phone and made another call. Uncle Chang, I'm downstairs at your office now. You need to show your ID to go upstairs. Changjua tapped his head and said, Sorry, I've been so busy these past few days that I forgot. I'm a bit dizzy myself. Haha, Xiao Shi, wait a moment. I'll notify them to let you go up now. Then, he hung up the phone. The receptionist stared in shock at the young woman in front of her. Hearing her call Secretary Chang Uncle Chang, she wondered if the woman really knew Secretary Chang. While the receptionist was still stunned, the phone on the desk suddenly rang from Changjua's office. Startled by the ringing, she quickly snapped out of her surprise and answered. Secretary Chang, hello? Yes. A slightly tired face appeared on the phone screen. Let Miss Wei come up. If she comes to see me again, just let her go up. No need for a visitor badge or pass, understood? Yes, Secretary Chang, the receptionist replied with a smile, feeling even more curious about Miss Wei. After hanging up, she looked at Wei Ruoxi and said, Miss Wei, Secretary Chang asks you to go up. Okay, thank you. The receptionist led Wei Ruoxi to the elevator reserved for Secretary Chang. Miss Wei, Secretary Chang is on the 8th floor. You can go up from here. All right. Wei Ruoxi took the elevator to the 8th floor and then went to Secretary Chang's office. The 8th floor had only one large room, so she wasn't worried about going to the wrong place. She knocked on the only door. Come in, came Secretary Chang's voice from inside. Wei Ruoxi pushed the door open, which was not locked. The room was very spacious. Facing the door, there was a large desk, and Secretary Chang was holding a pen, pointing at some documents. There were also a few small rooms inside, probably for rest. The office was simply decorated, making it look a bit empty. Behind the desk, there was a large floor-to-ceiling window, letting in bright sunlight. Xiaoxi, you're here. Secretary Chong stood up. Come in and sit. Wei Ruoxi stepped into the office. Uncle Chong, what do you want to see me about? Changzhuo walked out from behind his desk, poured a glass of water for Wei Ruoxi, and said, I've already heard from General Xianyuan about your task. You did an excellent job. You really helped me this time. Changzhuo chuckled and continued. In the past few days, the members of the alien group found out about you and kept asking me to take you to meet them. They know about me. Wei Ruoxi was surprised. How did they find out about me? A few days ago, someone from the alien group was sent to Balan City to do that task, but their strongest mentalist couldn't handle it. In the end, I told General Hua about it and he found you and assigned you the task. Later, I told the alien group that someone had completed the task in Balan City. They asked me who did it and I told them it was you. Changzhuo paused and asked, You won't blame me, will you? Wei Ruoxi smiled and said, Of course not, Uncle Chong. Anyway, I was going to meet the alien group sooner or later. Good. Then wait here for a moment. Once I finish signing these documents, we'll go directly. Changzhuo sat back at his desk and started looking at the files. Wei Ruoxi didn't bother him anymore and simply walked to the large floor-to-ceiling window to look outside. Since it was on the 8th floor, she couldn't see far. The surroundings were filled with tall buildings, over 100 stories high. She could only look down at the busy pedestrians below. The sunlight outside was slightly dazzling. In the past, Wei Ruoxi always felt that the world around her was dull and gray. Later, she realized it was because she didn't know how to control her mental power. Now that she could control it easily, the sky no longer seemed gray. She watched the people coming and going below, thinking about how she had been in this world for almost 2 years. So many things had happened during that time, changing her thoughts. When could she finally live a peaceful, pastoral life with her family? Wei Ruoxi shook her head at her own self-mockery. She still dreamed of a simple life, but how could that be possible now? The land couldn't even grow plants properly. How could she hope for such a life? Wei Ruoxi stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, staring absent-mindedly at the tall steel building outside. Suddenly, her mind became cloudy, and her head throbbed with pain. Memories from her past life in the orphanage flashed through her mind. She saw her foster mother gently rocking her to sleep. She remembered her foster mother sharing all the delicious food with the orphans. She saw her foster mother's kind smile. She recalled the scene where Xiao Lu and some troublemakers outside snatched her bracelet. She remembered how she was beaten and covered in blood. Then she saw the events that happened after she arrived in this world, her mother and father's love, and Wei Hao's protection. She saw Yan Bin mocking her and White Linger's fake, disgusting face. She remembered Mo Yan suddenly kissing her forehead. One scene after another flashed through her mind. Her head hurt terribly, and she wanted to speak but couldn't make a sound. What was happening? What was going on? She felt her whole body trembling and completely out of control. All her memories flooded her mind. She tried to call Chang Shu, but she couldn't control her body at all. She felt her body's presence fade away. She tried to send out her mental energy, but her head hurt even more. She couldn't hold on anymore. Everything went black, and she fainted completely. Changzhuo was busy worrying over some documents when suddenly he heard a loud thud behind him, as if something heavy had fallen. He turned around and saw Wei Ruoxi had fainted on the ground. Xiaoxi. Changzhuo quickly stood up, picked her up, and placed her on the sofa. He noticed her body was burning hot. Xiaoxi, darn it, what's going on? His face turned pale with worry. The space was chaotic. The creatures on Yution planet seemed to sense something dangerous and trembled on the ground. 3 fruit trees shook their branches vigorously. Taodao, I suddenly feel so sick. What's happening? Pingping's voice trembled.
I feel the same.
It's so uncomfortable. Me too. What's going on? All 3 fruit trees felt a terrifying energy rushing chaotically through the space.